Madman of the Sword Chapter 4357 to Chapter 4440. Lin Xian's expression turned incomparably cold as he stretched out his palm. The golden palm formed a seal like that of a human king. A terrifying sound rang out between heaven and earth. Then, it slapped forward as well. Boom, the collision of the two gave off a thunderous sound that reverberated between heaven and earth. The sound caused the surrounding experts to feel their blood boil. Some of the young geniuses felt their scalps go numb. This kind of attack was really too strong. It was beyond their expectations. However, those sage kings opened their eyes wide as they stared ahead. Between heaven and earth, time seemed to have come to a standstill. Everyone saw a strange hand seal pressing on the starry sky map. The two of them stopped in the sky. So this is what you want to challenge me by name? Your strength is only SOSO. You are still far from being able to kill me. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he stared ahead. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. On the other side, Xianxia gave off an extremely terrifying light. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Very soon, I will make you despair. The power between the two of them erupted once more. Then, the two of them quickly retreated. Countless laws spread out between them, spreading out in all directions. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. They were evenly matched. It was really hard to believe. However, the people in the mortal realm had extremely cold expressions. One had to know that Xianxia was not an ordinary genius. He could not even be considered part of the younger generation. After all, he was a genius of the previous generation and had entered the buried Emperor Star. As someone who had returned from the buried Earth Star, his strength was extremely terrifying. Thinking about it, how could the people from the second astral realm block him? However, someone had actually blocked Xianxia's attack. The people from the deity Dao Union heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, they had been worried for Lin Xian. However, from the looks of it, Lin Xian's strength had far exceeded their expectations. In the sky, Xianxia stood there with a cold expression. His arm was somewhat numb. He looked ahead. A piercingly cold light burst out from it. Was this the legendary divine body? It was indeed strong enough to allow the other party to have such strength. One had to know that his cultivation was much higher than the other party's. However, the other party was still able to block his attack. This should be the power of the divine body. However, so what? Xianxia's strength was not limited to this. If the other party only had this bit of strength, then he could only say that this was the end of the game. Humph. Xianxia coldly snorted and formed hand seals. The surrounding laws spread out in all directions. Heaven and earth trembled as the void shattered. Starlight fell from the outer space. It was as if the entire sky was about to be torn apart. An extremely terrifying power of the stars was rapidly converging towards him. What technique was this? How terrifying. The expressions of the surrounding geniuses changed. Even the sage's pupils constricted. How terrifying, as expected of someone who came back from the buried Emperor Star. Lin Xian frowned as well. He had to admit that the other party was indeed much stronger than those he had encountered before. After all, he was someone who had experienced the buried Emperor Star and managed to return alive. However, the other party was underestimating him too much. Although he hadn't been to the buried Emperor Star and wasn't a late-stage expert, so what? His battle strength was not inferior to anyone. Brat, you relied on your powerful physique to block my attack. That really surprised me. However, I can tell you that this is the end of everything. Because at this moment, no one under the Sage Ruler realm is my match. You are no exception. Boom. Along with his voice, a vast and terrifying sound came from heaven and earth. The stars. In the sky formed a starry sword that emitted an unparalleled aura. Along with his movement, the starry sword grew larger and bloomed with terrifying light. There were ancient Dao runes on it that were spreading. As his arm fell, the starry sword in the sky also slowly fell. An extremely powerful force descended from the sky. Countless people felt this scene and their expressions turned grave. Indeed, it was too terrifying for anyone under the Sage Ruler realm to block this move. Mortal world. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. It seemed that this battle was over. The other party was definitely going to die. They all breathed a sigh of relief. This was because Lin Xian was on their must-kill list as well as the saint rulers that they wanted to capture in one fell swoop. They would not allow someone who had been abandoned by the heavens to live. What a terrifying sword intent. Lin Xian also had a grave expression. He naturally felt the powerful force that the starry sword brought. This was the power of the starry sky outside the realm. It was incomparably vast. He took a deep breath and his eyes bloomed with a piercing cold light. Then, his physique became even more terrifying. A trace of killing intent bloomed in his eyes. He circulated the Tiger Clan's breathing technique. As he breathed in and out, it spread out in all directions like thunder. The eyelids of the surrounding people twitched violently. They felt a berserk power surging out in all directions. It was obvious that Lin Xian had also used some powerful techniques. Boom. The laws of heaven and earth danced and thunder rumbled. The terrifying void was constantly being torn apart. Lin Xian, on the other hand, swung his fist and pushed forward. Tiger Demon Fist. A terrifying and ferocious aura spread out in all directions. Lin Xian's fist, which was originally golden, was now covered with black veins. They kept spreading out. The power coming from the veins caused the expressions of countless people to change. What kind of fist technique was this? It was too terrifying. Was this brat really just a middle-stage holy venerate? Why do I feel that even a late-stage holy venerate cannot do this, as expected of the middle emperor of the past, an exceptional genius? Some people were incomparably shocked. Those young geniuses were even more flabbergasted. On the other side, when Xianxia saw this scene, his expression also became incomparably grave. Could the other party also execute such a powerful attack? Although the other party had not made a move yet, the aura from the other party still shocked him. Damn it. It seemed that he had to use some more techniques. Thinking of this, he formed hand seals again. The void above his head kept breaking apart. Once again, endless starlight condensed and turned into a starry sky sword. The power that the sword carried swept out in all directions. One starry sword was not enough to kill the other party. In that case, he would use another one. He did not believe that the other party could block two swords at the same time. The pupils of the surrounding experts constricted. The sage rulers were also stunned. No way. This Xianxia could actually summon a starry sword. Kid, it's all over now. Under countless shocked gazes, Xianxia waved the starry sky sword in his hand. The two starry sky swords pressed down from the sky and slashed forward. Roar. Lin Xian's fist let out a tiger's roar. Then, those black fists with destructive power also pushed out. When the two collided, a shocking power and law swept through the 9 heavens. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked carefully. They wanted to see if the expert who came back from the buried Emperor Star was stronger or if the top genius of their holy city was stronger. In the sky, countless people watched nervously. The two peerless divine abilities collided in an instant. Then, a desolate-like power burst out and quickly swept in all directions. The surrounding palaces and heaven and earth were all shattered in an instant. Nothing could stop this shocking power. The mortal world's killing saints had grave expressions. To be honest, they recognized Xianxia's power very much. When Lin Xian dared to make a move, they didn't care about him at all. But now, it seemed that he did have the qualifications to be arrogant. The sage kings of the holy city were also nervous to the extreme. This battle concerned their fates. They didn't expect that one day, their fate would be in the hands of a young man. Under everyone's anxious gazes, the two rays of light kept retreating and then collided again. Heavens, Lin Xian's fist technique actually blocked the two starry sky swords. Countless people cried out in surprise when they saw this scene. In the sky, Xianxia's face became incomparably cold. His expression was even somewhat sinister. This scene was completely out of his expectations. In his opinion, he could easily kill his opponent with the two starry sky swords. But he didn't expect that. He didn't have the upper hand. That was because the terrifying fist technique used by his opponent was also incomparably terrifying. They were evenly matched. But he couldn't accept it. He was already a peak Saint Venerate. He was much stronger than his opponent. Moreover, he had returned from the buried Emperor Star. His strength was terrifying. Logically speaking, after he returned, he should be able to sweep through everything. But now, he was blocked by someone. Damned guy, could it be that he used some secret technique? Or, did he secretly eat some elixir in advance? Just as his expression was sinister, he suddenly felt the power in front of him change again. It turned out that Lin Xian's fist had turned into a fierce tiger and was coming at him. And on his left hand, an incomparable sword chi flickered. The terrifying sword chi also let out a dragon's roar that resounded through the 9 heavens. It actually slashed it again. Boom. It was like a divine dragon came back to life. When the starry sky swords collided, an apocalyptic shockwave swept out in all directions. Not good, retreat. The surrounding people frantically retreated. This energy was enough to threaten them. The sage kings were also shocked. A shattering sound rang out between the heavens and the earth. The 2 giant swords shattered amidst the dragon's roar. Countless sword lights and laws flew in all directions. Xianxia snorted coldly and quickly dodged the attack with his starry sky map. At the same time, he looked in all directions, probably looking for another opportunity to attack. However, he did not find any trace of Lin Xian, which surprised him. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Xian had fallen in the impact of the laws? He was secretly delighted, but he didn't quite believe it. Lin Xian's body was a divine body. He shouldn't have fallen so easily. Sure enough, Xian's pupils shrank in the next moment. He felt the void behind him suddenly tear open, and a fist came at his head. Not good, he felt his hair stand on end. A starry sky chart quickly appeared behind him. It was like a cage that shrouded the area behind him. He quickly turned around and swung his sword again. Boom. The one who came out from behind was naturally Lin Xian. He used the void escape technique to avoid the attacks that filled the sky. He appeared behind Xian's back and then used the tiger demon fist again. The black fist once again hit the starry sky chart, making a deafening sound. The starry sky chart kept shaking as if it was trying to dissolve the power. However, the power was really too strong. No matter how mysterious the starry sky chart was, it still cracked and then shattered. It only happened in an instant, but it was enough for an expert. For example, Xianxia had already obtained enough time. He turned around, and the stars in his eyes were extinguished. Kid, you actually dare to attack me? You really don't know what's good for you. His eyes burst out with biting cold killing intent. Then, terrifying starlight shone from his body. His power completely erupted and swept through the surroundings. At this moment, his body actually blossomed with a bright radiance, and it also became incomparably mysterious. Was this the star body? He actually succeeded. In the distance, the 7-star Saint King of the 7-star Tower cried out in surprise when he saw the scene. Obviously, Lin Xian didn't have such a body before he left. It seemed that he had obtained it from the buried Emperor Star. That's right, it was the star body. After displaying his super strong body, Xianxia regained his confidence. Kid, what do you have to contend with me now? The star body was an extremely terrifying body. It might not be comparable to the legendary super strong body, the 9-yang divine body. However, Xianxia was a peak sacred venerate after all. His cultivation of the body far surpassed everything else. Therefore, he could use his cultivation to make up for the difference in the body. He was confident that no one could contend with him. Kid, everything can end now. Xianxia waved his fists and palms, continuously striking out. It was as if 10,000 stars had appeared. Every strike caused a black hole to appear in the sky. The surrounding experts of the older generation felt their scalps go numb. In such a tense situation, it was likely that no one would dare to compete with Xianxia in terms of body. Lin Xian was also surprised. Previously, he could tell that Xianxia was borrowing the power of the stars. What he cultivated was the law of stars, a super strong divine ability. However, such a person's body shouldn't be too strong. But now, he discovered that he was wrong. Xianxia actually also possessed a super strong body. The power of his close combat was also incomparably strong. In the next moment, the 9-yang divine body blossomed with light again. The flames on it burned fiercely and turned into 10,000 suns. Then, like a golden crow, it spread its wings and soared. The divine flames that filled the sky swept out in all directions and collided with the vast starlight. Xianxiao's palm also struck out. Boom. Then, it collided with Xianxiao's star palm once again. After that, the two of them attacked again. In an instant, tens of thousands of attacks rumbled. The void was torn apart like a canvas. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground. The surrounding people were all stunned. The expressions of the people of the mortal world became somewhat unsightly. Xianxiao had already unleashed his star body. Yet, he was still unable to do anything to Xianxiao. Kid, you've completely angered me. How can a mere ant like you contend against my starlight? Go to hell. Xianxiao's eyes were filled with killing intent as he formed a seal with his palms. Then, an extremely terrifying light appeared. Above his palm, a star appeared. It was like a mirage of a world as it smashed forward. Boom, Lin Xian waved his palm to resist. However, at this moment, he was sent flying. He felt his arm go numb. It was as if this strike was really a world of stars that had landed on his body. It made him spit out a mouthful of blood. What was going on? Was Lin Xian injured? Was he going to lose? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all exclaimed in surprise. That was impossible. That was the nine-yang divine body. How terrifying was that? However, some people sighed. Although the divine body was strong, it was still 2 realms weaker than the opponent. To be able to hold on until now was enough to show the strength of the nine-yang divine body. However, the opponent also had a super strong starry sky body. With the starlight of all the realms, he could sweep through everything. As expected, ants couldn't even withstand a single blow. Everyone in the human world revealed a smile. It seemed that this battle was over. After killing the opponent, they would leave this place and prepare for the next assassination plan. Although they couldn't kill all these people this time, the effect was not bad. At least these sage kings were all poisoned. First it was the curse, then it was the great sage's corpse poison. These people's strength was greatly reduced and they probably wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. They just needed to plan carefully again and they could send all these people to hell next time. However, their smiles soon disappeared. Because they saw Lin Xian, who was sent flying while spitting out blood, walk over again. The other party's face was calm and expressionless. This gave them a bad feeling. What was going on? Wasn't he already injured? Why was he still so calm? Could it be that he still had some trump cards? Deliberately mystifying. Xianxiao snorted when he saw this scene. No matter what the other party used, he was not afraid. His strength had completely surpassed the other party. Not to mention one Lin Xian, even if these geniuses of the holy city were to attack together, they would still be able to contend against him. Because he came from the buried Emperor Star. It was enough to sweep through everything. But very quickly, he frowned because he felt a bone-chilling aura. A beam of sword aura appeared on Lin Xian's body and shrouded him. Then, the sword chi flew in all directions, forming a world of sword Dao. It floated on Lin Xian's body. And this danger came from the sword chi. What a terrifying sword chi. When the people from Yellow Spring saw this scene, their faces turned cold as well. Even the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sucked in a breath of cold air. They were the holy land of sword Dao, but at this moment, the opponent's sword seemed to be even stronger than theirs. Sacred King Divine Ghost looked at this scene with greed in his eyes. Wan Jianni, on the other hand, had a look of fear on his face. However, they managed to cover it up very well. The people of the mortal world also frowned. Damn it, this brat still had a trump card. And it was such a biting cold sword intent. Their expressions became incomparably cold. No wonder he was able to get on their kill order. Such a person was already so terrifying when he was only at the middle stage of the Saint Venerable realm. If he was allowed to grow, perhaps in the future, even sacred kings would not be able to suppress him. Between heaven and earth, everyone felt fear because of this biting cold sword intent. Lin Xian was indeed very calm. He felt that his body was full of power. The previous attack had indeed injured him and shocked him. But so what? His opponent had a trump card, but his trump card was stronger. He slowly raised his palm, an endless sword chi condensed in his hand. A sword light shone through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and then slashed forward. Not good. Xianxia's pupils shrank. He felt a fatal danger, so he did not resist. His body turned into a ray of starlight and instantly disappeared into the sky. A crack appeared where he was originally standing. It spread into the distance. Lin Xian's gaze was very light, and his cold voice sounded. It's useless, you can't escape. I'll let you see my sword world. As he spoke, the sword chi on his body erupted, completely enveloping the entire world. At this moment, it turned into a world of sword chi. Boundless sword chi swept in all directions. Wherever the void was, it kept shattering, and there was no way to dodge. As expected, Xianxia discovered that the starry sky movement technique that he was so proud of seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. No matter where he hid, the sword chi could tear the void apart, and he could only passively defend. He roared angrily, took a deep breath, and the starry sky chart appeared again. And this time it had an even more biting cold aura. The Xiantian starry sky chart. The terrifying starry sky chart spread in all directions, forming a world of stars. It looked like it had turned into a universe. And it collided with the sword chi that filled the sky. Kill! With a roar, Xianxia went all out and charged over aggressively. The two collided again, as if two worlds were fighting. The terrifying power caused the people outside to be unable to breathe. However, what was surprising was that in just an instant, cracks appeared on the Xiantian starry sky chart. And it spread to the surroundings. Crack. A crisp sound rang out, and the starry sky suddenly shattered into pieces, scattering all over the ground. The surrounding people were stunned. Did the starry sky break through? That frightening sword aura pierced through the stars in the sky and ruthlessly slashed towards Xianxia. Not good. The pupils of the people in the human world shrank. If they were hit by such a terrifying sword chi, not many people below the Saint King level could withstand it. Xianxia was probably in danger, unless he could use a special saint weapon. But previously, they had to prevent Lin Xian from using the Saint King Wu. Chi, they had already set the rules. Wu was not allowed. Chi, they didn't expect that they would shoot themselves in the foot now. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and then the world shattered. Blood dripped from the 9 heavens, piercing through the void. Everyone was shocked. He was injured. The faces of the people in the human world became extremely ugly. Those Saint King's gazes pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Sure enough, they found that it was Xianxia who was injured. Even though Xianxia used the starry sky physique with all his strength, he still couldn't block it. Many sword marks appeared on his body, and he flew into the distance like a kite with a broken string. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying roar lasted for a long time before it slowly dissipated. When the sword chi disappeared, everyone saw Lin Xian standing there with his hands behind his back. Sword Dao world surrounded him like a supreme sword god. On the opposite side, Xianxia was bleeding, and his body was covered in wounds. Did he win? The people from the divine palace heaved a sigh of relief. The people from the sacred city also clenched their fists. It seems that this time, the people from the human world could retreat. However, in the sky, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. His expression became incomparably malevolent. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such sword intent. Although you injured me, you didn't kill me. I will let you know how powerful I am. Do you think that I spent all these years in the buried Emperor Star in vain? I will let you see my harvest in the buried Emperor Star. One move. I only need one move to deal with you. What? He still wants to fight? When the surrounding people heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They could already see that Xianxia's astral body had been completely broken. He was definitely seriously injured and would not be able to recover in a short period of time. However, Xianxia did not stop. He even said that he would kill Lin Xian in one move. The leader of the human world coldly snorted. Is he finally going to use that move? I didn't expect it to come to this. However, since Xianxia was able to use that move, this brat can die in peace. Lin Xian frowned. Is he still going to attack? In the next moment, his pupils shrank. That was because he saw that Xianxia had gathered all the power in his body and fused it between his eyebrows. Moreover, a crack appeared between his eyebrows. A ray of starlight flickered from within. That starlight was extremely resplendent and covered all the light. It seemed to have become the only thing in the world. Northern starlight / along with the appearance of the starlight, an ice-cold voice rang out. Then, the northern starlight between his eyebrows flew out and turned into a peerless saber light that slashed forward. When this ray of starlight appeared, Xianxia swayed and almost fell to the ground. It seemed that he had used up all his strength to use this move. The northern starlight flew out, slashing through the void and shattering the earth. It seemed to shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This power was really too terrifying. The expressions of the surrounding experts changed. A secret technique? It was too strong. If he didn't use the sacred King Wu, those below the sacred King realm would not be able to resist it. Their eyes were filled with despair. They felt that Lin Xian would not be able to resist it and would definitely die. Next, the human world would leave calmly. They only needed to reorganize a little and these people would be able to come back again. At that time, would the poison in their bodies be cured? Haha, it's all over. You can go to hell for me. Xianxia's face was pale, but he still had a sinister smile on his face. On the other side, Lin Xian's expression was also incomparably solemn when he felt this powerful aura. Final trump card? He was indeed powerful. It seemed that he had to use his trump card as well. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, and the sword Dao whirled around him continued to evolve. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi flew out and gathered in his palm, forming the shadow of a dragon. 10 extremities dragon soul sword, the 10 extinction swords merged with the dragon soul and slashed forward. This kid's sword seemed to have become more powerful than before. When the surrounding people felt this scene, they all exclaimed in shock. The pupils of the people in the human world also shrank. That was impossible. However, they had no time to think. The 2 attacks collided once again, and holy light filled the sky. This was simply an apocalyptic scene. The eyes of those Saint Kings flickered. They were afraid that this would end after this attack. They wondered who would win in the end. Crack, originally, Xianxia had a sinister smile on his face. He thought that his opponent would definitely die with his powerful attack. However, the scene in front of him made his face full of shock. The smile on his face suddenly froze. This was because he discovered that cracks had appeared on the northern star / in front of him. Then, with a cracking sound, it directly split open. Impossible, his most powerful superpower had actually been shattered. No, at this moment, his pride and confidence were all gone. It was as if glass had shattered on the ground. His eyes were filled with intense fear. He used the last bit of his remaining strength and quickly retreated. Facing Lin Xian, he was finally terrified. However, he couldn't escape at all. Between heaven and earth, the sharp sword chi shrouded him, and the cracks on it became even more terrifying. He was torn apart. Boom, roar. Sir, save me. In the sky full of sword chi, a crazy roar sounded. The surrounding people were stunned. Had he lost? On the opposite side, the people of the mortal world narrowed their eyes when they saw this scene. They saw the northern star / shatter. Not only that, even Xianxia was torn apart. It seemed that his soul was also threatened. Humph, the Saint King leader snorted coldly with a sharp light in his eyes. He reached out a large hand and grabbed in front of him. It seemed that he wanted to make a move. After all, they had painstakingly nurtured Xianxia and spent a lot of resources. It wasn't easy for him to reach this stage. If he died, they wouldn't be able to bear it. Oh no, have those Saint Slayers made a move? Seeing this scene, countless people exclaimed. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he couldn't block the attack of a Saint King. At this moment, Xiaojiao let out a sound of heaven and earth and instantly shattered the large palm. Lin Xian let out a piercingly cold radiance as he let out a roar. The dragon soul erupted and a terrifying destructive sword intent slashed down. No, Xianxia let out a miserable cry. He wanted to escape, but in the end, his soul was destroyed. His entire body and soul were destroyed. Damn it, how dare you, the Saint Kings of the mortal world roared crazily. Did the other party really kill Xianxia? Damn it. Their hearts were bleeding. In an instant, many people exuded a terrifying killing intent that pierced through the 9 heavens. In an instant, 6 Saint Kings attacked Xian together. Do you have a death wish? I knew you wouldn't be satisfied. Immortal Scholar snorted coldly, and the indestructible frost fan flew out and shot out a monstrous frost that swept over. On the other side, the people from the sacred land also made a move. Ga. They all appeared in front of Xian and blocked the terrifying superpower. Little guy, go back first. Xian nodded and returned to Xiaojuo's side. At the same time, the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. In the mortal world, you're considered the top existences. As a Saint King, do you not keep your word? I've already won this competition. Hurry up and hand over the antidote to the great sage corpse poison. Humph, kid, you actually dared to kill the person we've painstakingly nurtured. You're dead meat. No one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths can save you. And let me tell you, there's no antidote to the great sage corpse poison. All of you, just wait for death. At this point, they all laughed sinisterly. Attack, the 2 Saint Kings roared and wanted to attack. Immortal Scholar snorted coldly. As expected of despicable and shameless people. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. At this point, endless blue Dao runes appeared on his body and an array formation appeared under his feet. It instantly spread out in all directions. In an instant, the world was frozen. The expressions of the mortal realm's sage kings changed. This icy aura was the indestructible cold sky formation, damn it. When did you set it up? The mortal realm's sage kings were simply too shocked. This was the legendary formation that sealed everything in ice. Even sage kings would find it hard to escape. However, this formation had a flaw: it required a very long time to prepare. Furthermore, once it was set up, it could not be kept for too long. Hence, it could only be used in battle. However, in battle, the enemy would not give it a chance. Unexpectedly, the other party actually managed to lay out the indestructible cold sky formation. Ice Scholar, I really underestimated you. However, it will not be that easy for you to kill us. Just wait. The mortal realm will descend once more. Let's go. After speaking, the people of the mortal realm quickly retreated. You want to leave? Ice sealing the world. The indestructible cold sky formation erupted, and the entire world froze. The people of the mortal realm even formed ice, sealing the world in ice. This is great. The deity Dao Union's people all revealed smiles. However, just at this moment, there was the sound of ice shattering. Suddenly, a lotus flower appeared on the people of the mortal realm. The black lotus flower directly bloomed and broke through the ice. Then, those lotus flowers withered. However, the people of the mortal realm had already vanished. What's going on? Did they leave? The deity Dao Union's people showed unsightly expressions. Damn it. Did the person behind the other party make a move? Xian frowned. It was another black lotus flower. Right now, Xiaochen was extremely certain that the mortal realm had a close connection with the black lotus flower. One day, Xiaochen would personally destroy the mortal realm and find out who the master behind the black lotus flower was. Did they leave? Were we saved? Those Holy Land geniuses all released their bated breaths, feeling like they had just survived a calamity. Those sage kings also released their bated breaths. There was no helping it. Several sage kings had already fallen. Some were even severely injured. Indeed, that was the case. On the Azure Sea Pavilion's side, the Azure Sea Sovereign's complexion also turned incredibly pale. The earlier battle had severely injured the Azure Sea Sovereign. Master, the Azure Sea Sovereign clenched his teeth. The situation was extremely bad. He probably had to immediately enter closed-door cultivation. Once that happened, their Azure Sea Palace would be leaderless. Not only them, but even the Holy Kings from the Joyous Union Hall and 7-Star Pavilion would have to enter seclusion immediately. The people from the Kunlun Pavilion walked out and said, I can help you get some more jade pool water, but I don't know if it will be effective. At this time, the Frost Scholar also walked out and said, as long as the world of men doesn't get rid of the world will be destroyed. The second astral realm and even the myriad realms were in danger. Therefore, from now on, no holy city-level battles were allowed in the second astral realm. If any holy city wants to make a move, then don't blame us for being impolite. Just like that, a shocking battle came to an end. However, everyone's heart was very heavy. After all, as long as the world was not destroyed, they would be in danger. Furthermore, the human world was extremely mysterious. No one knew where their sect was located. Therefore, even if these people wanted to take revenge, they didn't know where to start. He could only wait for the other party. Next time, find someone. The door opened. It seemed that the most important thing now was to get rid of the poison. You can go to the Jade Lake when the time comes. The Jade Lake holy water there is very mysterious. The people of the deity Dao Union said a few words and then left. Some of these people also have a baby. Clearly, they also hid their identities. Even if they revealed their faces, it was probably after they changed their appearances. These people were like guardian deities. They would not appear normally. Once there was danger, they would instantly make a move. Now that the world of men left, they had to be nervous again. Xiaojiu's face turned even paler. Clearly, using his strength earlier had consumed a lot of his energy. Lin Xian said, "Old Xia, quickly go and rest. There shouldn't be any danger here." Lin Xian felt that the best way for Xiaojiu now was to enter the divine crystal and sleep. Xiaojiu said, "All right, be careful here." After saying that, he also disappeared. On the other side, the reincarnation protector and the others also left. Only the shattered ground and the cracked sky remained. The immemorial grotto originally held a grand event. However, now it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless experts and geniuses died. Most of the people in the world of men were from the holy lands and holy cities. Every holy city was bleeding. Peerless Holy King stared at the immemorial grotto and said coldly, "There's no such coincidence in the world. You'd better give us an explanation." Once he said that, many holy kings stared at the immemorial grotto. Holy King Spirit Yen snorted. "What? You still suspect that I'm in cahoots with the world of men? Don't forget that we also suffered heavy losses. Even my grandson was killed." "That's right, don't slander me." Holy King Silver Corpse also walked out, emitting a cold aura. Peerless Holy King and the others said, "Whether it's true or not, I don't need to say more. You'd better be careful in the future." The other holy kings also gasped. It seemed that they had to stay away from the immemorial grotto and Acheron Palace in the future. "Alright, let's go to the Jade Pool. Use the holy water there to detoxify the poison." Holy King Kunlun stood up and said coldly. His face was also incomparably pale. The other holy kings nodded and left together. After all, who knew if the people of the world of men would come back again? Lin Xian and the others also left with them. In an instant, the surroundings quieted down. However, there were still some people who did not leave. Among them, other than the immemorial grotto and Acheron Palace, there were also 10,000 Sword Pavilion and Great Desolate Mansion. At this moment, the people of Great Desolate Mansion were incomparably gloomy. Even the void broke open and another figure walked out. It was also a holy king. However, it was obvious that he was older. He said, "What's going on? Didn't you say that there was no danger? How could my junior brother have fallen?" This old man was actually Holy King Desolate Heaven's senior brother. At this moment, his expression was incomparably cold. 10,000 Sword Pavilion's Holy King Divine Ghost also frowned. They had also suffered heavy losses in this battle. However, Holy King Spirit Yen said, "Why are you so anxious? It's not like he's really fallen." After saying that, he formed a hand seal and quickly transmitted his voice to the void. "Alright, the people of the deity Dao Union have left. You can come out now." After a while, two figures appeared between heaven and earth. One was that mysterious woman, and the other was also a holy king. He wore a black robe that covered his face. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I didn't expect them to escape even after such meticulous preparations. It's nothing. This time, we'll severely injure them. Next time, we can take them down one by one." The black-robed Sage King nodded. With a flip of his hand, a blood-red flag appeared in the sky. The flag fluttered and an endless sea of blood appeared. Figures appeared one after another. They were all enveloped by the sea of blood. At this moment, they all had pained expressions. Among them, there were a few terrifying figures. They were the souls of the Sage Kings. There was also one who cried out, "Grandpa, save me." He was Xianxia. At this moment, the black-robed Sage King waved his hand and Xianxia's soul was released. At the same time, another person's soul was released. The desolate Heaven Saint King roared as soon as he appeared. His shattered body rapidly healed. Then, he appeared again. However, his aura was clearly much weaker than before. Damn it. Was there a need to act so seriously? Sage King Huang Tian's expression was cold. This time, he was severely injured. He would need a long time to recover. Sage King Yanling said, "Fellow Taoist, you've suffered. However, if you didn't do this, how would we believe you?" Even so, he was still suspicious. Xianxia was also released. He gritted his teeth and said, "Grandpa, you must kill that Lin Xian. I want to tear him into pieces." "Don't worry. There will be plenty of chances." Sage King Yanling's eyes shone with a cold light. "Damn it. Let us out." Countless roars could be heard. Among them, there were two extremely terrifying voices. These were the souls of two Sage Kings. They were sealed in the sea of blood. One of them was the Thunder Sage King and the other was the Giant Spirit Sage King from the Spirit Gathering Pavilion. The two of them were furious. The black-robed Sage King laughed. "You want to come out? Impossible. Just stay in there obediently. Don't worry. We'll teach you how to become puppets. We won't waste your energy." "Damn it," the Giant Spirit Sage King roared. The Thunder Sage King said, "Thunder Sage City and Wushuang City have a grudge too. Let me out and we'll work together. How about that?" Hearing this, the Silver Corpse Sage King laughed coldly. "I know that you guys have a grudge too. However, since you're already like this, then be obedient and let me use you. I'll turn you into a puppet and we can work together." "Damn it. I'll kill you." The Thunder God Saint King roared. However, he was restrained by a mysterious force and was unable to escape. The black-clothed Saint King said, "Don't waste your energy. This saint weapon is beyond your imagination. You won't be able to escape." With that, he flipped his hand, and the blood-red flag disappeared into the sky. The sea of blood and the souls disappeared as well. On the other side, the injured Saint Kings had all arrived at the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader personally received them and opened the Jade Lake for them to enter. Given the current situation, they had to work together because the world of mortals was not only affecting the holy city of the second astral realm. Even the sacred grounds of the true spirit world were affected. Therefore, they had to work together to resist the human world. This had happened before. This would happen once every tens of thousands of years. Even more than 100,000 years ago, there was once a top-notch holy land that joined forces to fight against the human world. That time, the human world suffered a heavy blow and went into hibernation for nearly 100,000 years. This time, there would probably be another earth-shaking battle. The Saint Lords all entered. They were extremely grateful. At this moment, these holy masters were sitting cross-legged in the Jade Lake, forming hand seals with their palms. They were using the Jade Lake to fight against the great sage's corpse poison within their bodies. However, they still had to suppress the curse. It could be said that they were extremely weak. On the peerless Saint King's side, the law of Devour was constantly floating behind him. Lin Xian walked over and asked, "Senior brother, how is it?" The peerless Saint King said. It was effective, but it was very slow. It would be troublesome for him to recover completely in a short period of time. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Senior brother, let me remove the curse for you first." After he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged and unleashed the great dragon sword soul. His energy surged into the great dragon sword. The curse in his body had been completely removed. Moreover, he had helped the Green Mountain Sacred King remove the curse before. Therefore, he was very familiar with it. The great dragon sword soul's energy entered the peerless Saint King's body and began to remove the curse. This scene was naturally seen by the others. Instantly, there was a lot of discussion. No way. Lin Xian was going to remove the poison from the peerless Saint King's body? How could a middle Saint Master like him help a Saint King? The young geniuses did not believe it. However, they did not leave quietly. 5 days later, the peerless Saint King suddenly opened his eyes and roared into the sky. The devouring whirlpool behind him was even more terrifying. It was obvious that the curse had been removed. Next was the great sage's corpse poison. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were shocked. Was it really effective? They were too shocked. What exactly did Lin Xian have? It was so magical. This news spread, and for a moment, the sacred cities were also shocked. Soon, the highest Saint King of the Joyous Union Palace had an idea. She asked Xianxia to personally invite Lin Xian. Xianxia came and explained her intention. Lin Xian smiled. Of course. He followed Xianxia and walked in the fairy lake. They arrived at the Bus Saint King's place. The highest Saint King looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young Master Lin, if you can help me remove the curse, the Joyous Union Palace, and I will be very grateful. I will also give you a big gift." The highest Saint King was being courteous. Lin Xian did not dare to be arrogant in front of a Saint King. Even if a Saint King was severely injured, it was still extremely terrifying. Hence, he nodded and said, "Next, I will let the sword chi enter your body. I hope you will not resist." The highest Saint King nodded. If it was someone else, the highest Saint King would not dare to do it. This was because it was too dangerous. If the other party attacked, he would be injured even more severely. However, if it was Lin Xian, he was not worried. Lin Xian slowly formed a seal with his palms. The power of the great dragon sword soul appeared again. It entered the highest Saint King's body and began to remove the curse. To be honest, Lin Xian was very happy to help these Saint Kings remove the curse. After all, these Saint Kings would definitely fight against the world in the future. With one more Saint King, their side would become stronger. Moreover, these Saint Kings would definitely be grateful for his help this time. They might even give him a big gift. A gift from a Saint King would definitely bring him unexpected benefits. The power of the great dragon sword soul exploded and quickly destroyed the curse. 7 days later, the highest Saint King opened her eyes. The curse was really removed, her aura had recovered a little. Master. The geniuses of the Joyous Union Palace also gathered around, their faces filled with excitement. Young Master Lin, thank you. We are very grateful. These people thanked him one after another. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. Young Master Lin, it is hard to repay your kindness. No matter what you request, we will agree to it. The surrounding Saint Kings were still hesitating. They did not believe that a young man could help them. This Lin Xian could really help them remove the curse. Thinking of this, their eyes turned red. Hurry up and invite young Master Lin over. These sage kings all sent people and prepared to present a huge gift. Soon, the youths of the various great sage lands also came to invite Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "No rush, I have to do it one by one." Indeed, with his strength, doing so would consume a lot of his energy. But fortunately, these sage cities would provide him with sufficient resources and treasures. Lin Xian did not have to worry about the problem of energy consumption. Of course, not all the sage cities came. At least, those sage cities that were against Wushuang City did not come. However, Thunder God City did come because they were like a group of dragons without a leader. Their sage king was killed, so they could only follow. Now that they saw Lin Xian helping more and more sage kings, they felt their scalps go numb. If Lin Xian wanted to make a move on them now, no one would be able to resist him. My Thunder God City still has a sage king that has been in a deep sleep. Now, it seems like he will be awakened. The elders took a deep breath and prepared to use their strongest trump cards. Otherwise, with the threat of the secular world present, their Thunder God City would definitely be destroyed. On the other side, the Thousand Monstrous City's Golden Crow clan had left. Demon City did not come to Jade Lake's sacred ground at all, which made everyone suspicious. Master, don't you need to cure the poison? Nine-headed Qilin was shocked. He could clearly feel that the soaring Sky Sage King was injured and poisoned. But why did he not go to Jade Lake? Could it be because of Wushuang City? The others also frowned. He said that in this situation, we should work together to deal with the human world. I don't think Wushuang City will make things difficult for us. However, the Divine King snorted coldly. You don't have to care about this. I have my own ways. The soaring Sky Sage King's face was cold. He said to the people behind him, go to Demon King Palace now. I still have some things to do. With that, he tore open the void and disappeared. He actually returned to the primordial grotto. The Saint Kings from the ancient grotto frowned. Who was it? Come out, the Silver Corpse Saint King shattered the void. In the next instant, he was stunned. It's you. That's right, it's me. Soaring Sky Saint Monarch walked out of the broken space and said, I know your connection with the mortal world, so there's no need to hide it from me. I'm here for the antidote. Give me the antidote and I'll join you. Have you thought it through? Once you join, not only will your entire myriad demon city join as well, to be used by me. I naturally understand this. Soaring Sky Saint King nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had his own reasons for doing so, because he felt that the human world would eventually emerge victorious in this battle. Therefore, he came here in advance. When the time came, he would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Very good, welcome. Holy King Yanling and Holy King Silver Corpse smiled. 3 months later. The Saint Kings of the Jade Lake sacred ground all let out roars that shook the heavens and earth. Their curses had already disappeared, and the remaining great sage corpse poison could be removed with the Jade Lake sacred water. It was just a matter of time. On this day, many Saint Kings stood up and walked towards a palace in the distance. There was a young figure sitting cross-legged there. It was Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, thank you for your help. We will remember this favor in our hearts. If you need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. The ones who said this were Saint Kings. If others saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Because Lin Xian was only a mid-stage Saint Sovereign, these Saint Kings treated him so well. They didn't even treat Lin Xian as a junior. Of course, this was because Lin Xian had sufficient talent and strength. Lin Xian also stood up. The Saint Kings were too courteous. In the future, when I appear in the human world, I will still need your help. Lin Xian was a deity palace master. In addition, he was Peerless Saint King's junior brother. Therefore, his status was not inferior to the Saint Kings. When the Saint Kings heard this, they nodded. No problem. The human world was too hateful. As long as there is a chance, we will definitely work together. Indeed, if the human world continues to exist, it will be a fatal threat to every Saint city. The Saint Kings took out their interspatial rings and gave them to Lin Xian. There were many treasures inside. Next, Peerless Saint King also walked over. He called the other Saint Kings over and prepared to discuss the next step. The Saint Kings also said, since the human world has made a move this time, they will definitely not let this matter rest. Moreover, I guess that they are related to those people in the immemorial grotto. Therefore, we will have to do our best to eliminate the remaining ones. The other Saint Kings also nodded. Peerless Saint King said, fortunately, there is only half a year left. At that time, we can let our disciples go to the buried Emperor Star. They can also avoid being targeted by the human world. Indeed, once they go to the buried Emperor Star, there should be no danger, right? Everyone discussed spiritedly. In the end, they decided that it would be better to rest and recuperate during this period of time. Firstly, they could preserve their strength. Secondly, they could avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, the Saint Kings continued to detoxify while the young genius disciples went into seclusion. They were waiting for the final opportunity. Peerless Saint King found Lin Xian and said, Junior brother, if you don't want to go into seclusion, you can go to the nothingness to take a look. The nothingness, what is that? Lin Xian was shocked. Peerless Saint King said that it is an eternal land. It is very strange and it is in the true spirit world. After Lin Xian heard this, he was also very shocked. He was prepared to go and explore it. After all, this place should have many benefits. Indeed, Peerless Saint King said that the nothingness is a very mysterious place. It is called the Eternal Land because the time there is fixed. Fixed, what does that mean? Lin Xian was shocked. Peerless Saint King said that there is only a period of time in the nothingness. There you have neither past nor future, only eternity. Eternity, what is that? Peerless Saint King said, I don't know the details. I only know that there is a battle recorded in that place. A battle that happened 100,000 years ago, that battle was recorded in the nothingness. Once you enter the nothingness, you will be able to see that battle. It is a shocking battle that will be very helpful to you. Countless geniuses want to see it. But whether or not you can see it depends on your ability. After Lin Xian heard this, he took a deep breath. Is there such a magical place? Then, he really has to go take a look. At this time, two other figures also came over to prepare to go with him. They were Guan Songhai and Qin Xianer. Guan Songhai should be because Saint King Songhai was heavily injured. As for Qin Xianer, it was obvious that she was sent by Luiwa Sage King to repay her kindness. Lin Xian did not have any objections to this. After all, both of them were friends. As for Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing, they chose to stay behind to cultivate. After obtaining the map, Lin Xian and the other two were ready to set off. Riding on a huge flying sword, they quickly disappeared between heaven and earth. Not long after they disappeared, a few more figures appeared in the temple. Come, I'm back. The dark red dragon's voice rang out. The people in the temple were shocked. It's you. When Peacock and the others realized, they were also stunned. That's right, the ones who returned were the dark red dragon, the toad, Little White, Black Mountain, and the North Demon. Is that kid back yet? I've heard about him everywhere. So it's Lord Dragon. Peacock and the others knew about the dark red dragon. They knew that he was Lin Xian's friend, so they were extremely respectful. Peacock told them about some things that happened previously. After hearing that, the dark red dragon gritted his teeth. Damn, those people in the human world actually made a move. Moreover, they almost killed so many sage kings. How despicable. The North Demon and Black Mountain were equally shocked. Black Mountain's eyes flickered. Finally, they couldn't help but make a move. Where is that kid? They asked and found out that he was at Yaoqi. They then flew over. When they arrived at Yaoqi, they realized that Lin Xian and the others had already left. They actually went to the void? The dark red dragon's eyes flickered. The toad asked, should we go too? I'm very curious about that place. The dark red dragon said, let's go to a few other places. There are also good things there. The little white monkey also blinked his eyes. The three of them started to discuss again. On the other side, Black Mountain said, Disciple, you go take a look. I'm also going to take a look at this legendary true spirit world. Black Mountain left alone. The North Demon took a deep breath and shook his body quickly. He also had some people to meet. After all, this was his hometown. Lin Xian and the others did not know that the dark red dragon and the others had returned. At this moment, they had already arrived at their destination. There was a mysterious aura up ahead. The void land was located in the northern plains. It was extremely desolate. Moreover, there weren't any living creatures here, so ordinary people wouldn't dare to approach. But now, there were quite a number of people. Clearly, they were here to enter the void land. When Lin Xian and the others arrived at this place, they felt a mysterious aura and the surrounding figures, which made them frown. It seemed that this place was mysterious and dangerous. Furthermore, there was also intense competition. Let's go and see what mysteries this place has. They quickly flew over. At the same time, the expressions of the people around them changed. Many people instantly dodged. What was going on? Why was he hiding from those three people? Were they very powerful? Some people did not know. However, one of the elders frowned. You don't know? That person is Lin Xian. He's extremely terrifying. What? Is he Lin Xian, the legendary Lin Wudi, the central emperor of the past? It was said that he had recently been involved in a great battle. He had killed many geniuses. I didn't expect him to come here too. Yes, I heard that there are other experts here. Even those rising geniuses, such as Han Chong and the others, are here too. I really don't know how those mysterious geniuses compare to Lin Wudi. In the end, who was more tyrannical? Ahead, the Void Land. For the time being, no one dared to enter it. However, there were many people standing on the surrounding mountains. Every mountain peak represented a power. It seemed like these people were all waiting for the right moment. Those who could come here were all terrifying experts and powerful geniuses. However, these people were not the most dazzling at this moment. The most dazzling person was on top of a tall mountain. It was a man standing there with his hands behind his back. His body was surrounded by a terrifying halo. He was like a god that filled the sky, extremely dazzling. Countless people looked at this figure with awe in their eyes. This person was extremely powerful. He had been a genius since young. Now, he had grown to the late stage of the Saint Venerable realm. He was not far from the Saint King realm. He was the genius of the Wavering Light Holy Land, the Wavering Light Saint. Although the geniuses from the outer realm had arrived and mysterious geniuses had risen, it still could not hide the Wavering Light Saint's sharpness. After so many years, logically speaking, he should have been able to take over the entire Wavering Light Holy Land. However, he did not do so. He chose a person who had recovered from the divine crystal and became the Holy Lord again. He was still the saint, but he was probably the one who had the final say in the entire Holy Land. At this moment, the Wavering Light Saint's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. His gaze was very calm, but it was incomparably deep. No one knew what he was thinking. This guy was becoming more and more unfathomable. There were also other figures on the surrounding mountains. For example, there was a figure that was abnormally hazy. It was Gu Feng. Naturally, he had also come. When he saw the Wavering Light Saint, he also frowned. The Wavering Light Saint also gave him a dangerous feeling. He didn't expect there to be such a peerless genius in the spiritual world. Beside Gu Feng stood Wan Jiani and the others. At this moment, Wan Jiani looked at the Wavering Light Saint in surprise. He had always thought that his peerless enemy was Lin Xian or this Gu Feng in front of him. He didn't care about the others. He was even confident that he could fight against those who had risen up. But at this moment, when he saw the Wavering Light Saint, he felt a chill run down his spine. Under the other party's calm gaze, there was an extremely terrifying power. Wan Jiani really didn't expect there to be such a terrifying person. Such a person actually didn't walk the path of the stars. At this moment, a figure from the Gu family appeared on the mountain peak and said respectfully to Gu Feng, "Young master, that Lin Xian is here." Hearing this, Gu Feng frowned and asked how many people he had brought. He should have brought a lot of experts from the Divine Palace. However, that person said that the other party had only brought 2 people. They were Guan Songhai from the Deep Sea Palace and Qin Xianer from the Joyous Union Palace. Hearing this, Gu Feng was surprised. Only 2 young geniuses, this kid was really bold. Wan Jiani's eyes exploded with a piercing cold light. He said that now was a good opportunity to kill him. He had endless secrets on him. If you could kill him, then all the treasures on him would be yours. Kill him? There was no hurry. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes. "Let's talk about it after we investigate the situation," Wan Jiani said. "Don't worry. If you suspect there is someone behind you, I will help you." A piercing cold light flashed in his eyes. During this period of time, Gu Feng had indeed brought him to the All Beginnings Holy Land. In the past few months, he had cultivated the All Beginnings Holy Land's cultivation technique and cultivated the aura of primal chaos. This made his sword of primal chaos even more terrifying. What Wan Jiani didn't know was that during this period of time, Lin Xian had been using the Great Dragon Sword's soul to detoxify these sage kings. And these sage kings gave each of them a large number of heavenly treasures out of gratitude. There were even some insights and experiences of the sage kings. Lin Xian's gains during this period of time were also extremely terrifying. His trump cards had become even more abundant. Even the great Tao insights that the sage kings personally imparted were incomparable to others. Of course, these things only happened in the Jade Pool, and others had no way of knowing. At this moment, 3 streams of light flew over from the void. Then, a vast amount of energy swept out in all directions. Countless people raised their heads to look at the sky, and then exclaimed one after another. They saw 3 figures appear in the sky. Someone said that they were the geniuses of the holy city. No, the person in the middle was Lin Xian, the central emperor of the past. Indeed, such a peerless genius had also come. Everyone gasped. Some people exclaimed, some were envious, and some had cold killing intent in their eyes. In the sky, Lin Xian and the other 2 arrived and looked around. He also saw some familiar figures. He didn't expect that this void land would attract so many experts. Let's find a place first. Lin Xian looked at a mountain peak in front of him. It was very close to the void land. So he waved his hand and led the 3 of them to quickly fly forward. In an instant, they landed on the mountain peak. However, at this moment, a cold laugh was heard. Get lost, this place is ours. The voice was cold and merciless as it spread in all directions. The surrounding people were all stunned. Who dared to provoke these 3 geniuses at this time? Behind the 3 of them stood 3 colossi. Lin Xian frowned, and the faces of Xianxia and Guan Songhai also darkened. They turned their heads. In front of them, the void split open, and some people walked out. Walking at the front was a very handsome man. He was wearing a Taoist robe, and his eyes were sharp. He had an extremely strong spatial power. We, the ancient race, have taken a fancy to this place, so the 3 of you, get lost. Ancient race, people from the emperor race? Many people were stunned when they heard this. Originally, they thought that it was someone who didn't know what death was, but now it seemed that it wasn't necessarily so. The ancient race was a great emperor family. How terrifying was their background and strength? Moreover, the other party cultivated spatial divine abilities. What a terrifying clan this was. Now that they had come out, they wanted to forcibly occupy this mountain peak. Even if Lin Xian and the other 2 were powerful, they wouldn't be able to resist them. You don't want to live? At this moment, Guan Songhai also said "Set's cold." There was an extremely cold glint in his eyes. Who dared to block their path? You have a deaths. The people at the front started laughing as well. You dare to challenge our ancient race? I think you're the one who doesn't know the difference between life and death. Get lost, you are. After saying that, these people exuded an extremely terrifying space law, covering a part of the world. Of course, TS's S. In fact, he would be banished to the void without even having to fight. Spatial power again? Guan Songhai frowned. He wasn't unfamiliar with this because Gu Feng was famous in the second astral realm. However, he didn't expect Gu Feng's family to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. Everyone here would be top geniuses in the second astral realm. But, so what? He wasn't weak either. Therefore, he said, I've always wanted to see how powerful the emperor race is. Today, I'll take the lead. Guan Songhai snorted coldly. The laws of water on his body continued to erupt. A terrifying wave swept out in all directions, and the surrounding sky was completely painted into a sea. The surrounding people's faces changed. It couldn't be, could it? Was this fella really going to make a move against the ancient race? There was a loud boom. A wave palm flew out like a sea dragon surging between the heavens and the earth. He didn't know what death was. The man from the Gu family snorted coldly as well. He waved his hand, and a huge crack tore open, charging towards the wave. The 2 fought instantly. Terrifying laws swept through the 9 heavens. Between heaven and earth, the terrifying laws of water and the terrifying laws of space spread out. In an instant, the 2 were equally matched. All right, at this moment, a voice sounded. Kid, if you brought the people from the temple, you could still fight with me. But now, with just the 3 of you, you're a little pitifully weak. Hearing this, Guan Songhai stopped and turned his head to look. Lin Xian and Gu Feng turned their heads as well. So it's you. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. The other party was none other than Gu Feng. Gu family, how impressive. However, I'm afraid you can't stop me. Unless all the experts of the Gu family come out. Lin Xian's eyes shone with an extremely cold light. He indeed had such confidence. The Gu family's laws of space were terrifying and unpredictable. However, he had the great dragon sword's soul and could cut through the void. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all. Is that so? Since you're so confident, why don't you add my 10,000 swords pavilion? Another voice was heard. Immediately after, Wan Jiani walked over with the 10,000 swords pavilion. Sword chi overflowed from their bodies, making everyone's scalp go numb. Such a terrifying sword Dao expert joined hands with the Gu family. It seemed that even if Lin Xian had the temple behind him, he was still in danger. Qin Xianer and Guan Songhai frowned. This time only the three of them came, but they didn't expect to meet so many people. Moreover, these people seemed to have brought enough experts. They were afraid that they were really in danger. Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed. Who was I then? So it was you. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me after being defeated? You weren't my opponent before, and I'm afraid you still aren't. Feeling Lin Xian's mocking smile, Wan Jiani's pupils shrank and his face became abnormally ferocious. Kid, I've lost to you before, but so what? I'm no longer the same as I was back then. Do you really think that I can't beat you now? He took a step forward and a terrifying sword chi instantly erupted. A huge crack appeared between heaven and earth, as if the entire world was being split apart. Kid, if you want to be our enemy now, I'm afraid the three of you will be exiled in an instant. Therefore, I advise you to be sensible. Gu Feng sneered as if victory was in his hands. Do you really think that you can defeat me with just the few of you? Lin Xian also laughed. Tell me, what do you want? That was indeed the case. Lin Xian knew that although there were fewer people on their side, every one of them was extremely terrifying and powerful. Especially his strength. During this period of time, he had benefited from healing the Sage King, causing his strength to increase again. Therefore, he was not afraid of facing these people. Moreover, he also knew that the Gu family did not dare to start a war with him. After all, there were other powerful experts around, eyeing him covetously. Once they started a war, the others would reap the benefits. Very simple. You and I will have a duel. No matter who wins or loses, at least before entering the Void Land, we will not attack you again. The person who said this was naturally Wan Jiani. Now that he had cultivated the chaotic energy, he naturally could not wait to attack. Gu Feng was naturally happy to do so. He had already controlled Wan Jiani, so he wanted to use Wan Jiani to test what level Lin Xian had reached. You still dare to attack me? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. I don't know who gave you the courage, but since it's like this, I'll get rid of you once and for all. Lin Xian looked ahead, and a biting cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Obviously, although Wan Jiani was not as good as him, he was definitely an expert in the sword Dao. He did not want Wan Jiani to continue growing. Kid, you will regret this. I will make you suffer 100 times more pain. Wan Jiani's eyes emitted a biting cold light, and in the next moment, his aura exploded. It caused the void between heaven and earth to shatter continuously. The people on the surrounding mountain peaks narrowed their eyes. Interesting. He didn't expect to see such a battle even before entering the Void Land. On a mountain peak, the Alcade Saint looked ahead, and a mysterious light flickered in his eyes. He whispered, Lin Xian, I did not expect you to return after so many years. Let me see what kind of strength you've obtained on the ancient road of stars over the years. Although the Alcade Saint was not ranked among the 5 heroes, his strength was indeed unfathomable. No one had ever dared to underestimate him. Therefore, he was very interested in Lin Xian now. Kid, prepare to die. In front, Wan Jiani took a step forward, and a majestic sword will swept out in all directions like a storm. That aura caused the expressions of the surrounding geniuses to change. This person's sword chi was terrifying. Even the experts of the older generation were frowning. It had to be said that the other party did indeed have the qualifications to fight with Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he felt the sword chi coming from his opponent's body. Has his strength increased again? No wonder he dares to attack me. It had to be said that this fellow was indeed a genius in the sword Dao. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the 9 suns divine flame burst forth from his body. He was like the sun god of war, sweeping through the 9 heavens. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding people to suck in a breath of cold air. As expected of Lin Wuti, the legendary Central Emperor, his strength was indeed powerful. Wang Jiani naturally knew how powerful Lin Xian was, so he did not dare to be careless. He immediately used 10,000 swords returned to origin as well as a powerful array formation. Spirit extinguishing sword formation. A terrifying sword formation appeared between heaven and earth, capable of destroying everything. On the other side, Lin Xian was like a peerless sun god of war. His fists were wide open, sweeping in all directions. With one strike, the man-ruler's seal descended from the sky, slapping directly at the spirit-extinguishing sword formation. Too powerful. When the surrounding people saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Boom, the strike was like the palm of a god. The spirit-extinguishing sword formation was directly shattered, and Wang Jiani was also sent flying with a cold expression. Lin Xian said, "Is this all you've got? I don't even need to look at you. What other trump cards do you have? Take them out. Otherwise, you have no chance of winning." "Damn brat, you're really arrogant. But do you really think I don't have any trump cards?" An extremely cold light appeared in Wang Jiani's eyes. He did not expect Lin Xian to become stronger during this period of time. But so what? This time, he had cultivated the chaotic qi. In the next moment, he roared angrily, and an extremely terrifying aura appeared from his body. Then, a sword light flew out. Above it, a terrifying energy spread out in all directions. There was actually the aura of primal chaos spreading out from it. The surrounding people looked at the sword light in the sky, and then their expressions turned grave. Many experts of the older generation gasped. "Heavens, why do I feel the aura of primal chaos from it?" "That's right, it's the aura of primal chaos. Could it be that this sword light is the primal chaos sword light?" Cries of surprise rang out. On a mountain peak in the distance, the people of the Gu family sneered. "This Lin Xian is dead for sure this time. Wang Jiani has already cultivated the primal chaos sword light. The might of that sword Dao is unparalleled. I don't believe that brat can block it." On another mountain peak, the wavering light Saint Sun was also shocked. Primal chaos light, he did not expect the people of the holy city to have connections with the all beginnings holy ground. They even cultivated the primal chaos light. Interesting. Someone beside him asked, "Saint Sun, does this mean that Lin Xian will be defeated?" The wavering light Saint Sun indeed said that it was not certain. After all, his foundation was also very powerful. Therefore, let's wait and see how this battle will turn out. Although he said that, his gaze was still firmly fixed on Lin Xian. Clearly, he cared more about Lin Xian. In front of him, after Wang Jiani displayed the primal chaos sword light, he faced the sky and laughed. "How about it? Brat, you've seen my trump card, haven't you? That's a sword light formed from primal chaos qi. It's a power capable of splitting heaven and earth apart. What will you use to fight against me, primal chaos light?" Lin Xian furrowed his brows. From the looks of it, Wang Jiani should have gone to the all beginnings holy ground. He knew that Wang Jiani had already cultivated a trace of the primal chaos sword light. However, the might of that was incomparable to the current one. In other words, Wang Jiani had been cultivating the primal chaos qi all this time. The all beginnings holy ground? It seemed that Gu Feng had helped him. After all, it would be very difficult for Wang Jiani to enter the all beginnings holy ground by himself. However, it would be different if he had the help of a great emperor clan. Although the primal chaos sword light was powerful, Wang Jiani did not care about it. Therefore, he still had a disdainful expression in his eyes. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Jiani was thoroughly enraged. "Damn it, brat, what kind of expression is that? Could it be that you think that the current you is capable of contending against me?" Wang Jiani was thoroughly enraged. Kill, with a roar, the primal chaos sword light blossomed with incomparable radiance. Then, it suddenly slashed forward. Heaven and earth were instantly split apart. This attack was incomparably powerful. Most likely, even a late-stage holy venerate would not be able to contend against it. "Humph," Lin Xian coldly snorted. The 10 absolute swords flew out and formed a divine sword. Boom, boom, boom. The two sword radiances clashed in the sky like divine swords. Then, countless cracks formed in the sky. Countless black holes appeared. The surrounding people also retreated frantically. The two of them were too powerful. He actually blocked it. When the people from the Gu clan saw the scene, they frowned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block the chaotic sword radiance. Wan Jianyi frowned as well. He roared and the chaotic sword radiance exploded again. It seemed like he wanted to suppress it completely. However, the power of the 10 extinction swords was also unparalleled. It had an extremely strong sword principle that could sweep through everything. It was simply impossible to break such a divine sword. However, Wan Jianyi's eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent. Go to hell, kid. 3 black bottle gourds flew out of his ring of holding. The gourds cracked open and the chaotic chi inside spread out, instantly shrouding him. When they saw this scene, the pupils of the surrounding people shrunk. Why was there still primal chaos chi, and it did not look like it belonged to Wan Jianyi? Damn it, this was not his power. What he did was too despicable. Xianxia and Wan Jianyi snorted. However, when the Gu family heard this, they sneered. Despicable? You are really naive. This is also a trump card. If you have the ability, use it too. Between heaven and earth, the terrifying chaotic chi was all absorbed by Wan Jianyi. On the other side, the chaotic sword was even more terrifying. Wan Jianyi smiled proudly. He was confident that with such a trump card, his opponent would definitely not be able to block it. Today was the day for him to take revenge. Boom, the chaotic sword exploded with power again and attacked quickly. The terrifying sword radiance filled the sky. It was as if thousands of stars had fallen and slashed down. With a crack, the 10 extinction swords were broken. Oh no, Lin Xian was in danger. When the surrounding people saw this, they all exclaimed. Once the 10 extinction swords were broken, Lin Xian would definitely die. Lin Xian! Guan Songhai and Xianxia also exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with anxiety. However, at this moment, Lin Xian was very calm. Borrowing external power, so what? An extremely terrifying aura erupted from his eyes as he unleashed the breathing technique of dragons. At the same time, the dragon roared inside his body. The roaring dragon's soul came out, and the broken 10 ultimate swords exploded with power once again. Then, a sword flew out like a divine dragon, roaring between heaven and earth. He slashed forward. It clashed with the sword of primal chaos once more. Earth-shattering energy filled the air, shattering everything in its path. The people around him couldn't even open their eyes. Damn it, so strong. What happened just now? Wasn't Lin Xian about to lose? How could he still fight back? Some people were surprised. However, people like Gu Feng, the Alcade Saint's son, and the others all had extremely solemn expressions. Their gazes transformed into divine rainbows, piercing through everything. In the next moment, their pupils shrank. Damn it, how is this possible? Gu Feng's expression became extremely ugly. This was because he saw a figure flying backward and coming back. It is Wan Jianyi at this moment. Wan Jianyi was sent flying while spitting out blood. Cracks could be seen on his body. The sword of chaos in his hand dimmed as it split into 2 halves down the middle. The other people also saw it and immediately cried out in alarm. No way, Wan Jianyi was actually defeated. How is this possible? Even such a terrifying sword of chaos couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. What exactly did Lin Xian use just now? Everyone was surprised. The experts from the Wavering Light Holy Land were also stunned. It couldn't be, right? Did this guy actually win? In front, the Alcade Saint's son looked at this scene with flickering eyes. As expected, what a strong combat power. He will be a difficult opponent in the future. It seemed that everything was within his expectations. Wan Jianyi's face was pale. His confidence was shattered once again. How is this possible? Even such a powerful sword of chaos couldn't defeat the opponent. Damn it, I don't believe it. He stood up and roared at the sky. However, Lin Xian slashed down again, directly splitting him into 2 halves. Blood mist filled the air, and the chaotic aura was completely destroyed. No, Wan Jianyi was completely terrified. However, between heaven and earth, a large crack instantly rescued Wan Jianyi. Gu Feng walked out and said in a deep voice, "Kid, stop. With us here, you can forget about killing him. Lin Xian frowned. I don't know why you saved his life time and time again. However, he has already lost to me twice. He can't pose any threat to me at all. From now on, he is no different from an ant in my eyes. Damn it, on the other side of the void, Wang Jian's body recovered. Hearing this, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Indeed, losing to Lin Xian twice made him unable to raise his head for the rest of his life. Lin Xian didn't care about Wang Jian. In his opinion, Wang Jian was no different from an ant. He stared at Gu Feng. The battle between us hasn't ended yet. Why don't we have a decisive battle today? An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. No way, is this kid going to fight with the top genius of the great emperor family? Those people from the Gu family were also furious. Kid, are you courting death? Who do you think you are? How dare you fight against us? Endless spatial laws appeared on their bodies. Many spatial cracks appeared around Lin Xian, wanting to swallow him up. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flash of sword light, he shattered all the spatial cracks. He stood there as if nothing could invade him. You ants aren't my match yet. Hurry up and scram. Gu Feng, do you dare to fight? How is that possible? Is our spatial laws effective against them? Those people from the Gu family were stunned when they saw this scene. One must know that people of the same level couldn't even block one of their attacks. Even those late-stage elder powerhouses couldn't block these attacks at all. But now, Lin Xian was completely fine. What's going on? What exactly is his sword chi? Gu Feng's expression also became incomparably cold. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? However, now isn't the time to fight with you. Wait until I enter the void and get what I want. That will be the time of your death. After saying that, Gu Feng turned around and walked towards the back. The surrounding people sighed. They didn't expect that the shocking battle still didn't happen. However, they also knew that the two of them wouldn't make a move easily. Because if one of them lost, it would have a huge impact on their Dao heart. Just as Gu Feng returned to the mountain peak, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the void in front of him. What's going on? Is someone coming out? The surrounding people all opened their eyes wide. Then, they looked inside one by one. The footsteps became louder and louder. Then, everyone saw 3 figures coming out. They stood at the edge of the void. These 3 people were cold as if they were looking down on everything. When the surrounding people saw this, they all took a deep breath. Among them, a man from the Gu family walked out and cupped his fists. May I ask, when can we enter? Who are you? The Gu family said, we're at the ancient clan of the ancients. As soon as he said that, the 3 people in front were shocked. So you're from the Emperor clan. You can enter. However, only 3 people can enter. Only 3 people? The man from the Gu family frowned. However, Gu Feng said, all right, 3 it is. Then, he looked at the 2 people and said, the 2 of you, follow me. They were a man and a woman. Their status and talent in the Gu family were extraordinary, so they were qualified to enter with Gu Feng. Gu Feng said to the others, wait here, or you can go back. Then, Gu Feng looked at Wang Jian and said coldly, heal your injuries first. After saying those words, he led the 2 of them forward and soon entered the void. Looking at the 3 people's disappearing figures, the people on the surrounding mountain peaks all had cold gazes. Someone even said, we're from the 4 symbol sacred grounds and want to enter to watch. However, the figure in front said coldly, sorry, the number of people today is full. Please come again next time. What? It's full? The people from the 4 symbol sacred grounds were stunned. On the other side, the people from the other sacred grounds and even the sacred city all spoke up. However, they were all rejected. It's really full this time. I hope you won't make things difficult for us. The figure in the void land said coldly. Saint, what should we do? The people from the Wavering Light sacred ground did the same. They frowned. The Wavering Light Saint said, wait here. I'll go in and take a look. After saying that, he walked forward. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people stopped talking. They looked forward. It's the Wavering Light Saint. Is he going to attack? He's probably going to enter the void land. Lin Xian also turned his head. Is it him? He also remembered the wavering light Saint clearly. This person hid very well. He was a very difficult opponent. The figure in the void ahead also frowned when he saw this. Sir, please stay. I've already been very polite to you. If you still want to enter, don't blame us for attacking. There was a hint of arrogance in the figure's eyes. It was as if he didn't care about the geniuses in the world. The Alcade Saint came to the front. He did not say anything. Instead, he raised his hand and took out a token. He waved it lightly in front of the other party. That person's pupil shrank. What was this? The next moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air, and a deep shock appeared in his eyes. The Alcade Saint's son had indeed said that. How was it? Am I qualified to enter? You can go in. After saying that, the Alcade Saint put away the token. Very good. His figure flickered and disappeared. The surrounding people were all stunned. Didn't you say that the quota was full? Why was he able to enter? You're obviously deceiving us. We'll go in together. Many experts walked out. Up ahead, the figure in the void said. What? You want to fight? He didn't know the difference between life and death. That person punched forward. With a loud bang, several figures were sent flying while coughing up blood. Their eyes were filled with fear. How could he be so strong? A bunch of ants, they really don't know the difference between life and death. How dare they behave so atrociously in the void? Another person sneered. The three of them looked down like gods. We already said that the quota is full. Everyone, come again next time. Don't make things difficult for us. The three of them had contemptuous smiles in their eyes. The surrounding people were shocked. Some didn't believe it and attacked again. There were even older experts who attacked forcefully. Those were late-stage holy venerables, but they were sent flying and coughing up blood in one move. In an instant, more than 100 figures were sent flying. Some of them even coughed up blood and were seriously injured. Their bodies exploded. The faces of the three figures in front also darkened. He said coldly. If there were any more trespassers, they would be killed without mercy. Extremely cold killing intent appeared on their bodies. The surrounding people fell silent. They were too strong, whether it was a one-on-one or a group attack. They were no match for them at all. The strength of these three people was really too strong. This void was too magical. It could actually nurture such top-notch experts. What's going on? The void is too strange. Why do I feel that they are much stronger than us? Xianxia and Songhai frowned. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Why were there people in the void? These three people were obviously living in the void. But that shouldn't be the case. According to his senior brother, unparalleled Holy King, this was an eternal land. Time didn't flow. How did these people survive? The surrounding people were discussing. What should they do? Should they all join forces? Perhaps they still had a chance. However, at this time an older figure shook his head and sighed. Don't provoke them. Their identities are very unusual. If we all join forces, we might be able to enter, but it will cause a lot of trouble. Were these people's identities so terrifying? So many experts from the Holy Land joining forces couldn't fight against them, it seemed that they could only watch from the outside. Everyone sighed. No one dared to attack again. However, at this time, Lin Xian walked out. He was determined to get this void. How could he go back just because of it? So, he walked forward. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. Even Xianxia and Songhai were stunned. They were not confident that they could defeat the people in front. The three people in front looked at him with disdain. How could the people outside be a match for them? However, suddenly, they frowned. They realized that there was another person who was recklessly walking over. Kid, didn't you understand what I said just now? Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian said as he walked. I have to enter the void. If you want to attack me, go ahead. If I'm killed by you, it means that I'm inferior. However, if I can defeat you, I hope that you won't stop me and let me in. Hearing this, the three people in front sneered. You think you can defeat us? What a joke. Kid, I don't care what your identity is or how strong you are outside. In front of us, even if you're a dragon, you'll have to lie down. I said that I'm going in. If you want to attack me, go ahead. Don't hold back. If I'm killed, it means that I'm inferior. While they were talking, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of the three people. It seemed that he really wanted to pass. Courting death. One of the three people's face darkened. He was wearing a purple Taoist robe and had short hair. At this moment, there was a trace of extremely cold killing intent in his long and narrow eyes. I'll fulfill your wish. He stretched out a finger that was shining brightly. It was as if a divine sword was stabbing over. With one strike, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Vast laws spread out. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were horrified. It was so terrifying. It seemed that the three of them had held back previously. Now that they were going to kill, no one could stop them. Lin Xian was in danger. Yes, no matter how strong he was, he could defeat the geniuses outside. However, he had no chance of winning against the people of the void. Some of the older generation figures shook their heads and sighed. He was too reckless. It was useless to retreat now. They had heard of some legends of the void. The people there were very mysterious. With a single finger, the wind and clouds changed. Qin Xianer, Guan Songhai, and the others were stunned. Wan Jiani, who was at the back, was shocked. Then, he sneered. This was great. Lin Xian didn't know what was good for him. This attack might be able to finish him off. This way, he could take revenge indirectly. Lin Xian's expression turned grave when he sensed the power. Although he did not know who the other party was, the aura was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the chaotic sword light. He did not dare to be careless. He activated his divine body to the maximum and shot out a sharp sword chi with the aura of the dragon's soul. It was like a giant dragon roaring. Clang, the two collided in the air and sparks flew. The earth-shattering power almost made people faint. The short-haired young man's pupils shrank. Did he block it? It was unbelievable. One had to know that when over 100 experts attacked together, they couldn't even block one of their attacks. Now, this person could block his attack. Interesting, no wonder you are so arrogant. However, you have completely angered me. Therefore, you will die. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from his body, making everyone's hair stand on end. The short-haired young man spread his fingers and formed a giant palm, which slapped forward. On the palm, there was an illusion of a heavenly steel, as if it had crossed time and space. A burst of pressure suppressed everything. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding people felt that their bones were about to break. Even Lin Xian's body let out a roar as he was hit by a huge impact. Humph, go to hell, brat. The short-haired young man sneered. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. A sharp sword intent appeared in his hand, as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens. The shocking sword light turned into a sword shadow and slashed out. Boom, the heavenly steel was split in half. Not only that, the short-haired young man was sent flying and spat out blood. His body was almost split in half. How could it be? Everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. Even the two companions were stunned. The injured young man widened his eyes in disbelief. The next moment, he roared crazily. You lowly ant, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. An even more terrifying aura surged from his body. It seemed like he was about to attack again. However, Lin Xian's figure flickered and appeared in front of him in an instant. Then, with a wave of his hand, a taiji diagram appeared and blasted the other party away. With a boom, the area in front of him exploded. A taiji diagram enveloped the other party. Damn it, how dare you! His other two companions also regained their senses and roared crazily. When they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't believe it. Their companions had actually been suppressed by the other party. Release our men and kneel down to die. We will give you a quick death. At the same time, release your two companions. Otherwise, you and your two companions will suffer a fate worse than death today. Just the two of you? Lin Xian turned his head with a look of disdain. Your companion is in my hands. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill him? The two of them sneered. Kid, would you dare to do that even if you had 10 guts? Don't you know who we are? Let me tell you, we are the Immortal Guardian clan. We are existences that were placed in this world by the immortals. How dare you attack us? I'm afraid you won't be able to survive in this world. The two of them had endless arrogance in their eyes. The surrounding people were stunned. What? Left behind by the immortals? Heavens, are there really immortals in this world? They were all stunned. Because it was said that even the great emperors couldn't become immortals. Lin Xian was also shocked when he heard that. They had such a big background, no wonder they were so arrogant when facing the great emperor family. However, were there really immortals in this world? He didn't believe it either. Therefore, he snorted coldly. What Immortal Guardian clan? I've never heard of it. Let me in now and I'll release your companions. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. A hint of coldness appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. You're courting death. The two of them were furious. Attack. Extremely terrifying auras appeared on their bodies. They were about to attack. However, at this moment, a stream of light flew past in the distance and landed in front of them. Then, he also strode toward the void in front of him. The people around them were all stunned. Who was this person? The two of them were also furious. Why were there so many people today? Were they challenging them one after another? It seemed that they had to kill a few to intimidate them. Lin Xian turned to look as well and was stunned by what he saw. It's you. The person who came was actually Chao Tianxing. Chao Tianxing came here and looked at Lin Xian in shock. You actually dared to attack them? That's right. You're a person abandoned by the heavens. You don't have to show mercy to them. Chao Tianxing smiled. Then, he took out a token and said, I should be qualified to enter. The two of them wanted to be angry, but when they saw the token, their expressions changed. Then, they gritted their teeth and said, go in, but you can't save this kid. Chao Tianxing said, he doesn't need me to save him. He ignored them and looked at Lin Xian. I'll wait for you inside. After saying that, Chao Tianxing also went in. The surrounding people were all stunned. Another person had gone in. What exactly was the token that the other party had taken out? They didn't know. Therefore, for a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian again. Are you a person abandoned by the heavens? You're even less qualified to enter. The two of them roared and attacked. Lin Xian's face darkened. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He had already shown mercy. Since that was the case, he waved the Tai Chi diagram and directly turned the person who was pressurized into a bloody mist. Then, he threw a punch. With a bang, he collided with a person's palm. Then, the 10 extinction swords with the aura of the dragon's soul erupted and fought with the other person. Boom, there was a shocking sound of collision. The vast power caused the entire world to tremble. Countless cracks had appeared in the surroundings. However, the void was completely undamaged. Obviously, this was a very mysterious place. The two of them were sent flying. One of them vomited blood. The other person's face was filled with terror. Because one of his arms was cut off and couldn't be healed. Lowly ant, you'll regret everything you've done. The two people from the Immortal Guardian clan roared crazily. The person who was beaten into a bloody mist also fled into the distance. His body couldn't be fused at the moment. The deities were extremely terrified. Damn it, what's going on? The enemy is actually stronger than us. One had to know that they were from the Immortal Guardian clan and had been cultivating in the void all year round. Who could be stronger than them? If the two people didn't have tokens, they definitely wouldn't have let them in. This kid is really too strange. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The power of the dragon sword's soul erupted like a god of war. The Taiji diagram then turned into a world and flew towards the three people in front. The three of them tried their best to dodge, but they were still suppressed. The three of them became terrified, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Xian, on the other hand, walked inside. At that moment, a few more figures walked over from afar. What's going on? There are no advertisements. This time, 5 people walked over. The leader was a man with a majestic gait. When he arrived, he immediately frowned. His 3 companions had actually been suppressed by someone. Who is it? Did someone bring a Sage King's weapon here? In the next moment, they stared at Lin Xian. Is it you? These people's expressions were extremely strange. It shouldn't be. Is this kid so strong? The 3 people who were suppressed said. Brother, be careful. This kid is very strange. Kill him. He actually dares to enter us. The 3 of them roared crazily. When the young man in front heard that, his face immediately turned cold. Attack! With a roar, the 4 people behind him instantly took action. 4 divine steels appeared in their palms, carrying a desolate aura as they suppressed the sky and the earth. Between heaven and earth, there was a shattering sound. The place where Lin Xian was completely shrouded. The Taiji diagram kept spinning to block. Lin Xian, on the other hand, waved his sword again. A dragon's roar sounded, and the sword was mighty. The divine steels were sent flying, and the 4 of them vomited blood. Lin Xian was extremely domineering. He directly charged towards the young man in the lead. He's so strong. He did not expect the person in front of him to be so terrifying. The young man in the lead was instantly furious. His body bloomed like stars, and then many runes appeared around him. He channeled his power to the extreme. A saber light slashed out. The young man in the lead was much stronger than the others. However, compared to Lin Xian's dragon sword soul, he was still not enough. After 10 moves, he was directly sent flying. The Taiji diagram spun and suppressed all of them. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. As for the people from the Immortal Guardian clan, their faces were filled with fear. This was something that they had never encountered in their entire lives. In their eyes, their Immortal Guardian clan was high up above. Even if they were emperor clans, they still carried a hint of arrogance. Not to mention the others. In their eyes, they were all ant-like existences. However, at that moment, the ants in their eyes were actually so powerful that they were able to suppress over a dozen of them. Being high and mighty, and having the corresponding strength, I'm afraid that you guys won't be able to achieve this. Lin Xian looked at these people and sneered with contempt in his eyes. This made these people vomit blood in anger. These people madly roared and threatened, but it was useless. Lin Xian turned around and waved at Guan Songhai and Xianxia. Let's go together. The 2 of them took a deep breath and followed him. Then, the 3 of them walked inside. The surrounding people looked at each other. Many of them even wanted to take action because this was the best opportunity. No one stopped them anymore. However, those older generation figures did remind them that the Immortal Guardian clan was related to immortals and no one dared to provoke them. If they went in now, they would be courting death. When the others heard this, they stopped in their tracks and could only watch from the outside. In their eyes, even if Lin Xian and the other 2 entered, they would probably die without a doubt. Lin Xian didn't care about this. His goal was obvious. He wanted to come to the void and find power that could help him improve. Behind them, Xianxia asked if there were really immortals in this world. Guan Songhai shook his head. He didn't know. However, these people's attitudes were so strong that they didn't even care about the emperor clans. From this, one could easily imagine that their identities were most likely extraordinary. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He was already someone who had been abandoned by immortals. Why would he be afraid of a mere Immortal Guardian clan? The 3 of them moved very quickly and walked all the way inside. Soon, a magical scene appeared inside. The terrain here was very primitive, like a primordial era. There were many people standing in front. It seemed like they were waiting for something. At this moment, when they heard the footsteps behind them, the people in front turned their heads one after another. In their eyes, it should be the people who had gone to patrol before returning. However, when they saw Lin Xian and the other 2, they were stunned. What's going on? What's going on with this guy? Gu Feng's pupils constricted. The Alcade Saint also revealed a look of surprise. Chao Tianxing, on the other hand, smiled. In addition, some people looked over. Some of their faces were familiar, and some were very unfamiliar. These people's gazes fell on Lin Xian and the other two. Guan Songhai and Xianxia immediately felt the pressure. Because everyone here wasn't weaker than them. They were all extremely terrifying existences. Lin Xian didn't care. He looked around and greeted Chao Tianxing. Then, he looked at the others. Gu Feng, the Alcade Saint, and the others naturally didn't need to be mentioned. He had known them for a long time. However, he also knew some of the others. He had only met them once. They were the people he had seen in the immemorial grotto. At that time, they had sat beside the reincarnation protector. They should have been with Han Chong. This meant that these people should have come from the buried Emperor Star. No wonder they could come here. At the same time, he also understood why the Immortal Guardian clan's people had said that the number of people was full. It seemed that the people from the buried Emperor Star wanted to monopolize this place and didn't want the people from the true spirit world to come. If it wasn't for Gu Feng's identity as an Emperor clan member, he wouldn't have been able to come here. The people from the buried Emperor Star were truly tyrannical. Han Chong and the others also turned their heads. When they saw Lin Xian and the other two, they were also shocked. It was actually that brat? They cried out in alarm. Another person asked, Han Chong, who is he? Do you know him? Which paradise is he from? No, his origin is different from ours. He's from the second star realm, Holy City. Hearing this, contempt appeared in those people's eyes. Holy City? They didn't put it in their eyes. One of them sneered. How could such a person have the qualifications to come here? The Immortal Guardian clan's people also frowned. Someone walked over and said, Who let you three in? Do you have a token? Are you from the Emperor clan? Hearing this, Gu Feng also sneered. Lin Xian said, No need to ask. I don't have a token and I'm not from the Emperor clan. I fought my way in. Those people outside have already been suppressed by me. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were stunned. Even the people from the buried Emperor Star were stunned. Fought his way in? This brat really dared to say that. The people from the Immortal Guardian clan were stunned. You dare to attack our people? Are you tired of living? These people exuded a biting cold killing intent. Guan Songhai looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Lin Xian laughed. Those people from before had the same attitude towards me. They were all suppressed by me. If you want to attack me, go ahead. If I'm killed, it's because I'm weaker than you. But if you're suppressed by me, I think you'll regret attacking me. You're courting death. You think you're qualified to say that? One of them rushed over and slapped out. Demon subduing palm. With a roar, a terrifying palm that could suppress 10,000 demons came crashing down. However, it was slashed apart by Lin Xian's sword. That person's body was slashed in half and he roared crazily. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said, Since I'm here, I'm prepared. Either you accept our existence and let us see the secrets of the nothingness place. Or you can attack me. I don't mind causing a ruckus here. But if you destroy anything in the nothingness place, don't blame me. Lin Xian was abnormally strong. His words seemed to have suppressed the people around him. The people from the Immortal Guardian clan had ugly expressions. Damn it, this guy actually dared to behave so atrociously in their territory. One must know that even the people from the Emperor clans and the people from the buried Emperor Star follow the rules here. However, this guy was too arrogant. Kill him, tear him into pieces. Let everyone know the consequences of being arrogant in the nothingness place. However, at this moment, two figures walked over from afar. It was a man and a woman. Their auras were even more obscure and mysterious. It was obvious that their status was not ordinary. Seeing this scene, the people from the Immortal Guardian clan turned their heads and looked over. One of the men said coldly, That's enough, all of you stop. However, the other people wanted to say something, but the man's face sank. What's wrong? You don't even want to listen to me? Yes, we know. The people from the Immortal Guardian clan became incomparably respectful. Then, they looked at Lin Xian and the other two. Brat, your luck is very good. This time, I'll make an exception and let you stay here. However, you better behave yourself. If you dare to be arrogant again, don't blame us for being rude. Lin Xian was also stunned. He didn't expect the other party to not make a move. He raised his head and looked at the man and woman in the distance with a puzzled expression. The auras of these two people were indeed strong. After the two mysterious people finished speaking, they left and did not come down. For a moment, the surroundings became incomparably quiet. Lin Xian and the other two started to look around curiously. Further ahead, there was a huge canyon. No one knew where it led to, but at this moment, everyone was looking at the canyon. It was obvious that the secret of the void lands lay in this canyon. However, these people were all waiting and did not enter. He didn't know why. Lin Xian waited for a while before walking forward. He felt that the aura coming from the canyon was becoming more and more mysterious, and there were even some that were extremely familiar. This made him extremely surprised. I don't know. What is it? Therefore, he decided to go over and take a look. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. Kid, what are you trying to do? The person from the Immortal Guardian clan walked over again and said coldly. Who allowed you to go in? Wait here. Can't you see that the others don't dare to move? Lin Xian frowned. This canyon is so big. It shouldn't be a problem for one or two people to go in, right? Why? Do you dare to stop me? Do you know what kind of person is meditating inside? Do you think you can disturb such a person? If you go in and disturb him, I'm afraid you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Therefore, if you know what's good for you, listen to us and stand here obediently. We're doing this for your own good. Lin Xian frowned. Is that so? What kind of person is so powerful? I really want to see. With that, Lin Xian walked forward. The people from the Immortal Guardian clan were completely enraged. Damn it. Do you really think that we won't dare to attack you? Previously, they didn't attack Lin Xian because the genius from the Immortal Guardian clan had spoken up. But now, this kid in front of them was being so arrogant. It really made them furious. Therefore, someone immediately attacked. With a slap, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A flood surged towards Lin Xian. It was as if the entire ocean had descended. Lin Xian was unfazed. He flung his palm forward, unleashing a boundless divine flame, which completely suppressed the surging flood. Then, he grabbed forward. The 5 elemental laws flew out and formed a 5 elemental mountain, directly suppressing the other party. The surrounding people were all stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He suppressed their companion with a single move. No wonder he could enter so domineeringly. Lin Xian's figure was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the edge of the canyon. However, at this moment, someone attacked again. Stop. Our people are meditating inside. Do you dare to attack us? The person who spoke was a man. His eyes were also filled with a disdainful aura. He was sitting together with Han Chong and the others. Obviously, he was from the buried Emperor Star. After Lin Xian heard this, he also turned his head. The blue-robed figure said, "You should know who we are. What do you think the consequences of offending us will be? Are you trying to stop me? I've long heard that the people from the buried Emperor Star are very strong. However, I haven't had the chance to fight. Now, I don't mind fighting." Lin Xian's eyes also blossomed with a cold light. He felt that there was an even greater call from inside. Obviously, there was something inside that was very suitable for him. Therefore, he had to enter. Do you really think you can be so arrogant? Do you really think you can be so arrogant? Previously, we didn't attack you because we were giving face to the Immortal Guardian clan. Now that you're acting so recklessly, it seems that I can only take action. He walked out, and there were 6 stars revolving around his palm. A desolate aura covered the sky and earth. It was as if his palm had turned into the universe. Boom, with a slap, the sky shook. Xianxia and the others' expressions changed. This was too powerful. Was this the strength of the people from the buried Emperor Star? Lin Xian waved his hand and the 10 absolute sword formation revolved around him. Terrifying sword chi also rushed out. It collided with the 6 stars of the opponent. Large patches of the void were torn apart as boundless power swept out in all directions. How could a mere star dare to compete with the sun? Lin Xian coldly snorted, and the nine-yang divine body blossomed with light. Like a peerless sun, it shone in all directions, causing the stars to become dim. Damn it! The blue-robed man from the buried Emperor Star was thoroughly enraged. With a loud roar, the 6 stars on his body became even more terrifying. They connected together, as if they had turned into a small universe. They quickly rushed over. Lin Xian's eyes blossomed with a golden light that could see through everything. But that was it. It was over. The corner of his mouth rose into a smile. At the same time, the 10 absolute sword formation erupted once again. It's over? What a joke, especially the people from the buried Emperor Star. They were filled with disdain. So what if the other party was strong? Could he fight against them? They didn't believe it. When the blue-clothed man who attacked heard this, his face turned gloomy. He roared angrily and charged over again. His body blossomed with a terrifying light and the entire world started to shake. However, Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold. He coldly snorted. The people from the buried Emperor Star were only SOSO. After saying that, he formed a seal and slapped forward. Boom. The man-ruler seal slapped forward and terrifying light swept out in all directions. At that moment, everyone's expression changed. In fact, there was even a deep and low voice that sounded from the canyon. It was as if a god was roaring. The surroundings started to collapse. What's going on? At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Even the people from the Immortal Guardian clan narrowed their eyes. Such a scene had never happened before. What exactly did this brat do? Lin Xian raised his brows. This aura seemed to be related to his man-ruler seal. It seemed that there was something in this canyon. He had to go in. The blue-clothed man from the buried Emperor Star was sent flying by the palm. Many large cracks appeared on his body. Was he injured? The people from the buried Emperor Star exclaimed. They found it hard to believe. Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. The man-ruler seal in his hand was even more terrifying. Who would dare to attack again? The cold voice resounded in all directions. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Especially in the canyon, there was a voice. This made everyone worried. If they were to fight here, would it affect the people who were comprehending inside? Therefore, the people from the buried Emperor Star did not attack again. Don't attack. If you affect the others, it will be very troublesome. So, let this kid go in first. When our people finish comprehending, we'll kill him. None of the surrounding people dared to make a move. Even the people of the Immortal Guardian race were stunned. Lin Xian brought Xianxia and Xianxia. The 3 of them walked into the canyon again. After entering, they felt a mysterious aura enveloping them. This place is too unusual. Xianxia exclaimed. There was someone ahead. Xianxia was also surprised. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. There were indeed people in front of him. There were 3 figures. The 3 of them stood at different positions in the canyon and began to comprehend. What are they looking at? Xianxia was shocked. Lin Xian said, they probably won't dare to make a move in this canyon, so we are safe here. Everyone, start comprehending. As he spoke, he took a deep breath as his eyes shone with a cold light. He began to look around. Gradually, he felt a strange change in his surroundings. It was as if he was no longer in a canyon, but a vast expanse of land. A deafening voice could be heard coming from the front. What is that? Lin Xian was stupefied. He discovered that a great battle was taking place in front of him. Furthermore, the battle was so terrifying that it was simply unimaginable. Suddenly, he saw the entire world shatter as a palm slammed down. The aura carried by that palm was too terrifying. It was like a seal of heaven and earth, causing his hair to stand on end. At the same time, Lin Xian was even more shocked. That was the man-ruler seal. He was too shocked. He discovered that one of the 2 parties in the battle was actually using the man-ruler seal. He was too shocked. He did not expect to see the man-ruler seal here. Moreover, it was used by such a peerless expert. He had once heard from the unparalleled sage king that a battle was recorded in this void. It was a battle between two peerless experts 100,000 years ago. Now it seemed that the peerless expert from back then was able to use the man-ruler seal. Perhaps the man-ruler seal that he obtained was left behind by this peerless expert. A large seal of heaven and earth descended from the sky with an unparalleled domineering aura. However, the opponent was equally terrifying. He was not weak. Facing such a terrifying seal, the figure was surrounded by multicolored light as scriptures appeared. Then, endless light condensed into a sword light. It directly pierced through the void. This attack was really too powerful. The aura that it carried was not any weaker than the man-ruler seal. It was as if it could destroy the 9 heavens. What sword technique was this? Lin Xian was also shocked. He was an expert in the way of the sword and had the great dragon sword spirit. At this moment, seeing this shocking sword, he was also shocked. The battle between the two was really too powerful. Not long after, Lin Xian felt that he was under a huge pressure. Even his body was about to crack. Buzz. In the next moment, he was forced back, his face pale. The surrounding scene also disappeared. On the other side, Xianxia and Guan Songhai were also pale. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. Lin Xian, I saw it. There is a shocking battle. Xianxia exclaimed. Lin Xian nodded his head in agreement. I'm guessing that the distance here is related to the distance from the battlefield. The closer to the canyon, the closer the distance to watch the battle, and the stronger the pressure. In an instant, they understood the rules here. Guan Songhai gasped. We are quite far from the canyon, and it is already so terrifying. I wonder how the 3 people in front of us are enduring it. They looked over curiously. The 3 people's auras were also extraordinary, but they were obviously different. 2 people came from the same place, and the other person's aura was very similar to the person from the Immortal Guardian clan outside. Among the 3 people, one was an expert from the Immortal Guardian clan, and the other 2 were from the buried Emperor Star. Among the 3 people, a woman was the furthest away. She stood there and sat down cross-legged. Her body was shaking, but she was still able to endure it. As for the other 2, their faces were pale and they were sweating profusely. It was clear that they had endured a great deal of pressure to reach this step. This is a rare opportunity, so we have to quickly comprehend it. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Xianxia and Guan Songhai also nodded. Next, the 3 of them began to comprehend. Xianxia and Guan Songhai were naturally able to see the battle as well. However, it was almost impossible for them to cultivate the man-ruler seal. They could only comprehend it from the battle between the 2 experts. It was probably not only them, but the others as well. The only one who could cultivate the man-ruler seal and strengthen it was Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian had obtained the man-ruler seal's inheritance imprint, he was able to do it. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate it. Lin Xian's goal this time was to strengthen and perfect his man-ruler seal. Although he had obtained the inheritance imprint, it was still far from being comparable to the figure from 100,000 years ago. Now that there was such an expert who could use it countless times in front of him, how could he miss such an opportunity? Thus, Lin Xian forgot about everything else and focused all his attention on the battle. Of course, apart from the man-ruler seal, there was also that shocking sword. Lin Xian did not miss it either. One day later, Lin Xian opened his eyes and walked a few steps forward before sitting down cross-legged again. Then, his figure appeared in the battle image from 100,000 years ago. However, this time, the distance was even closer. Just like this, every 2 days, Lin Xian would take a few steps forward. 10 days later, Lin Xian had already surpassed the previous figure. Previously, there were 3 people sitting cross-legged there. At this moment, he had already surpassed one of them. There were still 2 people in front of him. Huiyu felt that extremely terrifying power and immediately opened his eyes. Then, sweat flowed down his face. So terrifying. As expected of a peerless expert. It has been 100,000 years but he is still so terrifying. This place is really too mystical. Even though he came from the buried Emperor Star, he had to admit that this place made him feel incomparably mysterious. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank. What's going on? Why is there another person in front of him? He recognized the two people in front of him. However, at this moment, a third figure had appeared and was standing in front of him. Someone had surpassed him. Who is it? Is it his companion? However, that figure was extremely unfamiliar to him. He even wanted to see the other party's face clearly. However, he knew that although he was not far away, these few steps were extremely difficult to cross. Damn it, who is it? He was too shocked. Could it be that there were other experts from the Immortal Guardian clan who came in? That should be the case. He guessed that only the people from the Immortal Guardian clan could surpass him. After all, this group of people had the opportunity to come here to comprehend from the moment they were born. However, even if it was someone from the Immortal Guardian clan, Huiyu was not willing to accept it. He decided to surpass the other party. In the next moment, he closed his eyes and started to comprehend again. Not long after he closed his eyes, Lin Xian opened his eyes again and continued to walk forward. Soon, he surpassed the second person who had come before him. At this moment, the second person opened his eyes. His face also became pale and he did not even have the strength to stand up. At this moment, he was stunned. He discovered that someone had surpassed him. Who is it? Is it that guy from the buried Emperor Star? Xianxia suddenly turned his head and discovered that Huiyu was still there. Then who was this person? He only took a quick glance and realized that Lin Xian was really unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. This meant that they were not from the Immortal Guardian clan. They should be people from the buried Emperor Star. Had another expert from the buried Emperor Star come? Damn it, this guy was actually so strong that he could surpass him. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly swallowed a medicinal pill to recover his aura. He was prepared to give chase again. Lin Xian, on the other hand, completely ignored the two of them. At this moment, he was completely stunned. This was because he realized that as he moved forward and got closer to the battlefield, he could feel that the battle ahead was also changing. Apart from that heaven-shaking sword strike, Ting-ying, these two experts had also used two more ultimate moves. A figure stood in front of him like a sword god. His cold voice resounded throughout the world. The man-ruler seal was indeed worthy of being an ultimate technique passed down from ancient times. He was indeed strong. On the other side, the battle godlike figure also said, "Your invincible sword is also incomparably terrifying. Although you did not succeed in obtaining the great dragon sword, your strength is enough to shock me." After Lin Xian heard this, he was too shocked. At this distance, he could actually hear the conversation between the two. It turned out that the heaven-shaking sword strike was called the invincible move. What was even more shocking was that this sword expert had once wanted to obtain the great dragon sword soul. However, he had failed. He knew that the great dragon sword soul was incomparably powerful. Those who could obtain it were all the strongest people in the world. He could be considered to be heaven-defying luck to be able to obtain it. He did not expect that the two peerless experts he met were actually related to him. At this moment, the peerless sword expert in front of him spoke again. "Apart from the invincible sword, I have a few more moves. You should also experience them." "Is that so?" "Of the 4 ancient seals, apart from the man-ruler seal, I happen to know one more move. Why don't you experience it as well?" The battle godlike figure also spoke in a deep voice. In the next moment, the aura of the two people changed again. The peerless sword saint's body carried an extremely terrifying aura. The previous invincible power had turned into an immortal and indestructible aura. It was as if it could last forever. This move was called indestructible. With a slash of the sword, heaven and earth lost their luster. On the other side, the battle godlike expert also formed a seal with his palms. However, it was no longer the man-ruler seal, but another kind of seal. Within his hand seal, a mountain appeared and began to grow in size. It was like a mountain from the ancient times. The aura on it was too terrifying. It directly pressed down, suppressing all things. This was the mountain-embracing seal. It was another two peerless skills. It was incomparably sonorous, shaking continuously between heaven and earth. In the next moment, everything in front of him could not be seen. Lin Xian took a step back, his face turning pale. He suddenly opened his eyes. It was so terrifying. An extremely cold light bloomed in his eyes. He did not expect that the man-ruler seal was only one of the 4 ancient seals. In addition, there was also the mountain-embracing seal. He must learn it. In addition, he also wanted to obtain the invincible move and the indestructible move. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, activated his physique to the extreme, and then took a few more steps forward. Damn it, how was this possible? When Xianxia saw this scene, his face became incomparably ugly. It was already very difficult for him to take a step forward, but the other party was still able to take 2 steps in a row. Damn it, how did this guy do it? Behind him, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of old blood. He forced himself to walk forward. In the end, he was injured, so he had no choice but to retreat. However, right at this moment, the mysterious figure at the front stood up. She was a woman with her back facing everyone. At this moment, she took 3 more steps forward and sat down cross-legged again. Even Lin Xian was surprised by the scene before him. Who exactly was this person? He was not in a hurry. He believed that given time, he would definitely surpass the other party. Next, Lin Xian began to comprehend the 4 peerless skills in the illusion from 100,000 years ago. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. 2 months had passed. In the first month, Xianxia and Guan Songhai could not take it anymore. They could not continue to comprehend. Otherwise, their bodies and souls would be shattered. Therefore, they could only withdraw from the canyon. However, fortunately, the people of the Celestial Guardian clan outside did not attack them. This allowed the 2 of them to breathe a sigh of relief. Although now, their faces were pale and they were even a little injured, they were still very happy. This was because the comprehension in the previous month had allowed them to gain a lot. Although there was no increase in their cultivation, the application and execution of their skills had definitely surpassed before. After the 2 of them came out, more people went in. Even Huiyu had no choice but to come out. Han Chong and the others came out and asked, "How was it?" Huiyu said, "I gained a lot. However, there was a despicable guy who surpassed me. I don't know who he is." Once these words were said, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Could it be that guy? They thought of Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian did not appear from beginning to end. It was impossible. These people's expressions became unsightly. Next, more and more people went in to comprehend. After all, because of the strength of the buried Emperor Star, others were not allowed to enter. Now that Huiyu had come out, others could also enter. Chao Tianxing, Gu Feng, and the geniuses of the Gu family all entered one after another to comprehend. When they saw the battle 100,000 years ago, they were incomparably shocked. Then, they all focused on comprehending. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Among them, many people had already come out. Only 5 people were left inside. In addition to the mysterious woman at the front, there was also Lin Xian, Gu Feng, Chao Tianxing, and another person from the Immortal Guardian clan. Lin Xian continued forward. He was very close to the mysterious woman. He was only a step away. In the next moment, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend again. This time, he discovered that a figure had appeared in the battle ahead. It was the mysterious woman. He could actually see her in the battle. It was too inconceivable. During this period of time, Lin Xian had been comprehending the battle scene. He even used the heavenly secret divine eyes to imprint the scene in his mind as much as possible. The man-ruler seal had become even more terrifying after he comprehended it. The power of the man-ruler seal had far surpassed before. Although the mountain-embracing seal was mysterious and unfamiliar, it was still one of the 4 immemorial seals. Therefore, he had an innate advantage when cultivating it. As for the unrivaled form and imperishable form, they were extremely terrifying sword techniques. Lin Xian had also comprehended them deeply. After all, the other party had almost obtained the Great Dragon Sword Soul, while he was the owner of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Therefore, with his talent and the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it was not impossible for him to comprehend these 2 moves. Just like that, another 5 days passed. This time, Lin Xian finally took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with the mysterious woman. Finally, he could see who the other party was. Lin Xian turned his head and looked over. In the next instant, the mysterious woman revealed a look of astonishment. He turned his head to look at her. To be honest, she didn't believe that anyone could reach her level. Their gazes clashed in the air, causing the void to shatter. Then, both of them revealed looks of surprise. "It's you. It's you." Two voices sounded at the same time. Xian was stunned. He knew this person. It was Yanryu. Yanryu was also stunned. She didn't expect it to be Xian. Then, a smile appeared on her face. It was really surprising, but thinking about it, it made sense. There aren't many who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me, and you're one of them. Xian was speechless. He was truly confident. He was already arrogant enough, but he realized that the other party's words were even more arrogant and domineering. "Why are you here? Could it be that you've already entered the buried Emperor Star?" Xian asked. Yanryu nodded. "That's right. I went in earlier than you. Now that I've returned, I'm here specifically for the Eternal Lands." "You haven't entered the buried Emperor Star?" She was also surprised. Xian said. "Not yet. However, I've already obtained the qualifications to enter the buried Emperor Star. I estimate that I'll be able to enter in a few months. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of expression those fellows in the buried Emperor Star will have when they see you. I think that you'll stir up a storm in the buried Emperor Star. Am I that kind of person?" Xian smiled. However, thinking about it, he was afraid that it was true. After this group of people entered the buried Emperor Star, they would definitely stir up a new storm. "Alright, I don't have much time. I can't comprehend it for a long time. So, let's meet again in the buried Emperor Star." Yanryu also nodded. "Alright, after you go to the buried Emperor Star, come to the Demon Emperor Mountain to find me." "Oh right, let me tell you something. There's more than one Eternal Lands. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can find a few more." Xian nodded and did not say anything else. He memorized this information in his heart and then comprehended it with all his might. 10 days later, he left. Indeed, he did not have much time because he still had to go to the buried Emperor Star. If he missed this opportunity, who knows how many 100 years he would have to wait. This time around, Xian had gained a lot. Apart from the fact that his man-ruler seal had become stronger, he had also gained a lot. Apart from the sealed Emperor Star, he also obtained 3 great divine abilities. Mountain Embracing Seal, Imperishable Form, Invincible Form. Apart from this, he also met an old friend, Yanryu. He also obtained some information regarding the buried Emperor Star. What surprised him the most was that Han Chong and the others that he had heard before were all from the paradise. Yanryu came from the Demon Emperor Mountain. Thinking about it, the buried Emperor Star's situation should be even more complicated. Furthermore, it was said that it had connections with many clans and sacred grounds in the true spirit world. Just as Xian left, at the same time, in the core area of the Immortal Guardian clan's void land, an old man opened his eyes. The surrounding people were unceasingly kneeling and kowtowing. "Greetings, clan head." This old man was the Immortal Guardian clan's clan head. At this moment, he woke up from his cultivation and asked in a deep voice, "Is everything alright? Nothing happened, right?" He was just asking normally because in his opinion, no one would dare to behave atrociously in their territory. However, this time a middle-aged man said, "Ah, clan head, something did happen." "Oh, what happened?" The old man was surprised. "It's like this. There was a person who did not have the qualifications to enter. However, he was extremely powerful and suppressed more than 10 of our disciples. Then, he came in forcefully and even entered the Eternal Canyon ahead." There was actually such a thing? The Immortal Guardian clan's clan head immediately frowned. "You didn't make a move?" The surrounding people said, "We all wanted to make a move. However, that kid's speed was too fast. From fighting to suppressing him, it only took him a dozen or so moves. Furthermore, at that time, we were right outside the Eternal Canyon. We were afraid that a fight would affect the canyon. Thus, we did not dare to rashly make a move. By the time we were preparing to dispatch experts, we discovered that the kid had already entered the Eternal Canyon. Furthermore, at this time, another person said that our disciple said that the kid seemed to be someone abandoned by the immortal realm. Hearing this, the old man from the Immortal Guardian clan stood up. What? Someone abandoned by the immortal realm? Then all the more we can't keep him alive. You all can handle this matter. Yes, clan head. Rest assured, we will definitely handle it well. After coming out, a purple-haired elder said coldly, "Follow me." Has that person come out yet? Elder, he hasn't come out yet. However, his two companions have already come out. Alright, let's capture his two companions first. I want to see if he will escape or not. Soon, the people from the Immortal Guardian clan moved out. Although Xianxia and Xianxia's strength had increased greatly, they were still outnumbered. Soon, they were suppressed. Xian did not know about this. When he came out, he narrowed his eyes. He wondered how Xian'er and Songhai were doing. Did they obtain any good fortune? He came out and was about to ask. However, he realized that the two of them were not there. What's going on? The two of them were definitely not in the canyon. However, they were not outside the canyon. Could it be that they left early? Impossible. Xian shook his head. Unless there was something special, the two of them would not leave without saying goodbye. Damn it, could it be that the people from the buried Emperor Star or the Immortal Guardian clan had made a move? When the surrounding people saw Xian come out, they all had a cold expression. At this moment, the void in front of him fluctuated and a few figures walked out. You should be the person who was abandoned by the immortals, right? How dare you come here without permission? Kneel down obediently and come with us. Xian's face was also cold. He asked, "Did you capture my two companions?" Kid, you can't even protect yourself. Why are you still in the mood to care about others? The people from the Immortal Guardian clan sneered. This time, not only were there young geniuses, there were also some older people. Their eyes were filled with disdain. So what if the other party is strong? Can he beat the young disciples? Can he beat the older generation experts? Boom, Xian's eyes burst out with a cold light. You dare to touch the people around me? Looks like you don't know what's good for you. As he spoke, he slapped out with his palm. Courting death. When the people opposite him saw this, they were furious. One of them clenched his fist and punched out, colliding with Xian's man-ruler seal. Earlier, his eyes were filled with disdain. However, when the two of them collided, his expression changed. Not good, how could this power be so terrifying? With a cracking sound, his entire arm was broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. His face had turned extremely pale. How could this be? The surrounding people were all stunned. The people of the Celestial Guardian clan narrowed their eyes. Their opponent was actually so strong. Let's attack together. The other three experts of the older generation moved out quickly. The laws on their bodies surged out, turning into extremely terrifying palms that slammed over. Xian could see that it was an imitation of the man-ruler seal. However, the difference was too great. These people had not obtained the inheritance of the human ruler's seal, nor did they have the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, the power they could display was not even 1 in 10,000. How could they contend against the true human ruler's seal? The next moment, he took a deep breath and displayed the true man-ruler seal. With a loud boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The three of them were sent flying. The palms of the three people were completely shattered. Their eyes were filled with fear. How could this be? Their opponent was actually so strong. This was the human ruler seal. This guy actually displayed the human ruler seal, which was even more terrifying than ours. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The people of the Celestial Guardian clan were even more shocked. They had been in the void all this time, so they could often comprehend the eternal battle inside. Naturally, they knew that there were extremely terrifying mystiques inside, but no one could completely obtain them. They could only rely on their own comprehension to display them. Even so, it was not something that ordinary mystiques could contend against. Now that the three of them had displayed such a huge palm, they thought that their opponent would definitely not be able to block it. However, who would have thought that their opponent would be even stronger than them? It was just like the one in the eternal battlefield. With another man ruler. Seal, Lin Fan rushed forward and crushed his opponent. The three of them were beaten until they spat out blood, their faces filled with despair. Lin Xian stepped on the heads of these people and asked coldly, "Tell me, where are my two friends? Damn it, how dare you?" Before they could finish speaking, Lin Xian kicked one of them until his body exploded. Then, he stared at the second person. "Are you going to speak?" The second person's face turned extremely ugly. "I said, come with me." They had originally come to tell the other party the news. However, they had been arrogant and thought that the three of them would be able to kill the other party. That was why the situation had turned out this way. Now that they could not win, they would naturally lure the other party over there. After all, they had already set up an inescapable trap there. "Let's go." Lin Xian led the two of them and flew forward quickly. He had to save Xianxia and Songhai. Soon, he arrived at the front and saw Xianxia and Songhai being suppressed by two huge mountains. Their faces were extremely pale. There were even injuries on their bodies. Instantly, Lin Xian's eyes emitted an unparalleled murderous intent. When the surrounding Immortal Guardian clan people saw this scene, they also stood up. "Brat, you're here. Prepare to die." Boom, with a thunderous boom, Lin Xian directly smashed the two elders of the Immortal Guardian clan into pieces. The killing intent radiating from him was incomparable. "How dare you attack my friends? Go to hell." The aura on his body became more and more terrifying. Then, he slapped out. "Damn it, how dare you injure our people?" On the other side, the Immortal Guardian clan people were also enraged when they saw this scene. They attacked wildly. In an instant, 6 figures charged over. The void continued to shatter. Countless large cracks spread in all directions. They wanted to kill Lin Xian forcefully. However, after one attack, the 6 figures were forced back. Their eyes were filled with fear. Human ruler Seal, so strong, could it be that he was so talented that he could comprehend to such a level in just a few months? Damn it! Kill! The Immortal Guardian clan people charged over once again. Lin Xian held the sword in his hand. Sword chi was condensed by him. Then, an invincible sword slashed down. The sword chi that reached the sky caused the world to collapse. This sword seemed to be invincible in the world. Instantly, those people spat out blood and were sent flying. Their bodies were torn apart. Too strong, those young disciples' eyes were filled with despair. To be honest, they had always thought that they were high and mighty. They had never put the sacred city or sacred ground in their eyes. Perhaps only the people from the Emperor race and the buried Emperor star could make them take them seriously. But now, a young man from the second astral realm was so strong. Not only did he make these young people feel despair, but even those of the older generation were beaten to the point that they could not fight back. It was hard to believe. Lin Xian became more and more courageous as he fought. His expression was incomparably cold. "Kill!" With another cold shout, Lin Xian immediately split the two mountains apart with an invincible sword. He saved Xianxia and Songhai. "Are you all right?" Lin Xian took out pills and gave them to the two of them. The two of them gritted their teeth and said with ugly expressions. They were fine, just a little injured. Damn it, these people were too despicable. "Don't worry, I'll take you away," Lin Xian said. The surrounding people all charged forward, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. "You want to leave here? How naive. I don't believe that you are truly invincible. Kill!" More and more people rushed over. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a biting cold killing intent as he formed a seal with his palms. A mountain appeared between heaven and earth as if it had crossed the ancient primordial era and directly suppressed the world. The surrounding people were stunned in an instant. Their faces were filled with fear. Mountain-embracing seal, this brat was actually able to unleash this divine ability. "Catch him, he has a secret," someone roared and tore through the void, arriving behind Lin Xian and quickly charging over. Lin Xian waved his sword chi and swept in all directions. The 10 ultimate sword formation was activated, shattering everything. At the same time, he used the Tai Chi art. The Tai Chi art flew out and split the 6 figures apart. Boom, he used the mountain-embracing seal again. Impossible, this time even the elders were stunned. Using a peerless divine ability like the mountain-embracing seal once had consumed too much energy. His body couldn't withstand using it twice in a row. How did this kid do it? Lin Xian attacked forcefully and fought in all directions. Previously, the people of the Immortal Guardian clan were disdainful, but now they were really desperate. They realized that with so many of them, they might not be able to stop him. Go and get the patriarch. These people roared. Buzz, between heaven and earth, a huge palm slapped over. Its power was endless, and it carried the aura of a Saint King. Lin Xian's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. Xianxia and Xianxia couldn't escape at all. Their bodies were extremely cold. The attack of a Saint King. Were they going to die? However, at this moment, Lin Xian took the two away. Then, a pagoda appeared. Clang, the great sage pagoda was shaking non-stop. Even though they were inside, Lin Xian and the others felt their blood boiling. Boom, he was actually forced to retreat. But fortunately, they blocked this attack and retreated into the distance. The surrounding Immortal Guardian clan members all laughed coldly. Humph, this brat is dead for sure. With the patriarch personally making a move, how could he possibly escape? However, when they saw that the 3 people in front of them were actually unharmed, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could this be? That was an attack from a Saint King. Lin Xian's face turned cold as well. How terrifying. The Saint King's giant palm was truly terrifying. Looks like there's going to be a tough battle coming up. A sharp light burst out from his eyes. Right now, he even dared to challenge a Saint King. No wonder you dared to be so arrogant in the Void Land. Between heaven and earth, an old voice rang out. Then, an old man walked out. He stood above the 9 heavens, carrying with him terrifying laws that covered the sky and earth. It seemed that the Immortal Guardian clan was equally despicable and shameless. A Saint King actually dared to make a move on young people like us. Don't you think that's embarrassing? There's no need to talk about rules when dealing with people like you who have been abandoned by the immortals. The old man in the sky said coldly. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Is that so? I'm the temple master and also a member of Wushuang City. If you kill me, you'll become an enemy of Wushuang City and Wushuang City. Besides, these 2 friends of mine are also top prodigies of the Great Sage City. Have you thought about how you're going to deal with the Saint City's attack? Lin Xian stood there, his voice resounding. So what if the Void Land was strong? Sure enough, the surrounding Immortal Guardian clansmen all sucked in a breath of cold air and their expressions changed. However, the Immortal Guardian clan leader sneered. Looks like you don't know us well enough. We don't care about a mere Saint City. Moreover, I won't kill your 2 friends. I only want to kill you. So, kneel down and accept your death. A cold killing intent appeared between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's face turned even colder. We won't leave. We'll advance and retreat with Lin Xian. Xianxia and Xianxia said coldly. They were now firmly on Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seemed like he could only fight with all his might. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and a terrifying aura surged out. Lin Xian was going to use his trump card. In the sky, the Immortal Guardian clan leader sneered. It's useless. No matter what you use, it's useless in front of a true Saint King. He raised his palm again, and it was about to land. A shocking battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, a sigh was heard. Stop it, who dared to interfere in their affairs at this moment? The Immortal Guardian clan members sneered. Because from the voice, it sounded incomparably young. The Immortal Guardian clan leader snorted coldly. Who dares to interfere in my affairs? I said stop. At this moment, the void shattered, and a phantom appeared. It was a peerlessly beautiful woman, like a fairy from the 9th heaven. The moment she appeared, she stared at the Immortal Guardian clan's leader. What? You don't understand my words? Lin Xian is my friend. Try and lay your hands on him. This person was the woman from the buried Emperor Star. Many Immortal Guardian clan members were shocked. Even if she was from the buried Emperor Star, she shouldn't be so arrogant. However, the Immortal Guardian clan's leader's pupils shrank. He knew more information. The identity of the person in front of him was not ordinary. His expression became unsightly. He didn't expect that the abandoned immortal was related to this person. Fairy Yan, he's an abandoned immortal. Think carefully. The phantom that appeared was Yan Ruyu. She didn't say anything and just stared coldly at the other party. Seeing that Yan Ruyu didn't reply, the Immortal Guardian clan's leader sighed. Okay, I know. I won't attack him this time. Fairy Yan, I won't do anything in the Void Land, but if I meet him again in the future, I'll be fine. If I meet him again, don't blame me for being impolite. In the sky, Yan Ruyu's figure slowly disappeared. As for the Immortal Guardian clan's leader, he stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you're lucky. I'll spare you this time. You can leave. Who is this person? He's so young. He should be from the younger generation. However, he was able to influence the Sacred Venerate's decision. Guan Songhai and Xianxia were both stunned. What shocked them even more was that this person was friends with Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also shocked. It seemed that Yan Ruyu's identity in the buried Emperor Star was not ordinary. Otherwise, why would a Sacred Venerate be so afraid of her? The surrounding Immortal Guardian clan members also didn't understand. However, they didn't dare to disobey their leader's orders. Therefore, they could only gnash their teeth and stare at Lin Xian and the other two. Lin Xian sneered. Immortal Guardian clan, very good. I'll remember you. The next time we meet, I'll kill all of you. Including you, the Sacred Monarch. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were emitting a biting cold aura. How dare you, the people of the Immortal Guardian clan roared. The clan leader of the Immortal Guardian clan snorted. He didn't care about such danger at all. To him, the other party was just an ignorant ant. How would he know how powerful a Sage King was? Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and led Guan Songhai and Xianxia outside. No one dared to stop them as they passed. Looking at the two disappearing figures, the elders of the Immortal Guardian clan also came over. Clan leader, are you really going to let this kid leave just like that? Yeah, who is that woman? Why should she be afraid of him? There's no need to talk about this. I'll spare his life this time. However, he's an abandoned immortal. One day, we'll tear him into pieces. The clan leader of the Immortal Guardian clan was also extremely unhappy. However, when he thought of Yan Ruyu's identity, he felt a tinge of fear in his heart. We're finally out. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Guan Songhai's expression also eased a lot. This time, it was really too dangerous. Fortunately, they came out safely. When they thought of their gains inside, they clenched their fists. Outside. There were still a lot of people outside the Void Lands. They continued to wait. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Look, someone came out. They all looked over. Who is it? It's those three people. When they saw Lin Xian and the other two, they were also shocked. Previously, the three of them had fought their way in. Originally, they thought that these people would definitely die after entering. But now, that didn't seem to be the case. These people actually came out safely. How is that possible? Some of the older experts were shocked. The Immortal Guardian clan didn't attack them? What happened? Or do these three people have some mysterious identity? Facing these people's gazes, Lin Xian and the other two didn't care at all. They rose into the air and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a biting cold aura blocked their way. Who dares to attack us? Lin Xian frowned. Xianxia and Guan Songhai were also on guard. This aura carried a very strong power. In the next moment, they saw three figures descending from the sky. One of them was the blue-robed man who had fought with Lin Xian before. He stared coldly at Lin Xian. Kid, you're finally out. People from the buried Emperor Star, what, was the lesson I taught you last time not enough? Lin Xian looked at the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man snorted coldly. Don't be so arrogant. Last time, we were in the void, so I didn't dare to use my full strength. But now that you've come out, we don't have any scruples. this blue-robed man was called Xinglan. At this moment, he said coldly, "I will let you know the consequences of offending us." Lin Xian cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xian. Before we entered the canyon, you were already not my match. Do you think you can contend against me now? You're the one who bullied my junior brother." At this time, another figure beside Xinglan spoke up. His aura was stronger than Xinglan's. "This is my senior brother, Daopa, kid, you're dead meat." Xinglan sneered. After Lin Xian heard this, he laughed. "If you're such a piece of trash, I'm sure your senior brother isn't much either. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." After the surrounding people heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This kid actually dared to be so arrogant in front of the people from the buried Emperor Star. He was too reckless. In front of them, Dao Po's lips curled into a cold smile. "Arrogant enough. But, I want to see if you have the right to be arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward. Then, he pointed his finger. A saber light, with an indomitable aura, slashed directly at him. This saber was simply too terrifying. There was a scorching aura spreading from it. Everywhere the saber light passed, the void would shatter. That power caused the surrounding experts' expressions to change. "Be careful." Xianxia and Xianxia cried out in alarm. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, I can handle it." He took a step forward and slapped out. Boom. The powerful force shattered heaven and earth. In an instant, the two of them clashed in the air. Suddenly, a terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Did he block it? When Daopa saw that Lin Xian dared to fight with him directly, a cold look appeared in his eyes. He sneered and waved his hand. A long saber appeared in his hand. He was a saber wielder and a peerless saber saint. On the long saber, a shocking light appeared. It was like starlight that kept pulsating. It swept towards Lin Xian. Boom. Boom, the light was extremely terrifying. In the process of colliding with Lin Xian's fist, it split open and emitted a terrifying aura. It was as if it wanted to burn Lin Xian's fist. What a terrifying saber light. Behind them, Xianxia and Xianxia were shocked. The surrounding people also held their breaths. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The power of flames could burn everything. But it couldn't hurt his body. With a cold snort, he clenched his hand into a fist and unleashed the Tiger Demon Fist, capable of total annihilation. A sound like a tiger's roar roared between heaven and earth. In heaven and earth, the phantom of a ferocious tiger appeared and charged towards the terrifying saber light. At the same time, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and struck out with the man-ruler seal. As if it was the hand of a god from ancient times, it slapped forward. Dao Po's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to block his saber light. Not only that, Lin Xian could even launch a counterattack. He couldn't stand it. With a roar, an extremely powerful force surged out of his body. "I'll let you see what I got in the Eternal Canyon." After speaking, an extremely terrifying aura surged out of his body as if it was going to break through heaven and earth. "Take my saber." He roared and held the long saber with both hands and slashed down. "So powerful," countless people exclaimed. Xianxia and Lin Xian's pupils shrank. They could naturally see how terrifying this saber was. It seemed that Lin Xian had also comprehended the invincible sword. Too powerful. What exactly did these people find in the Void Land? The surrounding people were extremely envious. In the face of such a shocking saber light, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "You want to compete with me? You're courting death. Then, I'll let you see what I got." After speaking, he roared. A sword aura condensed in his hand and he held it. Then, he slashed forward. The invincible sword. At this moment, Lin Xian looked as though he was invincible. The sword aura pierced through heaven and earth and charged forward. Boom. The saber and sword collided and swept in all directions. The two forces were competing. Everyone quickly retreated. Even Xinglan and Lin Xian retreated far away. Xinglan's face became extremely ferocious. To be honest, he originally thought that his senior brother would be able to kill Lin Xian easily. This was especially true for his senior brother. After his senior brother unleashed his ultimate technique, his opponent was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, the power of his opponent's sword chi was even stronger than his senior brother's. Boom! 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 It was as if a great apocalypse had occurred in front of him. Then, the saber light was actually torn apart, splitting into two halves. Dao Po's pupils shrank. He instantly retreated, turning into countless saber lights that scattered in all directions. Only by running into the void crack did he manage to dodge the attack. In the next moment, he walked out. However, his expression was extremely ugly. Unparalleled sword. His expression was cold. He could naturally tell that Lin Xian's sword was very similar to the sword light in the eternal battlefield. Brat, you're quite capable. However, I wonder if you'll be able to block my buried Emperor Star's ultimate technique. Clearly, Dao Po was going to unleash the ultimate technique that he had learned from the buried Emperor Star. Taking a step forward, he let out a furious roar, and a terrifying law swept out. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. A saber light condensed in front of him and he grabbed it. An extremely berserk aura was emitted from his face, sweeping out in all directions. The might of the flames was also surging non-stop. 5-wind blazing saber. Clearly, this was an extremely terrifying ultimate technique. Boom! When the saber slashed out, the terrifying saber light caused the surrounding people's expressions to change. No late-stage holy venerate would be able to block this saber. It seemed that his senior brother was finally serious. In that case, this battle could finally end. In the distance, when Xing Lan saw this scene, the corners of her mouth rose into a smile. Soon, this brat would know the meaning of despair. Daring to fight against them was simply courting death. Was this the ultimate technique of the buried Emperor Star? Humph, Lin Xian sneered. He formed a hand seal and slapped out the man-ruler seal once again. As he slammed his palm forward, the surrounding power of the heavens and earth shattered continuously. Everyone's expressions changed. Even Xing Lan and the others, who were sneering in the distance, narrowed their eyes. Boom, the wind and clouds changed between heaven and earth. It was as if a god had appeared. This aura caused countless people to cry out in alarm. How terrifying. What kind of divine ability was this guy using? Most likely, even ordinary holy cities wouldn't have such a divine ability. Where did this guy get it from? Yeah, why do I feel like the martial arts I got from Burial Earth Star are even more powerful? The surrounding people cried out in alarm. In the distance, Xing Lan's expression also turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said. This was the man-ruler seal. This kid had actually learned so many martial arts in the everlasting battlefield, it was truly unbelievable. One had to know that they had also gone in, so they naturally saw it. The unique skills in battle also made them envious. However, with their cultivation bases and talents, it was impossible for them to master such a lost technique in a short period of time. Moreover, the terrifying pressure brought about by the battlefield prevented them from comprehending for a long time. Thus, not a single person was capable of unleashing such power. But now, Lin Xian had done it. Dao Po's pupils constricted. Impossible. It was just a facade. I don't believe that he can beat the saber art that I've been practicing all this time. In the next moment, he roared angrily. He executed his saber technique to the extreme. Boom, between heaven and earth, a huge saber light swept across. The surrounding people retreated once again. With such an aura, even a sacred venerate would be turned into ashes instantly. In the face of such a terrifying unique skill, Lin Xian attacked forcefully. The man-ruler seal was completely unleashed. Boom, under the might of this palm strike, the entire world began to tremble non-stop. Under countless shocked gazes, the two unique skills finally collided fiercely again. It was as if 10,000 claps of thunder had sounded. An astonishing power spread out in all directions. At that moment, the surrounding ground broke open and the sky tumbled. A surge of energy rushed up to the clouds and tore the void apart. This time, the crowd retreated even further. In fact, when the people in the void saw this scene, they all came out to watch the battle. When they saw this scene, they were equally shocked. At this moment, a cold voice resounded from within the light that filled the sky. The unique skill of Burial Emperor Star was only SOSO. After speaking, the man-ruler seal descended from the sky and became even more terrifying. Roar! There seemed to be the sound of a dragon in heaven and earth. Then, with a cracking sound, the huge saber light cracked again. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's pupils constricted. Impossible, even Xing Lan's heart was in his mouth. Could it be that his senior brother was going to lose? He couldn't believe it. At that moment, another voice rang out. Damn it, I won't lose. It was the voice of the saber soul. He roared angrily. The shattered saber light did not disperse. Instead, it gathered together again and a blood-red light appeared. It was obvious that he was already using his secret skill and even burning his blood. He was going to use his full strength to unleash a shocking saber attack. Sure enough, under such a crazy activation, the five-wind blazing saber technique became even more terrifying. One saber light even turned into 5 saber lights. They enveloped the void. Useless brat, I'll let you see my strongest unique skill. Kill them all. Under such a violent attack, very few people below the sacred venerate realm could withstand it. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He formed another seal with his palms and a deep voice rang out. Mountain-embracing seal, heaven and earth continued to shatter. A huge mountain seemed to have transcended time and space and appeared in the 9 heavens. Then, it fell fiercely. Boom, the ground instantly cracked open. Those people in the distance were also sent flying by a force. Many people vomited blood. They were terrified. What was that? Could it be that the mountain was an illusion? Why did it feel like a sacred mountain? Countless people were in a sorry state. Their faces were filled with fear. It was the mountain-embracing seal, Xing Lan also exclaimed when she saw the scene. The people of the Immortal Guardian clan naturally saw it too. Their eyelids twitched violently. Damn it, this brat's talent is too strong. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the majestic godly mountain began to descend from the sky. It collided with the 5 sabers. Instantly, another wave of super-powerful energy swept out in all directions. However, this time, the 5 saber lights could not withstand it and were all shattered. Damn it. How was that possible? Dao Po's face turned ugly. What was that? He had never seen it before. However, he felt that the aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could suppress everything. When the 5 saber lights shattered, he vomited blood and his face turned pale. In the next moment, he frantically retreated. However, he was still a step too late. His back was covered by the mountain. He immediately vomited blood and was sent flying. Boom! Boom, boom! Between heaven and earth, there was chaos. After a long time, the image of the sacred mountain slowly disappeared. In the next moment, everyone looked carefully. There was sacred blood floating between heaven and earth. It was abnormally terrifying. Was he injured? Everyone was shocked. Xing Lan clenched his fists. He almost fainted from shock. He realized that his senior brother was injured. It was a serious injury. Half of his body was broken and he was in a sorry state. The people from the Immortal Guardian clan were stunned once again. Between heaven and earth, there was silence. How was this possible? I actually lost. Dao Padagu spat out blood. He really couldn't believe that he would lose to an ant in his eyes. As for Lin Xian, he walked over with a mocking look in his eyes. The Emperor Burial Star's secret technique was only SOSO. Or was it that he was too trash and couldn't display the power of the secret technique? They had all seen the image of the battlefield. However, he realized that Lin Xian's secret technique was stronger than his. Could it be that Lin Xian's talent was better than his? What a joke! As a genius from the Emperor Burial Star, he couldn't accept this. It was a slap in the face. It was a ruthless slap in the face. He, who had always been high and mighty, was now being stepped on. Dao Pa couldn't accept this. Xianxia sneered. I was wondering how powerful you were. How dare you block us? Now, it seems that you're only SOSO. Guan Songhai snorted. How dare you challenge Brother Lin with such a cultivation? You're courting death. Go back and cultivate for another 1,000 years. Ah. Damn it. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Dao roared into the sky. Xinglan and another person flew over. When they arrived, their faces were cold and they emitted a terrifying aura. Why? Do you want to attack together? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Guan Songhai snorted. A terrifying ocean appeared behind him. I haven't lost yet. At this moment, Dao stood up again. His body was restored and his face was pale. However, his eyes were blood red. In the next moment, a force rushed out from his body and turned into a blood-red saber. He slashed out. After this slash, the laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths burned. At the same time, half of Dao Po's blood was instantly burned clean. Blood Demon slashed with his mad blade. A ferocious voice resounded between heaven and earth. Xinglan and the other woman gasped in surprise. Were they going to use their trump card? Xianxia and Guan Songhai also frowned. Naturally, they could feel how terrifying this strike was. He had probably already surpassed the Holy Venerate realm. Lin Xian also laughed. Why? Do you want to risk your life? But do you have the qualifications to do so? Brat, you're dead for sure. The might of this saber strike already surpassed that of a Holy Venerate, unless one was a Holy King. Otherwise, you can just die. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red long saber flew over at an unimaginably fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived near Lin Xian and the other two and descended from the sky. The ground split open and the surrounding void instantly turned into a black hole. This brat was finally going to die. Xinglan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Even though his senior brother was seriously injured this time around, so what? The fact that they were able to kill the other party showed that they were still powerful. The other party was still an ant. It was impossible for him to make a comeback. The people from the Immortal Guardian clan also laughed. They had long wanted to make a move. However, they didn't have the chance before. Now that they could see the other party die with their own eyes, they could finally vent their anger. As for Lin Xian, he snorted coldly. The Great Destruction Spear flew out and he held it in his hand. One strike, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Boom! 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 Black demonic chi pierced through and collided with the blood-red demonic saber. Suddenly, there was a shocking sound of destruction. In the next moment, the blood-red demonic saber shattered again and turned into a sea of blood that spread in all directions. The sound was like thousands of thunder claps. How was this possible? Xinglan was dumbfounded. The people from the Immortal Guardian clan were also stunned. Dao Po's pupils shrank as he stood there in shock. In the next moment, his body swayed and he was sent flying. He was directly pierced by a black spear. Dao Po was completely dumbfounded. That moment just now was his most powerful trump card. It could kill any Holy Venerate. After all, he had used his blood and life as the price for it. Even so, he couldn't hurt the other party. Instead, he was pierced by the other party. Damn it, why was this happening? The immense pain brought him back to reality. Feeling the terrifying aura in front of him, his face turned ugly. It was the aura of a Sage King. Damn it, this was the weapon of a Sage King. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? In my opinion, you're the one who's an ant. He held the Great Destruction Spear and lifted the other party into the air. Blood continued to drip down. Below, there was a huge rift valley. The surrounding people were all stunned. Xinglan roared. Damn it, let go of my senior. How dare you hurt my senior? You're dead meat, the other person also roared. Dao Po also said. Kid, do you think you'll have a good ending after hurting me? The people from the buried Emperor Star will kill you. Lin Xian snorted. How dare you threaten me at this point? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? With the Great Destruction Spear, the other party's body was torn into pieces. The blood mist that filled the sky tried to escape with the soul, but Lin Xian used the Taiji diagram to slap it back. The Taiji diagram fell and formed a space that locked the other party. Do you dare to kill me? Dao Po roared crazily. Lin Xian said. No, I won't. However, there's a situation that's worse than death. If your cultivation is gone, I want to see how you're going to be arrogant then. What? You dare to cripple my Cultivation, Dao roared crazily. He was really afraid. I'm from the buried Emperor Star. Do you know what the consequences are for touching me? Lin Xian sneered. It's too late to be afraid now. Even if I don't attack you, do you think you'll let me go? Since that's the case, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. I'll let you people from the buried Emperor Star know that there are some people you can't afford to provoke. After saying that, Lin Xian waved his hand and a dragon-shaped sword chi flew out, enveloping the other party's blood, mist and soul. The power of the great dragon sword spirit destroyed everything and completely destroyed the other party's cultivation. After the sword chi returned, Lin Xian retrieved the Taiji diagram. The blood mist that filled the sky condensed back into the appearance of Dao Pa. At this moment, he was in a sorry state. He roared crazily. My cultivation! My power, damn it! You actually crippled me, what? Xing Lan was completely enraged. The two of them wanted to attack. In the distance, there were people flashing. The people from the Immortal Guardian clan also walked out. Lin Xian said, if anyone dares to come, I'll make them suffer a fate worse than Dao Pa. The great destruction spear bloomed and a terrifying power enveloped the world. Everyone stopped in their tracks. In the hands of such an expert, unless a true sage king made a move, no one would be able to do anything to him. Lin Xian looked at Xing Lan and said coldly, go back and tell the buried Emperor Star that it was me who did it. If you're unhappy, come and find me. Let's go. After saying that, Lin Xian brought Xianxia and Guan Songhai into the sky and tore through the void. No one dared to stop them during the entire process. After Lin Xian left, these people heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they all exclaimed. Too powerful. This guy simply swept through everything. Yeah, I feel like he's like a god of war. He's a young great emperor. Countless discussions rang out. As for the people in the buried Emperor Star, their faces were incomparably ugly. Hurry up and bring me back. I won't let him off. Dao Pa roared crazily. Xing Lan also hurriedly brought Dao Pa and tore through the void to leave. Lin Xian returned to the Jade Lake to check on the situation of the Sage Kings. The Sage Kings had already left. Even the unparalleled Sage King wasn't present. This surprised Lin Xian. What's going on? The Jade Lake Sacred Master walked out and said. These people's injuries were more or less healed. It seemed like something urgent had happened. So, these people left. What's going on? Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't know. However, he received another piece of news. The dark red divine dragon and the others had also returned. They even came here to look for him. Are they back? Lin Xian was delighted. This way, he could bring these people to the buried Emperor Star. Lin Xian prepared to return to the shrine. After returning, he ordered the shrine's people to look for the dark red divine dragon and the others and ask them to return quickly. After all, it hadn't been long since they entered the buried Emperor Star. With the shrine's powerful strength, they began to search and send out messages. Sure enough, they were finally summoned back. Damn, kid, what are you doing? I'm looking for treasures. Don't delay me. After the dark red divine dragon arrived, he started to make a big fuss. The toad also said, where's that kid? Hurry up and accompany me. After he arrived, he stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you dared to bully me before. See how I'll take revenge now. Previously, he had entered several places with the dark red divine dragon and his strength had greatly increased. Now, he actually wanted to attack Lin Xian. The toad laughed at the sky. An extremely powerful voice flew out and covered the sky as if it was the voice of the heavens. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He slapped out with his man-ruler seal, tearing apart the law of sound. Then, he used the mountain-embracing seal to completely suppress the toad. In 2 moves, the toad was beaten down. He cried out in surprise. Holy shit, what kind of divine ability was this? It was too powerful. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. Kid, when did your strength become so strong? I don't think there are many holy venerables who are your match. Beyond that would be the strength of a saint king. You can't be so heaven-defying that you can fight against a saint king, right? These should be the lost 4 primordial seals, right? you actually know two of them, that's really surprising. Another laughter was heard. Then, Black Mountain, who was wearing a black robe, floated over. The information on him was even more mysterious. Lin Xian was surprised. He grabbed the little snow-white monkey and gave it some spirit fruits. At the same time, he said, "Why do I feel like you've become stronger? Aren't you a remnant soul? Can you cultivate too? Of course, don't you know who I am?" Black Mountain's face was filled with arrogance. The North Demon also came. When he saw Lin Xian's strength, he was also shocked. He thought that he could surpass you. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by you again. The group of people gathered together and were very happy. Lin Xian got the deity's palace to hunt some demon saint-level demonic beasts for dinner. Then, they started to talk about their own experiences. When they heard that Lin Xian had participated in the Dao discussion and obtained the qualifications to enter the buried Emperor's star, their eyes widened in envy. Black Mountain also said, "Good, it's finally going to open. It seems like it's time to enter the buried Emperor's star. Is your fellow going too? But how are you going to go?" Lin Xian was surprised. Black Mountain smiled mysteriously, "Don't worry about that, I have my ways. However, I think it won't be easy for you to enter the buried Emperor's star." "What do you mean?" Lin Xian was puzzled. Black Mountain said, "Since the human world has come out, they won't let it go. In the last period, they will definitely attack crazily. So, you have to be careful. Moreover, the buried Emperor's star is much more terrifying than you think. It's not certain whether it's a blessing or a curse." "What do you mean by that?" Toad, Rainbow Dragon, and the others asked. However, Black Mountain shook his head and said, "It's nothing. There are some things that I can't tell you in advance. Otherwise, it will lose the meaning of entering the buried Emperor's star. You have to rely on yourselves. However, is it about the human world? I can help you. After all, I'm also very unhappy with those guys. It seems like there's going to be a battle." "That's good. Why don't I use the last chance to have a decisive battle with the human world?" "There's no need for us. I think the deity Dao Union is already planning," Black Mountain said. At this moment, Peacock walked over and said, "Palace Master, someone is asking for you. She says that she's Xianxia and wants to see you." "She's here? Let her in." Lin Xian was shocked. They had just separated, so why was Xianxia back? Soon, a beam of light tore through the void and arrived nearby. "Lin Xian, you have to help me," Xianxia cried. Lin Xian was shocked. "What's going on?" Xianxia said that my master is in danger. "Sacred ruler Bue is in danger?" Lin Xian was stunned. "Did the people of the human world make a move?" Xianxia shook her head. "What's going on? Tell me the details." Following that, Xianxia said some things. After Lin Xian heard it, he was also shocked. It turned out that it was about the second astral realm. The Joyful Union Palace had always been under the control of sacred ruler Bue. However, she had an enemy, her junior sister, Ziyu. At the same time, Ziyu was an extremely terrifying person. She had been stuck at the half-step sacred ruler realm and was only one step away from becoming a true sacred ruler. However, she had not managed to make a breakthrough in the past few hundred years or even 1,000 years. Although there was a confrontation, sacred ruler Bue was not worried. But now, sacred ruler Bue had brought a genius to the true spirit world and had even been injured. On the other side, her junior sister, Ziyu, had broken through and become a sacred ruler. She had taken control of the sacred city and even wanted to kill sacred ruler Bue. Sacred ruler Bue did not know about this. After returning to the sacred city, she was suddenly attacked. Moreover, she had been cursed and poisoned by the great sage. Although she had recovered, her strength was not at its peak. She was trapped for a while and might be in danger. Lin Xian frowned. He suddenly thought of Xianxia. Back then, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. She had caught the eye of an important person in the Joyful Union Palace and taken her away. This was originally a matter of Hahuan Palace, so ordinary people couldn't interfere. However, Lin Xian and Xianxia's relationship wasn't ordinary. In addition, Louis Saint King was on their side. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to help. Therefore, he said, "Don't worry, I'll help you investigate the situation." Then, he closed his eyes and formed a seal with his hands. He planted an imprint in Xianxia's soul, so he could contact her. As expected, he received a response not long after. It was from Xianxia. After hearing the news, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes, his expression grave. "What's wrong?" The Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon and the others asked. Lin Xian said, "The situation isn't good. I'm afraid this isn't just a matter of Hahuan Palace." Then what was it? Xianxia's face was also pale. She didn't know what was happening in the second astral realm. Lin Xian said, "According to the situation I received, that half-step Saint King's sudden breakthrough didn't seem to be a coincidence. Someone is secretly helping him." It was said that before the breakthrough, Acheron Palace's silver corpse Saint King went there and stayed. He only left after the breakthrough. Could it be that he was the one who helped him? The toad was also shocked. He Shan's eyes flashed. He said, "Based on what you said, Silver Corpse Saint King is connected to the human world." It seemed that the human world was secretly helping him. It seemed that they wanted to use this method to obtain another saint city and increase their strength. That's right. Lin Xian nodded. Then he said, "We can't let the human world succeed. We have to help Louis Saint King. I'll go to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and tell the Jade Lake Sacred Leader to contact the other Saint Kings and quickly return to the second astral realm. Otherwise, if they had to use this method, only his saint city would be in danger." Then, Lin Xian started to act. Soon, he returned from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and returned to the temple. "Let's go. We have to hurry to the second astral realm." He didn't bring too many people. After all, it was going to be a battle between Saint Kings. Numbers didn't have much of an advantage. Lin Xian, He Shan, and the others moved quickly. They took the super teleportation. At the same time, the Jade Lake Sacred Leader started to contact the other Saint Kings. Second astral realm. At this moment, the second astral realm was also extremely shocked. That was because they discovered that something shocking had happened. Previously, Wushuang City had disappeared, and then Acheron Hall had suffered heavy losses. All of these things were shocking. Now, these sacred cities had changed again. This news came from the Joyous Union Palace. It was said that the Joyous Union Palace had a new holy master. The original Closed Moon Saint King was replaced by the Purple Moon Saint King, who once again commanded the world. This shocked everyone. What was going on? Had the original Saint King fallen? For a moment, everyone was discussing animatedly. The people in the Joyous Union Palace were even more shocked. A few people resisted, not willing to do so at all. In the end, they were forcefully suppressed. A great battle broke out. Many people fled, but even more people were trapped. Submit, or be killed. It could be said that the situation was extremely critical. A figure in a purple robe stood in the hall. She wore a crown on her head, and her eyes were filled with boundless sharpness. She was the Purple Moon Saint King. At this moment, there were many people standing in front of him. Some of them were originally his subordinates. Some of them had sought refuge with him, and now they were all listening to his orders. Xianxia was also standing among them. The Purple Moon Saint King asked, "Is there still no news of the Closed Moon Saint King?" Reporting to the Sacred King, "There is no news yet. We don't know where he is hiding. He was previously poisoned and has not fully recovered. Before he came, he was ambushed by us. Where can he run to when he is severely injured? Seal all the subordinate worlds. I want him to have nowhere to run." The Purple Moon Saint King was in a very good mood because she felt that her senior sister was no threat to her. She had waited for this day for too long. "Alright, all of you can leave now. Continue to search for news. Once you find him, inform me immediately. Second, quickly make those people submit. If they do not submit, kill them directly. Destroy their souls." Soon, these people went out to carry out their tasks. Only the Purple Moon Saint King was left in the hall. At this moment, the void behind her cracked open. A figure walked out and said coldly, I have already done it for you. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? The purple moon Saint King stopped smiling. She said, what's the hurry? It's not over yet. I want to see my good senior sister's soul destroyed with my own eyes. The cold voice reverberated in the hall. At the same time, in the second astral realm, a huge spatial whirlpool appeared. Then, a few figures appeared. It was Lin Xian and the rest. They are finally back. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Xianxia was extremely anxious. She said, I don't know how it is. Lin Xian said, I'll know after asking around. Soon, he heard the news. In the end, he found out that the astral realm where the Joyous Union Palace was located and the surrounding subordinate worlds were all sealed. What happened inside could not be spread out. Xianxia's face became extremely ugly. Not good. It seems that she has completely controlled the entire sacred city. Even those worlds have to listen to her orders. If this goes on, I'm afraid all of us will be destroyed. Let's go take a look nearby and wait for the right time. I have already informed the sacred kings. I think those sacred kings will definitely not ignore this. They flew forward. Soon, they arrived in the vicinity of the Joyous Union Palace. There was indeed a peerless array protecting the place ahead. A terrifying aura filled the entire starry sky, making it impossible for people to get close. What a terrifying power! The dark red dragon and the rest exclaimed. Black Mountain's eyes flickered and a smile appeared on his face. I have a way to enter. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. Xianxia was overjoyed. Really? Senior, please hurry up and help. Black Mountain said, I can help, but I have some requests. If everything is peaceful in the Joyous Union Palace, I have no objections. But if your Joyous Union Palace really fights and the world is destroyed, then I may help and borrow something. Borrow something? Xianxia was stunned. She did not understand what he was saying. She was extremely anxious now. Senior, please help. Once you succeed, my Joyous Union Palace will be extremely grateful. Whatever Senior needs, my Joyous Union Palace and I will give it to you with both hands. Very good. Black Mountain nodded. Lin Xian frowned. What are you up to now? Black Mountain smiled. Mysteriously. Alright, kid, you are also an array expert. Come and help me with that dragon. I want to tear open the array. Let's go in. Next, Black Mountain, Lin Xian, and the dark red dragon took action. The three of them were all array experts. In addition, Black Mountain was the remnant soul of the great sage. Lin Xian had a sacred king weapon. Hence, they tore open a corner of the array. Then, he walked in without making a sound. After entering, Lin Xian frowned. There was an extremely strong blood aura inside. The sky was red. It was obvious that a huge battle had happened. Xianxia's face was pale and she almost fainted. There was no need to think. There must have been a huge battle here. After entering, everyone was shocked. It seemed that they had to find Luiyue Saint King first. Everyone looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said, I don't know where she is either. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, let me do it. He used his soul imprint to contact Xianxia and found that Xianxia didn't know either. Everyone was looking for Luiyue Saint King. Lin Xian said, Luiyue Saint King was injured and ambushed. She's hiding now. I don't know where she is. But it's obvious that she's trapped. We have to find her quickly. At the same time, there might be more than one Saint King here, so we have to be careful. At least, before Peerless Saint King and the others arrive, they had better not find us. Lin Xian had entered the Saint City before. Previously, he and Fu Hongya had gone to the Acheron Hall. But there were conditions at that time. Silvercorp Saint King wasn't there at that time, and a large number of Acheron Hall's experts had left, so they could sneak in. This time, there were more than one Saint King here, so they had to be very careful. Lin Xian opened his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked around. He saw some special power. It was the aura of a Saint King. Lin Xian led the way and walked towards the Joyous Hall. As the Saint City, the Joyous Hall occupied many worlds. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But fortunately, the heavenly secret divine eyes were very magical, so they could follow the general direction. They transformed into the appearance of the joyous hall's disciples and flew quickly. But in the end, they still met the people. It was a team of about 50 people. They were also looking for Louis Saint King. At this moment, when they saw Lin Xian and the others, they frowned. "Who are you?" "We were ordered to find Louis Saint King," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He had already disguised himself as a disciple of the Joyous Hall. However, the Taoist in front asked, "Which elder are you under?" Lin Xian naturally couldn't answer, so he didn't answer. Instead, he waved his hand and a terrifying sword qi spread out. He slashed it directly. The sword qi enveloped the people in front. Courting death, those people shouted angrily and wanted to fight back, but how could they be Lin Xian's opponent? Under this sword, more than 20 people turned into a bloody mist. It was destroyed in an instant. The surrounding people were all stunned. He had killed more than 20 saints with a single strike. How terrifying was that? Damn it, an enemy had come in. They wanted to roar, but the array formation flickered between heaven and earth. The dark red divine dragon sneered coldly, already on the defensive. "You want to send a message?" "Impossible." The toad jumped out as well. "Watch me." The two of them attacked and killed all the people in front of them. They set off again. Although the people who were killed were from the Joyous Union Palace, Xianxia didn't stop them because these people were their enemies. Xianxia also personally took action. Next, everyone sped up. He could feel that those people were also chasing after the Holy King's aura. Searching. If she was found by Purple Moon Saint King's men, then Closed Moon Saint King would be in great danger. Next, they encountered some enemies again. They attacked and killed those people. However, at this moment, fog filled the surroundings and sealed the entire space. Hundreds of figures appeared in the surroundings. They were wearing ice-cold armor and their auras were terrifying. In an instant, they covered the surroundings. A cold voice sounded. "Have we been discovered?" The dark red divine dragon frowned. The little white monkey widened his eyes in confusion. "It shouldn't be." Lin Xian was also confused. Xianxia's face changed. "Oh no, they must have found out that I'm here." "As expected." A man in the sky said coldly. "Xianxia, we guessed that you would come back secretly. I didn't expect you to really come." "Why? Are you looking for your master? It's useless. She's already severely injured. So, you'd better submit to us obediently. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I can let you live. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." The surrounding people sneered. They had hundreds of people on their side and only a few people on the other side. The difference was too big. They didn't care about these people at all. Xianxia snorted coldly after hearing that. Her face turned extremely cold. "How dare you betray the Holy King? You'll all go to hell in the end. You're really stupid." The man on the other side laughed. "The Holy City now belongs to the Purple Moon Holy King. Do you think the Closed Moon Holy King can still live? Your bloodline will be destroyed in both heart and soul. Let's not talk about anything else. Everyone, let's attack together," Lin Xian said coldly. "Dragon, set up an array to prevent them from escaping." "I'll use it." Myriad smoke shrouded the area so that others won't find out. Lin Xian had already decided to attack. The dark red divine dragon said, "Leave it to me." He waved his dragon claws and the array quickly spread out in all directions. Lin Xian also took out the innumerable green smoke and flew into the sky. Seeing Lin Xian and the rest's actions, the people in front sneered. "Why? You guys dare to attack us with just a few of you? You guys don't know what death is. You guys are the ones who don't know what death is." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He slapped his palm forward. A terrifying force exploded. The toad also roared, "Watch me." He also rushed forward. The North Demon and Xianxia also attacked. Even the little white monkey turned into a bolt of lightning and kept shuttling back and forth. In an instant, a huge battle broke out. On the other side, the people from the Joyous Union Palace also roared. "You guys are courting death. Take them down. I want them to live a life worse than death. Godly Toad Fist, the toad was the fastest. In an instant, it flew to the front. Then, it clenched its claws into a fist and punched out. A terrifying force surged, and it carried a deadly poison. The 6 people in front were originally disdainful. How dare mere ants fight against them? But in the next instant, their bodies were blown apart. The blood mist and souls were all covered by the poison. It was the same on the other side. The North Demon was extremely strong. Countless strange flowers bloomed in the sky and spread out. Instantly, the surrounding people all vomited blood. The dark red divine dragon even used the dragon's mystique. It shook the sky and the dragons, forcing those people to retreat. Boom, the young man in the lead was also forced back by Xianxia's palm. His entire arm was numb and his face was extremely gloomy. Damn it. How are these people so powerful? Who are they? Do you really want to be enemies with the Joyous Union Palace? The young man looked around and shouted coldly. However, he was answered with all kinds of mystiques. Godly Toad Fist, Dragon's Roar, Human Ruler Seal. Damn it, they were too strong. Although there were more than 100 of them, they were constantly retreating. They even broke down in an instant. Damn it. The face of the leading young man turned extremely cold. In an instant, half of the people on their side had died. The remaining people were also terrified. He said, "Hurry up and attack, we can't hold on. She had brought too many experts. You are really useless." A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. The leading man's face turned ugly, but he didn't say anything. After all, in this situation, he still had to rely on the other party. In the sky, 2 old men appeared. They had an extremely cold aura. The yellow spring surged under their feet. In an instant, the entire space was painted into hell. Terrifying white bones filled the surroundings. Yellow Spring Hall, it was indeed you. Seeing this scene, Xianxia gritted her teeth. Damn it, it was indeed related to these people. Lin Xian's face was also cold. 2 half-step Saint Kings? If he was careful, these 2 people had already surpassed the Saint Venerable. If the 2 of us join forces, unless you are a true Saint King, you have no chance of surviving. These 2 people were very strong. They formed seals with their palms and tore open the void. Then, in the void, endless yellow spring water flew out. Inside, an army of white bones appeared one after another. They covered the sky and covered the earth. Even the experts of Joyous Union Palace who had been killed earlier turned into puppets and charged over. Furthermore, the puppet army was imbued with the magical laws of the Yellow Springs. Under the control of 2 half-step Saint Kings, the power formed was very terrifying. Attack. The battle between the 2 sides was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian and the others were indeed strong. They directly smashed out with the man-ruler seal and countless white bones shattered. But the army of white bones condensed again and formed an even more terrifying existence. Among them, there was a white-boned sky wolf. There was also a white-boned demon ape. These 2 people seemed to be the leaders, roaring at the sky. They could actually block everyone's attacks. So strong. The toad was shocked. Xianxia's face was cold. It seemed that these people were really well prepared. No wonder his master was also plotted against. Kid, to catch bandits, first catch the leader. Seeing this scene, Xian said in a deep voice. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. He said, "Ruffian Dragon, Xian'er, the 2 of you should fight against the Bone Army. Xian and I will kill the 2 half-step Holy Kings. Since the 2 of them have died, I believe that this Bone Army will no longer be a threat." After saying that, he and Xian soared into the air and flew forward. "You want to fight us? You really don't know what's good for you." In the distance, the 2 half-step Saint Kings saw this and sneered. Instantly, the terrifying army of skeletons charged over, wanting to swallow the 2 of them whole. Black Mountain turned into green smoke and instantly dodged these attacks. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was incomparably powerful. He used the man-ruler seal and killed his way through. Everywhere it passed, everything shattered. Nothing could stop it. Like a peerless war god, he came to the front and stared at a half-step Saint King. The half-step Saint King's expression turned cold when he saw that Yi Futian was able to come here. The other person was the same, because he discovered that Black Mountain had also arrived in front of him. "Kid, who exactly are you?" One of them stared at Lin Xian and asked coldly. Lin Xian said, "I'm the one who will kill you." He used the man-ruler seal and charged over. "You're courting death." The elder opposite him roared angrily. Yellow spring lightning actually appeared on his body. This was also a very terrifying superpower law. With a cold and destructive aura, it charged over. Streaks of yellow spring lightning intertwined in the surroundings. Two completely opposite powers were used by the other party. It was indeed very strange. In an instant, the surroundings seemed to be covered by dark clouds, covering everything. Lin Xian felt this power and huffed coldly. He released his divine body to the extreme. After all, the other party was a half-step Saint King. He was much stronger than a late-stage Saint Venerable. However, he didn't dodge. Instead, he chose to take it head-on. He unleashed the invincible sword, and a terrifying sword chi slashed forward. This sword carried with it an invincible power. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, causing the surrounding army of skeletons to shatter into pieces. Xianxia and the others also cried out in surprise. They kept dodging, avoiding this energy. Then they fought again. On the other side, He Shan also made his move. After Lin Xian used his sword, he blocked the other party's law of yellow spring. Then he attacked again. A shocking light appeared in his eyes, covering everything. No matter how fast the other party was, he could also see clearly. At the same time, the man-ruler seal flew out, illuminating the entire world. The old man on the other side was completely stunned. He was a half-step Saint King. How powerful was his strength? But the other party could actually fight against him. It was really unbelievable. Die, the endless yellow spring's lightning turned into a yellow spring sword that he held in his hand. It slashed forward. With one sword, he cut Lin Xian apart. However, he realized that it was just an illusion. Lin Xian had already arrived behind the other party. He used the mountain-embracing seal. A mountain fell from the sky and suppressed the other party. With a boom, the elder's body trembled and he flew backward, spitting out blood. How could it be? The people in Hehuan Palace were stunned when they saw this scene. That was a half-step Saint King. How powerful was he? But at this moment, he was actually injured by the other party. Who was this person? Was he also a half-step Saint King? However, he did not feel such a terrifying aura. The elder was even more so. His eyes were about to pop out. Damn it! The elder shouted angrily. His body shook, leaving behind a skeleton. And he turned into the water of the yellow spring and escaped into the void. He dodged the mountain-embracing seal's full-force attack. In the next moment, he tore the void and walked out. His face was extremely cold. Damn brat, you dare to hurt me. I will tear you into pieces. At this moment, a crazy roar suddenly rang out, causing everyone to turn their heads to look. The elder's pupils shrank. He could tell that it was his companion's voice. He turned his head and found that his companion had been completely suppressed by the black-robed man. Even his body was broken. How could it be? Who was this black-robed man? Was he even more powerful? Lin Xian was also surprised. It seemed that Black Mountain's strength was indeed strong enough to suppress the other party. In that case, he could not hold back. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Let's end this quickly. His eyes bloomed with an extremely cold light. Man-ruler seal, like a god of war, he raised one hand and slapped forward. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Under such a peerless divine power, the elder could only dodge and find an opportunity to attack. He was very shocked now because if the black-robed man attacked, he would have no chance of survival. However, what surprised him was that the other party didn't attack. He seemed to be watching the battle. This made him feel a little more at ease. He had to deal with this brat in front of him first. 5 spirits earth fiend fire. A ball of flame appeared in the elder's hand. It was extremely strange. This was the earth fiend fire. It was formed from the corpses of experts after they died. It had unparalleled power. As he appeared, endless light bloomed. A terrifying aura was as if hell had descended. The ball of flame turned into endless light and charged over like a comet. Lin Xian used the invincible sword and slashed out. With a clang, both of them retreated. Lin Xian's blood boiled, but his eyes were even brighter. He had come to a good place. He had cultivated these divine skills in the eternal battlefield and hadn't had the chance to use his full strength. Now that he had encountered a half-step Saint King, he naturally had to use his full strength to have a peak battle with the other party. It was the invincible sword again. It pierced through the void in an instant, and the flames dimmed. However, the other party's yellow spring thunder charged over again. Lin Xian used the indestructible sword again. The undying and indestructible aura swept through everything. Just like that, Lin Xian used 4 divine skills to fight with the other party. At this moment, wherever the two passed, the bone army shattered. He was too strong. He was actually able to fight evenly with a half-step Holy King. The North Demon was shocked. Xianxia's expression was even more solemn. To be honest, he had also seen Lin Xian kill a half-step Saint King. However, that time, he used the Saint King Wu. It was a power that surpassed the Saint King. Now, Lin Xian didn't use the Saint King Wu at all. He was using his own power. In other words, Lin Xian's power alone was enough to fight a half-step Saint King. If he used the Saint King Wu, how terrifying would it be? Black Mountain looked at him and kept nodding his head. It seemed that he was indeed the descendant of the great dragon. Lin Xian was incomparably domineering. Boundless sword light soared into the sky. He was like a supreme immortal king. In the face of such a terrifying power, the old man's face turned incomparably ugly. Damn it! He roared angrily, turned around, and fled. At this moment, he was no longer a match for them. It was best for him to escape as soon as possible. Reporting to the Silver Corp Saint King, a mysterious expert has arrived. Do you want to leave? The indestructible sword blocked the enemy's path. At the same time, Lin Xian's man ruler seal continuously slammed out, causing the old man to vomit blood. The old man gritted his teeth. Then, he took out an underworld gourd and cracked it open. A terrifying power swept through everything. Not good, retreat quickly. When they saw the dark red dragon, they quickly retreated. Clearly, the other party was going all out. Lin Xian also felt the terrifying aura. He coldly snorted and didn't hold back. Previously, he had already verified his secret technique. It was no weaker than a half-step Saint King. Now, there was no need to fight. He took out the great destruction and pierced through heaven and earth. The endless void shattered. The old man originally thought that he could escape. But in an instant, he was pierced through. No, he didn't dare to believe that this was the aura of a Saint King. The other party had a Saint King Wu. Gee damn it. Previously, the other party was fighting with him. Was he training his strength? It really made him despair. The great destruction and demonic chi exploded, engulfing the other party. Lin Xian kept the other party's storage ring. He looked at He Shan and asked, "Have you collected the soul before?" He Shan nodded and kept it. He could already confirm that the Silver Corp Saint King was here. As for the others, he still didn't know. Since that was the case, there was no need to keep them alive. Lin Xian then looked at the remaining people from the Joyous Union Palace. Those people fell to their knees with a plop. "Hero, please spare our lives." They kept kowtowing. Previously, they were arrogant because there was a half-step Saint King. But now, the half-step Saint King was killed. How could they be a match for the half-step Saint King alone? Lin Xian looked at Xianxia and said, "These people are from Huan Palace. I'll leave them to you." Xianxia's expression was cold. Those people looked at Xianxia and said, "Spare my life." Yes, we were forced to do this. These people crazily begged for mercy. Xianxia's expression was cold. She looked at the leading man and slashed him with her sword. The man's soul wanted to escape, but it was slapped away by Lin Xian. Then, Xianxia killed him. Then, she killed 2 more people. These 3 were the leaders. Xianxia didn't kill the people behind them. However, she didn't let them go. Instead, she used a seal. He took out a small bell and sealed all of them inside. She wanted to find her master and then deal with these people together. Let's go. The group went on their way again. They flew into the distance. According to their guess, Louis Saint King should be very far from the core of the Saint City. This way, it would be safer. Therefore, they flew in the opposite direction. However, when they arrived at this area, Lin Xian frowned. Because they realized that there were very few people here. It seemed that even the number of people searching had decreased. What was going on? Was there something unusual about this place? They looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said, I remember now. This place is indeed unusual. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of Hahuan Palace rarely came here. The toad said, I feel that there's something wrong with this place. The snow-white little monkey looked around curiously and used the treasure bowl to probe. Then, it said, yeah, there seems to be a treasure. But I don't like this aura. If there was a treasure, then let's look for it. The dark red dragon's eyes lit up and began to look around. He waved his dragon claws, tearing the ground and the void apart. The toad also attacked. Lin Xian frowned. Don't act rashly. Don't forget our purpose. The toad said, don't worry, kid. I've always been reliable. When did I miss it? The dark red dragon also said, don't worry, the two of us won't make a mistake. However, just as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook and a force directly sent the two of them flying. The two of them spat out a mouthful of blood and their faces were full of horror. What happened? Boom, an extremely terrifying aura appeared. Then, everyone felt the sky and earth spinning as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Black Mountain shouted, be careful. He formed a seal with both hands and a mysterious rune appeared, freezing the sky and earth. Then, he said, this place is not ordinary. There seems to be something sealed below. Damn, what can be sealed? The toad was about to cry. The dark red dragon also said, no way, I actually have a time when I make a mistake. Let's go. Black Mountain brought these people and turned into lightning, leaving in an instant. In the next moment, the surrounding sky and earth kept shattering. There was movement. The people who were searching in the distance quickly rushed over. However, in an instant, they were sent flying. Damn it, what a terrifying aura. What's going on? Why is there such a terrifying place in the Joyous Union Palace? Why didn't they know about it before? Quickly report to the Sage King. These people roared crazily. At the same time, Purple Moon Sage King suddenly opened his eyes in the majestic palace. What a terrifying aura. Could it be that the closed moon had recovered? On the other side, the Silver Corpse Sage King also walked out from the void. No, it's not your senior sister's aura. It's another aura. How terrifying. Had a peerless greater demon appeared? Or has the demon city arrived? Quick, let's go take a look. The two Sage Kings tore open the void and left instantly. In the next instant, they appeared in the 9 heavens and looked at the shattered land below with furrowed brows. What a terrifying power. The Silver Corpse Sage King looked serious. Purple Moon Sage King said, I remember this place, but I don't know the details. I didn't expect something powerful to be sealed here. Let's take a look. It might be useful to me. The Silver Corpse Holy King smirked when he sensed the aura. The Acheron Palace cultivated the law of Acheron and could control the powerful. White bones. If there was really a corpse sealed below, then he would be unparalleled among the Sage Kings if he could control it. The Silver Corpse Sage King threw out an Acheron diagram and shrouded the area below. The Acheron diagram covered the land and wanted to suppress the thing below. However, there was a low roar. Then, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Even the Acheron was sent flying. The aura became more and more terrifying. Other than the two Sage Kings, no one dared to go near it. In another place, Lin Xian and the rest appeared. They hid in the void and looked ahead in shock. What is that? Xianxia was shocked. Although she was a disciple of the Joyous Union Palace, she never knew that there was such a terrifying existence. Lin Xian was also shocked. He said, the voice seems to be some kind of demonic beast. Do you know what it is? Xianxia's eyes flickered. At this moment, his body was shaking slightly. It's that thing. The heavens really don't want me to die. Kid, wait here. There's a great opportunity in front. I must get it, go out now. Those are two great sage kings. Can you resist them? Xian was surprised. Northern Demon was also worried about his master. However, Xian said, don't worry, I won't fight them head-on. The two of them won't be able to find it. When I arrive, I will definitely be able to lend you a helping hand. Not only could he save the BUS Saint King, but he could also increase his power to fight against the world of men. When Xian heard this, he asked, then do you need a Saint King weapon? I can give you the Spear of Great Destruction temporarily. Xian shook his head. I don't need that, but you can give me 3 dragon-shaped sword chi. Okay. Xian shot out 3 dragon-shaped sword chis. Xian waved his hand and put them away. Stay away for now and wait for the other Saint Kings to arrive. I think it won't take long for this news to spread. At that time, those Saint Kings would also come. I went first. Black Mountain entered the void and disappeared. Xian and the others waited patiently. In front, the Silver Corpse Saint King's face turned cold when he saw his attack being repelled. He said to the Purple Moon and attacked together. Purple Moon Saint King unleashed a round of purple moons and attacked. The Silver Corpse Holy King took out his underworld gourd and unleashed his 2 sacred arts. This time, they were going to suppress it completely. Xian appeared on the ground below. He formed a hand seal and slapped out. Countless talismans appeared around him as if he was summoning the sealed thing. The sealed thing roared and shattered the 9 heavens. The gourd and purple moon were sent flying. At this moment, heaven and earth were pierced through. Even the supreme array of the Joyous Union Palace was broken through. A ray of light rushed to the second astral realm. At this moment, the second astral realm heard a low roar. What was that? Countless experts looked into the distance. It was in the direction of the Joyous Union Palace. They didn't dare to go. However, a few other figures tore through the void and rushed over. In the next moment, they arrived from the shattered spirit formation with great force. The surrounding heaven and earth cracked. The people of the Joyous Union Palace looked up in horror. Their faces were pale. There were more than one Saint King's aura. Xian also looked up. The Devouring Law. Senior brother and the others are here. Great. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With so many Saint Kings here, they should be able to save Saint King Bue. As expected, Peerless Saint King, Kunlun Saint King, and Wuji Saint King appeared one after another. The Purple Moon Saint King frowned and turned to look. The Silver Corpse Saint King's face was cold. They were really persistent. Peerless Saint King and the other 2 walked over. Their powerful aura suppressed the area. The Purple Moon Saint King said, everyone, you came to my Joyous Union Palace without saying anything. You don't seem to care about me and the Joyous Union Palace. Can the 3 of you give us an explanation? As soon as he said that, the surrounding array became fierce. It was obvious that the Purple Moon Saint King was angry. The Peerless Saint King sneered. We are old friends with the Joyous Union Palace's BUS Saint King. We came to look for her. As for you, who do you think you are? You are not qualified for us to acknowledge you. What did you say? The Purple Moon Saint King was furious. Was the other party looking down on him? He immediately threw out a palm. A terrifying purple moonlight pierced through the sky and attacked the Peerless Saint King. The Peerless Saint King sneered and waved his hand. The Devouring Law swallowed the superpower. You have just become a Saint King and you dare to challenge me? Do you really think I don't dare to attack you? The powerful Devouring Law. It covered heaven and earth. It was as if it was going to devour everything. The Purple Moon Saint King's face changed when she felt the terrifying power. Indeed, she had just become a Saint King and the Peerless Saint King was a veteran. There was still a gap between them. At this moment, the Silver Corpse Saint King walked out. The BUS Saint King had fallen and the Purple Moon Saint King was in control of the Joyous Union Palace. It was indeed against the rules for them to come uninvited. Who said that my master has fallen? At this moment, Xianxia rushed out and shouted coldly. Lin Xian and the rest had no choice but to follow her. Junior brother, the peerless Saint King was shocked. Lin Xian nodded. At the front, the purple moon Saint King's face darkened. She did not know that the other party was here. How despicable. Were all her subordinates useless? She shouted coldly. Xian'er, do you have the right to speak here? Quickly kneel down and wait for your punishment. Who do you think you are? How dare you shout at us? Lin Xian walked over and shouted coldly. Yes, who allowed you to be arrogant in front of me? Kneel down and accept your death. The toad also jumped out and started to clamor. In the distance, the people from the Joyous Union Palace were stunned. Purple Moon Sage King was also trembling with anger. She could not defeat Peerless Sage King, but she did not care about these people. Today, she would let everyone know how powerful she was. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying Sage King aura appeared, charging towards Lin Xian and the rest, as if wanting to kill Lin Xian and the rest in an instant. Lin Xian and the rest smiled coldly, but did not make a move. In front of them, a devouring vortex appeared, blocking all the superpowers. Peerless Sage King said, "What? You dare to attack my junior brother? Do you think I won't kill you?" In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Peerless Sage King and Kunlun Sage King walked out, staring at Silvercorp Sage King. At this moment, heaven and earth shattered. Demon City Soaring Sage King and 10,000 Swords Pavilion's Divine Ghost Sage King also broke through the air. So lively, I wonder what everyone is talking about. This is great, Purple Moon Sage King smiled. Their side had 4 great Sage Kings, and they already had a sufficient advantage. The surrounding people held their breaths. If the 7 great Sage Kings did not agree, if a battle broke out, Joyous Palace would be destroyed. At this tense moment, below the ground, 2 figures appeared. One was He Shan, and the other was a woman. Her face was pale, and it was obvious that she was severely injured. She was Luiwe Sage King. Luiwe Sage King looked at the seal in front of her, and a cold look appeared in her eyes. It seemed that she wanted to make a move. However, at this moment, a voice came from behind her. I advise you not to act rashly, because if you do, you will die together. Do you want to destroy Joyous Palace? Hearing this voice, Luiwe Sage King's eyes narrowed. She turned around and saw a man in a black robe appear behind her. How could it be? How could there be someone here? She was really shocked. This place was the secret of Joyous Palace, and only the palace masters of each generation knew about it. Because she was the palace master, she knew about it. Purple Moon Sage King controlled it forcefully, so she did not know about this place. So only she could enter, but how could the other party? Who are you? Luiwe Sage King was puzzled. Are you from Purple Moon? She was unconsciously nervous. This black-robed man was naturally He Shan. He said, no, I'm with Lin Xian. Therefore, they should be on your side. Hearing this, Bus Saint King heaved a sigh of relief. He had also sensed the aura of Peerless Saint King and the others outside. At this moment, He Shan said, turn back. What you're doing is a lose-lose situation. You have no advantage. Then what do you want to do? Naturally, it was to make use of his power. Black Mountain I also shone with a biting cold light. This is a great fortune for me. If you give it to me and let me break through, I will definitely give you a complete Joyous Union Palace. Was that true? The Bus Saint King was shocked. An aura emerged from the Black Mountain, as if it was above the Saint Kings. Bus Saint King felt his soul tremble. Who was this person? How could he have such a terrifying aura? He felt that facing the other party was even more terrifying than facing the reincarnation protector. So she took a deep breath and said, okay, what do you need me to do? Black Mountain said, go out and control the situation. Give me some time to prepare. The Bus Saint King nodded and then left. Outside, the 7 great Sage Saint Kings were facing each other. Their auras kept exploding, and it seemed like a great battle was about to break out. At this moment, a figure flew out. His appearance attracted everyone's attention. Master, Xianxia exclaimed, unable to believe that it was her master. Lin Xian and the others also came over. Had the Bus Saint King appeared? Countless people exclaimed. At this moment, the purple moon Saint King's eyes shone with extremely cold killing intent. My dear senior sister, I have been looking for you. I didn't expect you to be here. If you obediently surrender, I can give you a quick and painless death. Otherwise, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Humph, the bus Saint King snorted, his face cold. Junior sister, if you surrender now, I can pretend that nothing happened. I hope you will not go down the wrong path again. Hearing this, the purple moon Saint King laughed. Nothing happened, senior sister, you are so naive. Do you really think that you are still the high and mighty Saint King? You were poisoned before, and now you are injured. Your strength is not as strong as before. And now, I am no longer a half-step Saint King. I am a true Saint King. What right do you have to look down on me? Now, I should look down on you. At the end, he roared, and the void in the 9 heavens and 10 lands shattered. A powerful aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It is useless. Bua, we all support the purple moon Saint King. You can rest in peace. The silver moon Saint King and the others also sneered. Since they had already appeared, why would they stop? The peerless Saint King's face also turned cold. Do you think that we are not here? They also walked out. This time, the aura between the two sides was even more terrifying. At this moment, Xian transmitted his voice. You all should have a great battle, but you must pretend that you are trapped by them. Leave the rest to me. The peerless Saint King and the others also quickly attacked. A great battle broke out. It was extremely terrifying and earth-shattering. Fortunately, these Saint Kings had all come to the 9 heavens, so the great battle did not affect the ground below. Otherwise, the entire joyous Union Palace would be turned into ashes. In the end, the peerless Saint King and the others followed Xian's instructions and pretended that they were defeated and trapped. They have already been trapped by my divine ghost sword array. With your underworld great array, it should be able to seal them for a period of time. Next, let's go and check out the situation below. The silver corpse Saint King sneered. The purple moon Saint King wanted to attack immediately, but he also knew that trapping the opponents and killing the Saint Kings were two different situations. It was not easy to kill these Saint Kings. So, let's see what secrets there are below first. The 4 Saint Kings quickly descended, and their powerful aura suppressed everything. When the people in the joyous Union Palace saw that it was the purple moon Saint King, they immediately gasped. Some people cheered, while those who stood on the bus Saint King's side were filled with despair. Could it be that the joyous Union Palace would be controlled by the purple moon Saint King from now on? Xian and the others also retreated far away. Xianxia's face was solemn. Xian said, "Don't worry, everything is going according to plan." The purple moon Saint King looked over, and a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Previously, Xian and the toad had mocked him, and now he wanted to attack. However, the silver corpse Saint King did say, "Don't worry, these ants will not be able to run away, they are already in our hands. When they get the treasures, they will torture these few people." As far as they were concerned, Xian and the others were nothing more than ants that they could crush as they wished. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to attack. In the next moment, they looked down and started attacking. A cold aura exploded and the roar became even more terrifying. However, after a huge battle, they were still unable to break the formation. This made the 4 great Sage Kings' faces turn cold. It's useless. You can't break it. At this moment, a voice sounded. Who is it? Soaring Sky Sage King roared and swept his 2 blades across the 9 heavens. The other 3 great Sage Kings also frowned. Is someone coming? Could it be another Sage King that dared to speak to them like that? In the next moment, they saw a figure walking over from afar. It was a black-robed man, his entire body was wrapped in a mysterious aura. I wonder, who is this person? Who are you? Purple Moon Sage King asked with a frown. She was worried that this was the helper of Peerless Sage King and the others. However, the black-robed man said, I'm afraid you guys don't know who I am. However, I can help you guys break it. Break what? Purple Moon Sage King was stunned. Black Mountain pointed to the ground and said, break the formation. Don't you guys want to get what's inside the seal? There's a peerless formation here. Without a way to break it, even if you guys are Sage Kings, you won't be able to break it. You can break the formation? Silvercorp's Sage King and the others were shocked. They stared at the black-robed man in front of them as if they wanted to see through him. They naturally knew that this place wasn't the same. Otherwise, the four great Sage Kings wouldn't be able to break it even if they worked together. However, this person said that he could break it. Who is this person? The other party's aura was very strange. They didn't feel the aura of a Sage King. However, they also noticed that the other party's cultivation was vague. It seemed that he hadn't become a Sage King yet. Soaring Sky Sage King snorted. How could such a person be qualified to say that he could help them break the formation? No matter who you are? You need to have the corresponding strength to say that. Do you have it? Purple Moon Sage King asked coldly. Black Mountain smiled. I don't have the cultivation of a Sage King now. However, my attainments and formations are not something you guys can imagine. Also, don't try to make things difficult for me because I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. I'm from the Buried Emperor Star. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the few people also changed. Were they from the Buried Emperor Star? If that was really the case, then perhaps the other party really was an expert in array formations. What to do? Soaring Sky Saint King and the others discussed. The Silvercorp Saint King said. If he wanted to fight, they would let him break the formation and give him some benefits. As for the treasures inside, they will definitely be ours. Even if he comes from the Buried Emperor Star, so what? He doesn't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of us. The few of them quickly transmitted their voices to each other. Soon, they came up with a plan. Among them, Purple Moon Sage King nodded and smiled. Since you're willing to help, that's great. Don't worry, if you can really break the formation, we won't mistreat you. Alright, Black Mountain walked over. He naturally knew what these saint rulers were up to. However, he did not care because he had absolute confidence in himself. Moreover, if he wanted to break the formation, he would need to borrow the power of these Saint Kings. Black Mountain walked to the front and waved his hand. Countless runes appeared below and swept in all directions. An extremely terrifying formation appeared on the ground. I wonder if you've heard of the Four-Spirit Heaven Lock Formation. The Four-Spirit Heaven Lock Formation, Purple Moon Sage King, was puzzled. However, the Silvercorp Saint King's pupils shrank. This was a legendary formation that had been lost. Could it be that the formation below was the Four-Spirit Heaven Lock Formation? That's right. Black Mountain nodded. The Silvercorp Saint King sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder the four Saint Kings couldn't even break the array with their bare hands. This was an extremely terrifying formation from the ancient era. It was said that it could even seal the heavens and earth, let alone a mere saint. Then do you really have a way to break it? The Divine Ghost Saint King asked coldly. Since it was such a terrifying formation that had been lost, did the other party really know how to break it? Could it be that he was making fun of them? It's precisely because it's a lost formation that I know how to break it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out and have the courage to face you. The Great Four-Spirit Heaven Lock Formation, as its name implied, was a great battle with the four great spirit beasts as the foundation. Within this formation, there were the souls and blood of the four great spirit beasts that were eternally suppressed. Now, the four of you great Sage Kings can break it. Each of you should be able to deal with one spirit beast. With your strength, it should not be a problem. Of course, when to attack and where to attack, it's still up to me. A cold light appeared in Black Mountain's eyes. Just like the legends, this guy seemed to be able to break the formation. The Silvercorp Saint King's eyes were cold. He could not wait any longer. What was suppressed by such a shocking formation was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. The four of them took a deep breath and descended. Next, they began to break the formation under Black Mountain's guidance. It had to be said that the four Saint Kings were very powerful. Each of them was earth-shattering. Even though the Purple Moon Sage King had just broken through, it was still far beyond a Saint Sovereign. The four great Sage Kings attacked together to break the formation. It took 9 days. Xianxia and the others also retreated to an extremely far place. The dark red divine dragon muttered, "This old man, is he all right? Don't give us the treasure before we succeed. It shouldn't be a problem." Xian was also not confident. After all, the power of the formation was beyond his imagination. On the other side, the peerless Saint King and the rest who were trapped by the divine demon's sword formation and the underworld great array were also looking at the formation. They were all waiting patiently. Gradually, the power of the four-spirit heaven-lock formation weakened. It would not take long for it to be broken. Great! The purple moon sage king and the silver corpse saint king smiled. It seemed that the black-robed man had some tricks up his sleeve. She was wondering if she should bring the black-robed man back to the true spirit world after everything was over. After all, there were even more mysterious places in that place, and there were many mystical great formations. If she brought along such an expert in formations, she might be able to reap even more rewards. Buzz. Suddenly, a low sound was heard. Then, cracks appeared on the formation and spread out in all directions. Great! Has it been broken? The purple moon sage king and the rest were overjoyed. They were ready to attack at any time. However, at that moment, there were 6 shackles at the place where they were. They were completely enveloped by 6 shackles. Then, they were bound in the sky. What was going on? They were shocked. However, Black Mountain said, "Don't be afraid. This is the last formation. It will be broken soon. If you leave, then all your efforts will be wasted." The 4 of them were stunned when they heard this. They did not leave and allowed the chains to bind them. They frowned. To be honest, although they were suspicious, they had spent a lot of effort to break the formation. Now, it was the last step. Purple Moon Sage King asked coldly. "What should we do next?" "It won't bind us forever, right?" Black Mountain said. "Don't worry, the 4-spirit heaven lock array is incomparably mystical. It won't be broken so easily. However, it's already at the final stage. There will definitely be some powerful methods. You might feel that some of your energy is being drained, but don't worry. Give me some time and I'll be able to break it completely." Sure enough, after Black Mountain said that, Purple Moon Sage King and the others felt the energy in their bodies flying out. It was as if something below them had been devoured. They were shocked, but Black Mountain had already told them in advance, so they weren't too surprised. However, not long after, they frowned. Divine Ghost Sage King said. "What's going on? We've already absorbed 1/5 of the energy." "Is it not done yet?" Ghost Voice said. "Wait a while more." However, after a while, Soaring Sky Sage King also became impatient. "Damn it, what are we waiting for? You're playing tricks." Silver Corpse Sage King's eyes were emitting extremely cold killing intent. 1/3 of their energy had already been drained. This caused them to be shocked. "You'd better not play tricks or you'll die miserably." This time, Black Mountain didn't say anything. "It'll be done soon." Instead, he asked. "Oh, how miserably." Seeing the change in attitude, Silver Corpse Sage King and the others frowned. "You're indeed playing tricks." Scram. With a furious roar, the energy in their bodies erupted, wanting to break the chains. Then, they forcefully searched their souls. Although the other party came from the buried Emperor Star, so what? The other party dared to play tricks on them, completely angering them. No one could withstand the anger of a Sage King. However, in the next instant, they were all stunned. Because they discovered that the 6 chains didn't break. Instead, they seemed to have turned into huge dragons, firmly enveloping them. "Damn it!" Purple Moon Sage King cried out in alarm and instantly shot out a terrifying moonlight. The moonlight could destroy heaven and earth, but it couldn't break the chains. Soaring Sky Sage King's side was the same. The 4 great Sage Kings were all stunned. They roared crazily, but the more they fought back, the more energy they discovered was being absorbed. In the end, half of their energy was already gone. "Damn it, what did you do to us?" Soaring Sky Sage King roared crazily. "Damn ant, when I come out, I'll tear you to pieces." The Silver Corpse Saint King's eyes were also filled with killing intent. Now, they knew that this guy had designed a trap to trap them. Hei Shan raised his head to the sky and laughed. "It's useless. Stop struggling. The 4 of you can't break it because you're also trapped by the Great 4 Spiritual Heaven Lock Array. After he finished speaking, Xianxia regained his coldness. His body emitted a supreme aura, as though he was a god looking down on the other party. The four great sage kings roared madly, but unfortunately, they were unable to break free. Instead, more and more of their strength was being absorbed. As for the absorbed power, it once again turned into the unsealing formation, allowing Xianxia to enter. That's great. Did I succeed? When Lin Xian and the others saw this scene from afar, a smile appeared on their faces. Peerless Saint King and the rest also began to break the array. They were about to come out. The rest of the matter was easy to handle. Black Mountain looked at Lin Xian and said, "All right, they're trapped. I'm going to go down and look for the creation. Don't come down. It's very dangerous inside." After he finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. The toad wanted to sneak in and take advantage of the situation. However, the moment he went down, he was scared out of his wits. Damn it, what exactly is sealed inside? The toad did not dare to go down even if he was beaten to death. The dark red divine dragon looked and shook his head. He did not go down. With such a terrifying aura, even a half-step Saint King would not dare to go down. Xianxia was the remnant soul of the great sage. That was why he had such a method. Hee, old things, you're finally in my hands today. Lin Xian looked at the four great sage kings and sneered. He first looked at the silver corpse Saint King. You're very powerful. You dared to kill me before. Try and kill me now. After he finished speaking, he slapped the silver corpse Saint King's face. The silver corpse Saint King was stunned. What was he doing? How dare he slap him? Smoke was coming out of his eyes. His gaze was like a sword that could pierce through everything. Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly used the great sage to defend himself. Old thing, you still dare to glare at me. Do you believe that I'll beat your eyes out? Another 2 slaps flew out. Damn brat, do you want to die? The silver corpse Saint King roared. As a high and mighty Saint King, he controlled everything. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. On the other side, the flying sky Saint King also roared. Damn ant, quickly kneel down, kneel your grandpa, the dark red divine dragon roared. The toad was even more direct. Watch me, dog beating palm technique, he waved his claws and slapped forward. This kind of attack could not break through the Saint King's defense. However, the words dog beating palm technique almost made the flying sky Saint King vomit blood. The dark red divine dragon laughed and stared at him. The divine ghost sword king sneered. Watch my leg. After he finished speaking, he also kicked the other party's face. Xianxia was stunned. How could it be like this? In the next moment, she stared at the purple moon Saint King with a cold look in her eyes. The purple moon Saint King was about to cry. He did not want to be attacked like this. Although it could not hurt him, it was worse than killing him. No, Xianxia, you can't do this to me. I'm your martial uncle. I'm now a Saint King. If you attack me, you'll become an enemy of the Joyous Union Palace. After he finished speaking, he was slapped. Xianxia waved her hand. It's all because of you that the Joyous Union Palace became like this. I'll beat you to death. As she spoke, she also attacked crazily and slapped the purple moon Saint King. Slapping the face of a Saint King? This is the first time. The North Demon also joined the battle. The snow-white little monkey happily jumped around on the heads of these Saint Kings. In an instant, an earth-shattering sound rang out in front. The people of the Joyous Union Palace were stunned. Their eyes almost fell out. What did they see? A few young people were crazily slapping the faces of the 4 great sage kings. If this spread out, it would definitely shock the entire starry sky. In the distance, the peerless Saint King and the others tore open the array and came nearby. When they saw this scene, they also had a strange expression. The peerless Saint King took a deep breath and said, "Fortunately, we're in the same group. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable." Kunlun's death was also a joke. Haha, I guess these guys even have the heart to die. The divine ghost king snorted. Serves them right. Who asked them to be so arrogant? Now they know what it's like. They did not attack. Instead, they sneered. After Wu Xuan's death, they directly used the array to record everything that happened below. When the time comes, when this thing is released to the myriad worlds, let's see if these Saint Kings still have the face to come out. After a series of terrifying attacks, Lin Xian and the rest gritted their teeth. F***ck, their skin is as thick as a rock. They are thicker than the city walls. My hand hurts. The toad is also screaming. The sage rulers were fuming. Their lungs were about to explode from anger. Damn it, ants. I'll catch you guys. I'll tear you into pieces. F***cku. The toad slapped the other party's face. Do you believe that I'll knock your teeth out, again? The dark red divine dragon roared, and the few of them attacked again. The sage rulers fainted from anger, but Lin Xian and the rest had their ways to wake them up again. They fainted from anger again. The sage rulers were so angry that they wanted to die, Lin Xian roared. The resentment of being hunted down in the past had all been vented out. The toad and the dark red divine dragon were the same. It was their first time slapping a sage ruler's face. But it was so exciting that they couldn't bear to stop. The sage rulers were so angry that they were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They wanted to kill the other party at all costs. However, at this moment, the void shattered as a frightening palm slapped down, aiming for Lin Xian and the others. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He instantly brought them into the Great Sage Pagoda. The Great Sage Pagoda was sent flying. Unparalleled Sage Ruler and the rest were watching the show, but when they saw this, their faces changed. A Sage Ruler had attacked. Were there more Sage Rulers? Unparalleled Sage Ruler struck out with his unparalleled sword. The other Sage Rulers also charged over. They protected Lin Xian and the rest behind them. At the same time, they looked at the void coldly. Who was it? With a roar, Kunlun Mountain descended from the sky, shattering the void. Everyone then saw a figure that was shrouded in light appear there. He then stood in the void. This person had an extremely terrifying aura. His face couldn't be seen clearly at all. Humph, a cold snort rang out. Following which, an old figure appeared in the void. He was holding a walking stick, but the aura of desolation on his body swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Could the person from the Great Desolate Mansion be the Desolate Heaven Sage King? A few people frowned. Back in the immemorial grotto, Desolate Heaven Holy King had already been killed by the people of the mortal world. However, in the next instant, they realized that it wasn't Sacred King Desolate Heaven. It was an even older person. His chi was just as terrifying. He was a Saint King. The arrival of the Kunlun Sage King should be the other Sage King of the Great Desolate Mansion. Who would have thought that he would come out as well? Then who was this person? They then looked at the mysterious silhouette. That silhouette also had a desolate aura. Could it be the foundation of the Great Desolate Mansion? That's great. Hurry up and save us, the Purple Moon Sage King exclaimed when she saw the scene. The Silver Corpse Sage King and the others also exclaimed, fellow Taoist, quickly attack. The old Saint King waved his hand, and a terrifying chi flew downwards. The destructive power kept dancing in the air. The Peerless Sage King used the Devouring Law to block it. What is the meaning of this? The Great Desolate Mansion's Sage King frowned and stared coldly at the Peerless Sage King and the others. The Peerless Sage King snorted. Can't you see what I mean? The Acheron Palace, the Great Desolate Mansion, and the Demon City were sealed by my Peerless Sage King. Do you think I will let you save them so easily? It's time for revenge. Having said that, the Peerless Sage King swung his sword downwards. With a loud boom, the sword hit the Silver Corpse Sage King. The Silver Corpse Sage King was not injured when he was slapped in the face by Lin Xian and the others. However, things were different now that the Peerless Sage King had attacked. The sword seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth as it split the Silver Corpse Sage King's body apart. Fresh blood dyed the array red. Damn it, the Great Desolate Mansion's Sage King roared. The Peerless Sage King attacked again. Another sword slashed towards the Soaring Sage King and chopped his head off. The Soaring Sage King roared crazily. At the same time, the Bua Sage King, the Wuji Sage King, and the others attacked as well. After all, both sides were enemies. If they did not attack now, these people would attack them in the future. Damn it, how dare you! The great desolate mansion's Sage King's face changed drastically. He roared and waved his hand. Countless desolation swords flew out and formed an array to block all the attacks. The other person also used a terrifying force to block the attacks. Although there were only 2 of them, the old Sage King from the Great Desolate Mansion was obviously very strong. Hence, he was not at a disadvantage. He waved his scepter and took out 2 weapons at the same time. He threw them downwards. Instantly, the 2 weapons split apart. When the peerless Sage King and the others saw this, their faces changed drastically. Not good. Retreat quickly. These 2 weapons were the replicas of the Sage King's weapons. They were extremely terrifying. Now that they had split apart, the power was too strong. The heavens and earth were falling apart. At the same time, the array was affected. The 4 Sage Kings who were trapped by the array had a cold look in their eyes. Everyone, if you don't attack now, you won't have a chance. They roared angrily as their bodies split apart. It was obvious that these people were going all out. Otherwise, they would be trapped here for the rest of their lives. The 4 Sage Kings attacked in a frenzy. The power was absolutely terrifying. Indeed, no matter how strong the 4 spiritual heaven-lock array was, under such a terrifying attack, a crack appeared on it. Seizing this opportunity, the 4 Sage Kings quickly flew out. Finally, they managed to escape. Their faces were pale and they were in a sorry state. They had never suffered such a huge loss before. Previously, when they left the array, their bodies had split apart and they were severely injured. Even the Purple Moon Sage King's foundation was injured. After all, he had just broken through with the help of others. His foundation was not stable to begin with. Now, his strength had been greatly damaged. After this battle, he would have to go into seclusion for a few hundred years to recover. This made his eyes filled with killing intent. Damn it, it's all your fault. Today, none of you shall leave. The Purple Moon Sage King was filled with killing intent. The Silver Corpse Sage King and the others also had cold expressions. Previously, they had been slapped in the face by Xianxia and the others. Then, they were severely injured by the Peerless Sage King. They must repay this debt 100 times over. Let's attack. It's time to end this. The Ghost Deity Sage King's voice was extremely cold. They had enough people on their side. They could fight 2 against 1. They did not believe that the 3 Sage Kings would be able to overturn the situation. What should they do? Xianxia and the others also had cold expressions on their faces. The Peerless Sage King and the others said. It seemed like they could only retreat first. They did not expect so many Sage Kings to come. The Wuji Sage King also said. Indeed, they should conserve their strength first. At least, they should be able to save the Bus Sage King. Forget it, next time. Peerless Sage King sighed. The Sage Kings on the other side had already walked over, and the array around them was operating rapidly. Obviously, a huge battle was about to break out. Peerless Sage King unleashed a terrifying law of devour, enveloping everyone. The aura of the people on the other side was sealing the heavens and earth. A huge battle was about to break out. However, at that moment, an extremely terrifying roar sounded from beneath the ground. Following that, the heavens and earth cracked, and the array around them shattered once again. What happened? The Sage Kings felt a chill run down their spines. In the next moment, countless dark clouds appeared in the sky. Then, terrifying thunder and lightning filled the sky. Lightning tribulation, and it was a Sage King tribulation. Damn it, was someone about to break through and become a Sage King? Countless people exclaimed. The people from Joyous Union Palace were also stunned, because they had only seen it once not long ago. It was when Purple Moon Sage King broke through. That time was extremely terrifying, and it was in the extraterritorial starry sky. Was the thunder going to fall directly on their Joyous Union Palace? Purple Moon Sage King and the others' faces changed, and even Peerless Sage King and the others were stunned. Then, they looked at the ground. Xianxia exclaimed. Was He Shan about to break through? No way, what did he get from below? Was he about to break through so quickly? The dark red sage dragon exclaimed too. They knew that although Xianxia was powerful, he was only a sage king. Although he was the remnant soul of the great sage, his strength had been weakened too much. Otherwise, he would not have used a trap against the sage kings. But now, he was about to break through and become a sage king, which shocked everyone. They could not believe it. Damn it, stop him. Sage King Divine Ghost roared, and Sage King Silver Corpse's eyes turned red instantly. There was definitely a heaven-defying treasure below, but it was taken away by the other party. Kill, he roared, and the underworld scroll shot out. The other great sage kings also attacked. But there was nothing. An extremely terrifying aura appeared below, and then a thunder struck down from the sky, splitting all the superpowers. Countless people retreated. If they were enveloped by this kind of thunder tribulation, they would experience their own thunder tribulation. Therefore, no one dared to approach. However, Xianxia directly rushed out from below. His black robe danced in the wind, bringing with it an extremely terrifying aura. His eyes swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. The heavens have not forsaken me, be you a holy king, thank you for the things in your joyous union palace. In order to repay you, I will help you get rid of a peerless enemy. After saying that, he stared at Purple Moon Saint King. Purple Moon Saint King felt a chill down his spine. He then shouted angrily. You just broke through and you haven't even gone through the heavenly tribulation. You want to fight against me? However, Xianxia did not say anything and directly rushed over. You're courting death. Purple Moon Saint King unleashed a purple moon and charged forward. However, Xianxia quickly dodged it. Help me quickly. The thunder in the sky had already descended. Purple Moon Sage King did not dare to take it head-on and could only dodge quickly. At the same time, he looked around for help. The Silver Corpse Holy King and the others naturally made their moves as well. However, whoever attacked Black Mountain would be attacked by Black Mountain. Thunder from the sky would strike down. The surrounding Holy Kings were so frightened that they only dared to dodge far away and attack from afar. At this moment, a blood-red lightning appeared in the sky and struck down. It sent Black Mountain flying. Cracks appeared on Black Mountain's body and even his black robes were torn apart. The others were also stunned. This was the heavenly punishment. They exclaimed. You're a person that cannot be tolerated by the heavens. They were really too shocked. Xianxia was also shocked. He had experienced such a heavenly punishment before. Back then, he was a person abandoned by the heavens. That was why he experienced it. Why did Black Mountain experience it too? You said that he was the remnant soul of the great sage. He must have been dead for tens of thousands of years. However, he did not want to enter the cycle of reincarnation and wanted to go against the heavens to be reborn. He even wanted to break through and return to his peak. This was originally a heaven-defying act. It was normal for it to attract the heavenly punishment. Xianxia nodded after hearing that. Then, he became nervous. Could he avoid such a heavenly punishment? Soaring Sky Saint King sneered. It's useless. Once the heavenly punishment comes, you will definitely die. Purple Moon Saint King also snorted. You want to fight against me? Maybe in your next life, Silver Corpse Saint King sighed. Such a shocking treasure was given to the other party. In the end, it attracted the heavenly punishment. What a waste. However, Black Mountain roared into the sky. My Tao, no one can stop me. Today, I will go against the heavens and be reborn. After saying that, endless laws appeared on his body. It was extremely terrifying. Then, the entire sky darkened. In an instant, he appeared in front of Purple Moon Saint King. Purple Moon Saint King was shocked and subconsciously retreated. However, a pair of large hands in the sky covered her tightly. Damn it. Since she couldn't escape, she had to attack. She had to kill him before he broke through. Since you're a member of the heavenly punishment, why don't you go to hell? Purple Moon Saint King went all out. However, she realized that her attack was actually neutralized by Black Mountain. In the next moment, Black Mountain kept forming seals. Reverse yin and yang, seal, reincarnation of heaven and earth, sacrifice, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Then, endless laws gathered and formed a mysterious altar. It directly covered Purple Moon Saint King. In the next moment, Black Mountain sat cross-legged in the sky and formed seals with his palms again. It was extremely mysterious. The surrounding Saint Kings wanted to attack. However, the old Saint King from the Great Baron Mansion narrowed his eyes. He kept retreating. He was originally a person who shouldn't exist. He wanted to go against the heavens, damn it. Is he the legendary fortune defying the heavens? Stop him. Soaring Sky Saint King roared. However, the surrounding blood-red lightning had already struck down. No one dared to move forward. Everyone retreated to a faraway place. Regardless of whether it was Silver Corpse Saint King or Peerless Saint King, everyone retreated. The front had completely turned into nothingness. At this moment, the world was about to be destroyed. Fortunately, this world was very far away from the core of the Joyous Union Palace. Even if it was destroyed, its foundation would not be damaged. Just like that, they waited patiently in the center. 3 days later, the blood-red lightning slowly disappeared. Everyone looked at it with rapt attention. That guy should be dead. The people from Silver Corpse Saint King's side were shocked. As for Lin Xian and the rest, they were extremely nervous. In the next moment, they saw a figure standing there with his hands behind his back. His black robe was fluttering in the wind. It's Black Mountain. He's still alive. Lin Xian exclaimed. This is great. The North Demon also heaved a sigh of relief. Peerless Saint King and the rest laughed. Silver Corpse Saint King and the rest narrowed their eyes. How could this be? Heavenly punishment was even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation. Anyone who encountered it would definitely die. However, Black Mountain was still alive. The old Sage King of the Great Desolate Mansion looked solemn. He had used a legendary secret skill to seize the opportunity. What? Everyone was shocked. Then, they realized that where was Purple Moon Saint King? Could it be that he had already fallen? Everyone looked over and saw that Purple Moon Sage King had disappeared. Black Mountain said, he's dead. I've avenged you. These words were directed at Bus Sage King. Bus Sage King was also shocked. Even he could not understand what had happened. However, he still cupped his fists and thanked Black Mountain. Thank you for your help. Damn it. Not only did Black Mountain make a breakthrough, he even seized the opportunity. Silver Corpse Sage King's face was cold. The old Sage King of the Great Desolate Mansion gritted his teeth. Who are you? Black Mountain glanced at him and said coldly. Me? I'm afraid you don't have the right to know. Presumptuous. The mysterious man snorted. Black Mountain sneered. When I dominated the world, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. How dare you talk to me like that? When Black Mountain said that, Peerless Sage King and the rest had a strange look on their faces. Silver Corpse Sage King and the rest were furious. You're asking for it, since you dared to set up a trap for us, you'll die today. The Divine Ghost Sword Sage also walked out. So what if you've escaped the heavenly punishment? Can you escape from our joint attack? I'd like to see what makes you think you can say that. The old Sage King of the Great Desolate Mansion also walked out. It looked like these people wanted to attack Black Mountain together. Do you think you can fight with me with just your strength? Black Mountain stood there, looking down at the world with disdain. Silver Corpse Sage King and the rest gritted their teeth when they saw this. Damn it. Why are you pretending? Didn't you just become a Sage King? They were all experienced experts. Moreover, there was an old Sage King of the Great Desolate Mansion. Their strength was far stronger than anyone else. They did not believe that they could not defeat Black Mountain. So what if Peerless Sage King and the rest attacked? Peerless Sage King and the rest naturally would not sit back and watch. Hence, they walked out and stared ahead. Silver Corpse Sage King said coldly. Let me see what makes you so arrogant. With a clang, the Underworld Gourd spat out an Underworld Sword. The sword was extremely terrifying. It was like the Underworld Sword had descended and destroyed everything. The terrifying sword chi slashed towards Black Mountain. However, Heishan didn't care at all. With a sway of his body, he seemed to have merged into the void and instantly dodged the sword. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. Immediately, countless laws condensed in the space and completely sealed the sword chi. The Saint King's expressions changed when they saw that. How was that possible? How could Lin Fan fight against a Silver Corpse Saint King so easily? One had to know that the Silver Corpse Saint King was a veteran Saint King. His opponent had just become a Saint King. Was there no difference between the two of them? Damn it. The Silver Corpse Saint King roared and formed a seal with his palms, forming the Yellow Spring Great Array. A cold and gloomy aura swept out in all directions, as if it wanted to take away everyone's life force. Even Peerless Saint King and the others frowned when they saw this. It must be said that his opponent's spirit formation was extremely terrifying. Luiwa Saint King took a few steps back. After all, she had been injured before and had not fully recovered. She could not withstand the cold aura at all. Let's see how you're going to fight this time. The Silver Corpse Saint King sneered. Skysoar Saint King and the others also looked cold. In their opinion, Lin Fan was definitely going to die this time. He Shan looked around and sneered. How dare you use a spirit formation in front of me? You're really courting death. Your array formation is nothing more than an insignificant skill. After saying that, he disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already outside the Great Formation. How was that possible? The surrounding people were all stunned. The Saint Kings also narrowed their eyes. Damn it. How did he get out? The Silver Corpse Saint King's face turned ugly and his eyes widened. Damn it. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palms, forming a Yellow Spring seal and slammed it forward. Could it be that you know how to use a spatial array? So what? In his opinion, Lin Fan must have used a spatial array to break out of the formation so quickly. However, he was not afraid. At this moment, He Shan also made his move. He slammed his palm forward and it covered the sky. The 9 heavens collapsed and the stars were destroyed. Boom, the terrifying palm collided with the Yellow Spring seal and an earth-shattering sound rang out. Countless cracks spread out and the Yellow Spring seal shattered. The Silver Corpse Saint King was forced back and one of his arms was instantly shattered. The surrounding people were all stunned. Everything had happened too quickly. By the time they reacted, the Silver Corpse Saint King had already vomited blood and was sent flying. How was that possible? The surrounding people were stunned. Wasn't this guy too strong? Was he really someone who had just become a Saint King? Ah, the Silver Corpse Saint King roared to the sky. His body was filled with killing intent as he charged forward again. The power in his body seemed to be able to split the sky and earth apart as he exploded with unparalleled killing intent. However, He Shan only sneered. He stretched out his palm again and it seemed to pass through the endless void. His palm slammed onto the Silver Corpse Saint King's face. He was sent flying. The Saint King spun in the sky like a kite with a broken string. His face was smashed. I've said it before. You're not my match. Let your father, Saint King Yanling, come. He Shan stood with his hands behind his back and said proudly. On the opposite side, Saint King Fei Tian, Saint King Divine Ghost, and the others were shocked. Even Saint King Wang Kunlun and the others gasped. This person was so strong that it defied the heavens. Lin Xian and the others were even more shocked. Was this He Shan's strength? As expected of the remnant soul of the great sage. He had just become a Saint King and could already beat up other Saint Kings. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He did not know how strong He Shan would be after becoming a Saint King. The scene was terrifyingly silent. The Silver Corpse Saint King and the others were originally full of confidence. They had enough strength to suppress the Divine King and the others. But now, the Peerless Saint King and the others had not even made a move. He Shan alone was enough to stun them. Damn it. The Silver Corpse Saint King flew back with bloodshot eyes. His body was filled with killing intent as he wanted to attack again. This time, he was going to go all out. As a Saint King, how could he not be angry after being slapped in the face one after another? However, at this moment, the old Saint King from Bumblebee waved his hand and stopped him. Don't act rashly. This person is very strange. Let me test his strength. As he spoke, he walked out and waved his walking stick in the air. Suddenly, the stars in the sky shattered. Saint King stage. The peerless Saint King and the others took a deep breath as their expressions became serious. It was obvious that the old Saint King was a stage higher than them. Most of the Saint Kings were early Saint Kings, but the old man was a Saint King. The difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. Soaring Sky Sage King and the rest snorted. Even Lin Xian and the rest became nervous again. Boom, the old Sage King of the great desolate mansion made his move. His walking stick seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword as it pierced forward. In an instant, it arrived before He Shan. However, He Shan waved his hand and endless laws gathered, forming a terrifying vortex that instantly enveloped the sword. It was as if the sword had pierced into the sea. The boundless power was swallowed up by it. He Shan formed a seal with his palms and an endless array flew out from his hands, spreading out in all directions. The great spiritual lock array below was activated by him, and endless chains flew towards the old Sage King. The old Sage King was originally full of confidence, but when he saw the great spiritual lock array, his scalp went numb. He quickly retreated, no longer as confident as before. The expressions of the other Saint Kings also changed greatly. Damn it, can he still control the array? Why did he retreat without a fight? I've said it before. When I dominated the world, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. Do you believe me now? Damn it, those Sage Kings were so angry that they vomited blood, but no one dared to make a move. Even the old Sage King said that they should leave first. This guy was too strange. He could control the great spiritual lock array. If he sealed it, it would be difficult to escape. Damn it, Silver Corpse Sage King and the rest were biting. The great advantage they had was now gone. Not only was Purple Moon Sage King killed, but the Joyous Union Palace was no longer under their control. Moreover, they had been slapped in the face. They must take revenge. Let's go. Silver Corpse Sage King waved his hand and the few of them slowly disappeared. At this moment, Peerless Sage King and Kunlun Sage King attacked. The two of them attacked the same person, the mysterious person who was covered in light. The mysterious person did not expect the two great Sage Kings to attack together. He could only retreat quickly. The old Sage King roared and slashed Kunlun Mountain. However, the devouring vortex flew out and enveloped the mysterious person's light. The light was torn apart. The mysterious person was shocked and then disappeared. Although it was only for a moment, they saw Peerless Sage King. Then, they were all dumbfounded. It really was the desolate Heaven Sage King, wasn't he killed? Lin Xian and the others were also surprised. Peerless Saint King said coldly. He did not have the ability to come back from the dead. He was not dead at all. As expected, they were in cahoots with the human world. The appearance of Sacred King Huan Tian caused everyone's expression to turn grave. The people who were originally dead had reappeared. In that case, other than the desolate Heaven Holy King, were the others still alive? Their faces were cold. These people were too arrogant. It seemed that it was time to take action against them. Peerless Saint King's eyes were filled with killing intent. He would leave the rest to BUS Saint King. After Purple Moon Saint King was killed, the people from Huan Palace no longer dared to resist and all of them surrendered. Those capable generals under the Purple Moon Saint King were all suppressed. Their hearts and souls were destroyed. For a moment, the Joyous Union Palace was once again under his control. On the other side, Peerless Sage King and the others had also begun to discuss their plans to attack the Great Barren Mansion. Since they had already confirmed that the Great Desolation Mansion was related to the human world, how could they hold back? Of course, this matter had to be well prepared. Lin Xian and the others also took the time to cultivate. They adjusted their strength to the peak and were ready to strike at any time. At the same time, the battle scenes that Peerless Saint King had recorded using the array were also spread out. It spread throughout the second astral realm. When the people in the second astral realm saw it, they were stunned. Oh my God, what is this? The great Sage King had been slapped in the face. They felt as if they were in a dream. Who did it? Was it Lin Xian? He was really daring. They did not know the others, but they should be sacred venerables. A group of sacred venerables had slapped a sacred king's face. This was the first time something like this had happened since the beginning of time. Therefore, everyone was in an uproar. All sorts of discussions broke out. When the sacred kings heard the news, they were so angry that they vomited blood and sent people out to suppress them. At the same time, Fu Hongye, Ling Huchuishue, and the others were transported over. They took a deep breath. They knew that Peerless City was going to take revenge. Previously, Acheron Palace, Great Desolate Mansion, and Demon City had joined forces to seal Peerless City. They had already taken action against Acheron Palace. This time, they were going to take action against Great Desolate Mansion and destroy it completely. Soon, Lin Xian met up with Ling Huchuishue and the others and came to Joyous Union Palace. Everyone gathered and waited for Peerless Saint King's news. Lin Xian originally wanted to contact Peerless Saint King and ask Chao Tianxing to come over. He wanted to spar with Peerless Saint King. However, he found out that Chao Tianxing was still in True Spirit World and was constantly visiting sacred grounds. He had even entered some legendary places. This caused Lin Xian to be astonished. It seemed that this fellow was not simple at all. Finally, Peerless Saint King returned. His eyes were filled with coldness. Then, he said, "Follow me to take revenge." Lin Xian and the others stood up. Their eyes were filled with coldness. This time only Peerless Saint King came personally. The other Saint Kings did not appear. However, Lin Xian knew that the other Saint Kings were following them secretly, ready to strike at any time. After all, they were going to attack a sacred city. It was reasonable for Peerless City to go in the name of revenge. Great Desolate Mansion would definitely call for others. At that time, the hidden Saint Kings would appear again. Peerless Saint King, Lin Xian, and the others quickly moved out. The entire second astral realm was shaken again. This time, they did not hide their auras. Terrifying killing intent and the wrath of a Saint King swept across the 9 heavens. Finally, they came to the front. The Great Desolate Mansion was right in front of them. Peerless Saint King roared and slashed forward with his sword. Suddenly, a world in Joyous Union Palace was split open. The disciples inside were all turned into blood mist. Terrifying auras spread out in all directions. Everyone in the second astral realm went crazy. Heavens, the wrath of a Saint King was so terrifying. When the people of Great Desolate Mansion received the news, their eyes turned red. Damn it, who is it? Do they want to die? Countless experts and elders flew out one after another. One of the elders swept his gaze across all directions. He was a late-stage Saint Venerate expert. He roared, "Who dares to attack my Great Desolate Mansion? Get over here and die." However, what answered him was an ice-cold sword light that directly slashed him into a bloody mist. The other elders felt their scalps go numb. They were facing a formidable enemy. Damn it, the aura of a Saint King. The Saint King had struck. In the next moment, they saw a group of people descending from the sky. They brought with them Supreme Tao, causing the sky to rumble and the earth to tremble. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses had descended. The martial artists of the Great Desolate Mansion who controlled the world raised their heads in fear. When the elders saw this scene, their pupils abruptly shrank. Unparalleled Sage King and the people from Wushuang City. D***, they actually came, Unparalleled Sage King, how dare you behave so atrociously in the Great Desolate Mansion? This is against the rules. Another elder walked out and gritted his teeth. However, Unparalleled Sage King waved his sleeve and the elder turned into a bloody mist. He said coldly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you lecture me? Get your Sage King out." Damn it. When the surrounding Sage Venerables saw this, they roared in anger. They gritted their teeth so hard that they almost broke. Some of the Sage Venerables elders were even more furious. Unparalleled Sage King frowned. A bunch of ants dared to behave atrociously in front of him. When he looked at the 6 elders, they instantly turned into a bloody mist. The people from the Great Desolate Mansion were in despair. He was too powerful. Although the elders were also powerful experts, they were like ants in front of the Sage King. They could not even withstand a glance from the Sage King. No one dared to be arrogant anymore. Shouting in front of the Sage King was a dead end. At this moment, a cold snort sounded between heaven and earth. Then, an old man walked out on the main road. He held onto his walking stick and his aura was icy cold. When the people from the great desolate mansion saw this, they became excited. They all knelt down and bowed. "Old ancestor, great, the old ancestor is here," the elders shouted. "Old ancestor, please avenge us. Wushuang City is too arrogant." This old man was naturally the old sage king of the great desolate mansion. Suddenly, a cold aura shrouded the area. To be honest, he did not want to see unparalleled Sage King and the others. When he thought of unparalleled Sage King, he remembered what had happened. There was also the mysterious black-robed man. However, since the other party had already come, he could not sit back and do nothing. Instead, he asked coldly, "Unparalleled Sage King, why did you bring so many people here, what is it?" Unparalleled Sage King sneered. Previously, the great desolate mansion, Acheron Hall, and myriad demon city joined forces to attack Wushuang City. Because of this, Wushuang City is still sealed. "What do you think I'm doing? Since you dared to attack my holy city, then there's no need for your holy city to exist." Speaking of which, a fearsome sword chi swept across the area. The terrifying devouring law spread out for thousands of miles. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. As for the old holy king in front, he humped coldly. "I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. Call out the person behind you. This is just a grudge between the two of us in the great sage city. I won't ask for help. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you're a veteran Saint King? Today, I'll show you how powerful I am." The unparalleled Saint King body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. "Of course, if you want to call for help, then don't blame me for being rude." Hearing this, the old Saint King smiled. He was most worried that the peerless Saint King would look for someone. However, at that moment, Chu Feng wanted to contend against him by himself. He was truly naive. This peerless Saint King was only at the initial stage of the Saint King realm. Although his devouring law was strange, so what, after all, he was a Saint King stage expert. It would be very easy for him to defeat his opponent. If it was possible, he could even kill his opponent today. Thinking of this, the old Saint King's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Since you want to die, then don't blame me for being rude." Having said that, he waved his hand and a terrifying desolate aura formed a desolate blade and slashed forward. The blade seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart as it exploded with unparalleled power. The peerless Saint King also made his move. The devouring law and unparalleled sword flew out. A shocking battle broke out between the two of them. The old Saint King roared. "Do you dare to fight me?" He flew out of the region and fought in the 9 heavens. After all, this was the territory of the great desolate mansion. If they fought on the ground, even if they won, the great desolate mansion would not be able to withstand the power. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The peerless Saint King sneered and rushed up to the 9 heavens. The two of them fought fiercely. Terrifying auras filled the air, causing everyone below to watch the battle nervously. The people of the great desolate mansion surrounded Linghu Chuexiue and the others, but they did not attack immediately. They were waiting for the outcome of the battle between the Saint Kings. When the time came, they would destroy the people of Peerless City. Linghu Chuexiue and the others were also nervous. However, Lin Xian was not among them. At this moment, Lin Xian was not there. He was secretly moving. He and the dark red divine dragon carried the void beast skin and hid in the void. They were flying in the world controlled by the great desolate mansion. He Shan was following behind them. This time, their goal was not to kill their enemies, but to find the traces of the desolate heaven Saint King. As long as they could find the desolate heaven Saint King, then the grudge between Peerless City and the great desolate mansion would be resolved. At that time, they could prove that the great desolate mansion was related to the human world. Then, the other saint cities could make a move. The Divine Path sect could also enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. This was the ultimate goal of the peerless Saint King and the others. "Kid, what do you think?" The dark red divine dragon asked as he controlled the void beast skin. Lin Xian fully activated his heavenly secret god eyes. His golden eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. "Don't worry. Not in this world. Go to another world." They instantly shuttled through the void. A single saint city controlled many worlds. Therefore, they had to search for the desolate heaven Saint King one by one. Finally, they found the desolate Heaven Saint King in the sixth world. Lin Xian said, I found the traces of the desolate Heaven Saint King. This time, he did not hide. I saw his face clearly. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take action. The dark red divine dragon said anxiously. Lin Xian frowned. There was more than one Saint King's aura. Damn it. There were other Saint Kings in the great desolate mansion. Lin Xian made a shocking discovery. He realized that there were two more Saint Kings hiding here. These two people were wearing masks even when they were not in danger. Black killing intent shrouded them. Obviously, they were from the human world. In the distance, in a hidden palace, a masked man frowned. He looked into the void. Another person asked, what's going on? That person said, I feel that someone is secretly observing us. Who could be here? You're overthinking. Impossible. My senses can't be wrong. Desolate heaven, isn't there a huge battle outside? The desolate Heaven Saint King's pupils shrank. His eyes were like thunder, piercing through the void. Damn it. Hurry up and take action. A black-clothed Saint King instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared near Lin Xian. Indeed, there was an aura. Although I don't know who you are, you should hurry up and die. He held a mirror in one hand and slammed his other hand down. They had been discovered. The dark red divine dragon was shocked. Lin Xian sighed. A sage ruler was indeed much stronger than a sage venerate. None of the sage venerates had discovered them while they were flying. However, a sage ruler had easily discovered them. He did not dare to be careless and entered the great sage pagoda with the dark red divine dragon. With a loud boom, the great sage pagoda was sent flying. The sage ruler sneered. However, he soon frowned. Was it not broken? Could it be a sage ruler's weapon? He stretched out his palm and tried to grab it again. However, at this moment, another black-robed man appeared and slammed his palm towards him. Who was that? The sage ruler thought that it was his companion, but when he sensed that the aura was different, he felt a chill down his spine. It was Black Mountain who had attacked. His attack was filled with endless power and enveloped the other party. He was instantly sent flying, crashing through the endless void, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. What was going on? The desolate heaven's sage ruler and the other black-robed man were shocked. Was there a sage ruler hiding here? Leave first. The desolate heaven's sage ruler's body glowed brightly. He was wearing a suit of armor that covered his face. They could not let anyone discover that a human was here. Otherwise, the great desolate mansion would be in danger. The sage ruler was prepared to go over and stall for time. However, he did not know that the other party was looking for him. In the next moment, he dashed out and asked coldly, Sir, do you really want to become enemies with the great desolate mansion? At that moment, Lin Xian walked out from the great sage pagoda and sneered. Desolate heaven, stop pretending. I know it's you. You're still alive. It's you. The desolate heaven's sage ruler's face turned cold. He looked ferocious. Brat, how dare you come here? You're courting death. I'll send you to hell today. As he spoke, he slapped out. You're the one who's going to hell. Lin Xian sneered and quickly retreated. He used the void escape technique to appear and disappear unpredictably. At that moment, Black Mountain also made his move. He stretched out a palm that was filled with the power of an array. It instantly enveloped desolate heaven's sage ruler. Desolate Sky Saint King's expression changed instantly. Not good, he roared crazily, his power sweeping out in all directions. However, he was unable to tear apart the array formation. In the next moment, Heishan waved his hand and flew into the sky with the formation. Boom, when they arrived in the sky, Lin Xian's cold voice rang out once again. Desolate Heaven Sage King, you're still alive. It seems that you are indeed related to the human world. His voice was like a clap of thunder that swept across all directions, causing the people of the great desolate mansion to be stunned. They all turned their heads to look, their faces filled with astonishment. In the sky, the expression of the old sacred king, who was fighting in the outer realm, changed. Damn it, he was clenching his teeth so hard that they were about to break. To be honest, the fact that he hadn't been able to suppress the other party until now had already shocked him. However, he did not expect that the other party's target was not him, but Sacred King Huang Tian. Peerless Saint King sneered. "Old man, let's see how your great desolate mansion will die this time." As he spoke, he quickly retreated and arrived beside Linghu Chuexiue and the others to prevent the great desolation mansion from attacking. Meanwhile, the old Saint King walked down, his expression cold and gloomy. Sacred King Huang Tian gritted his teeth. The black-robed man had appeared. The old Sacred King's eyes narrowed as he said coldly. Huang Tian was indeed still alive because he had cultivated a secret technique. That was why he was able to escape from the human world. However, that did not mean that he was related to the human world. Sacred King Huang Tian quickly explained. "Yes, that's right. The secret technique that I cultivated allowed me to escape." "Can't I do that?" Lin Xian sneered when he heard that. "You really have the cheek to say that." Those who were present were all sacred kings. "How could you escape? What a joke, the human world didn't kill you." "However, if you don't want to admit it, don't worry, we have evidence." As he spoke, Lin Xian's eyes shone with an extremely sharp radiance. This time, He Shan attacked and shattered the heavens and earth. Soon, a figure was pushed back again. This person was wearing a mask and exuded a murderous aura. He was a sacred king from the human world. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered. "What else do you have to say now?" The old sacred king's expression changed. Damn it. He did not expect that even his secret would be discovered. In the next moment, his expression turned ferocious and the aura on his body became even more terrifying. At that moment, his head of white hair instantly changed. His old face returned to its youthful appearance. In the next moment, the old sacred king turned into a middle-aged man who looked like a god. Obviously, he had used a secret technique to forcefully restore his strength to its peak without caring about his lifespan and life. At the same time, his voice sounded. "So what if you found out? Today, all of you will die." With a roar, the desolate heaven seal came crashing down. Sacred King Wushuang tried his best to block it, but he was still sent flying. However, he used a devouring vortex to protect Linghu Chuexiue. Sacred King Wushuang spat out blood as he was sent flying. His expression was cold, as expected of someone of the older generation. When he went all out, he was indeed strong. However, is it possible for him to kill me? The old sacred king did not say a word and attacked again. They shattered the formation and rescued the desolate heaven holy king. Sacred King Huang Tian did not hold back and attacked with all his might. He used the desolate summoning technique and summoned millions of figures in a huge canyon. The terrifying desolate chi was everywhere in the sky and on the ground, trying to devour everyone. At the same time, the space shattered and the two killing sacred kings of the mortal world appeared in the sky. At that moment, Sacred King Wushuang and the others were in extreme danger. An inescapable trap, so what? Sacred King Wushuang snorted and sent out a sword chi. Instantly, the space around them shattered. Figures appeared one after another. Their terrifying aura suppressed the 9 heavens. Sacred King Baiyu, Sacred King Kunlun, and Wuji Sacred King were among them. Moreover, they were not the only ones. The people from the deity Dao Union had also appeared. Their expressions were unusually cold as they froze the area. The deity Dao Union, the old Sacred King's eyes narrowed. He thought that Sacred King Wushuang would call for Sacred King Kunlun and the others, but he was not afraid. However, he did not expect the people from the deity Dao Union to come as well. This time, it was really troublesome. Scholar Immortal walked out and looked down. "Great desolate mansion, how dare you? Since you have already submitted to the mortal world, you should disappear from this world. Next, we will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Damn it, the old Sacred King's face was cold. The 2 assassins said, "We have already sent out the summoning array. Our people will come. Hold on for a while." At that moment, Scholar Immortal waved his hand in the sky. Instantly, the assassins attacked. Sacred King Wushuang and the others attacked as well. A huge battle instantly broke out. Linghu Chuexiue, Fu Hongye, and the other young disciples also attacked. They would not participate in the battle between the sacred kings. However, they would not miss the battle between the sacred sovereigns. Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon made their moves as well. In an instant, many people charged towards Lin Xian. If it weren't for Lin Xian, the great desolate mansion wouldn't be in such a passive position. Go to hell, kid. In an instant, 5 figures appeared in the void. They were the 5 elders who were at the pinnacle of the sacred venerables. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Boom, the 5 of them executed their ultimate techniques. Lin Xian let out a roar and unleashed the human ruler seal, sweeping out in all directions. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The 5 elders were pushed back, their faces full of shock. How could it be? How could Lin Xian be so strong? Damn it, this guy is almost invincible under the sacred ruler realm. Their faces turned cold. More and more people rushed over to attack. The dark red divine dragon also roared and charged out. Lin Xian executed the human ruler's seal. The mountain-embracing seal, invincible sword, and indestructible sword were executed consecutively. The sacred venerables fell in droves. They couldn't resist at all. Boom, when the desolate heaven sacred ruler saw this, he attacked Lin Xian. Then, he was sent flying. Lin Xian sensed the terrifying aura and quickly dodged. However, he couldn't dodge, so he took out the Great Destruction Spear and blocked the attack. In the next moment, his face turned cold. Since you still want to kill me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian directly used the Great Destruction Spear. Originally, he was invincible under the Sacred Ruler Realm. Now that he took out the Sacred Ruler Realm weapon, he was like a god of war. No one could stop him. Boom, when the attack landed, boundless demonic chi suppressed the surroundings. Geniuses fell in droves. The elders' eyes turned red. Stop him, countless elders rushed over, but they couldn't even take a single attack. Under the attack, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Those elders were also destroyed. On the other side, Linghu Chueshue, Fu Hongya, and the other personal disciples were equally terrifying. The toad waved its claws and executed the divine toad fist. It was having a great time. Lin Xian single-handedly swept through all 4 directions. One world after another, no one could stop him. The battle between the sacred rulers was also very dangerous. Although there were 4 sacred rulers on the Great Desolate Mansion's side, they couldn't stop him. In an instant, their bodies were destroyed. But at this moment, the sacred ruler Silver Corpse, the sacred ruler, and the sacred ruler of the demon city. Even the mortals killing sages had arrived. Terrifying murderous aura surged, carrying out a great confrontation with the divine Tao Gate. But this time, Peerless Saint King and the others were well prepared, so they had the advantage in numbers. Sacred Venerables' peak. Kill, the Holy Lord had completely lost his mind, and was now attacking madly. He summoned the Void Grand Canyon and used it as a weapon to sweep out in all directions. Sacred Ruler-s gods as the Destruction Void Sacred Ruler Pyrables also attacked. Countless sword chi slashed at the desolate canyon. Boom. Desolate canyons filled the air, as if they were real canyons that had transcended time and space. Killing intent surged in the surroundings. It was surrounded by mountains of corpses and a sea of blood. It was a terrifying scene. Buzz. At this moment, another figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Sacred Ruler Pyrables. It was a killing sage from the mortal world. He was very powerful and unpredictable. He stabbed the killing sword in his hand at Sacred Ruler Pyrables. A devouring vortex appeared behind Sacred Ruler Pyrables and blocked the sword. At the same time, Scholar Immortal attacked from the sky. The sky was instantly covered in ice. Frost appeared on the killing sage's body. The killing sage retreated quickly, but he was sent flying by Kunlun Mountain. This battle was very terrifying. The surrounding void shattered. Even if the sages below weren't killed by Lin Xian and the others, they were torn to pieces by the Sacred Ruler's aura and turned into a bloody mist. Sacred Ruler Divine Ghost was powerful. He swept his sword. It was a sword of the heavens that crushed the 9 heavens. With one sword, heaven and earth were shattered. The scene was too terrifying. It was as if the 9 heavens had turned into a peerless divine sword that crushed everything. The phantom of Kunlun Mountain was split open by the sword. Sacred ruler Kunlun was also sent flying, his face pale. One had to admit that the sword techniques of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were unparalleled. This divine sword could be called the Sword Realm. Tens of thousands of sword chi slashed in all directions. At this moment, a huge sword Dao world pressed down from the sky. Not only did it attack the sacred rulers, but it also attacked Lin Xian and the others. In just an instant, heaven and earth were pierced and shattered. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian and the others also dodged quickly, their faces pale. At the same time, sacred ruler Wu Ji roared at the sky. Heaven and earth trembled, and the stars dimmed. He attacked sacred ruler Soaring Sky. The terrifying Wu Ji laws kept surging. Sacred ruler Soaring Sky had transformed into his true form. His true form was a flying mantis. He waved his 2 blades. He shot out a sky full of blade light to fight against his opponent. These sacred rulers all had their own unique laws and abilities. They were very terrifying. Buzz, sacred ruler Silver Corpse roared. He formed a seal with his palms and directly shot out a bronze coffin. There was a corpse inside. Only half of the corpse was left, but it was pitch black. It was very strange. As soon as he appeared, a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Seeing this scene, Scholar Immortal roared. Not good, everyone, be careful. This is the Great Sage Corpse Poison. The Great Sage Corpse Poison? Sacred Ruler Kunlun, Sacred Ruler Closing Moon, and the others' expressions changed when they heard this. They had been poisoned by this poison before, but the other party still had such a terrifying poison. In an instant, they frantically used their laws to form layers of defense to resist. Immortal Scholar roared angrily and unleashed a terrifying ice attack. Frost danced between heaven and earth. The entire world had been sealed in ice, but the Great Sage Corpse Poison was indeed extremely bizarre. In this land of frost, it could still be used slowly. From the looks of it, it could threaten the life of any sacred ruler. Sacred ruler Silver Corpse laughed when he saw this scene. It's useless. You're all dead. If this was the Great Sage Corpse Poison, how could a sacred ruler block it when it was related to the Great Sage? Sacred ruler Wu Shuang and the others frowned. Even the deity Dao Yunyan's people had cold expressions. They didn't expect them to have such a thing. At this moment, a figure walked out and said, "Let's use that thing." After he finished speaking, he began to form seals with his hands. Suddenly, a formation was formed, and a blue bead was summoned out of the formation. It was like a blue sun, shining in all directions. Pearl of Purification, it was also a terrifying weapon of a sacred ruler. It specialized in purifying all poisons. The appearance of the Pearl of Purification caused the Great Sage Corpse Poison to slow down. However, sacred ruler Silver Corpse snorted coldly. He held the bronze coffin and charged forward. The half-corpse inside emitted an even more terrifying aura. Even the Pearl of Purification couldn't block it. The thing in his hand should be the corpse of the Great Sage. This was an unparalleled treasure, but it was refined into corpse poison by the other party. It seemed that he had to take out the Great Sage's item. At this moment, the unparalleled Sage King said that there was still a chance. "Everyone, give me your power. I have a way." The Sage Kings released their power, and the devouring vortex devoured their power. Then, he transmitted his voice, "Junior brother, use the great dragon sword." Lin Xian nodded. The vortex came behind him. Feeling the terrifying power, he instantly struck out a dragon-shaped sword shadow. Suddenly, it turned into a dragon's head and swallowed the power in the vortex. The great dragon sword soul burst out, releasing a peerless sword light. At this moment, the world became dark. The divine ghost sword king's body also trembled. His firmament sword was so powerful before, sweeping across an area with an invincible aura. But now, in front of the dragon sword, it lost its brilliance. What is that? The divine ghost sword king looked at the sword chi between heaven and earth, and his eyes instantly turned red. As a peerless sage sword, such a treasure made him go crazy. He quickly charged over with the firmament sword, wanting to snatch the sword shadow. But at this moment, Lin Xian waved his arm. The dragon sword intent descended, and the firmament sword was directly sent flying. The divine ghost sword king had one of his arms cut off. He returned in a sorry state, and his eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, it's that kid. They all stared at Lin Xian. The sage kings were stunned. How could a young man have such a terrifying treasure? It could even injure a sage king. Damn it. Kill him quickly. The sage king's eyes emitted a biting cold killing intent. The silver corpse holy king unleashed his great sage corpse poison, transforming into a giant black dragon that lunged forward with bared fangs and claws. Under the great sage's corpse poison, everything would be turned into ashes. Lin Xian used the great sword soul. Invincible form. It swept through everything. A terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi flew out and turned into a world of sword Dao, suppressing the entire world. When the black storm encountered the dragon-shaped sword aura, it let out an earth-shaking sound. Then, it quickly dissipated. The Saint Kings were also stunned. They didn't dare believe it. That was the corpse poison of the great sage, and it was actually blocked by the other party. Furthermore, he had destroyed it. What kind of swordsmanship was this? Great, it's working. The Kunlun Sacred King and the others smiled as they heaved a sigh of relief. This was because what they were most worried about was the great sage's corpse poison. Once it was unleashed, no one would be able to withstand it. But now, things were different. On their side, if they could block the great sage's corpse poison, then they would be able to sweep through everything. Sure enough, these people once again channeled their energy into the great dragon sword spirit. The sword spirit destroyed everything and split the black storm apart. After that, Lin Xian controlled the great dragon sword soul and charged towards the bronze coffin. How could it be like this? The silver corpse holy king and the others' expressions became ugly. They roared. It had to be a coincidence. Kill. They also controlled the bronze coffin and charged over quickly. The two of them clashed in the sky. The great dragon sword soul had completely suppressed the corpse poison of the great sage, making it unable to threaten the other Saint Kings. Attack. When the immortal scholar saw this scene, he led the people of the deity Dao Union and quickly attacked. They swept through the sky. They already had the advantage. Now that they had nothing to worry about, they were even more powerful. In an instant, a few Saint Kings from the mortal world fell. The silver corpse holy king and the others were also forced to retreat. Below them, Linghu Chuexiue and the others were even more powerful. They swept through the sky. None of the elders, experts, or geniuses of the great desolate mansion could escape. In the end, the people of the mortal world had to retreat. The silver corpse holy king felt his scalp go numb. He roared and retreated quickly. No, what about the saint city? The desolate heaven holy king roared. This was their saint city. If they retreated, the great desolate mansion would cease to exist. Boom, at that moment, a fist landed on his body, breaking him apart. At the same time, the flood dragon's scissors in the sky sliced his blood mist apart. The desolate heaven holy king was scared out of his wits. He did not dare to stay any longer. If they were destroyed, so be it. As long as they were alive, they could rebuild the saint city. At this thought, the Saint Kings retreated. You want to leave? The immortal scholar finally used the indestructible cold sky array. The terrifying array formation suppressed the surroundings. As the desolate heaven holy king had retreated too late, he was instantly sealed in ice. When the old Saint King saw this, he roared crazily. He attacked with unparalleled power. However, when he sensed the icy aura, he did not dare to get close. He could only attack from afar. The monstrous power was like one peerless sword light after another, sweeping through everything. However, it was useless. The peerless Saint King and the others came forward and looked at the frozen desolate heaven holy king. You didn't expect this, did you? Go to hell. The peerless Saint King slashed out with his sword and split the desolate heaven holy king apart. Then, he used the devouring law to destroy the desolate heaven holy king's soul. The desolate heaven holy king roared crazily. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. He wanted to die together with his enemies. However, he could not do so in the array. In the end, he was killed by the peerless Saint King and the others. His heart and soul were destroyed. Is he dead? Their Saint King has fallen. The people of the great desolate mansion who were still resisting were dumbfounded when they saw this. They felt as if the sky had collapsed. It was at this time that more and more people fell. Damn it! Run! Let's save as many as we can. The old Saint King roared in the sky. Then, his eyes turned red as he stared at the peerless Saint King. One day, I'll tear you to pieces. Boom, after saying that, he turned around and left. At this moment, a ray of light flashed and cut off one of his arms. An old man in plain clothes held a sickle in the sky. He looked like an ordinary old man, but his strength was extremely strong. He cut the old man in half with a single slash. Damn it, the old Saint King thought. He could feel his strength slipping away. After all, he did not have much lifespan left. At this moment, he was desperate to recover to his peak. After such a long battle, he had used up a lot of his strength. If he continued fighting, he would not have any strength left. At that time, even if these people did not kill him, his heart and soul would be destroyed. Therefore, he roared and tore open the void to escape quickly. Chase, these people chased after him crazily. The people of the deity Dao Union were even more aggressive. In the end, 2 more mortal realm-killing sages fell. Even the Silver Corpse Holy King's body was destroyed. The Flying Sky Holy King and the Divine Ghost Holy King were also injured. However, in the end, they used the great sage's corpse to escape quickly. The peerless Saint King and the people of the deity Dao Union returned. They arrived at the great desolate mansion. The experts of the great desolate mansion had been killed. The remaining people could not resist at all. They were all kneeling on the ground. The peerless Saint King used the devouring law. It floated between heaven and earth and covered the entire great desolate mansion. Then, he said, don't be a member of the great desolate mansion in your next life. Reincarnate. With that, he waved his hand and swallowed the entire great desolate mansion. The second astral realm was in an uproar. The destruction of a saint city was too shocking. It could be said that it had swept across the entire astral realm. Countless warriors were talking about this matter everywhere. Peerless City was too strong. They had been sealed by the 3 great sage cities, and now they had destroyed a saint city. He was going to take his revenge. Someone exclaimed. Someone else said, no, I heard that it wasn't just for revenge. There were other reasons. The great desolate mansion Saint King was actually a member of the world of men. That was why so many saint cities had attacked them. The world of men. That ancient and legendary Xianxia palace? Many people were shocked. That was an extremely terrifying existence. No wonder the great desolate mansion was destroyed. What would happen to the other saint cities? Everyone was stunned. At the same time, the other saint cities were also in an uproar. People like Thousand Demon City and Thousand Swords Pavilion were also shocked. Soaring Sky Saint King and Divine Ghost Saint King immediately gathered a group of experts after returning. They brought along some of the top geniuses and experts with them. The others were all sealed. They had chosen the same method as Peerless City, which was to seal the entire Saint City and survive this crisis. Thousand Demon City did the same. 2 great sage cities were sealed and disappeared into the void, which caused many people to exclaim. It seemed like the 2 great sage cities had bowed their heads and were sealed. Everyone's gaze fell on Acheron Palace. After all, Acheron Palace was in charge of this matter. What should Acheron Palace do? Should they gather their forces and launch a counterattack, or should they seal it? Silver Corpse Saint King clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He was so angry that he vomited blood. To be honest, he wanted to gather these Saint Kings and bring the world of men back. However, on this day, Spirit Saint King Yen sent a message to True Spirit World, asking him to seal the Saint City and bring people to True Spirit World. Damn it, let those people be arrogant for a while. One day, the second astral realm would be ours. Silver Corpse Saint King also brought a few geniuses and sealed the Saint City. Then, they headed to True Spirit World. On the other side, Peerless Saint King and the others had gathered together to discuss what to do next. The deity Dao Union's people left again, hiding in the world. As for the other Saint Kings, after discussing with each other, they decided to put up the strongest defense for the holy city before taking their disciples to the true spirit world. After all, the day of opening the seal was very close. They had to hurry over and send these geniuses to the buried Emperor Star. True spirit world. As more and more geniuses appeared one after another, the martial path of the true spirit world flourished once again. Right now, they are talking about the geniuses that came from the buried Emperor Star. That Han Chong was too terrifying. Earlier, he had challenged an expert of the older generation and had actually won within 10 moves. It was unknown what level his true strength had reached. That's right, other than Han Chong, that Hui Yu is also incomparably strong. This person's moonlight power seemed to be able to sweep through everything. It was even stronger than the Holy Lands. I've heard that there's an even more terrifying existence above him. She's like a fairy from the 9th heaven. It's said that even Han Chong has to be respectful when he sees her. What? There's such an existence? Where was that fairy? Exclamations of surprise could be heard. However, at this moment, a person walked over and said, "The people you're talking about are very strong, but they're not invincible. As far as I know, these rising geniuses have also been defeated." What? These geniuses have been defeated? Impossible. The surrounding people were shocked. Some people also said, "That's right, who defeated them? Could it be the Yaoguang Holy Sun? Or the Gu family's genius? Or perhaps the Yi family's expert?" There are also some peak geniuses in the true spirit world. However, it seems that these people haven't made a move yet. No, it's said that this person came from the 2nd star realm. He's very strong and seems to have defeated Han Chong. What? Han Chong has been defeated? Impossible. Countless people exclaimed. In their opinion, Han Chong was an extremely peak expert. How could he have been defeated? Could it be Lin Xian? When someone mentioned this name, the others also exclaimed. This person is indeed very strong. However, that person did indeed say that it wasn't Lin Xian, but another person. He's called Chao Tianxing. Is it him? Countless people repeated this name over and over again. Their eyes flickered with astonishing light. It seems that another extremely terrifying expert is about to rise. To be able to defeat someone from the buried Emperor Star, this Chao Tianxing is definitely heaven-defying. Don't say any more, someone is coming. Hearing those words, everyone shut their mouths. That was because they discovered that there were a few figures walking over from the front. One of them was Han Chong. Their expressions became terrified. Han Chong's gaze was cold, and his body carried endless cold air, as if he was an ice god. After he arrived, he said, "Are you talking about Chao Tianxing?" The others were so scared that their scalps went numb. Han Chong did say, "If it's this person, then yes, I have indeed lost to him. He's very strong." Speaking of this, a trace of coldness appeared in Han Chong's eyes. After he arrived, he swept through everything. Apart from the monarch clans and some extremely powerful sacred grounds, he didn't challenge anyone. The others were simply no match for him. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by someone from the 2nd star realm. However, he also knew that Chao Tianxing was indeed very strong. If he was given another chance, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. Who would have thought that the true spirit world would be so powerful? In the true world, there are still experts. I feel that the holy daughter of the All Beginnings Holy Land is very powerful. Although I defeated her, it was only a narrow victory. Once those words were said, the surrounding people were astonished. Soon after, the people at the front mentioned the names of several other geniuses. As they stood there, they were all talking about the peak experts and geniuses of the world. However, their expressions were calm and composed. It was as if they controlled the world. At this moment, a blue-robed young man said. The geniuses from the Void Land were also very strong. They were indeed worthy of attention. The surrounding people were puzzled. The Void Lands, to ordinary people, this was very unfamiliar. However, to some peak experts, their pupils fiercely shrank. That was the Immortal Guardian clan. Their strength was also mysterious and incomparably terrifying. However, right at this moment, a sneer was heard. Speaking of the Void Lands, how come I heard that you were defeated by someone in the Void Lands? What? Once those words were said, the surrounding people burst into an uproar. The people from the buried Emperor Star were defeated by someone? Heaven, who else could it be apart from Chao Tianxing? Could it be that it was Chao Tianxing? The blue-robed young man's expression immediately sank. This was his scar. Now, someone actually dared to expose his scar. Who was it? Who is it? Does he want to die? The blue-robed man roared angrily. His gaze swept across, tearing through the void. In the next moment, he saw a man in battle armor opposite him, looking at him with a cold smile. It's you. The blue-robed man frowned, and the others also turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they saw that in addition to the man in battle armor, there were a few other people with prominent horns. Their auras were extraordinary, and they were walking over with large strides. Who were these people? Could it be that they came from the same place as Han Chong and the others? Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. The leader was a man in a cloud robe. His black hair fluttered, and his aura was powerful. His entire person was abnormally mysterious, and he had a powerful aura. It seemed that he was also an expert. Jing Yun, is he here too? The people on Han Chong's side exclaimed. The blue-robed man's expression darkened. He stared at the man in battle armor and gritted his teeth. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have Jing Yun's support. You'd better take back what you said just now, or don't blame me for being impolite. The man in battle armor sneered. Impolite? Oh, I want to see how you're going to be impolite. I heard that you've lost to someone twice in a row. A piece of trash like you isn't qualified to compete with me. The aura between the two sides became cold. It seemed that a fight was about to break out if there was a disagreement. The surrounding people also exclaimed. It seemed that these people were indeed from the same place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so confrontational. More and more experts were appearing in their world. Why? Are they going to fight in advance? At this moment, another voice sounded. Countless people turned their heads to look. This time even Jing Yun turned his head. His long and narrow eyes suddenly bloomed with a trace of a biting cold light. He saw that a few more figures were approaching. Walking at the very front was a woman. She wore a blood-red robe and had an extremely cold aura around her. She seemed to be even stronger than Han Chong. Xue Linglong, you're here too. Jing Yun grinned. How was it? What did you gain during this period? Are there any opponents worthy of your attention in the true spirit world? After Xue Linglong heard this, she snorted coldly. What was there to pay attention to? How can the people here be compared to us? Too weak. Hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Arrogant, really too arrogant. To think that he didn't place the entire true spirit world in his eyes. One had to know that the true spirit world was also an extremely terrifying existence with an extremely powerful foundation. Not only were there super powerful holy lands, but there were also ancient families. But now, these people didn't even put him in their eyes. However, they soon sighed. That was because, during this period of time, those geniuses were no match for these people at all. Unless it was the Alcade Saint, an extremely mysterious and terrifying figure, who made a move. Or perhaps, it would be a genius from a great emperor clan like Gufeng. However, these people had yet to make a move. Even if these people could win, how many of them would there be? The vast majority of people were not a match for these people, so these people did indeed have the capital to be arrogant. These words were a little too much. The true spirit world was extraordinary. Although it was in a sealed state most of the time, it wasn't something that could be casually looked down upon. At least, the people from the ancient families couldn't be the slightest bit careless. In addition, there were also some people from the Holy Lands who were equally terrifying and mysterious. Someone spoke up for the true spirit world, and the surrounding people turned their heads. In the next moment, they saw a person with flickering runes all over his body walk out. This person had runes all over his body, and they combined together as if they were the 8 trigrams. He was holding a crystal ball in his hand. Inside the crystal ball were countless stars that flickered and disappeared. It looked extremely mysterious. Seeing this scene, Xue Linglong frowned. Zhang Sun Tiance. Do you know how annoying you are? Don't act as if you can control the world and calculate close to 10,000 worlds. In fact, you can't calculate anything at all. I've underestimated them. So what? Now, is there anyone who can block 3 of my moves? Shui Linglong was unusually domineering. Damn it, this is too much. Who's going to make a move? The people from the true spirit world gritted their teeth. However, no one dared to move forward. Shui Linglong sneered. See? I've already given them a lot of face by calling them trash. Such people are worse than trash. What qualifications do they have to be worthy of my attention? Shui Linglong became more and more arrogant, and the eyes of the people from the true spirit world turned red. Why weren't there experts here? Where was the Alcade Saint? Where was Gu Feng? Where were the Yi family's experts? Why didn't anyone come out? Lin Xian frowned as well. Weren't these people a little too arrogant? How hateful. Thinking of this, he used the 10 absolute sword formation to form a clone and walked out. Shut up. Do you really think there's no one in the true spirit world? Lin Xian's clone walked out with large strides, emitting a terrifying aura. The surrounding people were stunned. Someone really appeared. The people from the true spirit world were excited. Great, kill him. Suppress him, these people waved their fists. However, some people also frowned. Who is it? Is it the Alcade Saint? No, it's not the Alcade Saint, nor is it someone from the ancient families. Then who is it? The people from the buried Emperor Star also turned their heads. Does anyone dare to come out? Shui Linglong also had a look of disdain. Who are you? You dare to be arrogant in front of me? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and scram. What? Didn't you say that no one in this world could withstand 3 moves from you? Now that I've come out, you don't dare to attack. From what I see, you're the trash. You're the one who's worse than an ant. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. When these words came out, the surrounding people became excited. However, the geniuses from the buried Emperor Star frowned. Shui Linglong's expression sank. What did you say? Brat, say it again. Senior sister Linglong, an ant doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Why do you need to attack? I'll kill him. With just you? I don't attack nameless people. You should scram. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable. Lin Xian's clone was also incomparably arrogant. He was infuriating the other party. You're courting death. That person's figure flashed and charged over. He condensed a long saber in his hand and swept it out. The saber light was biting cold, destroying everything. It was as if it could split the entire world. Too strong. The expressions of the surrounding people changed greatly. They had to admit that these people were indeed powerful. Any one of them would be able to sweep through the crowd. Perhaps no one present would be able to block this saber. Haha, die, the saber wielder who attacked also had a sneer on his face. However, when Lin Xian's clone saw this scene, he remained unmoved. When the saber descended, he stretched out 2 fingers and gently grabbed at the sky. Soon, he caught the saber. A clanging sound echoed. The saber was stopped in midair. Then, Lin Xian's arm flew away. With a cracking sound, the saber shattered. As for that saber wielder, his body split in 2. Blood sprinkled down from the sky. Ah! A crazy roar echoed. The surrounding people were all stunned. What happened? That saber wielder roared and the 2 halves of his body quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian slapped out with his palm and turned that broken body into a bloody mist. Sword chi filled the sky and destroyed that saber wielder's soul. Dead, everyone was stunned. Even the people from the buried Emperor Star were stunned. What's going on? His opponent actually killed one of their people. Do you want to die? Shui Linglong roared. The people behind him pulled out their swords and sabers and stepped forward. They firmly locked onto Lin Xian. Kid, obediently kneel down and accept your death. You dared to kill our companion. No one in the heavens or the earth can save you. A series of furious roars could be heard. On the other side, Han Chong, Jing Yun and the others frowned. Their gazes locked onto Lin Xian's clone. They wanted to completely see through him. However, they discovered that his body was enveloped by an extremely powerful great Dao and sword light. They were simply unable to see who he was. Faced with such a terrifying lineup, Lin Xian did not care at all. He sneered. What? You can't take it anymore. I gave him a chance to scram, but he didn't cherish it. Also, do you think I've gone too far? During this period of time, you've fought everywhere and killed many experts and geniuses of the true spirit world. Lin Xian's voice became ice cold. The others also clenched their fists. Indeed, these people from the buried Emperor Star had held back at the beginning. However, recently, all the geniuses and experts who had been defeated by them had been killed. It could be said that the number of geniuses of true spirit world that had died at his hands was innumerable. Now, Lin Xian was just using the same method to return the favor. Humph, who do you think you are? How can you compare our lives? The men gnashed their teeth. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Are you trying to challenge me? As he said that, he struck out with his palm again. A stream of sword chi flew out from his palm and streaked across the sky. Courting death, that person was also a peerless swordsman. With a furious roar, sword chi danced in the air, and a terrifying sword Dao aura roared unceasingly. The laws of heaven and earth filled the air. However, in an instant, he was pierced through. How could this be? How could his opponent's sword chi be so terrifying? The surrounding people also cried out in surprise. Who was this person? He was too strong. Killing people from the buried Emperor Star was like squashing ants. This was really too inconceivable. One had to know that they came from the buried Emperor Star. They were high and mighty gods while these people were ants. However, in front of this person, their status seemed to have changed. This made it difficult for them to accept. All of you, retreat. I will personally take care of him. Xue Linglong waved her hand. Immediately, the surrounding people unwillingly retreated. However, their eyes were filled with sneers. With Xue Linglong making a move, the other party would undoubtedly die. Sure enough, Xue Linglong also walked forward. She looked at Lin Xian and said, "Your strength is not bad. You have exceeded our expectations. However, you are simply not my match. I will give you a chance to live. Obediently kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology. Furthermore, from today onwards, you will follow me and become my battle servant. I can spare your life. You are not qualified to say such words. Moreover, I feel that your vision is too low. Do you really think that you are high and mighty? I can only say that you have seen too few experts." Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. He was unmoved. However, Xue Linglong frowned. Very good. Kid, you have backbone. However, it is a pity that you are very stupid. Since you don't submit, then go to hell. From the looks of it, you should be a very terrifying sword saint. Since that is the case, I will let you fall in the strongest domain. I will let you experience my snow wind sword. Xue Linglong pulled out her sword. It was a sword made of ice. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding 9 heavens and 10 earths froze. The sword chi swayed, and the boundless law of ice filled the surroundings. There were also wind laws in the surroundings. The snow wind sword was a terrifying sword technique formed by 2 types of laws. After 3 moves, you will definitely die. With a slash of her sword, the snow wind sword technique erupted. The surroundings were completely enveloped by terrifying frost and storm bricks. The surrounding people frantically retreated. They did not dare to resist at all. Even the people of the buried Emperor Star retreated far away. Xue Linglong's snow wind sword was famous in the world. Perhaps no one could withstand 3 moves from her. With such a sword technique, you want to kill me in 3 moves? Ridiculous. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian laughed. The surrounding laws quickly condensed and formed a sword of laws in his hand. Then, he slashed it forward. This sword was like a peerless immortal light. It collided with the snow wind sword in the sky. Immediately, the wind and clouds changed and heaven and earth shattered. After the collision, the 2 swords spun in the air at the same time. Xue Linglong frowned. Then, she stabbed out with her sword. At this moment, all the sword chi in the world gathered on the tip of her sword and stabbed forward. At this moment, all the experts and geniuses felt their hair stand on end. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Another sword strike blocked the other party's attack. 2 sword attacks. There was still a third sword attack. Could Xue Linglong win? The surrounding people became nervous. They naturally hoped that Lin Xian would win. After all, this represented their true spirit world. As for the people of the buried Emperor Star, they were also frowning. Xue Linglong wouldn't be at a disadvantage, right? Han Chong shook his head. Impossible. Her ice laws are above mine. If you want her to be at a disadvantage, you will have to send a peak expert. Otherwise, only a sacred king would be able to do it. However, just as he finished speaking, his pupils shrank. Because after the two sword attacks, Lin Xian took a step forward. He laughed loudly and said, "Take a look at my sword technique." When the sword flew out, 10 types of laws danced between heaven and earth. This power was too terrifying. The sword chi slashed down as if it wanted to destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, the expressions of the people of the buried Emperor Star changed. The law of thunder, the law of fire, the law of wood. Damn it, there were so many laws. Who was this guy? They discovered that this sword attack seemed to contain many kinds of laws. How did he fuse them together so perfectly? Xue Linglong's pupils shrank. She had not even used her third sword attack yet, but she had to face such a powerful attack. She had never thought that she would face danger. In a hurry, she could only quickly defend. There was very little sword chi, but it formed a powerful divine ability. Snow wind protection. A diagram of wind and snow circled around him, blocking the attack. The wind, snow, and frost that filled the sky seemed to want to freeze the sword chi. The 10 extinction swords fell, producing a sky-shaking sound. Everything between heaven and earth was enveloped by the light, and nothing could be seen. The surrounding people also continuously retreated. When the light in front of them disappeared, they looked over with rapt attention. Then, they were shocked. The people of the buried Emperor Star were also shocked. They discovered that Xue Linglong had retreated, and the snow wind protection on her body had already shattered. Otherwise, there would be blood flowing out of her body, and a sword wound would appear on her arm. She had almost split him apart. Injured, Xue Linglong was actually injured. This was too inconceivable. Han Chong did not dare to believe it. On the other side, Jingyun's expression was also incomparably grave. It seemed that this time, they had really encountered an expert. Changsun Tian's sighed. I already said that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the true spirit world. Don't be careless. But you didn't listen. Now, you've suffered. Shut up. Xue Linglong crazily roared. Then, she turned her head, her eyes releasing biting cold killing intent. Kid, you've completely angered me. Today, you'll definitely die. The aura on her body erupted once again, becoming even more terrifying than before. The snow wind sword in her hand seemed to have transformed into a snow wind dragon, dancing between heaven and earth. On the other side, Lin Xian stood proudly, not caring at all. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's real body was startled. Because he heard a voice transmission. It was transmitted to him by Fu Hongya. It seemed that something was summoning him. Lin Xian took a deep breath and glanced at the battlefield in front of him. Then, his body disappeared into the crowd. In front of him, Lin Xian's clone also said coldly. Today, I'll spare your life. You'd better not meet me in the future. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. After saying that, Lin Xian's body gradually disappeared. Want to leave? How is that possible? Go to hell, Xue Linglong furiously roared, and her sword chi slashed forward. Snow Wind Dragon. This was an extremely terrifying divine ability. The surroundings were completely destroyed in an instant. Many people were sent flying, vomiting blood. The expressions of the people from the buried Emperor Star changed greatly. Is this woman crazy? She actually used such a shocking move. However, before this sword could land, they saw Lin Xian's body turn into endless nomological laws and disappear into the sky. They were dumbfounded. Was this a law avatar? Xue Linglong was also stunned. Her sword stopped in mid-air, and her expression became extremely ugly. She was actually injured by a clone. Who was it? His gaze swept across the land. To him, this was simply a great humiliation. Slap his face. When the others learned of this, they all cried out in alarm. How could there be such a top expert in the true spirit world? Could a clone defeat a genius from the buried Emperor Star? How come I've never heard of it? Shui Linglong gritted her teeth. Find him and tear him to pieces. The geniuses of the buried Emperor Star all moved out. However, Lin Xian had already disappeared, so these people couldn't find him. This matter quickly spread out and shocked the world. In an instant, everyone was discussing who exactly it was. On the other side, Lin Xian left and flew into the distance. Soon, he saw Fu Hongye standing there. Little martial ant, Fu Hongye greeted him. Lin Xian asked, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Master seems to want to make a move against the 10,000 Swords Pavilion." Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. Make a move against the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? The 10,000 Swords Pavilion had already sealed the holy city. Moreover, the divine ghost sacred king had brought some experts and geniuses to the true spirit world. If he guessed correctly, they should be together with the Silver Corpse sacred king's people. Making a move at this time meant that the final battle was about to begin. I don't know the details, but senior brother Ling Hu told me that they had already found some of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's elders and geniuses. He said that they could take revenge. Revenge? Lin Xian's eyes flickered and he nodded. It's time to take revenge. Previously, the Acheron Palace, the Great Desolate Mansion, and the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had joined forces to seal the Peerless City. Now that the Great Desolate Mansion had been destroyed, it was time to make the 10,000 Swords Pavilion pay the price. The two of them turned into lightning and left quickly. Eastern Wilderness. It was a place with a top-grade spiritual vein. The mountains here were like sharp swords standing on the ground, emitting a biting cold aura. There were also sword scars in the surroundings. It was clear that a great battle had taken place here in the past between sword cultivators. Many swordsmen wanted to come and comprehend it. At this moment, there was a group of people here, but their faces were cold. These people were from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion had been sealed, but a group of experts and geniuses had walked out. They had followed the sacred king to the true spirit world. At this moment, they had come together to comprehend the sword Dao aura to improve themselves. However, they did not expect to meet the people from the Peerless City. Linghu Chuishue had brought the personal disciples of the Peerless City. After arriving, he stared ahead. You guys are really here. The faces of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people turned ugly. They knew that the Great Desolate Mansion had been destroyed, so they felt their scalps go numb when they saw the Peerless City. Were they going to attack them? However, when they saw that only Linghu Chuishue and the others were there, the elders of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in front of them snorted coldly. You dare to come here with just the likes of you? Aren't you afraid of going to hell? You want us to go to hell? Who gave you the courage to say such words? A cold voice came from the sky. Then, two figures descended. They were Lin Xian and Fu Hongye. Young martial uncle, you're here. Linghu Chuishue, Shangguan Shaoxian, and the others bowed when they saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and walked to the front. Are all the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion here? He looked around. Linghu Chuishue said no, but more than half of them were here, so this was a good opportunity to attack. Lin Xian walked out and said coldly. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion used a sneak attack on Peerless City. It's time to pay it back. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and kowtow to us and admit your mistakes. If you do, we'll give you a quick death. Of course, you can choose to resist, but I can guarantee that you'll regret it later. The faces of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people turned cold when they heard what Lin Xian said. One of the elders snorted coldly. Kid, don't be too arrogant. There are only a few of us here. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win if the sage rulers don't intervene. Is that so? Do you want to fight one-on-one or all of us? Just tell us. We'll keep you company anytime. Lin Xian sneered. Kid, aren't you arrogant? Do you dare to compete with us in swordsmanship? The elder waved his hand, and 6 more figures walked out. Each of them carried an ancient sword on their back, and their sword chi was sharp. It seemed like they could tear everything apart. As soon as they appeared, they stood in different directions, forming an extremely terrifying aura that swept across the surroundings. This mountain range was called Broken Sword Mountain, and countless sword experts were meditating there. Therefore, in addition to the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, there were also people from other mountains. At this moment, they all looked over when they sensed the aura. In the next moment, they exclaimed, "Is a battle about to break out?" When they saw those people forming a terrifying sword formation, their pupils constricted. This aura? It's a very powerful sword formation. Who are these people? One of them said. He heard that they were from the second astral realm and were all sword experts from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The elder from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also sneered. "Kid, can you withstand our 6-pulse sword formation? If you can't, get lost." "Humph, how can a mere sword formation not be able to withstand it?" Linghu Chuishiwa took a step forward, and a terrifying sword chi also rose from his body. Fu Hongya, Shangguan Shaoxian, and the others also walked out with terrifying auras. The battle was about to break out. However, Lin Xian said, "No, it's just a small sword formation. I don't need you guys to attack together. I'll be fine by myself." Hearing that, the surrounding sword saints were stunned. What kind of joke is this? This kid wants to break such a terrifying sword formation alone? In their opinion, that was simply audacious. He's courting death. Those who were watching also sneered. "You're courting death. Alright, you said it yourself. Don't blame us. Don't hold back." 6 experts stood out and surrounded Lin Xian. The 6 of them released a terrifying aura, and everyone was worried for Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sneered. "Make your move, or you won't have a chance. You're courting death." The 6 of them roared and then quickly attacked. Terrifying sword chi swept out, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was as if divine chains were descending from the sky towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian condensed the 10 ultimate swords and slashed out. It was as if a peerless sword light swept across heaven and earth. The light of his sword actually surpassed the 6-pulse sword formation. Countless people were shocked. With a clang, the sword chi of the 6-pulse sword formation was split apart. Lin Xian's 10 pinnacle swords attacked one of them. That person roared angrily and used a sword formation to block. However, it was completely useless. The other 5 people acted together, and only then did they block the sword. At this moment, the faces of the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were filled with incomparable fear. The sword saints watching the battle from afar were also stunned. Who was this kid? Wasn't his swordsmanship too terrifying? After all, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had sent out 6 sword experts. When they formed a sword formation, no one below the Saint King realm would be able to withstand it. However, in Lin Xian's hands, it was as if it could not withstand a single blow and was easily broken apart. Lin Xian had almost killed a powerful sword saint right there and then. "Looks like your sword formation isn't that great either." Lin Xian sneered. Then, he attacked again and a terrifying sword chi flew out. He charged towards the other person. The 10 pinnacle swords formed by 10 types of laws were extremely powerful. Coupled with Lin Xian's strength, it could be said that it could sweep through everything. No matter how strong the 6-pulse sword formation was, how could it block it? Therefore, Lin Xian suppressed the entire sword formation with one sword. Some people attacked crazily, and the sword formation changed rapidly. It formed a terrifying attack that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. 9 suns opening sky. With a slash of his sword, a golden sword light shot into the sky as if it was going to split heaven and earth. After one attack, the 6-pulse sword formation was directly shattered. One of them was split in half. Then, Lin Xian's long sword swept across. Boom, another 2 sword saints were split apart. With another slash, everyone was split apart. They vomited blood and their bodies turned into a bloody mist. The 6-pulse sword formation was not bad, but it was used by 6 trash like you. Lin Xian said indifferently. The surrounding people were all stunned. Was he dead? The other party easily broke the 6-pulse sword formation and killed 6 sword Dao experts. It was unbelievable. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion became extremely frightened. The people who were watching the battle from afar were also horrified. He was too strong. He was definitely a top-notch genius. No wonder he was so confident. How was that possible? The elders of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's faces became extremely ugly. They quickly retreated. Damn it. Run and inform our sage king. They wanted to escape quickly. Lin Xian waved his hand. Behind him, Ling Hu Chuexiue, Shangguan Shaoxian, and the others all walked up. They began to suppress. Lu Yuan formed a seal with his palms, and countless frost froze the entire world. Do you think it's possible to escape? A cold voice sounded. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were really desperate. This time, they were afraid that they would not be able to escape. However, at this moment, a sword chi descended from the sky. It had an unpredictable power that seemed to be able to suppress everything. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He took out the great spear of destruction, roared angrily, and rushed out directly. With a boom, the two collided. Lin Xian retreated, his face pale. The boundless devil chi still managed to block the sword. Ling Hu Chuexiue and the others' faces changed drastically. The surrounding people were even more shocked. This was the aura of a sage king. A sage king had arrived. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were so excited that they were about to cry. A sage king, great, their divine ghost sword saint had arrived. Boy, do you dare to attack the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? The divine ghost sword saint appeared in the sky and looked down coldly. Lin Xian snorted coldly, holding the great spear of destruction in his hand. He said coldly. You should have thought of this when you attacked Wushuang City. The people in the distance were stunned. This kid was actually not dead. This kid was actually able to block the attack of a sage king. One had to know that the gap between a sage king and a sage king was simply too big. A sage king could kill a group of sage kings with a single glance. But at this moment, the other party was still alive. It seems that you have a sage king in your hands. But do you think you can compete with me just because you're like this? The difference is too big. The divine ghost sword saint sneered. At this moment, a voice came from behind Lin Xian. Is that so? Then you can try again. The Wushuang Sage King walked out of the vortex. That's great, master. Ling Hu Chuexiue and the others exclaimed. Lin Xian also nodded. It seemed like the crisis had been resolved. However, even if the Wushuang Sage King did not come, he could still leave calmly. Wushuang, do you really want to be my enemy? The divine ghost sword saint's expression was unusually cold. The Wushuang Sage King sneered. You were the one who wanted to be my enemy first. The Great Desolate Mansion will be your end. If you still remember the Great Desolate Mansion, then today is the day you die. In the void, an old Sage King walked out. It was the old Sage King of the Great Desolate Mansion. At this moment, he had aged again, and his hair was even whiter. It was obvious that using too much power previously had a great impact on him. However, he still came because he wanted to kill the Wushuang Sage King. Soaring Sky Sage King walked out of the void, suppressing the entire area. The sword sages who were watching the battle from afar were stunned. The Sage Kings had come out together. Oh my god, was this going to be a great battle? They retreated frantically. I knew that you would team up. Did you think I wasn't prepared? As soon as he finished speaking, Kunlun Sage King walked out. So did Wuji Sage King. Is that so? Do you really think you can overturn the heavens this time? After that, the Silver Corpse Sage King walked out. Beside him was another figure. It was Sage King Spirit Yin. Many people's eyes narrowed when they saw him. Even Lin Xian's expression changed. This was an extremely terrifying Saint King. Midstage Sage King. He was different from the old Sage King of the Great Baron Mansion. Sage King Spirit Yan's vitality was very strong. He was probably even stronger. The appearance of Saint King Yanling caused everyone to be shocked. Such a terrifying Saint King could definitely sweep through everything. Even Lin Xian and the others frowned. Two great Sage Kings walked out from Peerless Sage King's side. The Holy Kings of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Joyous Union Palace, and Vast Ocean Shop had all come out. Their auras were unparalleled. When they joined hands, they were no weaker than their opponents. Seeing so many sage kings gathered together, a great battle was about to break out. Everyone, please don't fight. At this moment, Sage Wang from the Five Elements Sacred Land flew over and said loudly. Other than him, there was another Sage King from a sacred land. It was Sage King of All Beginnings. The two of them said that they could discuss anything. There was nothing to discuss. Peerless Sage King said coldly. On the other side, Silvercorp Sage King also snorted. Do you think we're afraid of you? The killing intent between the two sides became sharper. However, Five Elements Sage King and Sage King of All Beginnings said that if they really wanted to fight, they should abide by the rules and not fight in Eastern Wilderness. It was better to fight in the outer region. They were here because they were afraid that the battle between the Sage Kings would affect the entire Eastern Wilderness. Yes, there were other solutions. For example, they could let the younger generation fight. These Sage Kings were too strong. It was better to let the younger generation fight. Peerless Sage King laughed. Do you think they dare to fight? They had gone too far. Saint King Divine Ghost snorted. He stared ahead and said. Why wouldn't he dare to let the young disciples fight? However, this fellow could not make a move. Isn't he your junior brother? Isn't he no longer part of the younger generation? Oh, really? So, you admit that you and I are on equal footing? Lin Xian also sneered. Very well, have your disciples and grand disciples come over, kowtow to me, and call me ancestor. I won't do it. Damn it. Saint King Divine Ghost snorted coldly. The faces of the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion turned ugly. On the other hand, Peerless Saint King said, sure, my junior brother won't fight. How about it? Do you dare this time? Next, the younger generation continued their battles. However, the results were shocking. Even if Lin Xian didn't make a move, Ling Hu Chuexue, Fu Hongya, and the other personal disciples were equally terrifying. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were no match for him. Even Wan Jiani was defeated by Ling Hu Chuexue again. Many of the geniuses were even slain. This scene caused Saint King Divine Ghost's heart to bleed. He snorted coldly, and his body once again emitted a biting cold killing intent. However, at this moment, someone walked over from afar. Was someone teaching him? It seemed to be the people from the second astral realm. Hearing this voice, the Saint Kings all turned their heads and looked over. The people in the distance were even more shocked. Were there more Saint Kings? However, they were surprised when they discovered that it wasn't a group of young people, but the people from the buried Emperor Star. Peerless Saint King and the others also narrowed their eyes. What were the people from the buried Emperor Star doing here at this time? I heard that there are many geniuses in the second astral realm. I wonder if we can exchange pointers now. Someone said coldly. Another person said, along the way, I've always heard that the personal disciples of Peerless Saint City are very powerful. Why don't we fight now? Hearing this, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Were these people going to challenge again? Saint King Divine Ghost and the others sneered coldly. Ling Hu Chuexue said, if you want to challenge, sure, but you have to wait until we get our revenge first. After saying that, they wanted to continue fighting. However, those people walked over and said, what? You don't want to fight with us? You're not giving us face. Their faces darkened, and their bodies emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Lin Xian frowned. Ling Hu Chuexue and the others also said, are you trying to stop us from taking revenge, or are you planning to help the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? I'll help the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. What's wrong? If you have the ability, then fight me. These people sneered. Ling Hu Chuexue and the others' faces became incomparably cold. Lin Xian also frowned. What was going on? Could it be that these people from the buried Emperor Star were invited by Saint King Divine Ghost and the others? Suddenly, he remembered something. Back in the primordial grotto, Saint King Spirit Yin had invited the Reincarnation Protector. Beside the Reincarnation Protector sat Han Chong and the others. In other words, Saint King Spirit Yin was related to the Reincarnation Protector. That was why he was able to invite these people. Since you want to fight, then we'll accompany you to the end. Ling Hu Chuexue, Fu Hongya, and the others coldly snorted. They can see that these people are here to cause trouble. Since that's the case, then they won't be polite. The surrounding people were stunned. With so many Saint Kings appearing together, other than the sword saints in the distance, the other people from the eastern wasteland also came over. They were watching the battle from afar. When they saw this scene, they all cried out in alarm. It seems like another top-level battle is about to erupt. At this time, Lin Xian also walked over. I was wondering who you were. Turns out you're just a defeated opponent. Trash like you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of us. Who are you? The people from the buried Emperor Star stared at Lin Xian, their eyes releasing biting cold killing intent. Lin Xian stared at the blue-robed man with a trace of disdain in his eyes. The blue-robed man was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn it, that kid is actually here. His expression became incomparably unsightly. A bunch of nonsense, back in the void, it was you who launched a sneak attack. I was careless. That's why I was defeated. Otherwise, you think you're my match? Oh, is that so? Good, I'll give you a chance. Attack me with all your strength. If I can't kill you in one move, I'll admit defeat. Lin Xian waved his hand, his eyes containing a trace of sneer. After the surrounding people heard this, they were incomparably shocked. A genius from the buried Emperor Star who lost in one move, who is this? He's too insolent, countless people cried out in alarm. Even the Saint Kings were startled. The blue-robed man was even more furious. He was so angry that he went crazy. At this moment, the armored man on Jinyan's side said, Lan Chen, he has already issued such a challenge. Don't tell me you don't dare to accept it. If you can't even block a single move from him, what qualifications do you have to stand here? I think you should scram back to your family as soon as possible. Damn it, shut up. Lan Chen roared. Then, he raised his head and stared at Lin Xian. His eyes blossomed with incomparable killing intent. Brat, you don't know the difference between life and death. I will definitely make you regret it. Since the other party had issued such a challenge, how could he not accept it? In the next moment, he furiously roared and his palms continuously formed seals. 9 blue lights appeared on his body and connected with each other, forming a blue palace that released an incomparable aura. Is this the legendary Blue Sea Star Palace? Many people on the buried Emperor Star were astonished. It seems that Lan Chen is really going all out. He immediately used his strongest divine ability. Feeling the terror of the Blue Palace, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even Linghu Chuishue and the others had incomparably grave expressions. They naturally felt the terror of this attack. As expected of someone from the buried Emperor Star, he is really too strong. Brat, this is the result of provoking me. Lan Chen roared and controlled the South Sea Palace to fly out. At this moment, everyone became nervous. The sage rulers were also incomparably nervous. After all, the other party was a genius from the buried Emperor Star. Lin Xian sneered again and again. When the other party attacked, he sent out a palm. His palm was covered with endless light, as if it had turned into a golden sun. It was incomparably resplendent. With a boom, this attack collided with the other party's immortal palace, erupting with an incomparable aura. The surrounding mountains continued to shatter, and the earth began to split apart. After this attack, it was as if thousands of suns in the sky had cracked together. Then, cracks appeared on the Blue Sea Star Palace. It was torn apart. Boom. Lan Chen's body was also affected by this attack and quickly retreated. However, it was not over. Lin Xian's hand did not stop there. He directly grabbed the other party's neck and ruthlessly slammed the other party to the ground. Boom, the earth shattered, spreading in all directions, and a black hole appeared. Lan Chen felt dizzy, and cracks appeared on his body. He let out a painful roar. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Heavens, what's going on? Was Lan Chen really defeated in a single move? That was the most powerful technique. Even Sacred King Divine Ghost, Sacred King Silver Corpse, and the others were shocked. They knew about Lan Chen's identity. The geniuses from the powerful clans of the buried Emperor Star would definitely be able to sweep through everything here. Apart from the people from the Emperor clan, no one else was their match. But now, he had actually lost. Furthermore, he was defeated in a single move. They looked at Lin Xian with a cold look in their eyes. Such a person must not be allowed to live. Because to them, the threat was too great. "Ah, damn it, I'm going to kill you," Lan Chen, who was on the ground, kept roaring. The power in his body surged once again. It seemed like he wanted to counterattack. However, Lin Xian stepped on him and said coldly, "Trash, if you move again, I'll kill you." Everyone's eyes almost popped out. A genius from the buried Emperor Star was actually treated like this. Sure enough, those people from the buried Emperor Star furiously roared. "Damn it, take your foot away. You actually dared to injure Lan Chen. You're dead, brat, quickly kneel down and apologize, otherwise I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces. What, you don't accept it? If you don't accept it, then come and fight. I guarantee that your end will be even more miserable than his." Lin Xian's gaze swept all around, his eyes contained a trace of coldness. As for those people in front, they were all startled. For a moment, no one dared to speak. The reason for that was because the power that Lin Xian had unleashed earlier was simply too powerful. It had caused them to feel apprehensive. Seeing that no one dared to say anything, Lin Xian coldly groaned. Truly a bunch of trash. What genius from the buried Emperor Star. In my opinion, you're just SOSO. Damn it, those people were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They are high and mighty, when have they ever been suppressed like this? Lin Xian looked around and stared at some other people. He looked at the battle-armored man and said, "You were the one who was arrogant before, right? You think you're stronger than him? Then make a move, I'll give you a chance." The battle-armored man's expression instantly became unsightly. He was indeed arrogant, but he didn't expect that Lin Xian's strength would be so strong. However, since he was targeted in front of everyone, it was impossible for him to not make a move. Therefore, in the next moment, he said, "Brat, my strength is not something that Lan Chen can compare to. Since you're challenging me, I can only say that you're courting death." "Enough nonsense, come here and accept your death." Lin Xian waved his hand and directly grabbed at the front. The battle-armored man's figure flashed and he instantly dodged. His expression became completely gloomy. Then, countless laws appeared on his body and quickly spread out, forming a mirror. This mirror bloomed in the sky, causing the entire sky to darken. And within the mirror, a ray of light appeared. It was extremely terrifying. "Brat, go die under my heaven-breaking mirror." With a roar, the heaven-breaking mirror exploded with an incomparable light. It could even pierce through the sky, let alone a young man. At this moment, the mountains and rivers shattered and everything in the surroundings was cracking. The people of the true spirit world went crazy. What kind of method was this? It was simply unimaginable. On the other hand, Lin Xian laughed loudly. "Kill." His palm formed the man-ruler seal and slapped forward. Boundless power surged out and a domineering aura enveloped the world. It directly collided with the opponent's heaven-breaking mirror. With an earth-shattering boom, the world shook. The man-ruler seal bloomed with light and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Cracks appeared on the heaven-breaking mirror, and then the mirror shattered. The battle-armored man vomited blood and was sent flying again. Then, he was grabbed by Lin Xian's palm and stepped on. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The people of the buried Emperor Star were stunned. Had the heaven-breaking mirror been shattered? Damn it, what kind of secret technique did this guy use? Some people's expressions turned ugly. This was a secret technique from the eternal battlefield. Damn it, he had been to the eternal battlefield, and he had obtained a heaven-defying fortune. With this little strength, you dare to challenge me? It seems that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Lin Xian stepped on the 2 geniuses. Then, he said coldly. Previously, it was a grudge between Wushuang City and the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. But what about you? Relying on your powerful status, you came to help the 10,000 Swords Pavilion suppress Wushuang City. I can only say that you have miscalculated. I want to see if you still dare to interfere in the matters of Wushuang City. Get lost. Lin Xian roared. Sacred Monarch Divine Ghost and the others had extremely unsightly expressions. The 10,000 Sword Pavilion's people were dumbfounded. The other party's strength was so strong that even if they all attacked together, they wouldn't be his match. The buried Emperor Star's people had unsightly expressions. A figure walked out. He was wearing a cloud robe and his aura was terrifying to the extreme. "Brat, let go of my people and break your own arms. I will spare your life." Humph, hearing this, Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he exerted force with his foot and the armored man under his feet was torn apart. He let out a miserable roar. Seeing this scene, Jingyun was instantly enraged. "You're courting death. I will let you know how powerful our buried Emperor Star is." After speaking, he walked out. The others sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Jingyun was going to personally make a move. This was too inconceivable. Jingyun was an extremely terrifying existence even among the buried Emperor Star's people. His strength far surpassed the previous two people. If he made a move, the other party wouldn't be able to block it. Linghu Chuexiue and the others became nervous again. They could naturally feel that this person's aura was even stronger than the previous two people. Clearly, this person was an extremely terrifying expert. "I will let you experience my heaven cloud palm." Jingyun stretched out his palms and slapped forward. His palms were mysterious and unfathomable. They suddenly became larger and seemed to transform into a part of the sky as they pressed down from the sky. Lin Xian punched out. The terrifying power of his divine body shattered the void. However, he discovered that he didn't shatter the palm. This made him feel astonished. Sure enough, this person was strong enough. It seemed that this person was a leader-level character. He far surpassed the previous two people. Lin Xian also slapped out with his palm. Divine flames overflowed and blocked the clouds that filled the sky. The two people's power was in a deadlock in the sky. The surrounding void spread out in all directions. Seeing this scene, the true spirit world's cultivators cried out in alarm. This was a divine body. Too powerful, worthy of being the central emperor. This was a peak expert from our true spirit world. Humph, great. Defeat him, suppress him. Sweep away everything, let them know that our true spirit world also had experts. At this moment, countless people were cheering for Lin Xian. On the other side, Sacred King Silver Corpse, Sacred King Divine Ghost, and the others had cold expressions. However, they didn't say anything. Because Lin Xian's strength was indeed very strong. Until now, he had not been defeated. Even if he faced Jingyun, they were evenly matched. Who would dare to mock such a person now? After blocking his opponent's attack, Lin Xian sneered. "You're only SOSO. You were so arrogant before, so I thought you were very powerful. You are indeed more powerful than the previous two, but you are not that much stronger. Damn brat, don't be so arrogant." Jingyun gritted his teeth. He was about to go crazy. He did not expect that the other party could actually block his sky cloud palm. But so what, his heaven cloud palm was mysterious and unfathomable, and this was just the beginning. The first transformation of the 6 transformations of the heavenly clouds, with a furious roar, the palm suddenly erupted with an incomparable aura, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. It was too scary. Everyone was shocked. Sure enough, the divine fire in the sky was wrapped in the clouds and became incomparably hazy. However, the palm seemed to have passed through everything and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a clench of his fist, he turned into a golden crow and rushed over, enveloping the countless rays of light. In the next moment, the two collided, and it was as if the world had split open. The surrounding sacred kings attacked, sending this power into the sky. Otherwise, the mountains and rivers of the eastern wilderness would have been shattered by this attack. Second transformation. Third transformation. Seeing this scene, Jingyun did not say anything and directly attacked again. He was really crazy, so he used his power recklessly. He seemed to have turned into a supreme god that could sweep through everything. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stood there proudly and formed a hand seal again, forming the man-ruler seal. At this moment, a powerful aura emanated from his body, shocking everyone. They even wanted to kneel down and worship Lin Xian. What kind of boldness was this? On the other hand, Lin Xian slapped out with his palm. The powerful man-ruler seal collapsed the sky and split the earth. Even the supreme existences in the 9 heavens and 10 earths would not be able to escape from this attack. Boom, sure enough, the other party's divine ability was broken again, and the man-ruler seal continued to attack. Damn it, fourth transformation. Fifth transformation, Jingyun's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the other party could break his divine ability. He roared angrily. At this moment, countless palms appeared in the sky. Each of them carried an extremely powerful force that enveloped down. Finally, the man-ruler seal was blocked. As the man-ruler seal slowly disappeared, those palms mercilessly rushed towards Luo Yunyang. Jingyun finally revealed a cold smile. Kid, die. The people of the buried Emperor Star also heaved a sigh of relief. How could he be a match for Jingyun? It seemed that he had used up all his strength. However, as soon as they finished speaking, their expressions became incomparably ugly. Because they discovered that under Lin Xian's control, the man-ruler seal once again erupted with incomparable light. This attack penetrated through everything. However, in the end, it also dissipated between heaven and earth. The surrounding people were stunned. It was too strong. A fierce battle between dragons and tigers, absolutely incomparably powerful. Is there anything else? If you don't have any divine ability, you will definitely lose. Lin Xian said coldly. On the opposite side, Jingyun's expression was grave. Kid, next, I will use the sixth transformation. You should be proud to be able to die under this kind of divine ability. It was obvious that the sixth transformation was an extremely powerful mystic art. Between heaven and earth, endless rays of light bloomed. The rays of light shrouded the area, and all of them gathered on Jingyun's palm. In his hand, there was a fog that spread out. With a light shake, the void shattered, mountains and rivers split open, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. This attack was too strong. Linghu Chuishue and the others were worried for Lin Xian. Even Peerless Saint King and the others frowned. Is this the strength of the people from the buried Emperor Star? They are indeed incomparably terrifying. This kind of divine ability was enough to sweep through everything. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Facing this palm, he did not use the man-ruler seal, but used another divine ability. Mountain Embracing Seal. Between heaven and earth, a divine mountain appeared, as if it had crossed over from ancient times. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding mountains began to shatter, and cracks began to appear. It was simply unable to withstand this power. The faces of the Saint Kings also changed. This is? They opened their eyes wide. The five elements Saint King and Saint King of all beginnings also exclaimed. Could this be the legendary divine ability, the Mountain Embracing Seal? How could this guy use it? Once the Mountain Embracing Seal appeared, it descended from the sky and shattered thousands of void. Then, it collided with the sixth transformation of the Sky Cloud Hand. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the earth shattered. Tens of thousands of mountains collapsed, and the clouds in the sky also disappeared. Jingyun was directly sent flying, violently vomiting blood. No, when the people of the buried Emperor Star saw this scene, they roared crazily. They had already used the sixth transformation of the Sky Cloud Hand. Could it be that they still couldn't defeat their opponent? At this moment, they felt a sense of despair. All along, they had thought that they were peerless geniuses that could trample anyone under their feet. But now, they realized that they were wrong. It turned out that other worlds could also give birth to terrifying experts. In fact, killing them was no different from cutting vegetables. Lin Xian slowly retracted his palm and said indifferently. To be defeated by the Mountain Embracing Seal, you should be proud. Boom, in the distance, Jingyun descended from the sky, forming a large crack. He stood up, his body was covered with wounds. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, his eyes were red. He lost, he was actually defeated. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. After speaking, a ray of light flew out from between his eyebrows. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The sacred mountain in the sky descended to block the attack. However, the sacred mountain was instantly sent flying. Lin Xian was also sent flying back, smashing into two mountains. He felt that his arm was about to split open. When countless people saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. What is that thing? Jingyun looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, brat, you're dead. You want to compete with me? In your next life, an arrogant voice resounded between heaven and earth. The people of Peerless City and True Spirit World had extremely ugly expressions. Could it be that Lin Xian, who had just won, was killed by someone? Damn it, you sneak attacked me, Jingyun sneered. Who said that the battle was over? It was his own carelessness. Whoever is not convinced, come and die, he was incomparably powerful. Those below the Sage King realm did not dare to resist him. Great, this guy is finally dead. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion laughed. The people of the Buried Emperor Star also heaved a sigh of relief. However, a figure walked out from the shattered mountain in the distance. He threw countless huge rocks into the sky. Then, he walked on the ground. Sneak attack me? You're already at the end of your road. Don't you have any other methods? However, do you really think that you can kill me like this? Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. He was also angry. If the Divine Mountain hadn't blocked that attack for him, he would have been dead already. This attack could penetrate his body. Clearly, that was his opponent's trump card. Not dead, the people from the Buried Emperor Star were all stunned. Even Jingyun's pupils shrank. How could this be? Could it be because of the illusion of the Sacred Mountain? I didn't think that your luck would be so good to be able to survive. However, you'll definitely die now. The white light flew out from between his eyebrows again. It was only then that the crowd discovered that it was a palm carved out of white jade. It was incomparably mysterious and possessed an extremely powerful force. And inside, there was a blood-colored light. Clearly, that was a drop of blood that had been left behind by an expert for Jingyun to protect his life. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and his jade-white palm rapidly shot forth. There was a monstrous law on it, and the aura of a powerhouse filled the air. Damn it, this isn't your power. Fu Hongya, Shangguan Shaoxian, and the others roared. However, it was useless. The light from the palm was too powerful, and it instantly shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression became incomparably cold. This was his opponent's super powerful trump card, and he had to use his trump card to contend against it. In the next moment, he directly took out the Great Destruction Spear and attacked. Boundless demonic chi surged like a peerless demon god. Everyone's expression changed. Sacred King Divine Ghost had instantly changed. He had used a Sacred King's weapon. There was no need to fight this battle anymore, however, Peerless Sacred King had blocked his opponent. Did you think that the jade-white palm was the opponent's true strength? It contained the law and power of a powerhouse. If others can use their trump cards, why can't we? Sacred King Divine Ghost was speechless after hearing this. At this moment, the two attacks collided, and a shocking light burst out. The jade-white palm was trembling from the impact. Lin Xian roared angrily. The great dragon sword soul in his body erupted, and the great destruction spear in his hand became even more terrifying. At this moment, his demonic chi was monstrous, as if he had turned into a demon god. One attack after another. In an instant, thousands of attacks were launched, and it directly collapsed. In the void. Then, cracks appeared on the jade-white palm and it shattered with a loud bang. Boundless demonic chi swallowed everything. How was this possible? Jingyun was completely dumbfounded. Had his strongest trump card, his life-saving method, been destroyed? Damn it, that was a Sacred King's weapon. He gritted his teeth and roared. He wanted to say something, but Lin Xian had already arrived in front of him. The opponent had no trump card, and he did not need to use the Great Destruction Spear. Therefore, he directly slapped out. With a bang, the slap landed on the opponent's face and sent him flying. The opponent's face was directly shattered. The words he wanted to say were also forcefully extinguished. Then, Lin Xian made his move. No one dared to compete with him in close combat. Sure enough, no matter how strong Jingyun was, he was beaten miserably in close combat. Soon, his body was shattered. A bloody mist filled the sky, trying to escape. However, Lin Xian formed a Taiji diagram, and with one attack, endless yin and yang power appeared. Especially the law of death, it crazily absorbed the opponent's life force. Jingyun was so scared that his face turned pale. No. Damn it. Stop it, you dare to attack me, you're dead, Lin Xian coldly snorted and sent the opponent flying with a slap. He said coldly. Now you know fear? Then, when you challenged me just now, did you think that this would be the result? Do you think that if you weren't from the buried Emperor Star, you would be able to live until now? Your soul would have been destroyed long ago. But so what if you're from the buried Emperor Star? Come and apologize to us. Otherwise, I won't let you off today. What? Jingyun was furious. His face became incomparably sinister. You want me to apologize? You want me to lower my head? Damn it, you want me to lose face? If I apologize, I reckon that I won't be able to raise my head again. If this matter spread, I will lose all my face. However, a trace of cold killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. If not for his senior brother Limitless Saint King and others' voice transmission, telling him to hold back and not become enemies with the buried Emperor Star, he would have already destroyed the opponent's star's soul. Humph, seeing the opponent hesitate, he directly split the opponent's body in half. What, you don't want to? Then I don't mind using some methods. Even if I don't kill you, I can keep you by my side and use some secret technique on you every day. I think you can endure for a few days. Hearing this, Jingyun's eyes filled with fear. This is even more unbearable than killing him. He can only say that he was wrong this time. He will apologize to you and spare his life. Once these words came out, the surrounding people were all stunned. The people of the buried Emperor Star were also stunned. Even someone as strong as Jingyun is begging for mercy? Who told you to stand? Kneel down and say it. Boom, Jingyun directly knelt down. Speak, Jingyun gritted his teeth so hard that they shattered. He fainted from anger. This was 10,000 times worse than killing him. Fainted? Lin Xian sneered. The other party was so arrogant before, and now he wanted to escape. He used the cold law of death to envelop the other party. Instantly, the other party woke up and was terrified. I don't have much patience. You only have one chance. Lin Xian said coldly. Jingyun was in despair. He wished that the other party could kill him, but the other party didn't. The other party was tormenting him. I apologize. I shouldn't have attacked you. Please spare my life, get lost. Don't let me see you again. Lin Xian waved his hand and said coldly. Jingyun retreated. He gritted his teeth and said, let's go. With that, he left with his people. On the other side, Han Chang's eyes flickered. He also left with his people. Everyone knew that this matter wouldn't end like this. After all, these people came from the buried Emperor Star. After losing face here, they would definitely fight back. Lin Xian didn't care because he would soon head to the buried Emperor Star. When he arrived there, he would definitely stir up a storm. At that time, these people would only become his stepping stones. Then, he looked ahead and sneered. Alright, no one cared about what happened here anymore. 10,000 Swords Pavilion, we can continue. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people were pale. They felt despair. Sacred King Divine Ghost's face was also ferocious. This scene was completely out of their expectations. Could it be that another battle was going to break out? However, Saint King Yanling frowned, because the other side had as many Saint Kings as they did. Once they started fighting, they would lose. Although they were strong, the deity Dao Union's people might be here. At that time, no one would know what the result would be. Sacred King Divine Ghost gritted his teeth. Are you really not going to give us any face? Sacred King Peerless snorted coldly. When you attacked Peerless City, did you think of giving us some face? Since you didn't, then prepare to suffer the consequences. Sacred King Soaring Sky from Myriad Demon City gritted his teeth and said. Sacred King Peerless, are you sure you want to do this? Peerless Saint King looked at him. Thousand Demon City, I still remember you. You've always been at odds with my Peerless City. Don't make me attack you. Hearing this, the Soaring Sky Saint King's pupils constricted. He gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression. However, he didn't dare to say anything. They all looked at Spirit Saint King Yan. Sage King Yanling's eyes flickered. He had been scouting the surroundings. He wanted to know if the deity Dao Union's people had come. But he never noticed. However, he did not dare to be careless. The deity Dao Union was mysterious and unfathomable. Who knew when it would appear? Alright, let's begin. It's a fair fight. My junior brother won't make a move, but my disciples will. You can send as many people as you want. Let's begin. Following that, Linghu Chuexiue and the others began to attack. It wasn't just the young geniuses anymore. Even the elders were attacking. Seeing the elders attack, Xian said, "Since you're using the elders, it's not too much for me to attack, right?" After saying that, he also attacked aggressively. The moment the Taiji diagram appeared, the two figures instantly turned into a bloody mist. Then, his man-ruler seal and mountain-embracing seal swept out in all directions. These elders could not withstand it at all. Not long after, another 3 people fell. Divine Ghost Saint King's heart was bleeding. He wanted to attack, but he was being watched by Peerless Saint King. This time, he did not bring many people with him, but every one of them was a top genius and expert. However, these people were all dying at this moment. If all of them died, then the loss would be too great. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the void split open. A terrifying killing intent swept out, directly enveloping Xian. This attack was really too terrifying. Heaven and earth changed. Everyone's expression changed. They could not react at all. Even Xian's pupils shrank. At the critical moment, he activated the Great Sage Pagoda and was sent flying. The Great Sage Pagoda kept shaking, and Xian spat out large mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, he used the void escape technique to quickly dodge. "Humph," Peerless Saint King coldly snorted. The unparalleled sword flew out, cutting through the void. On the other side, Vast Ocean Saint also attacked. Endless seawater churned, and one sea beast after another swept out in all directions, covering the entire sky. Then, the void completely shattered. From inside, a person with a mistress appeared. A black-cloaked figure appeared. Seeing this scene, Xian snorted coldly. "You really did attack again." It seemed that the Myriad Sword Pavilion and the human world were also connected. If that was the case, then there was no need for them to exist. Damn it. The surrounding people's pupils shrank. Even Divine Ghost Saint King was stunned. To be honest, he did not plan to let the human world attack, because he wanted to do it himself. How could this be? On the side, Silver Corpse Saint King said, "It's useless to think about it now. Let's join forces and kill them." Obviously, the human world's people were called over by Silver Corpse Saint King. Divine Ghost Saint King's face was ugly. But at this point, it was impossible for him to go back on his words. Now, he could only join forces and kill Peerless Saint King and the others. "Junior brother, you should retreat." Peerless Saint King unleashed a devouring vortex. Xian nodded and quickly retreated. Next, there would be an even more terrifying battle between the Saint Kings. Sure enough, the surrounding people of the true spirit world were stunned. No way, the Saint Kings were going to attack. And there were so many of them. "Peerless, today is the day you die." Divine Ghost Saint King roared and rushed over with the firmament sword. The firmament sword emitted endless killing intent, overturning heaven and earth. The surrounding people were all sent flying, vomiting blood. "Run away quickly," they were no match for the battle between the Saint Kings. Peerless Saint King snorted coldly. At the same time, the surrounding people all retreated. The Saint Kings instantly attacked. "Attack!" Silver Corpse Saint King roared. But at this moment, the void split open, and a ray of light scattered, directly striking Spirit Saint King. Just as Spirit Saint King was about to attack, he was ambushed from behind and was sent flying. Even Silver Corpse Saint King was shocked. He hurriedly used the Yellow Springs diagram to defend. At the same time, he looked around and roared crazily. "Who dares ambush us?" Spirit Saint King Yen coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His body had been shattered by this attack, and he was severely injured. Blood flowed, dyeing the 9 heavens red. He roared at the sky, his expression ferocious. His terrifying gaze pierced through the space behind him. In the void behind him, a hazy figure appeared. The aura emitted from his body was very mysterious. And above his head, there was a pagoda floating up and down. That pagoda was emitting a terrifying power. The aura on it was enough to shatter heaven and earth. The Desolate Tower's phantom? Spirit Saint King felt his hair stand on end. He felt a fatal aura. Had the Jade Lake sacred ground made a move, however, that was only an illusion. It didn't really walk out. And after that attack, it disappeared into the void. The surrounding Saint Kings also felt their hair stand on end. Desolation was an extreme weapon, an existence that could suppress everything. If it really exploded, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. But fortunately, the other party only attacked once and didn't attack again. One attack was enough. Saint King Kunlun walked out with a cold smile. The previous attack had already seriously injured Saint King Spirit Word. Saint King Vast Sea and Saint King Bai Bue also walked out. They all stared at Saint King Spirit Word. Saint King Spirit Word's expression was extremely ugly. He was first seriously injured, and now he was targeted by 3 great sage kings. Even if he was very strong before, he was probably very dangerous now. He gritted his teeth and roared. "You people dare to plot against me? You really don't know what death is," Saint King Vast Sea snorted coldly. "Plot against you? What a joke." Previously, at the sacred assembly of the ancient grotto, we were all cursed. Then, we were poisoned by the great sage's corpse poison. "Didn't you plot against us at that time? What face do you have to talk about us?" Saint King Bue also snorted coldly. "What do you want to say? Didn't you say that it was you who did it? If you really have nothing to do with the human world, then retreat now. We only target the divine ghost Saint Kings who are related to the human world. If you don't retreat, then you're in cahoots." "What nonsense. You want to target the ancient grotto. The ancient grotto has never been afraid of anyone." At this time, Saint King Spirit Word didn't admit that he had anything to do with the human world. After all, the human world was very terrifying. Every tens of thousands of years, they would attack the great sage once, setting off a sea of blood that terrified countless people. Every single time, the various holy lands had to join forces and attack together in order to quell such an existence. He wouldn't take the initiative to admit it. However, at this time, a voice sounded between heaven and earth. "Is that so? Then your grandson is alive again. How do you explain that?" Hearing this, Saint King Spirit Word's pupils constricted. He suddenly raised his head. In the next moment, he saw a young person fall from the sky. It was his grandson. Sure Yunhu. When the Kunlun Sage King and the others saw this, their faces darkened. This was because they had seen with their own eyes that this young man had been killed by the people of the mortal world. However, at that moment, he had come back to life. His situation was the same as Sacred King Desolate Heaven. "Old thing, are you still saying that you have nothing to do with the human world? Then why is your grandson alive?" The Divine King snorted coldly. Damn it, who was it that actually discovered the secret? Didn't he ask her grandson to hide properly? He looked up. In the next moment, his expression turned extremely cold. This was because he discovered that the person who had attacked was actually Scholar Immortal. Damn it, the divine Dao Gates people really came. In the sky, the deity Dao Union's undying scholar said coldly, "Immemorial Grotto, you are indeed in cahoots with the mortal world. Since that's the case, I'll eliminate all of you today." It seemed like this time, divine Dao Gate was truly angered, wishing to get rid of World of Man, as well as those related to Time of Man. The surrounding people of the quintessential world also exclaimed in surprise. Immemorial Grotto was actually in cahoots with World of Man. This was really too unbelievable. Not only did World of Man make a move on the second astral realm, but it was also extremely terrifying in the quintessential world. It was the legendary Sacred Killing Hall. Now, such a person had appeared again. This was really shocking to the great World of Man. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the sacred city of the second astral realm was going to be completely eliminated. World of Man, damn it, Sacred King Yanling's expression turned cold. Since he had been discovered, he no longer hid it. He said coldly, "That's right, I am indeed in cahoots with World of Man." "So what?" However, you guessed wrong, not only am I in cahoots with World of Man, but I'm also a member of World of Man. When these words came out, even Sacred King Peerless and the others were stunned. The other party was originally a member of World of Man. Damn it, it seemed like everything that had happened before had been planned by the other party. "Originally, I wanted to let you live a little longer, but since you want to court death, I'll fulfill your wish." Sacred King Yanling shouted coldly. Then, he said, "Get ready to attack. Leave no one alive." After he finished speaking, the surrounding sky started to shatter. Sacred King Silver Corpse, Sacred King Divine Ghost, and Divine King Fei Tian also walked out. Extremely cold auras were emitted from their bodies. At the same time, there were many masked men in black around them. The power on their bodies was equally terrifying. These were all sacred kings. Acheron Hall, Great Desolation Mansion, and Wanjian Pavilion. You're all involved. Even the myriad demon city was participating, very well. Immortal Scholar also emitted a terrifying aura. Not only you, but the sacred city that you're in doesn't need to exist anymore. Hearing this, the sacred king's pupils shrank. Although they already knew that there would be such an outcome, when they heard this, their scalps still went numb. It seemed like they could only join forces with World of Man, otherwise, they would have no way of surviving. The people of Thunder God City also went numb. They never thought that their previous friend was actually a member of World of Man. This scared them out of their wits. They hurriedly said, "This has nothing to do with us. We didn't know." Immortal Scholar glanced at these people and said, "Thunder God City indeed has nothing to do with this. However, you've all helped the evildoers. Now that the sacred kings have been killed, you deserve it. So, quickly leave this place." The people of Thunder God City turned pale and quickly retreated. Actually, it wasn't just them. Everyone in the surroundings was retreating. This was because more and more sacred kings had appeared. Countless terrifying auras were condensing in the sky. Those below the sacred king realm simply couldn't withstand it. Lin Xian, Linghu Chuishue, and the others also quickly retreated. A vortex appeared on their bodies as they quickly flew into the distance. The geniuses of the other sacred cities did the same. Guan Songhai of Azure Ocean Palace, Qin Xianer of Acacia Palace, Kunlun Pavilion, and Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion did the same. They all quickly retreated. This was because they had already discussed this beforehand. Peerless Sacred King and the other sacred kings would join forces with the deity Dao Union and start a decisive battle with World of Man. Then, these young disciples would pass through the seal and head to the buried Emperor Star. This way, even if the deity Dao Union failed, World of Man wouldn't be able to threaten them. Soon, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others had all gathered. Even the dark red divine dragon, the toad, and the north demon had all come. These people hadn't been to the primordial battlefield before. Lin Xian also sighed in his heart. Were they finally going to reach the buried Emperor Star? That was the place where countless great emperors were buried. There were countless secrets and even secrets to becoming an immortal. It was also the end of the ancient starry sky path. He wondered what kind of world it was. His eyes were filled with boundless hope and curiosity. Their goal this time was the Reincarnation Valley. They had to find the Reincarnation Protector. This should be the place, right? Guan Songhai looked around and then looked at the valley. Let's go. These young geniuses quickly descended. They became incomparably respectful. After all, even their sage kings treated the Reincarnation Protector with respect. Junior requests an audience, Reincarnation Protector. Guan Songhai said loudly. His voice clearly spread in all directions. Everyone waited patiently, but there was no response. Guan Songhai called out again respectfully. At this moment, a voice rang out between heaven and earth. You are not qualified to see me. Ask your sage kings to come. Also, those below sage kings should not come here. This time, I will let you live. If you dare to come here again, your souls will be destroyed. Scram, a terrifying voice rushed over, followed by an earth-shattering sound that surged towards them. Everyone felt their pupils constrict. It was as if their bodies were about to be suppressed by 100,000 mountains. Even Lin Xian's face became incomparably pale. Too strong. This Reincarnation Protector was probably even more terrifying than Sage King Yanling. Was he a Sage King, or had he already surpassed the Sage King realm? However, why did they attack him? He roared angrily. This power made it very difficult for him to open the Great Sage Tower. These people were in despair. Could it be that they were going to die? It had not been easy for them to reach this point. However, they were unable to resist this voice at all. These people's eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, a light flashed. boundless black aura condensed and enveloped them. Then, they completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, everyone discovered that they had left the Reincarnation Valley and were outside. They did not know how many millions of miles they were away. Were they saved? These people all heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was also surprised. Originally, he had wanted to use the Great Sage Pagoda to bring everyone in, but before he could do anything, someone had already made a move. Who could it be? To be able to take them away so easily, it was definitely a Saint King. The other people also turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they saw a black-robed person standing behind them. "Thank you for your help, Senior," those people said gratefully. Lin Xian was surprised. "Hey Shan, it's you." "That's right, the person who attacked was Hey Shan. You came just in time to scare this dragon to death." The dark red dragon also had a look of lingering fear on its face. The toad said, "Damn it, that guy is too arrogant. He obviously wants to kill us." There were also people who said, "Don't talk nonsense. The reincarnation protector only has a weird temper." However, after He Shan heard this, he sneered. "Eccentric? Not necessarily. What do you know?" Lin Xian asked. He Shan said that he had been invited to the primordial grotto. His relationship with Saint King Yanling was very unusual. If Saint King Yanling was from the mortal world, then what about him? When these words came out, everyone's scalps went numb. Lin Xian also said, "Is he also from the mortal world?" He Shan shook his head. Obviously, he knew more. He said, "He's not. I'm guessing that he should be from the buried Emperor Star." "Is he from the buried Emperor Star?" Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder. This explained why the other party was so powerful and why these Saint Kings were so respectful when they saw him. Also, during the primordial grotto's banquet, Han Chong and the others stayed by his side. Because these people were originally from the buried Emperor Star. He Shan said that although he came from the buried Emperor Star, he was responsible for guarding the Reincarnation Valley all year round. He had stayed here for thousands of years. Therefore, his relationship with Saint King Yanling was definitely not ordinary. Even if he wasn't from the mortal world, perhaps this time, he would still stand on the side of the mortal world. Hearing this, the expressions of Lin Xian and the others became unsightly. If that was really the case, then they would be in danger. If that was the case, wouldn't they be unable to enter the buried Emperor Star? He Shan said that there was still a chance. As long as they could win this battle, it would be fine. You guys stay here for now. I'll go and take a look at the situation. If necessary, I'll also take action. He Shan's eyes also flashed with a cold light. Lin Xian said, "Take us with you. We want to watch the battle from afar." "Alright, I can only take you a short distance. However, you should still watch the battle through the formation. With so many Saint Kings fighting, kid, even if you have a trump card, it'll be very difficult to resist." Next, He Shan brought these people to the eastern wasteland. Then, he soared into the sky. Because the Saint Kings were fighting, they had already arrived in the starry sky. He Shan set up a formation so that Lin Xian and the others could see the situation in the starry sky. At this moment, the situation of the battle was incomparably terrifying. The entire starry sky had been completely destroyed. Countless large cracks spread out, and the surrounding stars were shattered. Some were directly turned into dust. This was simply too shocking. One had to know that they were all top geniuses. They could sweep through everything in the sacred venerables. However, compared to the Saint Kings, they were still too weak. The methods of these Saint Kings terrified them. Peerless Saint King fought Saint King God Ghost. Both of them used sword techniques. It was very terrifying. The peerless sword soared through the sky, majestic, and the firmament sword was even sharper. When it stood up, it was very terrifying. However, peerless Saint King seemed to be stronger. Moreover, the law of devouring was even more terrifying. In the end, he devoured the firmament sword. Then, he slashed at Saint King God Ghost. Saint King God Ghost was instantly split in half. He was severely injured. Ah! He roared towards the sky and broke through the void, wanting to escape. Peerless Saint King snorted coldly. You want to escape? He also shattered the spatial passage with a sword and stopped the other party. Then, he charged forward again. Peerless Saint King was Wine Lord's disciple. He had also received the law of devouring, and his strength was very terrifying. Therefore, no matter how strong Saint King God Ghost was, he was still defeated in the end and was severely injured. Seeing that he could not escape, he roared angrily. Wu Shuang, do you think you can win against me? Even if I die, I will drag you to hell with me. The 10,000 ancestral swords on his body were even more terrifying. Sword Chi soared into the sky, and the illusion of the world surrounded him. This aura shocked everyone. The Saint Kings in the starry sky were all terrified. They knew that Saint King God Ghost was going to go all out. Below, the creatures on the eastern wasteland were trembling and kneeling on the ground. Do you want to risk your life? Wu Shuang Holy King roared in anger. His eyes were shining brightly. Then, the law of Devourer around him kept flashing, forming a black talisman that merged with the peerless sword. The sword slashed out. Everything was over. That sword strike shocked everyone. No one could block that terrifying power. After the sword, Divine Ghost Sage King completely disappeared, turning into a bloody mist. Everyone was stunned. A Sage King had fallen just like that. Lin Xian and the others were excited. They clenched their fists. As for the Sage Kings who were fighting in the extraterritorial battle, their hearts were heavy. The deity Dao Union was naturally happy, but the mortal world side was cold. Divine Ghost Sage King was an extremely terrifying Sage King. Now, he had fallen to such a state. Peerless Sage King stood there, looking disdainfully. He said coldly, Divine Ghost Sage King has fallen. We will find the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and destroy it completely. From now on, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion will be removed from the world. An ice-cold voice resounded through the air. On the other side, Kunlun Sage King also killed a mortal world sage killer. The bloody mist filled the sky again. Another divine king had fallen. Black Mountain also walked out. He stared at Soaring Sage King and said coldly, since you are also a heavenly beast, I will give you a quick death. Surrender. Damn it, you? Soaring Sage King roared. He was a Sage King. How could he lose without a fight? So he roared and turned into his true form. He held two swords and quickly attacked. The boundless saber light flickered in the starry heavens, and the surrounding stars dimmed. Heaven and earth were shattered. It was as if the starry sky was being destroyed. At this moment, the experts below raised their heads again. Their faces were filled with fear. Countless demonic beasts roared into the sky. Too powerful. However, Black Mountain sneered. When I ruled the world, you weren't even born yet. You dare to attack me? Don't overestimate yourself. He flipped his palm and formed a black seal. He slammed it down. With a boom, the sword light in the sky was shattered. That black seal was like a millstone. It was pitch black. What weapon was that? However, it was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it swept through everything. Soaring Sky Saint King was sent flying as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with terror. Was the disparity between them so great? Damn it. Take my flying deity slash. Tens of thousands of blade lights appeared between heaven and earth. Each of them was burning like a peerless immortal light as they charged towards Black Mountain. As for He Shan, he formed seals with his palms. Countless black rays of light appeared around him, as if they had turned into tree branches, waving in all directions. These branches were pitch black, like sharp black arrows that pierced through everything. The saber light that filled the sky shattered once again. As for the Soaring Sky Saint King, he was pierced through and thousands of cracks appeared on his body. His face was filled with terror. Demonic beast, you are also a demonic beast. At this moment, he could feel the terrifying aura of a demonic beast from the black branches. It was even stronger than him. It was as if a primordial beast was in a deep slumber. Spare my life, we are all variant beasts of heaven and earth, please spare me this once. The Soaring Sky Saint King was already begging for mercy. I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. However, I can still give you another chance. It's impossible for you to live. However, I can accept your 1,000 demon city. I will kill all the saints. As for those below the saints, I can keep their lives and nurture them again. The soaring sky Saint King was in despair. If he died, what would he do with the saint city? Therefore, he roared towards the sky. He quickly charged over. The power of his bloodline and laws were burning. It was obvious that he was going to risk his life. However, Black Mountain sneered. The black seal bloomed with light and froze the sky. The soaring sky Saint King was also frozen there, unable to move at all. He let out an unwilling roar, but in an instant, tens of thousands of black branches pierced through his body and turned him into a bloody mist. Another Saint King had fallen, everyone felt their hair stand on end. These Saint Kings were all supreme existences. Usually, they were like gods that they could only look up to. However, at this moment, they were like ants that kept falling. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Countless Saint Kings looked at Black Mountain and nodded slightly. However, in the next moment, he was stunned and looked down. His gaze pierced through everything and then he frowned. Junior brother Lin, why are they here? Didn't they go to the Reincarnation Valley? Logically speaking, they should have gone to the buried Emperor Star by now. However, Black Mountain said that there was a situation there. The Reincarnation Protectors did not meet them. It seemed that they did not intend to release the seal. Damn it, the peerless Saint King's expression changed. The Saint Kings beside him also had cold expressions. This guy actually dared to not follow the rules, he actually dared to not follow the rules. The everlasting Saint King snorted coldly. On the other side, the people of the mortal world sneered. All of you have to die. Kill them, these Saint Kings also roared furiously and charged over quickly. The Saint King Yanling roared. He fought against 3 great sage Saint Kings alone. Although he was suppressed, he became more and more courageous as he fought. On the other side, the Saint King Silver Corpse was also terrifying as he controlled countless corpses. There was even a mysterious black-cloaked Saint King who waved the black flag in his hand. Countless souls within it roared crazily and released terrifying soul attacks. There was also the Saint King Laishan's power. In an instant, the battle broke out once again. Even the peerless Saint King felt the pressure. Every Saint King was in danger of dying at any time. Fortunately, it was not only the second astral realm this time. Many saint cities of the true spirit world also participated in the battle. Therefore, they were able to withstand the attacks. Otherwise, just the corpse poison of the great sage would be enough to sweep through everything. This time, the corpse poison of the great sage was blocked by the saint water of the Jade Lake, resolving the crisis. At this moment, the old Saint King of the great desolate mansion was disheveled. He had once again reached his peak state. He had turned into a young man with a valiant appearance. At this moment, his eyes were not focused. Suddenly, he saw Lin Xian and the others below. They were actually still here. Great. If he could capture these youths, they would be able to threaten these Saint Kings. Thinking of this, he quickly charged down. He turned into a stream of light and instantly tore through the void and arrived below. A terrifying aura swept through everything. The ground below was constantly crumbling. Guan Songhai, Li Hongxiu, and the others instantly felt their bodies stiffen. They could no longer move. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Damn it, I was discovered by the Saint King. This was a powerful Saint Venerate. He was much more terrifying than ordinary Saint Kings. If he wasn't so old, he would be even more terrifying. If such a person were to attack them, would they be able to defend themselves? However, at this moment, a roar came from afar. It was as if the sky was falling. Then an aurora rushed over and enveloped the old Saint King. Boom, the old Saint King roared and split into pieces. He escaped to the outer realm. As for the aurora, it slowly disappeared. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Morong Qingqing said that it was the power of the ancient desolate tower. Yao Qi used the ancient desolate tower again. Was it an extreme weapon? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they were saved. Xianxia said that since the true spirit world had extreme weapons, why didn't they use them? Morong Qingqing had said that the extreme grade weapon was a divine weapon left behind by a great emperor. Its power was too frightening, let alone a saint. Even a Saint King would not be able to activate it. In order to activate an extreme-grade weapon, the amount of resources and power required was simply too much. Basically, they wouldn't use them unless the emperor's families were in danger. Moreover, there had been a dark battle in the true spirit world, and extreme weapons had been used. Therefore, it was basically impossible to completely use extreme weapons now. Of course, it was still possible to use the pressure of an extreme-grade weapon to attack. Just like before. After everyone heard this, they were enlightened. It seemed that the power of extreme weapons had exceeded their imagination. Perhaps no one in this world could use them. Lin Xian also knew that the 10,000 ancient races had used a lot of extreme weapons to sweep through everything back then. No matter how powerful the desolate ancient families were, it wouldn't be so easy to use them again. In the sky, the old Saint King escaped far away. However, his body was still burning and turning into a bloody mist. He was too old. Being attacked by an extreme weapon was definitely a serious injury. Therefore, at this moment, he had used up the last of his life and turned into dust. He no longer existed. Damn it. Fight. On the side of the Soul Kings, their eyes were red. Too many of their people had fallen. Even though Saint Killers didn't care about anything. Even if they died, they would still attack. This was especially true for Sacred King Yanling, who was even more aggressive and sent the people around him flying. Seeing this, Peerless Sacred King took a deep breath. Black Mountain, on the other hand, said to use the Great Dragon Sword in the final battle. In a situation where an apex weapon couldn't appear, the Great Dragon Sword was probably the only useful thing. Junior brother, Peerless Saint King looked down. Lin Xian nodded and rose into the air. At the same time, the phantom of the Great Sage Hall appeared beside him and enveloped him like a suit of armor. In the next instant, he took out his Great Dragon Sword Soul, and a terrifying dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Everyone raised their heads again. Even the people from the 3 dragons were shocked. What kind of power was this? He could probably command a group of dragons. As for Lin Xian, he held the Great Dragon Sword Spirit in his hand and said in a clear voice, "Give me all your strength." As they spoke, those Saint Kings also quickly made their moves. As they fought, they unleashed their power. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit gathered quite a bit of energy. Then, it started to change rapidly. It was as though a divine dragon had been revived. Its power was terrifying. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He was under so much pressure that cracks appeared on his divine body. He roared at the sky, and the 9 yang divine body shone with a terrifying light. Lin Xian directly slashed down with his sword. This sword slashed at the Silver Corpse Saint King. The Silver Corpse Saint King tried to block it, but he was cut in half. His cracked body roared non-stop, trying to recover. In the end, he found that it was impossible. "Damn it, what's going on?" he screamed in fear. He had encountered countless things, but he had never encountered such a strange thing. What did his opponent use? An apex weapon? How could it be so terrifying? The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. Damn it. Suddenly, a Saint Killer charged toward Lin Xian. 2 Saint Killers were cut in half by Lin Xian's sword, and they turned into blood mist. Then, Lin Xian swept his sword again. Another Saint Killer shattered, and then the power of the Great Dragon Sword Spirit disappeared. At this moment, the others were terrified. This was a good opportunity to kill the other party. As for Lin Xian, he directly hid in the Great Sage Pagoda, allowing these people to attack him. No matter how strong these Saint Kings were, they could not break the defense of the Great Sage Pagoda. Then, Peerless Saint King used the Law of Devour again, absorbing the power of the surrounding Saint Kings and giving it to the Great Dragon Sword Spirit. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit roared again, sweeping in all directions. Boom boom boom. This time, Lin Xian mainly attacked the Silver Corpse Saint King. It was all because of this despicable guy. The Silver Corpse Saint King was killed in endless fear, and not even a drop of blood was left. No, when Saint King Yan saw this, he roared crazily. He had gone crazy. Did the Silver Corpse Saint King also die? This was the most promising of all his sons. He had already become a Saint King, and he estimated that he would surpass him in the future. This was his hope, but now he had fallen. Damn it, I'll kill you, he quickly rushed over. Lin Xian waved the great dragon sword spirit and fought with the other party. Boom, the two collided. The power of the great dragon sword spirit disappeared, and on the other side, one of Saint King Yan's arms was cut off. He roared crazily in the air. It was obvious that this attack had seriously injured him. Damn it, what was this thing? The other saint in black had a cold expression. It was the legendary saint technique, the great dragon sword. It seemed that he was the successor of the great dragon sword. Damn it, let's go, I won't be able to kill them this time. After saying that, the black flag swept in all directions, wanting to leave. However, Saint King Yan was not willing to give up. I don't believe it. He waved his hand and took out an ancient stone. Primordial stone, the people in the human world exclaimed. Are you crazy? However, Saint King Yan had really gone crazy. Kid, go to hell. The primordial stone bloomed with endless light, and then it flew forward. The light appeared, and the primordial stone cracked. At this moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked, destroying everything. Not good. When the other Saint Kings saw this scene, their pupils constricted. That was the primordial stone, and its power was equivalent to a Saint King's weapon. Now that it cracked, it was equivalent to a Saint King's weapon being destroyed. The surrounding people were stunned. A Saint King's weapon was destroyed, and the power was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy several worlds. If a Saint King was hit, it would be difficult for him to escape. Therefore, they all quickly retreated. The primordial stone charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. At this moment, the great dragon sword spirit did not have much power left. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he activated the world core. Lin Xian also controlled two worlds. That was the dual rain planet. At this moment, the benefits of having two worlds were displayed. Lin Xian could directly mobilize the power of two worlds across the boundless starry sky. At this moment, the two worlds dimmed. The power of the two worlds surged into his body and was injected into the great dragon sword. Soul. The great dragon sword soul roared again, as if it had been revived. With the power of two worlds, it slashed forward. Boom, the shocking battle blocked that destructive aura. That's great. Peerless Sage King and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they gathered the power of these Sage Kings and attacked. The great dragon sword soul became stronger again and slashed down. Boom, Sage King Spiritual King Yan was split in half. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist, while the other half flew into the black flag. It tore open the void and quickly left. Lin Xian swung his sword again. However, those people from the mortal world had mastered an extremely powerful movement technique and disappeared from the world. Lin Xian did not make a move. This was because using the great dragon sword of this level had a huge impact on his physique. At this moment, his divine body was covered in cracks. Blood flowed out from within. The golden blood was abnormally terrifying. It was also because he had a divine body. Otherwise, the other sage sovereigns would probably not be able to use a single sword. Big Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing flew over and took out the Jade Lake holy water. She covered Lin Xian with it and started to provide Lin Xian with great power. This caused the cracks to quickly heal. The surrounding sea of blood was too terrifying. This time, at least a dozen Sage Kings had fallen. There were those from the deity Dao Union and even more from the mortal world. It could be said that this time, the mortal world had suffered a heavy blow. Sage King Silver Corpse, Sage King Divine Ghost, Sage King Flying Sage King, and the old Sage King of the Great Desolate Mansion had all fallen. Other than that, many of the masked Sage Kings had also fallen. After this battle, even if the mortal world still existed, their strength would be greatly reduced. As for the saint cities where these Saint Kings were, they would also take action. After finding them, they would remove their names from the myriad realms. Xiaochen left this matter to the deity Dao Union. Even if the holy cities were sealed, they would be able to find them. Lin Xian and the others knew that these people were finished. The people of True Spirit World raised their heads to look at the sky. Their faces were filled with fear. At this moment, the sky had already turned red. It released a terrifying aura. That aura wanted to tear their bodies apart. This was such a shocking battle. So many Saint Kings had fallen. This had probably never happened in the past few thousand years. At the same time, the second astral realm was also in a state of shock. This news was brought back by the people of the deity Dao Union and spread in all directions. When they learned that Holy King Silver Corpse, Holy King Skysoar, the old Holy King of Great Desolation Mansion, and Holy King Divine Ghost had died, they were stunned. At first, they didn't believe it. It was impossible. Who could make all these Saint Kings fall? However, when they learned that it was a fight between dozens of Saint Kings, and that the Silver Corpse Saint King and the others were from the human world, they were all stunned. The mortal world in the second astral realm was simply a nightmare. Who would have thought that it would actually be by their side? Moreover, it was these Saint Kings. Could it be that these Saint Kings had really fallen? Did none of them escape? Next, when they saw the sealed Acheron Palace and 10,000 Swords Pavilion being found and destroyed, they were shocked. They were completely convinced. Because these holy cities would vanish into thin air and cease to exist, Demon City. Their seals had also been removed, and they had been found. The people of the Demon City were filled with despair. They had also received news that the Holy King had been killed. They felt as if the sky was falling. When they saw what had happened to the other holy cities, they were also terrified. On this day, a black-robed man arrived. He stood there like a celestial being. The people in the Demon City were all terrified. Was the end of the world coming? This figure was Xianxia. He said in a clear voice. Now, seeing that you are all demonic beasts, I will give you a chance. Those of the holy cities can report to hell. Those below the holy cities. Those who submit to me can live. If you resist, there is no need to exist. What? All the holy cities had fallen. Damn it. The eyes of those holy venerables and elders instantly turned red. Run, for a time, countless people fled in all directions. However, in the sky, Xianxia sneered. He stretched out a hand, and a black tree appeared behind him. It was indomitable and directly enveloped the world. It completely enveloped the entire holy city. In an instant, those saints were all pierced through and turned into a bloody mist that was absorbed by the black tree. Those below the holy cities were so scared that they prostrated themselves on the ground. We are willing to submit. They also felt that this black-robed man had an extremely terrifying aura. Moreover, he was also a Saint King. It seemed that the other party wanted to regain control of him. Alright, from now on, I am the city lord of your demon city. After saying that, a terrifying aura erupted once again, engulfing the world. True spirit world. The primordial grotto was also affected. After all, Holy King Yanling had also escaped. Therefore, the primordial grotto was destroyed. However, the primordial grotto was extremely terrifying. There were also some core areas that had an extremely terrifying aura of death. Even the people of the refining gods Dao Union did not dare to enter rashly. Of course, no one walked out of the grotto. In fact, everyone thought that it was a place of death, so they did not pay any attention to it. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were waiting again. They were waiting for the seal to open. Peerless Saint King, Kunlun Saint King, and the others joined forces and brought Lin Xian and the others there once. However, they found that the reincarnation guardian had already gone into seclusion. They could only leave and wait for the next opportunity. Eastern Wilderness. In a canyon, a figure stood there. His eyes were black and white, and it was very strange. It was Yurua. At this moment, he was facing the canyon in front of him with a solemn expression. There was also a terrifying aura in the canyon. It was obvious that Yurua was cultivating here. There were some people around. When they felt the aura emitted from Yurua, their scalps went numb. What a terrifying genius. No one dared to disturb him. At this moment, a few figures flew over from the vicinity. The aura of these people was even more terrifying. It was the buried Emperor Star. Jingyun was also there. At this moment, he was gnashing his teeth. After all, he had kowtowed and admitted his mistake. This matter had spread and shocked everyone. He had found someone to avenge him. That person was his younger brother. Although he was young, his talent and strength were stronger than his. Therefore, he said, "Brother, treat me well." "Little brother, how have I treated you? This time, you must avenge me." Beside Jingyun, there was an even younger person. He said, "Big brother, don't worry. No matter who it is, if they dare to bully you, I will make them wish they were dead." Hearing this, Jingyun revealed a sinister smile. His younger brother had already become a half-step king. The group of people flew quickly in the sky. Suddenly, Jingyun was stunned and looked down. "What's wrong, brother?" the young man beside him asked. Jingyun sneered. "I found him. Although I didn't find that kid, I found one of his companions. If I catch her, I'll be able to find out where that kid is. Maybe I can even get him to come out." After saying that, the group descended into the canyon below. The people below were all comprehending in the canyon. Suddenly, they raised their heads and felt an extremely terrifying power coming from the sky. It was as if their bodies were going to explode. "Retreat quickly." They frantically retreated. Those who retreated too slowly were sent flying, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. This was just the descent of the aura. If these people attacked, how terrifying would it be? Yurua suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the sky with her black and white eyes. The next moment, her pupils shrank and she quickly retreated. "You want to leave? It's too late." In the sky, a sneer was heard. Then, endless wind and clouds changed, forming a cage that sealed the surroundings. Then, a group of people descended. The surrounding people were all frightened and raised their heads to look. Who is this person? Why is he so terrifying? When they saw Jingyun, they exclaimed in surprise. "It's him. He's an expert from the buried Emperor Star. No wonder he's so terrifying. You should be Lin Xian's companion. Tell me where he is obediently. I can let you suffer less." Jingyun's cold voice sounded. Yurua's face was cold. She didn't expect to meet these people. She sneered. "You're just a loser. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of Martial Uncle Lin? I advise you to get lost quickly. Otherwise, when Martial Uncle Lin comes, you'll have to kneel again. You're courting death." Jingyun was instantly enraged. This was his scar. Since the other party wasn't courting death, he wouldn't be polite. Sky Cloud Hand. In an instant, a terrifying aura rushed out. A white cloud palm pressed down from the sky. At that moment, it was like the palm of a god. Yurua naturally knew how powerful the other party was. Therefore, she didn't dare to be careless. Her black and white eyes released two extremely terrifying lights. They turned into dragons and flew forward. They pierced through the void. The two gigantic dragons danced in the sky. Then, with a sweep of their tails, the heaven and earth collapsed. Wherever it passed, it blocked the clouds that filled the sky. It was useless, Jingyun sneered without fear. The heavenly cloud hand was about to land, and sure enough, the two dragons kept shattering. Yurua also felt immense pressure. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the other party had lost and even knelt in front of Lin Xian, this did not mean that the other party was weak. The other party was too terrifying. In the true spirit world and the second astral world, the other party could definitely sweep through everything. However, Lin Xian was too heaven-defying. That was the reason why her opponent had been defeated. However, Yurua was unable to defeat her opponent. As she retreated and spat out blood, Yuruyan erupted with a cold light. Then, she launched a powerful eye technique attack. Jingyun snorted coldly. His body swayed and he almost fell from the sky. In the next moment, he roared madly. "You dare to injure my soul," he roared madly. No matter how strong he was now at a disadvantage in the hands of the other party. In the next moment, he roared. Sky Cloud Hand, first transformation, a terrifying power instantly erupted. At the same time, the laws in his body condensed to prevent the soul bombardment. Yurua vomited blood. She could not block the Sky Cloud Hand and was about to be defeated. However, at this moment, endless frost condensed between heaven and earth. The speed of the Sky Cloud Hand slowed down. Then, a figure rescued Yurua. "Are you all right?" Lu Yuan came. The icy aura on his body erupted. Yurua said, "I'm fine, but they're too strong. Let's go first." Lu Yuan nodded. The two wanted to leave. At this moment, a young man behind them spoke. "You want to leave? Stay here." He stomped his foot, and the ground cracked open. A force rushed towards the two of them. "Not good, quickly dodge." The two of them quickly retreated, their faces full of horror. Then, he said, "Let's join forces." The two of them attacked together to block this attack. In the next moment, the two of them were sent flying. How could the other party be so strong? Who was this person? The two of them were too shocked. One had to know that although they could not defeat Jingyun, the two of them could still contend with him if they joined forces. However, they could not defeat this young man. This person's strength had already surpassed that of a holy venerate. "Leave quickly. More experts have come to the buried Emperor Star." The two of them turned pale. However, the young man walked out and said coldly, "With just the two of you, do you think you can escape from my hands? I'll break your limbs and make you kneel in front of my brother, kowtow, and admit your mistakes. Then, when that Lin Xian comes, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death." Jinka walked out, bringing with him a cold aura. Yurua and Lu Yuan both despaired. They felt a huge pressure enveloping their bodies. They were unable to move at all. However, at this moment, a bolt of thunder descended from the sky. It was like a divine sword. The terrifying power directly attacked Jingyun. Jingyun roared and used the sky cloud hand. However, he was sent flying. He was terrified. That thunder was going to pierce through him. "Brother, save me!" he roared crazily. Jinka also suddenly turned his head. A terrifying attack erupted from his eyes. In the next moment, a large hand stretched out and directly enveloped that thunder. The two collided. It was as if two worlds had collided. It was earth-shattering. This attack destroyed the thunder and killed Jingyun. When he turned his head, his expression was completely cold. That was because he discovered that Yurua and Lu Yuan had disappeared. They had been rescued by someone. He had just said that with him around, neither of them would be able to escape. But now, the other party had disappeared. This was a slap to his face, he roared, and the power of his body continued to erupt. A terrifying aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His gaze seemed to have turned into a divine lamp that swept through the surroundings. In the next moment, he attacked the void in the distance. This attack was too terrifying. The people around the canyon all prostrated themselves on the ground because the void in the sky had turned into chaos. The light of destruction emitted by that light was enough to pierce through a world. Not good. In the distant void, Lu Yuan and Yurua's expressions changed. This attack made them feel as if they were facing a sage king. However, there was also a figure beside them. It was Lin Xian who had saved them. At this moment, Lin Xian also frowned when he sensed this power. He directly used the Taiji diagram, which kept spinning and flying out. The terrifying yin-yang aura turned into a sharp sword and collided with the other party's light of destruction. Then, the power in the sky exploded. Lin Xian took the two of them and used the void escape technique to leave in an instant. Not long after they left, Jinka tore through the void and walked over. Behind him, Jingyun and the other people from the buried Emperor Star also arrived. They looked around and said. There was no one. No one seemed to be injured. Did they escape? How was that possible? These people couldn't believe it. Jinka also frowned. In a mountain range, the void split open and 3 figures walked out. They were Lin Xian, Yurua, and Lu Yuan. After the 3 of them came out, their eyes flickered. Yurua heaved a sigh of relief after being saved. Lu Yuan sighed. He had thought that Jingyun and the others were powerful enough, but he did not expect that there would be people even more powerful than them. The buried Emperor Star was truly unimaginable. No matter, when we go in, we will surpass them one day. Lin Xian's eyes shone with determination. Then, he said, we still don't know how the reincarnation valley is doing. Let's wait for Senior Brother Wu Shuang's news. But before that, I can send you to the sacred land to cultivate. Really? That's great. The two of them were overjoyed. The sacred land's inheritance was also very ancient. It was not inferior to their sacred city at all. Furthermore, their sacred city's foundation was even deeper. Lin Xian said, "Lu Yuan, I'll bring you to the ice sacred land. You can cultivate there. As for you Ruo, follow me to the Yin-Yang sacred land." Then, Lin Xian took action. They first went to the ice sacred land. At this moment, Lin Xian and the others' names had already spread throughout the world. These sacred lands were naturally willing to befriend them. In addition, Lin Xian was the temple master. Thus, he quickly stayed in the ice sacred land and cultivated there. As for Lin Xian and Yu Ruo, the two of them went to the Yin-Yang sacred land. The Yin-Yang sacred land was located in the prefecture. Back then, Lin Xian and the Yin-Yang sacred land were sworn enemies. Lin Xian had killed many geniuses and experts of the Yin-Yang sacred land. Thus, when he returned, the Yin-Yang sacred land had a very strange expression. They did not know how to face him. However, facing Lin Xian's strength and the difference in status, the Yin-Yang sacred land sect master did not dare to say anything. Instead, he directly invited the two of them over. Lin Xian did not talk about the past. Instead, he found a place and began to cultivate his Taiji diagram. On the other hand, Yu Ruo was cultivating her black and white eyes. The others were also cultivating and waiting. They were waiting for news from the Reincarnation Valley. However, at that moment, a silhouette appeared in the Reincarnation Valley. He said, "I am Spirit Saint King Yen, and I have come to seek an audience with the Reincarnation Protector." "You're here." A cold voice came from the valley. Then, a figure appeared. It was the Reincarnation Protector. At this moment, his expression was indeed somewhat cold. He said, "Things seem to be developing differently from what you said before. The human world has already lost. What should I do next?" Could it be that he would continue to maintain the seal? This was not in line with the rules. Saint King Yanling's eyes turned cold when he heard this. Damn it. Unexpectedly, the deity Dao Yunyan's strength was this strong this time. But don't worry, the human realm hasn't been completely defeated yet. Furthermore, I believe that the Samsara protectors also know about our relationship with the buried Emperor Star. Not to mention the buried Emperor Star, the immemorial grotto is backed by the primordial ancient mine. This time, I brought this with me. As he spoke, he took out a token. This was an extremely ancient token that gave off a great Desolatian aura. When the Reincarnation Protector saw this token, his pupils constricted. He said, "Could it be that those existences from the primordial ancient mine have already awakened? One of the old ancestors has already awakened. So, I believe that the Reincarnation Protector should know who to support, right? Of course, we will not mistreat you." After saying that, the Reincarnation Protector flipped his hand and took out a storage ring. This ring contained the treasure from the primordial ancient mine. It was an old herb from 50,000 years ago. It should be able to help your cultivation reach a higher level. The Reincarnation Protector's eyes lit up. The Reincarnation Protector was even more clear about the human realm. It did not only exist in the second astral realm and the true spirit world. In fact, they also existed in the buried Emperor Star. It could be said to be extremely horrifying. Furthermore, this time, a horrifying person from the primordial ancient mine had awakened. No matter how strong the unparalleled Sage King and the others were, they would not be able to resist them. Even the deity Dao Yunyan would not be able to do so. Therefore, he nodded and said, "I understand. I will close the Reincarnation Valley and open it again after 500 years. Many thanks." Saint King Spirit Yen smiled. He turned around and left. None of these people would be able to go to the buried Emperor Star. Next, they would take revenge in the human realm. 3 days later, the Reincarnation Valley was completely closed. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Everyone in the true spirit world could sense it. They all raised their heads and looked into the distance, revealing a look of shock. What happened? Why was this aura so terrifying? It seemed like something was about to appear, Yin-Yang sacred land. Lin Xian also opened his eyes. His body was surrounded by Yin-Yang aura. At this moment, he also looked into the distance. Beside him, Yurua was also surprised. What had happened? The people of the Yin-Yang sacred land were also shocked. Not only here, but the other sacred lands also discovered it. Immediately, their expressions changed. The sacred leader of the Jade Lake sacred land frowned. The Kunlun sacred king was the same. Morong Qingqing asked, "What happened?" The Kunlun sacred king said that the aura came from the reincarnation valley, and he could no longer sense it. That reincarnation protector actually dared to close the reincarnation valley. He was completely trying to cut off the path to the buried Emperor Star. What? Morong Qingqing was stunned. Could it be that they could no longer go to the buried Emperor Star? The Jade Lake sacred leader also frowned and said coldly. He was too much. He actually dared to do this. It seemed like someone had contacted him. On the other side, in the southern border. In the 100,000 Great Mountains, the peerless sacred king also raised his head. A look of shock appeared in his eyes. The aura of the reincarnation valley had actually disappeared. Was the reincarnation protector planning to stand on the side of the human realm? He had never cared about the matters here, but now he actually dared to make a move. It seemed that the human realm was really unwilling to give up. However, the reincarnation protector had made a foolish decision this time. Hearing this, Fu Hongye and Linghu Chuexiue were also surprised. It seemed that a great change had occurred in the reincarnation valley. The other saint kings and the saint lords of the sacred grounds also frowned. Even the everlasting sacred king roared into the sky, shattering the stars in the sky. The primordial Sikong had already been shattered. However, there was still a place of death further inside the primordial grotto. The aura there was even more terrifying. At this moment, a figure appeared. It was sacred King Yanling. He continued to walk deeper and entered the primordial ancient mine. The primordial ancient mine was a legendary place. Back then, it was an existence that was on par with the nest of 10,000 dragons. No one dared to enter it, but now he had entered it. Not long after, he came out. After coming out, he was extremely excited because he had obtained a treasure from inside. It was a skull with only one eye. At this moment, that eye was emitting a strange light. It was the heavenly eye. Saint King Yanling formed a seal with his palm. Instantly, the ground of the land of death churned as countless arrays appeared. Then, Saint King Yanling respectfully placed the heavenly eye in the array. Then, countless laws appeared around his body, forming one talisman after another. Then, it pierced through his body. Countless talismans connected with each other as he began to use a secret technique. The heavenly eye seemed to have received some kind of summon and suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the 9 heavens, there was an illusion of the heavens looking down as if it wanted to see through everything. At the end of the phone, the heavenly eye enveloped the entire quintessential world. Countless people felt a sense of fear as their souls seemed to be suppressed. Yin-Yang sacred land. Yurua's pupils constricted as she suddenly closed her eyes. Tears of blood flowed out of her eyes. Lin Xian's scalp also went numb. Countless golden talismans condensed in his eyes, and a pair of golden eyes appeared behind him. It was like the eyes of a god. It floated there, but in the next moment, that terrifying feeling disappeared. He exclaimed. Who the hell was it? What a powerful eye technique. It was the first time he had felt such a terrifying bronze statue. Not only him, but the other sacred lands also felt it. Far away in southern border, Saint King Wushuang of the 100,000 mountains was the same. He also sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect such a strange thing to happen after the reincarnation valley closed. In the land of death, Saint King Yanling revealed a sneer because his heavenly eye had already reflected Saint King Wushuang's phantom. You're in southern border? Do you think I can't kill you after running so far? Today is the day you die. In the next moment, countless arrays appeared under his feet. The power of space tore apart and enveloped his figure, causing him to disappear. At the same time, in the 100,000 mountains of southern border, the void shattered, and a figure appeared. Then, a terrifying rock hand slapped down from the sky. At the same time, the earth shook, and a rock giant appeared as if it was going to overturn the entire earth. Oh no, what happened? In the 100,000 mountains, Fu Hongya and Linghu Chuexiue were both stunned. Saint King Wushuang felt a familiar aura. He roared angrily, "Run!" As he spoke, he unleashed an extremely terrifying devouring vortex. It shrouded Fu Hongya and her brother. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar and charged toward the sky. The place where he had been standing was now in ruins. The rock giant had turned that place into nothingness. "You can't escape. Today is the day you die." The ancient voice in the sky carried boundless power as it swept out in all directions. Then, he charged towards Peerless Sage King. As for the stone giants that emerged from the ground, they began to sweep through their surroundings and chase after Linghu Chuexiue and Fu Hongya. Naturally, the two of them were no match for him. They could only activate the devouring law and flee quickly. However, the stone giant's strength was beyond their imagination. Therefore, they were stopped in an instant. A single strike had caused cracks to appear. The two of them also vomited blood, their faces filled with despair. "Damn it, am I going to die here? I wonder who did it, was this the mortal world, Wang?" At this moment, a law shrouded the both of them before ripping the void apart. Then, a palm that resembled the hand of heaven slammed down and collided with the stone giant. The stone giant was torn apart by the palm strike. Were they saved? Linghu Chuexiue and Fu Hongya cried out in alarm. It was most likely a Sage King. In the next moment, they saw the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Sage King appear there. The two of them hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Senior." "Thank you, Senior, for your help." The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Sage King nodded. However, his gaze was looking into the distance, piercing through everything. "Senior, please help. My master is in danger." The two of them grew nervous again. Evidently, a top-notch expert was attacking Peerless Sage King. There was no need for that. Someone had already rushed over. Sensing that aura, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Sage King said, "I'll send you two back to the sanctuary first." After saying that, she brought Linghu Chuexiue with her and disappeared. On the other side, a figure was flying in the direction of Nanjiang. He was He Shan. He was originally here too. He did not expect that something like this would happen. It seemed that he had gone to help Peerless Sage King. They returned to the sanctuary. At this moment, the sanctuary was also astonished. Lin Xian had also returned with Yu Rua and the others. When they saw Linghu Chuexiue and Fu Hongya injured, they all frowned. What was going on? Linghu Chuexiue told them what had happened. Lin Xian was also nervous. Was Peerless Sage King being hunted down? Who was it? An ordinary Sage King would not be suitable. Damn it. It seemed that it was an extremely terrifying expert of the older generation. In an instant, he thought of the mortal world. This time, was the mortal world going to be destroyed one by one? Should he summon the Sage Kings? Lin Xian asked. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Sage King said that his friend had already gone. "I think it should be fine. Is He Shan here?" Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If He Shan was here, it should not be a problem. After waiting for a day, two figures returned. They were He Shan and Peerless Sage King. However, Peerless Sage King was not in a good condition. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Who was the one who attacked him? Peerless Sage King said that he would not die. However, it was really dangerous this time. If it was not for Taoist He Shan, I might not have made it back. He Shan also looked at Lin Xian. He said that it was Sage King Yanling, damn it. It was that old thing. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Back then, he should have killed the other party together with the deity Dao Yunyan. However, He Shan said that although they destroyed the primordial grotto, the other party had the primordial ancient mine behind them. That was an extremely terrifying existence. Naturally, Lin Xian also knew about this. Most likely, there was an extraordinary individual sleeping in there. However, it was not certain whether they could wake up. What should they do now? The mortal world did not attack together. Instead, they hid in the dark and assassinated from time to time. This made them very uneasy. Lin Xian walked over and used the wood elemental laws to treat Peerless Sage King's injuries. However, his brows were tightly knitted together. No, let's go to the Jade Pool first. The group headed to the Jade Pool to treat their injuries. The people from the Jade Pool also heard about it and frowned. Kunlun Sage King said, "Damn it. It seems that we have to go to the Reincarnation Valley again. I'm afraid that the Reincarnation Valley will not open again." Heavenly Fragrance Sage King frowned. "There are so many of us. Can't we defeat that reincarnation protector? If we can't, we can just attack. That fellow is very strong. Sage King Yanling is terrifying. He might be a late-stage Sage King. Even if we work together, we might not be able to defeat him." Late-stage Sage King. When these Sage Kings heard this, their expressions changed. Most of them were early-stage Sage Kings. The difference between them and a late-stage Sage King was too great. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked again. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes appeared behind him as he looked into the sky. The other Sage Kings also looked up. Damn it. Did Sage King Yanling attack again? What did he use? How can he sense where we are so clearly? The Jade Lake Sacred Leader said that it should be the Heaven's Eye. They wondered who he was going to attack this time. In the sky, Sage King Yanling's expression was extremely ugly. He had already severely injured Unparalleled Sage King, but he did not expect the black-robed man to come and rescue him. To be honest, he was very afraid of the black-robed man. The black-robed man appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and he used some tricks that made his hair stand on end. He felt like he was facing the Reincarnation Guardian when he faced the black-robed man. Therefore, he did not continue to chase after him. However, he also knew that Unparalleled Sage King could not recover. He had used some terrifying tricks. When he went to the Primordium Ancient Mine, not only did he take out the Primordium token, but he also obtained the Heaven's Eye. At the same time, he also obtained something else. The Poison of Despair. This poison was even more powerful than the Great Sage Corpse Poison, because it was formed from 10 different types of Great Sage Corpse Poison, and it could make anyone despair. Therefore, Unparalleled Sage King was definitely going to die. Even if he could not kill him personally, Unparalleled Sage King could not survive after being poisoned by the Poison of Despair. Next, he immediately began to look for the others. He immediately thought of Lin Xian. Now that Unparalleled Sage King was dead, he wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, when he used the Heaven's Eye to see that Lin Xian and the others were all together, and they were all at the Jade Lake, he frowned. With so many Sage Kings together, it was not convenient for him to attack. Moreover, they were at the Jade Lake, so he had to hurry up and attack. He had to kill them before the others arrived at the Jade Lake. He looked around and saw 2 people. One was Wuji Sage King, and the other was Shuiyi Sage King. Shuiyi Sage King was the weakest and could be killed in one move, so Sage King Yanling was prepared to attack him. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were also very anxious. They discussed and decided to summon the others to the Jade Lake. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. After all, with so many of them gathered together, the other party probably wouldn't dare to make a move. Another thing was that the Jade Lake had an extreme weapon that could suppress everything. After receiving the news, Wuji Saint King and Bus Saint King were rushing over. However, the distance was still quite far. Furthermore, I'm guessing that Spirit Saint King Yanling has already found the 2 of them. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the Jade Lake Sacred Leader's words. Lin Xian said. From the looks of it, he should be there to help. How about this? The 3 Saint Kings will go and receive the Wuji Saint King. Hey Shan, you go and receive the Bus Saint King. I feel that he will most likely attack the Bus Saint King. After all, the Bus Saint King had been injured before and was not in peak condition. It was easy for others to target her. Black Mountain nodded. At this moment, a roar could be heard from the Jade Pool. It was Peerless Saint King. Morong Qingqing and the others also flew over and said anxiously. Not good, the Peerless Saint King seemed to have been poisoned again. Was he poisoned again? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian's expression changed even more. He said, everyone, hurry up and act. I'll take care of senior brother here. The other Saint Kings nodded. The 3 great sage Saint Kings joined forces and prepared to receive the Wuji Saint King. He Shan's figure also disappeared in a flash. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing and the others walked in. Soon, they arrived at the front. The peerless Saint King was in the jade pool holy water. At this moment, his injuries had already stabilized. He only needed time to recover. However, at this moment, a black aura appeared on his body. It spread rapidly and was even more terrifying than the great sage corpse poison. Lin Xian immediately rushed over. "Senior brother, how are you?" As he spoke, he used the great dragon sword soul to help the other party get rid of it. However, he soon realized that the situation was much worse than he had imagined. The poison this time was much more terrifying than the great sage corpse poison. The dark red divine dragon came over to check and also exclaimed, "Damn, this is... Do you know what this is?" Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon said that it had heard of a legend that 10 types of great sage corpse poison were combined to form a poison called the poison of despair. It could make everyone despair because there was no chance of recovery. Perhaps this was the poison of despair. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They could not even withstand one great sage corpse poison, let alone 10. Damn it, where did the sacred King Yanling get this from? It must be from the Primordium ancient mine. There were countless strange stones in there, many of which were passed down from the ancient times. Damn it. Lin Xian's face was cold. He activated the great dragon sword soul and released countless dragon-shaped sword chi. He said, "Senior brother, don't worry. Although I can't fully unleash the power of the great dragon sword soul, I can get rid of it for you." The peerless Saint King opened his eyes. He naturally felt the power of the poison of despair. He turned to the Jade Pool sacred leader and said, "Fellow cultivator, can you give me an extreme power?" The Jade Pool sacred leader's face changed. "It's too dangerous. You can't take it." The peerless Saint King said, "I can only give it a try. Otherwise, I won't be able to take it." There was another possibility. If all the sacred kings worked together and gave their power to the great dragon sword soul, they might be able to suppress it. However, there were not many sacred kings around now. The peerless Saint King might not be able to wait until all the sacred kings returned. Hence, he decided to take the risk. The Jade Pool sacred leader also left. It seemed like she wanted to work with the other elders to activate the ancient desolate tower again. Not long after, the ancient desolate tower emitted an extreme power aura. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. They might not be able to take it if it landed. An extreme power appeared and shrouded the peerless Saint King. The peerless Saint King used the law of devour to send this power into his body. In the next moment, he roared into the sky. His black hair fluttered in the wind and the endless void shattered. Cracks appeared on his body and blood flowed out. It was a terrifying sight. It was too terrifying. The extreme power was really terrifying. On the other side, the Jade Pool sacred leader and the others had also arrived. They were also watching anxiously. This was because they had used up a lot of energy to activate the ancient desolate tower. If he couldn't succeed, there would be no other way. Lin Xian was even more nervous. He hoped that the peerless Saint King could survive. More and more cracks appeared on the peerless Saint King's body. In the end, they completely split open and formed a devouring vortex. Finally, the blood mist in the sky condensed again. The peerless Saint King appeared in front of everyone. His face was pale, but he still said, "I almost died. But at least I was lucky." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Peerless Sage King shook his head. "No, I used my extreme Tao to suppress it. However, it is very troublesome to completely eliminate it. It is impossible to do so in a short period of time. Everyone, please search for it." A novel. Fortunately, there is no danger to our lives for now. Too hateful. If the reincarnation valley had not been closed, we would have left long ago and would not be in such a passive situation. A great elder of the Jade Lake walked over and said, "In fact, the world is much more terrifying than you think. Furthermore, with the primordial ancient mine, it is expected that the reincarnation protector would stand on Sage King Yanling's side. However, they did not expect that he would be so ruthless and directly close the valley. What kind of existence is the buried Emperor Star?" Even Morong Qingqing and the others were very puzzled. The Grand Elder's eyes flickered. He said that the buried Emperor Star is similar to the true spirit world. It has countless ancient inheritances and mysterious families. It also has many places of death. However, it is different from the true spirit world. Great emperors are buried there. Great emperors are buried there, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seems that the buried Emperor Star's name is not randomly given. There really are great emperors buried there. The Grand Elder shook his head. Almost all of the great emperors are buried there. Many of them had come from the true spirit world. This is the beginning and that is the end. After a while, a sage king descended from the distance. It turns out that the people who went out to receive them have returned. Limitless Sage King safely returned. Not long after, Black Mountain and Closed Moon Sage King also returned. At the same time, their disciples also returned. They are all qualified to enter the buried Emperor Star. After they arrived, they all let out a sigh of relief. Great, it seems that Sage King Yanling did not have the chance to make a move. However, Closed Moon Sage King frowned. Although we are safe now, it is not a good idea to stay here for such a long time. We cannot stay here for the rest of our lives. Indeed, the others also nodded. What should we do? We must quickly open the Reincarnation Valley and let our people in. Let's go to the buried Emperor Star. Indeed, this is the most important thing right now. However, at this moment, 7-Star Sage King coldly said, "Is it safe to enter the buried Emperor Star? Don't forget how we poisoned the ancient primordial grotto banquet." When he said this, the others' expressions changed. They clearly remembered the reason why they were poisoned. They were the people who returned from the buried Emperor Star. It was said to be the antidote, but in the end, it framed them. What exactly happened for those people to betray them? The Supreme Elder of the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds said. It had been said before that the world of men was very terrifying. Even on the buried Emperor Star, they were terrifying existences. Most likely, those who went in had already joined the human world. That's why he attacked us. Then, would the new person be subdued by the human world as well? This was something that no one knew. At this moment, Peerless Saint King also walked out, his face pale. Obviously, his injuries had not healed yet. However, at this moment, his eyes were indeed emitting a biting cold light. He said that rather than this, it would be better for all of them to go to the buried Emperor Star. I want to see who it is that dares to attack us. Are we all going? Those Saint Kings were also stunned. To be honest, they also had the same thought. However, they knew that the buried Emperor Star was even more terrifying. Once they entered, they would no longer be invincible existences. Perhaps there would be someone even more terrifying than them, such as the Great Sage or even the Great Sage. At that time, their status and identity would definitely change. How could these Saint Kings, who had been used to ruling the world for thousands of years, endure this? Peerless Saint King said, "I will not force you. Those who are willing to stay can stay here. As for those who want to go, we will gather together." After a discussion, a portion of them prepared to go together, while the rest stayed behind. Of course, whether these people went or not, they all wanted to kill Saint King Yanling. After all, there was such a terrifying expert of the older generation who could lock onto their position and attack them at any time. They were afraid that they would be in great danger in the future. Let's go. These people soared into the sky and once again headed towards the Reincarnation Valley. They arrived there and stood in the void. The Kunlun Saint Sovereign's cold voice rang out, "Reincarnation Protector, please come out." In the Reincarnation Valley, the Reincarnation Protector opened his eyes and frowned. These people actually came here directly, and there were so many of them. What? Were they trying to scare him with such a scene? How laughable. It seemed that these people were pitifully stupid. Beside him was an old man. It was Saint King Yanling. He said, "It seems that these people can't wait any longer. However, they actually dared to attack you. I think they really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let's go and see if they have the right to be arrogant in front of me." The Reincarnation Protector walked out. Saint King Yanling followed behind him and sneered. Outside in the Void Palace, everyone waited patiently. This time, they had all made a decision. They must open the Reincarnation Valley. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and a terrifying rock hand instantly grabbed at Lin Xian. It seemed that it wanted to crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he used the Great Sage Pagoda to block it. With a clang, he was forced back. However, he roared and used the dragon-shaped sword Qi to slash forward. It also blocked the giant stone hand. At the same time, Black Mountain slapped out a black palm and directly tore the rock hand into pieces. At the same time, his gaze pierced through the front. The surrounding Saint Kings also changed their expressions. Did someone attack again? And by the looks of it, it must be Saint King Yanling. This guy was also in the Reincarnation Valley. They all turned their gazes to the front. In the next moment, they saw two figures walk out. It was the Reincarnation Protector and Saint King Yanling. Kid, you're really lucky. You didn't die even after that? Saint King Yanling's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. Old thing, one day, I will personally deal with you. How dare you? The Reincarnation Protector roared, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Lin Xian felt as if his soul was about to split open. He roared, and his eyes shone with an incomparable golden light. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and the dragon's breathing technique was also activated to block it. Not only that, Saint King Wushuang even used the devouring law. The Kunlun Saint King had to use Kunlun Mountain to block the roar. In the next moment, they looked forward with a hint of fear in their eyes. The Reincarnation Protector was indeed strong. You're just a sacred venerate. What right do you have to speak here? The Reincarnation Guardian's cold voice rang out. He then looked at Peerless Sacred King. Even if he's your junior, you can't be so unruly. Are you going to do it, or should I? Peerless Sacred King snorted coldly. He said, my junior did not do anything wrong. It was Spirit Sage King Yan who wanted to kill him. What's wrong with my junior saying a few words? I don't think my junior is in the wrong. Or is it that the Reincarnation Guardian is already on Spirit Sage King Yan's side? If that's the case, I have nothing to say. We can only fight. You dare to challenge me? The Reincarnation Guardian took a step forward. A terrifying aura filled the air as if it was going to sweep everything away. His power was too terrifying. The moment he appeared, the surrounding sacred kings felt their scalps go numb. Even Peerless Saint King furrowed his brows. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he said, so what if I challenge you? You've already meddled in too many things. As the Reincarnation Guardian, your purpose is to protect the Reincarnation Valley. You can't meddle in other things. But now that you've broken the rules, you can't blame us. That's right. Kunlun Sacred King and Wuji Sacred King walked over. The surrounding sacred kings also stood up. They said, open the Reincarnation Mountain and let us pass safely. We won't attack you. Otherwise, don't blame us for joining forces. Joining forces, you? The Reincarnation Guardian laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with disdain. His aura continued to spread, piercing through the air and sweeping everything away. He then said, even if you join forces, you're still no match for me. With that, he struck out with his palm. A terrifying light swept across the land. This power was really too strong. Those Saint Kings felt their bodies tremble. They then roared and retreated quickly. They frantically retreated to avoid the attack. Peerless Sacred King and Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. They realized that the attack was directed at them. Lin Xian snorted. He used the Great Sage Pagoda to envelop the two of them. At the same time, Peerless Sacred King roared. He waved his unparalleled sword and slashed towards the sky. From the looks of it, he was not holding back at all and was planning to go all out. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying sword light split the world apart. Not even a world could withstand it. The two collided, and Peerless Holy King was sent flying. Fortunately, with the protection of the Great Sage Pagoda, he didn't suffer much damage. However, the surrounding people were all stunned. Even Peerless Saint King's full-powered attack could not block the Reincarnation Protector's casual attack. The gap between the two sides was really too big. I've already said that you're no match for me. You don't have the qualifications to challenge me. The Reincarnation Protector stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were filled with disdain. Then, he stared at Lin Xian. "Brat, I didn't expect you to have so many treasures on you. I've seen this saint item." Handed over obediently, Lin Xian's expression was also ice-cold. He gritted his teeth and said, "You? You don't have the right to take things from me. Do you think you can fight against me now that you are a holy venerate and can sweep through the world? Even your senior brother can't do it, let alone you." With that, the reincarnation protector's eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying light. He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt his body tremble. His soul was about to be torn apart. Then, a terrifying aura appeared around him. It was as if it was going to pull him into the land of reincarnation. What a terrifying power. Was this a night technique? Lin Xian was stunned. He roared and activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Then, countless golden talismans covered the surroundings. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul roared and slashed at the void. In the next moment, he quickly retreated. Cold sweat poured down his body. It was too terrifying. The other party's gaze almost killed him. No wonder all the Saint Kings were afraid of the reincarnation protector. The surrounding Saint Kings were also stunned. Especially Saint King Yanling. His pupils shrank. Was the other party not dead? It was unbelievable. The reincarnation protector controlled a trace of the power of reincarnation. He looked around and saw that no one in the 6 paths of reincarnation could survive. Logically speaking, the other party should have turned into dust. But the other party was still alive, even the reincarnation protector's face darkened. "You're the first one to survive my glare. Right now, I'm very interested in what secrets you have." The reincarnation protector's eyes shone brightly. It seemed that he wanted to attack again. But at this time, Saint King Wushuang attacked. Terrifying sword chi swung. The reincarnation protector stretched out a palm and swept it in all directions. "It's useless. Wushuang, you are no match for me. The devouring law is useless against me." The devouring law in the sky wanted to devour him, but his gaze shattered everything. Buzz, the Kunlun Saint King roared. Kunlun Mountain formed and fell from the sky. The terrifying power caused the entire void to collapse. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were cracking. However, the reincarnation protector's palm broke the Kunlun Mountain into pieces. The Kunlun Saint King also retreated. His face became extremely pale. The surrounding people were shocked. They all attacked and realized that they could not hurt the other party at all. "Like I said, you ants aren't my match at all. You don't know what I mean to you. Not only do I control the reincarnation valley, but I also control the reincarnation of this world. If I want you to die, you will die. If I want you to live, you will live." The power of reincarnation was too terrifying. Everyone felt despair. Although they were Saint Kings and could defeat everything at this moment, their faces were filled with despair. However, at this moment, one of them sneered. "You control reincarnation? What a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that you control reincarnation? You only borrowed a little power from the reincarnation valley. How dare you be so arrogant here? What a joke. Who was it? Did they want to die?" The reincarnation protector was instantly furious. Who dared to challenge him like this? His gaze swept across and quickly locked onto a figure. Then, he frowned. He saw a man in a black robe in front of him. His face was covered, so he could not see who it was. Saint King Yanling also frowned. He said, "This is a new Saint King. But I feel that he is very mysterious. He must have a secret. No matter what secret he has, if he dares to challenge me, I will send him to hell." As he said that, the reincarnation protector attacked again. "How dare you underestimate my reincarnation power? I will let you experience it for yourself." His eyes shone with a shocking light. Then, he flew forward. This power was too terrifying. It carried an extremely strong law that could sweep through everything. No one could resist it. However, Black Mountain sneered. He formed a seal with his palms. The ground around him shattered. Countless spirit veins were under his control, forming a peerless array. Then, it turned into a blade of light and descended from the sky. Boom! Boom, earth-shattering sounds rang out. The terrifying power tore everything apart. The reincarnation protector was stunned. He could control the earth spirit veins. It seemed that he was also a powerful array master. But so what? In the face of absolute power, it was useless. Boom, Xianxia formed a large black seal that descended from the sky and attacked his opponent. The battle between the two shocked everyone. They realized that Xianxia was able to block the reincarnation protector's attack. This guy had just become a sage king. How could he fight against the reincarnation protector? How did he do it? The reincarnation protector frowned. Logically speaking, the opponent's aura was too weak. He should be able to kill such a person instantly. However, he realized that he couldn't do it now. Because every attack from the opponent hit the weakness of his power and law. In other words, the opponent was suppressing him. Could it be a coincidence? No one knew his weakness. Your heavenly spirit technique isn't that good. It's too weak. Xianxia sneered. The reincarnation protector's pupils constricted. He roared crazily. Damn it, who are you? Who are you? He was really shocked. The heavenly spirit technique was a martial art that he cultivated. No one knew, not even Sage King Yanling. In this world, only he knew. But how did the opponent know? Could it be that the opponent came from the buried Emperor Star? But that shouldn't be. He thought about it and didn't know the opponent. However, Xianxia didn't say anything and continued to control the black seal. He continued to attack. The reincarnation protector was completely gloomy. He said, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." He formed a seal with his palms and a ray of reincarnation light shot out from his eyes. Boom, the black seal was sent flying. Then, the ray of light pierced through Xianxia. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The other sage kings also cried out in alarm. Could it be that such a powerful person couldn't block it? Then who was his opponent? Xianxia's body turned into green smoke and disappeared. He then reappeared on the other side. Reincarnation light? Humph, if I was at my peak, I could kill you with a slap. Although Xianxia had recovered, he was only a sage king. He couldn't use some great divine abilities. The reincarnation protector sneered. Who am I? So this is all you have? No matter who you are? You're no match for me. Then let's fight together, Peerless Saint King snorted coldly. The other Saint Kings also stood out. The reincarnation protector laughed out loud. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. The great battle shook the heavens and the earth. The surrounding young disciples were in despair. This was because they realized that even with so many Saint Kings attacking together, they were still no match for the reincarnation protector. The other party was really too powerful. Not only did he have the strength of a late-stage Saint King, but he also had the strength of a late-stage Saint King. Furthermore, he possessed the light of reincarnation. Once that light was unleashed, no one could block it. Lin Xian was also shocked, not only because of the strength of the samsara protector. Was it because of the light of reincarnation? When the first reincarnation light shot out, his Tianji god eyes started to change. An extremely terrifying aura was vibrating. His heavenly secret god eyes seemed to be summoned by something. This surprised him. He thought that something had happened to his heavenly secret divine eyes and that he was injured. However, he later discovered that this wasn't the case. Only when the light of reincarnation appeared would the heavenly fate divine eyes undergo such a change. Could it be that the heavenly secret divine eyes had something to do with samsara time? He said, "Senior brother, can you help me devour a trace of the light of reincarnation?" What are you trying to do? Lin Xian explained the changes that had occurred to him. Unparalleled Saint King was also shocked. Alright, but you have to be careful. The light of reincarnation is too terrifying. If you are injured, you will immediately enter the cycle of reincarnation. At that time even I won't be able to save you. Lin Xian said, I know. I will be careful. Then, everyone attacked together. The samsara protector shot out another light of reincarnation. Everyone tried their best to block it. At this time, the law of devour formed a vortex and swallowed some of the light of reincarnation. It's useless. Your law of devour has no effect on my light of reincarnation. The samsara protector sneered. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. This was because he realized that the light of reincarnation was attacking Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly emitted a cold light and absorbed the Samsara Protector's light of devour. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Was Lin Xian courting death? The Samsara Protector sneered. It seemed like he didn't have to do anything. This kid was dead meat. Lin Xian felt a huge impact. It was as if he couldn't hear anything. This was because he felt a strange change. His eyes weren't damaged because of it. Instead, they absorbed the energy of the light of reincarnation. At this moment, it was gradually becoming stronger. Buzz. Junior brother, are you all right? Unparalleled Saint King was also very nervous. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian's eyes regained their light. He said, I'm fine. How could this be? The Samsara Protector was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. They knew very well how frightening the light of reincarnation was. Even with so many of them working together, they still couldn't withstand it. However, Lin Xian was actually fine. What was going on? Damn it. The Samsara Protector stared at Lin Xian. He desperately wanted to capture Lin Xian. Unparalleled Saint King said and attacked together. They charged towards the Samsara Protector. At the same time, Spirit Saint King said, don't worry, I'll capture this person for you. His body flickered as he charged toward Lin Xian. Damn it, how dare you? The surrounding people roared. They couldn't even fight against one of the reincarnation protectors, let alone Spirit Saint King Yin. He was also a veteran Saint King. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The void shattered and a figure appeared. It was a mortal scholar. As soon as he appeared, he shot out a sky full of ice and swept forward. He blocked Spirit Saint King's path. That was great. Unparalleled Saint King and the others heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Spirit Saint King's face was cold. Boom, a layer of armor appeared on his body. At the same time, he took out a giant stone hammer. The hammer carried a terrifying power. With one blow, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Even the ice in the sky was broken. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Kill, Scholar Immortal roared and quickly rushed out to kill. The battle in front of them erupted again. They charged towards the 9 heavens. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated and landed on the ground. Their faces became solemn. They didn't know what the result of this attack would be. Although there were only 2 people on the other side this time, it was better than anything. While Lin Xian and the others were nervously watching, a few figures quickly flew over from the distance. It was Jing Yun and the other geniuses of the buried Emperor Star. These people should be coming. Jing Yun looked down. When he saw Lin Xian, he immediately laughed. Little brother, I guessed right. He's here. He wants to enter the buried Emperor Star from here. Jinka also looked down and sneered. There was no chance for them to do so. Today was the day he died. He would never be able to enter in his lifetime. As he spoke, he roared and increased his speed. Lin Xian and the others could feel the aura coming from afar and they all turned their heads. Were the people of the mortal world here? Soon, they discovered that they weren't. Because they weren't Saint Kings. Although their auras were powerful, they were only Saint Sovereigns. One of them was even more terrifying than a Saint Sovereign. It's them, Yurua looked over and instantly frowned. They discovered that those people were from the buried Emperor Star. Jing Yun sneered. Brat, let's see how you're going to escape. Since you dared to treat me like that, I'll pay you back 10,000 times. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Xian was originally very anxious. He didn't know how the Sage King battle was going. Now that he saw Jing Yun, he immediately frowned and said, Scram. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're from the buried Emperor Star. Are you courting death? Jing Yun roared. Little brother, kill him. Jinka also walked over. You're Lin Xian, right? You're really arrogant. However, if you kneel down and kowtow to my big brother, I'll give you a quick death. Who do you think you are? Lin Xian frowned. Then, he looked at Jing Yun. You can't beat me, so you're calling me little brother? Do you have any shame? My little brother is stronger than me. He's already a half-step sage king. You're definitely not his match. Brat, you've already lost your last chance. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. The two of you dared to come here? It seems that you don't know the difference between life and death. Jingyun said, so what if there are so many people? Do they dare to attack me? I'm from the buried Emperor Star. Whoever dares to attack me is an enemy of the buried Emperor Star. Can you bear it? Shocking clouds roared in all directions. Sure enough, the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian sneered. There's no need for these people to deal with you two trash. I can kill you two by myself. He was also angry. Since they were courting death, he'll fulfill their wish. Brat, your opponent is me. After saying that, Jinka walked over and stared at Lin Xian. He's really despicable. Are all the people from the buried Emperor Star like this? He's clearly a half-step sage king, but he dares to attack a sage venerable. Even if you win, do you feel proud? Fu Hongye coldly snorted. My cultivation is higher than his, so I can naturally suppress him. If you're not convinced, come and kill me. Jinka looked like she was asking for a beating, but no one dared to make a move. That was because the other party's cultivation was simply too strong, far surpassing theirs. Lin Xian said, Hongye, don't worry. Leave this guy to me. However, I am not used to seeing him use his power to bully others. Thus, I want him to have a taste of what it feels like to bully others. All of you, attack Jingyun together. I don't believe that no matter how strong he is, he can withstand it. The eyes of Fu Hongye and the others lit up when they heard that. With regards to Lin Xian's strength, naturally, they were not worried at all. Therefore, 8 people from Peerless City walked over and stared at Jingyun. I heard that you're a peerless genius, yet you still dare to sweep through everything? Fight the 8 of us today. Let's see how strong you are. As soon as he said this, Jingyun's expression instantly turned ugly. Jinka roared as well. You dare to touch my brother? Try it. I'll send all of you to hell. Lin Xian smiled. Your enemy is me, so you don't have the right to care about other things. Damn it, Jingyun roared. You're despicable. You're bullying me with numbers. We're bullying you with numbers. If you're unhappy, come and bite us. Guan Xiaoxian also snorted coldly. You're allowed to call us a half-step holy king, but you're not allowed to let us gang up on you. Everyone, attack together. With a roar, these strong cultivators instantly rushed over and fought Jingyun. No matter how strong Jingyun was, he could not withstand the attacks of 8 strong cultivators at the same time. Instantly, he let out a roar. His body was cracked and blood flowed out. When Jinka saw the scene, he wanted to go back and help. However, Lin Xian struck out with his sword, cutting off the sky and earth, blocking his way. Weren't you arrogant before and wanted to suppress me? I want to see how strong you are. Go to hell. Jinka roared angrily. The battle instantly broke out. As a half-step holy king, his strength was ridiculously strong, far surpassing that of a holy venerable. Therefore, with one strike, the sky fell and the earth cracked, causing the surrounding people's expressions to change. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a furious roar and unleashed his powerful divine body, sweeping out in all directions. At the same time, he activated his 10 ultimate swords, releasing light. He seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god, sweeping through everything. With one strike, he arrived in front of his opponent. The two collided, producing an earth-shattering sound. Jinka was originally disdainful, but when they really fought, he realized that his opponent was very strong. Although his opponent was only a holy venerable, his strength was not weaker than his at all. The sword chi was extremely sharp, causing him to be terrified. Furthermore, his opponent's body and strength had caused his arm to feel numb from the beating. Roar, with a roar, endless precepts appeared around him. He activated his bloodline power and swept out with tyrannical strength. A long saber appeared in his hand, and he kept attacking. Every strike landed on his divine body. Lin Xian's divine body was also trembling non-stop. One could imagine that his opponent was indeed a top-tier expert. However, Lin Xian became more and more courageous as he fought. He held his 10 ultimate swords and swept out. The two collided again. The surrounding people were shocked as they watched. However, at this time, Guan Songhai said, "I'm very interested in the battle in the distance. So, everyone, I'll go over." After saying that, he joined Jingyun's battle. Xianxia also smiled. "Then I'll go too." In this way, there were 10 experts. Jingyun was originally unable to hold on. Now, he was even more miserable. Not only that, but the people from the 3 great dragon tribes also went over. Jingyun's body exploded several times. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. There were experts everywhere, blocking his path. This was a kind of despair, something he had never experienced before in his life. He really couldn't imagine that these people would dare to be so bold. Could it be that they weren't afraid of the buried Emperor Star? How could he know that because the Reincarnation Valley was closed, it was unknown whether these people could go to the buried Emperor Star? Therefore, when they mentioned the buried Emperor Star, they naturally carried a shocking killing intent. At this moment, they released all of their killing intent on Jingyun. Jinka saw his brother being beaten up. He was so angry that he vomited blood. "You're courting death," his attack was blasted into the distance. However, it was blocked by Lin Xian's Taiji diagram. Boom! Boom, boom. 10,000 sword lights all slashed on the opponent's body, sending him flying. His body was also shaking non-stop, and cracks had appeared on the armor that had appeared on his body. This caused him to be terrified. With a furious roar, he turned into a bolt of lightning and attacked unceasingly. The heavenly steel appeared in his palm, and when it opened and closed, it seemed capable of sweeping through everything. Lin Xian's sword chi was beaten until it became dim. However, at this moment, Lin Xian slapped out with his palm. The Man-Ruler Seal. This attack was really too powerful. Under this attack, the opponent's battle armor was directly shattered. Jinka vomited a large mouthful of blood. His body was directly penetrated. Then, Lin Xian used the mountain-embracing seal. A divine mountain appeared between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura swept through the 9 heavens. The earth trembled, and a crazy roar sounded. Jingyun, who was in the distance, exploded again. However, when his soul looked forward, he was indeed stunned. Because he discovered that his younger brother was also suppressed. Damn it, how was this possible? His younger brother was a half-step holy king. How could he be suppressed by that brat? Could it be that countless geniuses and experts had joined hands as well? However, when he realized that Lin Xian was the only one who had done it, he was completely stunned. When the toad saw this scene, it laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, this is your genius younger brother? Why do I feel that he's so trashy? I say, the people in your family are all trash. Damn it, are you courting death, aunt?" Jinka was suppressed, and when he heard the toad's voice, he also roared crazily. When had he ever been mocked by such an ant? So he roared angrily, and countless terrifying runes appeared on his body, condensing into a long saber phantom. It surrounded his body. It actually blasted the divine mountain up. The toad was shocked. Damn it, he can still come out. Kid, hurry up and beat him up. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. You're not my match at all. Do you think that you can look down on everything just because you're a half-step holy king? You might be able to do it elsewhere, but not in front of me. Buzz, Lin Xian used the invincible sword and directly sent it flying. Jinka had just gotten up, but he was instantly sent flying. Another crack appeared on his body. Damn it. Kill. He retreated and rushed to the back, wanting to save his brother. Then he left. However, at this moment, a figure blocked his path. Damn it, get lost. Seeing that it wasn't Lin Xian, Jinka also roared crazily. However, that man shot forth a punch. Are you courting death? Other than Lin Xian who surprised him, he didn't care about the others. So he also slashed out with his saber. However, in the next moment, he was once again in despair. Because he discovered that this person's fist was really too terrifying. It carried an incomparably terrifying aura. It directly pierced through his long saber. Boom, his body was blasted apart. The surrounding people were also stunned. Hair to the heavens, even Lin Xian was surprised. In the end, a smile appeared on his face. This was because he realized that the one who had attacked was none other than Chao Tianxing. He had seen how mysterious Chao Tianxing was, so he knew that Chao Tianxing was very strong. As expected, the other party had severely injured a half-step holy king the moment he attacked. How could this be? Jinka was completely dumbfounded. He could still accept the shock of being defeated by Lin Xian. After all, every world had a top genius who could defy the heavens. However, such a person was too rare. In fact, there might not even be one in a few thousand years. However, he did not expect that apart from Lin Xian, another person had appeared. He was severely injured with a single punch. Damn it, who are you? Who are you? Jing Yun was also scared to tears. He roared crazily, stop fighting, we admit defeat. What a joke. How could he have reached such a stage? If they continued to fight, the two of them would definitely die. Therefore, they let out a roar. After Linghu Chuexiue and the others heard this, they stopped and sneered. You want to admit defeat now? What were you doing earlier? Fu Hongya slapped Jing Yun's face and sent him flying. On the other side, Jinka gritted his teeth and said, brother, let's go. As he spoke, he turned around and wanted to leave with Jing Yun. However, Lin Xian smirked coldly. The Taiji diagram in the sky descended, blocking their path. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think this is your family? Here, we have the final say, who allowed you to leave? Come and die. The Tai Chi diagram sent down countless sword chi. The terrifying aura swept through everything. Jing Yun and Jing Yun were forced back. When they came back, they gritted their teeth. Jinka said, we are from the Jing family. Do you dare to attack us? If you kill us, our family will send top experts here. None of you will be able to live then. So, stop fighting and let us leave. Is your family very powerful? If that's the case, we can get more powerful experts if we let you go back. Why don't we just kill you? The dark red divine dragon sneered. The toad also nodded and said, it would be a pity to kill them. Let's treat them as battle servants. Or refine them into puppets. I know a way to turn them into puppets. This way, we can use them in the future. This idea is not bad. Lin Xian also nodded. The others also sneered. The expressions of the Jingyun brothers changed, especially Jinka. He was furious. Do you want to die? How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian sneered and formed a seal with his palm. The mountain-embracing seal descended again and suppressed the other party. The other party's body exploded once again. Everyone laughed. Was the buried Emperor Star very powerful? It was only SOSO. However, at this moment, a light appeared in Jinka's eyes. His body suddenly split open. One of the figures instantly rushed out and left the mountain-embracing seal. Then, he charged forward. In the next moment, he arrived at a dragon. In front of him, a long saber in his hand enveloped the other party. Oh no, damn it, how dare you attack? The dark red divine dragon roared. Lin Xian's face also sank. A trace of biting cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. It seems that you really don't know what's good for you. Get lost, or I'll kill her. Jinka roared crazily. The person he shrouded was none other than Shen Jingqiu. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others were very nervous. Lin Xian's killing intent was biting cold. How dare you attack my people? I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Brat, is this your person? Good, if you dare to touch me, I'll send you to hell. Now, kneel down obediently and break your own arms. I want you to kowtow to me. I want you to crawl under my feet. Jinka's sinister voice rang out. Everyone's expressions became ugly. They didn't expect that the other party would have such a secret technique that allowed them to escape when they were suppressed by the divine mountain. They even threatened Shen Jingqiu. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu snorted coldly. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from her eyes. A heaven and earth dharma form appeared behind her. It was extremely mysterious. A monstrous power surged. Then, it directly sent Jinka flying with a palm strike. Jinka retreated in the air and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were about to pop out. How could it be? He was defeated by a third person today. Damn it, how could there be so many terrifying experts in this world? The surrounding people were also stunned. Is Xianxia also so powerful? She's simply too heaven-defying. What's the heaven and earth Dharma form behind her? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light. The crisis was gone. He was now in front of Jinka. He stepped on him and stomped him into the ground. Then, he shot out a dragon-shaped sword chi and pierced through Jinka's body, nailing him to the ground. Jinka roared crazily. Blood flowed out. He wanted to escape. However, the power of the great dragon sword soul was not something he could resist. Jinka's previous actions had thoroughly angered Lin Xian. Lin Xian said coldly. Originally, I thought that I would give you a way out. However, you actually acted recklessly and attacked the people around me. Dragons have reverse scales and you have already touched my reverse scales. Therefore, you will definitely die today. Hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Lin Xian is going to attack the people of the buried Emperor Star. Even Ling Hu Chuexiue and the others had grave expressions. To be honest, they would not hesitate to heavily injure Jing Yun. However, they did not dare to kill these two people. After all, they all had a trace of reverence and fear towards the buried Emperor Star. You dare, Jing Yun roared crazily. Lin Xian sneered. Why would I not dare? After saying that, he slapped out with his palm. With a boom, Jinka's body was shattered. In the next moment, he used his heavenly secret divine eyes and pulled Jinka's soul into the Tao reincarnation. He made Jinka suffer for 10,000 years. Jing Yun did the same. Finally, Lin Xian used the light of reincarnation and killed the two of them. The surrounding people were all stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian would really kill these two people. These two brothers probably did not believe that the other party would dare to attack them even when they died. The reason why Lin Xian killed these two people was because he was completely enraged. Moreover, his final killing move was the light of reincarnation. The light of reincarnation was something he had absorbed from the reincarnation protectors. His heavenly secret divine eyes could actually fuse with the light of reincarnation. At this moment, he used the light of reincarnation to kill these people. Presumably, these families would not be able to detect him. After killing these two people, Lin Xian once again raised his head and looked at the sky. Jing Yun and Jinka were nothing to be afraid of. The most important thing was the battle between the sacred kings. Because it concerned whether or not they could go to the buried Emperor Star. This kind of battle was going on in the outer realm. Terrifying power enveloped them. Lin Xian and the others were shocked. It had to be said that the two of them were really too strong. Especially that reincarnation protector. He was fighting a group of Saint Kings alone, and he was actually not at a disadvantage at all. The light of reincarnation was even more terrifying. Once it was unleashed, no one dared to resist and could only flee. There were only two people who could contend against the light of reincarnation. It was Black Mountain and Undying Scholar. He Shan had many tricks up his sleeve. Although he couldn't fight against the light of reincarnation, he wasn't afraid of it either. Immortal Scholar, on the other hand, could use Immortal Frost. Only the inextinguishable polar ice was able to resist the light of samsara. However, he could only resist for a short period of time. He wouldn't be able to contend against it for a long time. After all, reincarnation was too mysterious, and the light of reincarnation was even more terrifying. In the end, the reincarnation protector was completely infuriated. A bunch of reckless fools. Today, I'll send you on your way. As he roared, the sealed reincarnation valley once again appeared. Next, the reincarnation valley shone brightly and a pagoda appeared from within. 6 paths of reincarnation pagoda, a terrifying aura appeared. It released an unparalleled aura. Furthermore, it was connected to the reincarnation protector, allowing the reincarnation protector to control an even more powerful reincarnation power. Today, all of you will enter the reincarnation land. An illusion of the reincarnation pagoda appeared between heaven and earth. 6 extremely terrifying passageways seemed to swallow everything. Oh no, Songhai Saint King's pupils constricted. His body was pierced by the light of reincarnation and instantly split open. In the next moment, he let out a terrified cry. On the other side, Luiyue Saint King's body was also shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Their faces became deathly pale. Buzz, seeing that these people were about to enter the reincarnation valley, Lin Xian's pupils also constricted. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Lin Xian unleashed the great dragon sword soul and flew into the sky. After the Saint Kings saw the Tao, they desperately activated and used their power. The great dragon sword soul released an unparalleled aura and slashed into the void. It slashed apart the reincarnation aura. Songhai Saint King and Luiyue Saint King frantically retreated. They all heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. They had almost been sucked into the reincarnation land. Once they entered, they would probably die without a doubt even if they were Saint Kings. How could it be? It could actually block the 6 paths of reincarnation pagoda. Reincarnation was stunned as he looked at the dragon-shaped sword in the sky. On the other side, Spirit Saint King's pupils also constricted. Could it be that kind of thing in the legends? There were very few who could fight against the 6 paths of reincarnation. This sword shadow was clearly not a saint artifact, so it was even rarer. After thinking for a while, they thought of a legend. The Great Dragon Sword. The legendary offensive saint technique that could destroy everything. It was understandable that the reincarnation pagoda could be slashed apart. They didn't expect to see the legendary thing here. The reincarnation protector's eyes released an extremely cold light. Kid, looks like I have to kill you this time. It's a waste to leave this thing with you. Lin Xian snorted coldly and shot into the sky. Morong Qingqing and the others were also not worried. Although they should have the Great Sage Pagoda, would it be safe in the place where so many Saint Kings were fighting? They didn't know and weren't confident. Lin Xian came. He used the Great Sage Pagoda to protect his body. Everyone, let's attack together. He controlled the Great Dragon Sword soul and also felt the pressure. However, this battle had to go on. At the same time, he had another thought. He was not afraid of the reincarnation light. Whether it was Black Mountain or Immortal Scholar, although they could fight against the reincarnation light, they couldn't. After all, they couldn't suppress the reincarnation light. However, Lin Xian was confident that he could do it. Therefore, this was also the reason why he came. Ant, die for me. The reincarnation protector punched out, and Lin Xian felt a huge pressure. He used the Great Sage Pagoda to block, but his divine body was still shattered. However, in the next moment, his body quickly healed. At the same time, he roared. If they didn't attack now, what were they waiting for? The other Saint Kings also took a deep breath. They were going to fight. These people attacked again. The 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky sealed the entire world and enveloped them. The terrifying power of reincarnation could threaten them at any time. As expected, even the Kunlun Saint King and Wushuang Saint King's bodies were shattered. They turned into a bloody mist. However, Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword in time and destroyed the power of reincarnation. Only then did he save these people. These Saint Kings calmed down a little and attacked even more crazily. The reincarnation protector's face turned cold. Saint King Spirit Word's face was also ugly. His body had been shattered twice. Fortunately, the other party didn't kill him. This allowed him to survive. However, he was still shocked. He said that the kid could fight against the 6 paths of reincarnation. They had to kill him first, otherwise, they would lose their advantage. The reincarnation protector nodded. Naturally, he also knew this, so he attacked Lin Xian with all his strength. Lin Xian's divine body was shattered again. Even with the Great Sage Pagoda, he still couldn't escape. An ant is an ant. Even if you have the Great Dragon Sword, you are still no match for me. The reincarnation protector revealed a cold smile. A person like you is not worthy of the Great Dragon Sword. You have the cheek to say that? Lin Xian also laughed. You are a late-stage Saint King, and I am a Saint Venerable. How big is the gap between us? You haven't killed me yet. Do you have the cheek to say that? Aren't you able to kill a Saint King with a glance? Why can't you kill me? You are courting death. The reincarnation protector was stunned. Indeed, it was easy for him to kill a Saint King. Now, Lin Xian was still alive. This was a slap to his face. He did not plan to do this again. Therefore, he planned to gather and form the light of reincarnation to kill Lin Xian. 3 rays of light of reincarnation charged over. It was earth-shattering, sweeping through everything. Not good. The Kunlun Saint King, the Wuji Saint King, and the others were extremely nervous. Below, Morong Qingqing, Linghu Chuishue, and the others also held their breaths. As for Lin Xian, he snorted and opened his heavenly secret divine eyes. He did not dodge at all. In an instant, he absorbed the 3 rays of light of reincarnation into his vision. The void where Lin Xian was completely turned into nothingness. It completely swallowed his figure. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they did not know whether Lin Xian was dead or alive. The reincarnation protector sneered. If you can survive, then Before he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xian walk out from inside. How is this possible? The reincarnation protector was shocked. What is going on with these eyes? Why are they so mysterious? Lin Xian said, I will be responsible for blocking his light of reincarnation. All of you, attack. The battle broke out again. This time, Wu Yu finally lost his advantage. He was being attacked by so many Saint Kings. He roared crazily. There was also the immortal scholar and Black Mountain. Finally, he was injured and his body was penetrated. He was hit by dozens of laws and one of his arms was torn off. Blood flowed. He roared at the sky. The 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky kept surging. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to block the attack. Then, he fused with the power of those Saint Kings. The sword slashed forward. The 6 paths of reincarnation were actually cleaved apart by him. The reincarnation protector was also split in half by the sword. This scene was really too shocking. Yan Ling Saint King was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. The reincarnation protector also roared towards the sky. Damn it, you guys have thoroughly angered me. Even if I have to sacrifice 3,000 years of my lifespan, I will kill all of you today. After he finished speaking, the nomological laws around his body began to burn. It seemed like he was about to go all out. At the same time, the reincarnation pagoda flew out from the reincarnation valley and landed in his hand. Then, he charged forward. Not good. The expressions of those Saint Kings changed. This was a heaven-shaking treasure. If Lin Xian was a sage king, then controlling the great dragon sword would not be a problem. But now, Lin Xian was only a saint venerate. It was already very impressive that he could split open the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, he was probably no match for the reincarnation protector who was going all out. As expected, Lin Xian also suffered a huge blow. He had already used the great dragon sword soul and had reached his limit. If he used it again, his body would probably shatter. At this critical moment, a figure flew out from the void. It was an elder. The moment he appeared, he formed a heavenly sound and descended. 9 Tribulations Divine Melody, a terrifying aura filled the air. The terrifying nomological laws formed one after another special musical notes and blocked the terrifying reincarnation pagoda. What was going on? Yan Ling Saint King was horrified. The reincarnation protector's pupils constricted. He had already burned 3,000 years of his life and was prepared to fight to the death with the other party. To kill these Saint Kings. But now, he was actually being suppressed. Who was it? In the next moment, he suddenly looked up and saw an elder appear in the sky. It was him. The reincarnation protector exclaimed. Yan Ling Saint King was also stunned. He had seen this person before. Previously, he had seen this person at the primordial grotto grand meet. Peerless Saint King and the others took a deep breath. Lin Xian exclaimed. Elder Xia, that's right. The person who had come was Xia Jiuyo. When he arrived, an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. Reincarnation protector, you've crossed the line. How dare you teach me a lesson? Go to hell, the reincarnation protector roared. Today, everyone would be completely annihilated. He continued to burn his nomological laws and life. He activated the reincarnation pagoda and charged out. Everyone was worried for Xiaojiu. Even Lin Xian was no exception. However, Xiaojiu sighed. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In the next moment, a cold light burst out from his eyes. Heaven and earth shook. An extremely terrifying aura appeared in front of him. An illusory figure appeared. It was a Guqin. With a mysterious aura, it appeared in front of Xiaojiu. Then, Xiaojiu gently played the Guqin. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The reincarnation pagoda shattered into pieces. The reincarnation protector also exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Saint King Yanling also suffered from the impact and his body shattered. The surrounding people were stunned. Heavens, what did they just see? They had so many Saint Kings attacking together, but they couldn't hurt the reincarnation protector. Now, Xiaojiu actually took care of it with a gentle move. This was really unbelievable. What kind of existence was this Xiaojiu? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He naturally knew that Xiaojiu was very powerful. However, he was very worried about Xiaojiu's lifespan. Because Xiaojiu was already very old. On the other side, He Shan's eyes flickered. Could it be him? He thought of a person in the legends. In front of him, the bloody mist gathered under the reincarnation pagoda and formed the reincarnation protector again. At this moment, the reincarnation protector's face was filled with fear. He no longer had the arrogance from before. He stared at Xiaojiu and said, "Who are you? Could it be that you are?" Just as he finished speaking, Xiaojiu played another Guqin sound. His body shattered again. Damn it, he was so frightened that he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Run, he brought Saint King Yanling and quickly fled downwards. He wanted to enter the reincarnation valley. In the end, Xiaojiu cut off his path with the sound of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He could only escape to the other side. Saint King Yanling said, "Let's go to the origin ancient mine. It's definitely safe there." The two of them fled into the distance. On the other side, Xiaojiu snorted coldly. Want to leave? He strolled between heaven and earth and followed. It was the same for the other Saint Kings. Lin Xian and the other young disciples also followed. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked towards the sky. They felt two extremely powerful forces with the aura of reincarnation streaking across the sky. Behind them, there was an old man who was like a god strolling in the courtyard. Origin ancient mine. This was a land of death. No one dared to come. However, at this moment, Saint King Yanling had come. Not only that, the reincarnation protector had also come. After the two of them entered, Saint King Yanling's cold voice sounded. So what if you're strong? I don't believe you dare to come in. As expected. Xiaojiu played two heavenly sounds, but they were blocked by the power inside. They couldn't enter the origin ancient mine at all. Seeing this scene, Spirit Saint King Yanling laughed loudly. Unparalleled Sacred King and the others walked over with a frown. What should they do? The aura of this place was extraordinary. Damn it, they had almost killed Sacred King Yanling and subdued the reincarnation protector. But now, the reincarnation protector had gone into hiding. There was nothing they could do. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait another 500 years for the buried Emperor Star's seal to open again. Thus, everyone was in despair. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Although he had the great dragon sword soul, it was impossible for him to conquer the primordium ancient mine with his current strength. Thus, there was nothing he could do. He looked at He Shan. He Shan also shook his head. At that moment, Xiaojiu coughed out a mouthful of blood. He sighed and said, "Let me do it." Then, he looked at the Jade Lake. He asked the Jade Lake sacred leader if he could borrow an imperial armament. The pupils of the Jade Lake Saint Master contracted when she heard this, and the surrounding people were stunned. What did he mean? He wanted to use the ancient desolate tower, even Lin Xian was shocked. His great dragon sword soul was also powerful, but only he could use it. If Xiaojiu wanted to use it, he would have to give the power to him. But he could not withstand so much power. It seemed that Xiaojiu wanted to borrow an imperial armament. However, everyone was confused. Could Xiao Jiuyo use an imperial armament? One had to know that even a sacred ground would have to pay a great price to use an imperial armament. But senior, your body, the Jade Lake sacred leader was also worried. Lin Xian also walked over and said, Senior, why don't we think of another way? However, Xiao Jiuyo shook his head. I'm already old. It doesn't matter if I live a few more years. However, I want to help you with something before I die. This reincarnation protector was too arrogant. Also, did they really think that the Primordium ancient mine was invincible? Today, I'll let them know that no one can look down on others in this world. After saying that, he left with the Jade Lake sacred leader. Everyone was waiting anxiously. In the next instant, they felt a deep voice coming from the eastern wilderness. The sky of the eastern wilderness was completely shattered. An extremely terrifying aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, all the sacred grounds and family clans in the true spirit world raised their heads, their faces filled with fear. What kind of aura was that? How could it be so terrifying? Heavens, could it be that this is the aura of an extreme weapon? Was the dark battle from back then happening again? One had to know that extreme Dao weapons were generally capable of suppressing an entire region. He wouldn't use it. However, at that moment, someone was actually planning to use an extreme-grade weapon. Furthermore, it would appear that he was not only using the might of an extreme-grade weapon. He wanted to take away the extreme-grade weapon completely. Sure enough, people from the Gu and Yi families were equally shocked. Their extreme weapons also let out earth-shaking noises, as if they were responding. The eyes of the members of the Yi clan flickered. Naturally, they had also received the news. Were they going to attack the Origin Ancient Mine? The person sleeping inside was not ordinary at all. After thinking about it, the Yi clan decided not to make a move. On the other side, the eyes of the Gu family flickered. Gu Feng snorted coldly. Did these people really want to attack? An elder of the Gu family walked over and said in a deep voice. Feng you must not underestimate them. That Xiao Jiuyo was an extremely terrifying figure. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have much lifespan left, he would definitely be able to sweep through everything. Now that he was going to consume his lifespan and use an extreme-grade weapon, would the people in the Origin Ancient Mine be able to withstand it? After Gu Feng heard that, he was also stunned. He was powerful, but the people in the Deathland should not be ordinary either. Could it be that they couldn't defeat Xiao Jiuyo? At that moment, another elder also walked out. If he was really so terrifying, he would have long unified the world. There were also restrictions on them inside. Even their lifespan was not as long as they had imagined. Therefore, as for whether they could truly counterattack, it was still unknown. Let's wait and see. While everyone was discussing, Xiao Jiuyo brought the desolate tower over. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. At that moment he once again became the only one between heaven and earth. In an instant, he arrived at the Origin Ancient Mine. The void and earth around the Origin Ancient Mine were constantly shattering. Only the land of death in front of them emitted a terrifying aura to resist the attack. At the same time, Spirit Saint King, who was in the Origin Ancient Mine, knelt on the ground in fear. The reincarnation protector beside him also used the reincarnation pagoda to resist with difficulty. However, he still couldn't resist it. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, an extreme-grade weapon, he could actually control an extreme-grade weapon. This really shocked him. Even the existences in the divine crystals began to shake. There was an elder who looked like a skeleton. At that moment, he opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What was going on? Why did it attract the aura of an extreme-grade weapon? In an instant, he received the news from Spirit Saint King. At the same time, outside the Origin Ancient Mine, Xiao Jiuyo brought the desolate tower with him like a god. He said coldly, "The people inside, I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to fight or do you want to agree to our request? I'll only give you half an incense stick's worth of time to consider." Damn it. Damn it. The reincarnation protector roared. Spirit Saint King also said, "Ancestor, they've gone too far. How dare they behave so atrociously in our territory? Do you want to?" Before he could finish his words, he was sent flying with a slap. Trash, who allowed you to target our origin ancient mine with such great emperor power? I've just recovered my power and haven't recovered yet. Do you think I have a long lifespan? Stupid thing, you don't have the right to live anymore. No, ancestor, please spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Spirit Saint King Yanling was thoroughly terrified. He thought that their ancestor would fight the other party head-on. Who would have thought that their ancestor would actually admit defeat? The reincarnation protector's face was also cold. He said, "Don't worry, Senior. If you attack this time, I'll definitely contact the people of the buried Emperor Star and get them to provide you with all kinds of natural treasures." However, after he finished speaking, he felt a gaze that seemed to be piercing through him. "You're just a little sacred king. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? How dare you speak while standing? If it wasn't for the person behind you, you would have died 10,000 times by now," the elder said coldly. Then, he waved his hand and directly sealed the two of them and threw them out. In the next moment, everyone saw two figures fly out and kneel in the air. Then, a voice sounded from the primordium ancient mine. "I don't want to fight with you. I also hope that you won't use your imperial weapon. Everything that happened before had nothing to do with me. It was all that idiot Spirit Saint King's own actions. Now, I'll kill him and let you all calm down." After saying that, a power shot out and directly enveloped Spirit Saint King. In the end, Spirit Saint King turned into a bloody mist. His soul was destroyed. Even his soul didn't escape. Everyone was horrified. Oh my god. This primordium ancient mine was too terrifying. One had to know that Spirit Saint King was a sacred king. He could fight several ordinary sacred kings alone. They couldn't beat him. But now, the other party could kill such an existence with a beam of light. It seemed that the other party's strength was definitely at the level of a sacred king. It had even reached an unimaginable level. No wonder this place was called the Land of Death. The voice sounded again. "As for the reincarnation protector, I won't care. You can do whatever you want with him." After saying that, the primordium ancient mine was sealed. The reincarnation protector's face turned ugly. Damn it, he had been abandoned by someone. In the next moment, when he felt the power of the weapon in the sky, he almost fainted. Although he had the reincarnation pagoda, he couldn't fight against an extreme weapon. So, he quickly said, "Stop, I agree to your conditions." What a joke. If he didn't lower his head, the other party's imperial weapon would be unleashed. He couldn't block it. Probably no one would be able to stop him. Therefore, he could only beg for mercy. "Very well, then you can open the reincarnation valley. I'll only give you half a day." After saying that, the reincarnation protector quickly left. He wanted to reopen the reincarnation valley. At the same time, Xiaojiu looked around and said coldly. Since he had already taken out the imperial weapon, he had to let it unleash some of its power. After saying that, he formed a seal with his palm and slammed it forward. Huang Huang unleashed countless extreme Dao might. It flew in all directions. At this moment, countless experts in the world were torn apart. There were even sage kings that died. Everyone was terrified. They thought that it was the end of the world. However, Lin Xian and the others knew that this was killing the mortal realm. Xiao Jiuyo was attacking the experts of the mortal realm. Sure enough, those who died were all experts of the mortal realm. However, he only killed sage kings and sage venerables. This was enough. It was definitely a heavy blow to the mortal realm. Sure enough, the remaining people also went into hiding. They probably wouldn't come out of the mortal realm for the next few thousand years. As for Xia Jiuyo, he returned the imperial weapon to the Jade Lake sacred ground. He returned to the divine palace by himself. Everyone was worried and followed him. When they saw Xia Jiuyo in the divine palace, their pupils shrank. It was the same for Lin Xian, whose face had turned extremely ugly. Because the current Xia Jiuyo was hundreds of years older than before. It was as if he had one foot in the grave. Old Xia. Lin Xian's heart ached. He knew that Xia Jiuyo was burning his life force to unleash the imperial weapon in order to help them. he couldn't repay this kindness. Every sage king released their power, wanting to help Xiaojioyo maintain it. However, Xiaojioyo said that it was useless. The heavenly Tao reincarnation was gone. Someone could escape. Alright, all of you can leave. Go and make your final preparations. The buried Emperor Star might not be simple. There might be new dangers. I can no longer help you. The sage kings nodded and bowed respectfully to Xiaojioyo. Senior, we will remember this in our hearts. Then, they quickly left, leaving only Lin Xian behind. Lin Xian took out many spirit medicines and rare treasures and placed them there. Xiaojioyo said, I know you are worried, but my lifespan is almost up. These things are useless. Now, I have something to pass on to you. That is the supreme technique that I created in my lifetime, the 9 Tribulations Divine Melody. Lin Xian shook his head. No, Elder Xia, you're already very weak. It was better for him to rest quickly. By the way, Elder Xia, I have something for you as well. I hope it will be helpful to you. Since these natural treasures were useless, Lin Xian decided to think of another way. After all, Xiaojioyo had given him the sacred palace and provided him with great assistance. In fact, he even wanted to impart his lifelong knowledge to him. Lin Xian was unable to return the favor. He said, Senior, I once obtained a treasure by chance called the Eye of Time. I think he might be useful to you. Xiaojioyo was stunned when he heard this. The Eye of Time, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Have you heard of it? Xiaojioyo nodded. Lin Xian gave the Eye of Time to Xiaojioyo. Xiaojioyo gave the 9 Tribulations Divine Melody to Lin Xian and said, This 9 Tribulations Divine Melody is the cultivation technique that I created in my lifetime. If I really die, help me pass on this cultivation technique. No one could live forever. Everyone would die. However, he could use another method to live. For example, they could pass on their peerless cultivation technique. Xiaojioyo's life's supreme technique was the 9 Tribulations Divine Melody. It was very terrifying. A single immortal sound could split the reincarnation protector. One could imagine how terrifying it was. After Lin Xian received it, his expression turned solemn. Senior, don't worry. I will not disgrace your supreme technique. You may encounter new dangers after entering Tibetan Earth Star. I will now help you activate the prelude of the Divine Melody and help you establish your foundation. Next, you will have to rely on yourself. Xiaojioyo attacked. Endless sounds of the great Tao appeared around him as if it had turned into a world of immortals. It enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a wondrous aura. It was as if the surrounding great Tao had become simple. He could obtain it at any time. This was truly too shocking. It was as if he had entered a very wondrous realm. After an unknown amount of time, the sounds of the great Tao and the surroundings slowly disappeared. As for Xiaojioyo, he vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood, making him look even older. Lin Xian said, Old Xia, you can't use your strength anymore. Xiaojioyo said, I'm really old. I have already helped you establish the foundation of the Divine Melody. When you reach buried Emperor Star, go find someone called Wendian. He can help you. Wendian? Lin Xian was surprised. Who is this person? Xiaojioyo said, It's a little fellow I saved back then. I don't know how much he has grown. Alright, go quickly. The reincarnation valley should have already opened. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. Then, he personally opened the divine crystal and sealed Xiaojioyo. Then, he left. After leaving, he asked He Shan if there was any way to help Xiaojioyo. He Shan thought for a moment and said, His lifespan is reaching its end. It's a normal cycle of death. Under normal circumstances, there was no way to save him. Of course, there were other methods. For example, the undying divine medicine. That thing could allow great emperors to live a second life. Others could naturally do the same. However, it was truly too rare. Only great emperors or extremely terrifying existences could possess it. Others simply couldn't obtain it. Or perhaps, you can only find some extremely old medicines to maintain his life. However, that wasn't a solution. What if a remnant soul like you was resurrected? Lin Xian asked. He knew that under normal circumstances, Xian should have died. However, he had used a peculiar method to come back alive. Xian said, "It's too difficult. Furthermore, it's a 90% chance of survival. It's purely a coincidence that I was able to come back alive. Furthermore, I can't be considered to have truly come back alive. That's because I'm not completely dead. My remnant soul is still a soul." Indeed, Xian's situation was different from Xiaojio's. Lin Xian thought for a moment and then said, "If I have the power of time, I can reverse the flow of time. Then, can I help Xiaojio recover?" Lin Xian still had a few eyes of time. Those were all life-saving means. He could be resurrected after death. Xian nodded and said, "In theory, yes. However, it depends on how strong your power of time is." Generally, the power of time was very mysterious. Those who could master it were even rarer. If you didn't master it well, it would be useless. If you want to resurrect Xiaojio, you have to find an expert with the power of time. Otherwise, it would be useless. It could only prolong his lifespan. There was no fundamental change. There were only a few possibilities for him to have a fundamental change. First, his cultivation base would break through and his lifespan would increase. It seemed that this step was impossible for him. Second, the undying divine medicine could allow him to live a second life. It was also very difficult. Of course, there are two other possibilities. The first is the power of time that you mentioned. Find a strong enough power of time to continue. Lin Xian took a deep breath after hearing that. Each of these things was very difficult, but he decided to find them and help Xiaojio. Alright, let's go. Perhaps the buried Emperor Star has all these things. Lin Xian took a deep breath and left with the others. When they arrived at the Reincarnation Valley, they found that it had opened again. The Reincarnation Protector stood there and said with a cold expression, "You can go in." He kept forming seals with his palms. The Reincarnation Pagoda in front of him bloomed with light, forming the 6 paths of reincarnation. Countless talismans appeared in the surroundings. It seemed that he was breaking the seal. Soon, he said, "Yes." Peerless Sage King and the others said, "Let's go." Other than Lin Xian and the others, some of the Sage Kings also wanted to go. Logically speaking, the Reincarnation Protector would definitely stop them. However, he did not dare to do so now. If he really angered the Emperor Soldier, even 100 lives would not be enough. Moreover, did these people really think that they could be free after reaching the buried Emperor Star? He sneered in his heart. Only then would these people know what despair was. There were still some Sage Kings who stayed here. Since most of the mortal world had been destroyed, there should not be much danger in the second astral realm. Therefore, they did not leave with them. As for those who left, they wanted to see what kind of god the buried Emperor Star was. Moreover, they might also want to pursue a higher path of cultivation. Just like that, the group walked into the Reincarnation Pagoda. The universe was upside down and the sun and moon rotated. After an unknown period of time, they finally felt that the situation had stabilized. Next, they walked out. After coming out, they found that they were in a valley. It was similar to the Reincarnation Valley. Could it be that they had already arrived at the buried Emperor Star? These people looked around in all directions. Lin Xian also carefully sensed. In the next moment, he felt the aura here. Indeed, the true spirit world was vaster. There were even many kinds of extremely terrifying pressure. It came from different directions. It gave people an illusory feeling, like an extreme weapon. It should be the place where the emperor had fallen. Let's go. The group walked over. Suddenly, Peerless Sage King frowned. Wait. Kunlun Sage King also said that something was wrong. There seemed to be the aura of other Sage Kings around. Damn it, could there be someone waiting for us? From the looks of it, it wasn't good news. Everyone, be careful. We're not familiar with this place, so we can't be careless. Lin Xian and the others nodded and carefully flew forward. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, a cold voice came from the front. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian, Peerless Holy King, and the others stopped what they were doing. They looked ahead and their faces turned cold. Suddenly, a Saint King walked over from the front. The other party's aura was incredibly horrifying. Various great Daos interweaved under his feet. He was like the divine king. He stood there with a cold smile on his face. Come with us. Where to? Kunlun Holy King frowned. That Sage King coldly snorted. Now that you've arrived at the buried Emperor Star, you'll naturally have to follow us to the heavenly paradise. What's wrong? Are you guys unwilling? Their faces were cold and gloomy. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with a golden radiance as he looked around. Then, he said coldly, if I follow you to the heavenly paradise, do I need to set up an inescapable trap? There were at least 3 peerless formations around them. The moment he said that, the others' faces changed. 3 formations? What were these people trying to do? Were they trying to defeat them all? The Sage King looked at Lin Xian. Brat, I didn't expect that a mere sacred venerate like you would be able to see through the formations. You've really surprised me. As expected of people who were able to come to the buried Emperor Star. They were indeed people with top-notch talent. If people like you are properly nurtured, you might become good puppets. Hearing the word puppets, everyone exclaimed. A genius from the 7-star pavilion said, puppets? Aren't you going to take us in as disciples? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the Sage King in front sneered. With just you guys are indeed talented to be able to come here. However, there are so many geniuses in the buried Emperor Star. Does our heavenly paradise lack geniuses? At most, you guys will become our battle servants and puppets. Damn it, damn it. These people's faces became unsightly. They had gone through untold hardships to come to the buried Emperor Star. They did not expect to be treated like this. One had to know that they were the most dazzling existences in the second astral realm and the true spirit world. However, in this place, they could only become puppets. What a joke. The dark red divine dragon coldly snorted. What if we don't agree? If we don't agree, we'll die. The Sage King roared and waved his hand. Instantly, more than 10 figures appeared around him. They were all Sage Kings. There were even more sacred venerates in the distance. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. How could there be so many people? The limitless Sage King and the others' faces became unsightly. How could they fight? The peerless Sage King took a deep breath. Do you guys want to be puppets? If you don't want to, we can only fight with our backs against the wall. Everyone, we've already come this far. We won't admit defeat here, right? The other Sage Kings said. Naturally, they would not. Their eyes also burst out with a piercing cold light. Alright, let's fight. The Kunlun Sage King also walked out and looked at He Shan. Fellow Daoist, please break the formation. We'll lead our people to fight against these Sage Kings. As for the other disciples, they would take the opportunity to leave quickly. Soon, everyone came up with a plan. He Shan formed hand seals and began to attack the 3 great formations. His attainments and formations were terrifying. Therefore, no one was worried. The Saint Kings roared angrily and walked forward. As for Lin Xian and the others, they were preparing to break out of the encirclement and escape. A bunch of ants actually want to fight against us? You guys don't know what's good for you. In front, the Sage Kings of the buried Emperor Star sneered. Then, the leader waved his hand. The others also rushed over. A terrifying battle between Sage Kings erupted once again. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Lin Xian and the others moved quickly. They also quickly flew in all directions. The sacred venerates in the distance charged over. Do you guys want to leave? These were all peak sacred venerates. Their strength was extremely terrifying. In their opinion, they were the people of the buried Emperor Star, and these were people who had just arrived. No matter how terrifying they were in other worlds, when they came to their world, they would be easily suppressed. But soon, they realized that they were wrong. 2 old men came to Lin Xian's side and said coldly, "Stop. Little brat, stop. You seem to know a lot about formations, so I can let you live." However, Lin Xian punched out. That old man shouted angrily, "You're courting death." He also attacked forcefully, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. In an instant, he collided with the man-ruler seal. Then, there was a cracking sound. His body was torn apart. How is this possible? He was stunned. His soul wanted to escape. In the end, he was instantly suppressed by the Taiji diagram and his soul was destroyed. His other companion was also dumbfounded. Didn't this guy come from another backward world? How could he be so powerful? He was able to suppress the experts of the buried Emperor Star. Damn it, he has a treasure on him. The old man roared and took out a sage artifact. It was a sage saber. It bloomed with radiance and slashed down. It caused the world to change. As for Lin Xian, he sneered and struck out with the mountain-embracing seal. It descended from the sky and turned the old man into nothingness. After easily dealing with these two people, Lin Xian and the others continued forward. It was the same in other places. For example, Chao Tiansheng, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, Linghu Chuixue, and the others all displayed extremely powerful strength. Of course, not everyone was as powerful as Lin Xian, who was able to kill the experts of the buried Emperor Star. In fact, the experts of the buried Emperor Star were very terrifying. Most people could not resist them. They could only join hands. However, there were many people on the buried Emperor Star. Thus, a huge battle broke out. Soon, people died. The battle on the Sacred King's side was the same. Soon, a Sacred King was injured. The 7-star Sacred King was injured and his body was torn apart. On the other side, the peerless Sacred King was also sent flying while vomiting blood. Master, Linghu Chuixue and the others' eyes turned red. Lin Xian's pupils also shrank. The peerless Sacred King had been poisoned by the despair poison. Although he was suppressed by the extreme Dao might, he was not in his peak state. Thus, he was injured in the battle. Don't come over. Leave quickly. The peerless Sacred King and the others roared. They attacked even more crazily. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others roared. They gritted their teeth and attacked quickly. The peerless Sacred King and the others gave them an opportunity. They could not give up. But this time around, there were simply too many people on the buried Emperor Star. It was a heavenly network. Therefore, in the end, these people were scattered. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also separated. He was attacked from all directions. He roared towards the sky and a terrifying power swept through everything. However, he was unable to meet up with the others. Big brother Xian, don't worry. Let's leave this place and meet up later. Morong Qingqing transmitted her voice. Shen Jingqiu also nodded. They all had their own trump cards and secret techniques. Thus, they were not worried. Lin Xian was the same. Since that was the case, they would charge out first. Ka. Under He Shan's attack, cracks finally appeared on the 3 supreme arrays. Quickly leave. Countless people rushed in all directions. As for the experts of the buried Emperor Star, they coldly snorted. You want to escape in front of us? With just you? They roared and used the heaven-encompassing earth technique to chase after them. Everyone was fleeing, but soon, some of them were caught. Some were directly suppressed, and some were even directly killed. His astral soul was destroyed, and his blood dyed the 9 heavens red. Lin Xian did not leave immediately. Originally, he wanted to leave, but he saw that Peerless Holy King's situation was very bad. Previously, Peerless Sage King had the help of Wuji Sage King and Kunlun Sage King. But in the end, these 2 Saint Kings were also surrounded by the powerhouses and could only fight for themselves. With that, Peerless Saint King's situation became even worse. Su Chen activated the Void Escape and appeared near Peerless Sage King. He used the Great Sage Pagoda to block the attack for him. Then, he quickly left with Peerless Holy King. Junior brother, hurry up and leave. I can still hold on. Peerless Sacred King gritted his teeth as he unleashed the Law of Devour. Lin Xian shook his head and walked with him. As he spoke, he controlled the dragon-shaped sword Qi and tore through the void. A Saint King led a team and chased after them. In his opinion, Peerless Saint King was severely injured. Lin Xian was not a Saint King. Therefore, 1 Saint King was enough for him. Moreover, he had brought a powerful team with him. There were 2 half-step kings and 5 peak Saint Venerables among them. It could be said that they were extremely powerful. Those 2 would definitely not be able to escape. He followed them all the way. This guy actually knew the space mystique. The Saint King was shocked. He realized that Lin Xian appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Every time he tore through the void, he would escape. This greatly surprised him. The space mystique was extremely rare. Finally, they came to an uninhabited mountain range. The 2 landed and heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they should be able to escape from them. Peerless Saint King's face was pale. It was obvious that he could no longer suppress the despair poison. He no longer used his strength, but used his extreme Dao danger to suppress it. At the same time, he wondered how the others were doing. How many would be able to escape in the end? Indeed, Lin Xian was also worried. Apart from a few elite powerhouses, those with trump cards like him would be able to escape. The others would probably be suppressed. Probably not many Saint Kings would be able to escape. Still worried about others? You should worry about yourselves first. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Lin Xian and Peerless Saint King's pupils shrank. Were they discovered? They suddenly raised their heads and saw the Saint King in the sky, who was wearing battle armor, walking in the air and laughing coldly. There were a few figures following behind him, and they also had cold smiles on their faces. They formed a tight encirclement and surrounded Lin Xian and Peerless Saint King. Be obedient and be captured quickly. You can't escape. Damn it, if I didn't have the poison, how could I let him be so arrogant? Peerless Saint King gritted his teeth. Indeed, although this person from the buried Emperor Star was powerful, he was not to be trifled with. It was just that the despair poison in his body prevented him from using his full strength. Was he going to use his trump card? Lin Xian's face darkened, and there was a terrifying aura in his eyes. However, when he used his heavenly secret divine eyes to look around, he frowned. This was because he discovered that there were other people around. Even if he could kill this Saint King, in that case, would he be able to kill the others? How many times could he use the great dragon sword soul? Therefore, he said, I'll go with you. However, let my senior brother go. You want me to let a Saint King go? What a joke. The Saint King in the sky sneered. Also, who do you think you are? How dare you make a request in front of me? I'm a top genius from another world. If I join you, I'll be of great use to you. Moreover, I'm proficient in formations. I'll be of great help to you. If you don't plan to let one of them go, I won't go with you. Once he said that, those people laughed. Kid, aren't you overestimating yourself? So what if you're a genius? Do you think we lack geniuses? When Lin Xian heard that, he was not angry. He looked at one of the half-step Saint Kings and waved his hand. Come over. Do you want to die? That half-step Saint King was instantly enraged. This kid was provoking them. What a joke. His opponent was just a Saint Venerable. However, the Saint King in the armor said, go ahead and fight him. Don't hold back. If he can't block your attack, then he's a piece of trash. It's not a pity even if he dies. Yes. The half-step Saint King nodded. Then he sneered. Kid, you're courting death. Don't blame me. He walked out. The power of his body kept surging. The others all sneered. To them, this was a battle without any suspense. However, Lin Xian disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of his opponent. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. Spatial superpower. His opponent actually knew such a technique. The half-step Saint King was also stunned. Then he sneered. Useless kid. You can't even break through my defense. Go to hell. He slapped out. Indeed, he did not hold back this time. A half-step Saint King could defeat any Saint Venerable. However, Lin Xian's man-ruler seal directly slapped his opponent's arm after he came out. With a crack, his opponent's arm turned into a bloody mist. He flew backward. The buried emperor's men were stunned. A half-step Holy King was severely injured just like that. Lin Xian retracted his palm and laughed coldly. What a piece of trash. You can't even block one of my attacks. Then, he looked at the war armor Holy King and said coldly. What do you think? Am I valuable now? The war armor Holy King stopped laughing. He was really shocked. How could there be such a powerful expert in other worlds? Even in the buried emperor's world, this person would be a dazzling existence. He had fought with someone who was a few levels higher than him and even won. Such a genius was rare. If he could bring such a person back to the grotto heaven, it would be a great contribution. So, he nodded. This kid is arrogant. But you do have the right to be arrogant. Very well, I agree to your conditions. Let him go. Holy King. The surrounding people exclaimed. The war armor Holy King snorted. What? You dare to go against my words? The others felt their scalps go numb. They shook their heads. They did not dare to go against the Holy King. The war armor Holy King said indifferently. This person obviously could not use his full strength. It meant that he was severely injured. Such a person would not be able to recover. Even if he was alive, he would not be a threat to us. I can exchange him for a peerless genius. Don't you think it's a good deal? After saying that, he stared at the unparalleled Holy King and sneered. I can let you go, but this saint artifact of yours will be mine. Then, he grabbed the unparalleled holy sword. The unparalleled Holy King's face darkened. How could he let his weapon be taken away? So, he tried to block it. However, he was too severely injured. He could not block it. In an instant, his unparalleled holy sword was grabbed. Then, the person slapped unparalleled Holy King's body and sent him flying. His laughter reverberated in the air. Lin Xian's eyes instantly turned red as an extremely cold killing intent surfaced in his eyes. But soon, it disappeared. He knew that it was not the right time. He quickly transmitted a message. Senior brother, you should leave first and recover. Don't worry about me. They won't kill me. Also, I will avenge you today. I will not let this person go. I will make him regret what he did today. Lin Xian was completely enraged. He took a deep breath and asked the people in front of him. How should I address you? I am the Star Holy King. The war armor Holy King said indifferently. Then, he stared at Lin Xian and smiled. Lin Xian said. Star Saint King, right? What you did to my senior brother today, in the future, I will pay you back 100 times over, Holy King of the Holy Kingses. Did this guy not want to live anymore? Sacred King Xianxia was also taken aback before he burst into laughter. Brat, you are very courageous. You actually dared to release your killing intent towards me. But the Holy King was not worried. Although Lin Xian's talent was very strong, so what? People from other worlds were like puppets in their grotto heaven. No matter how strong they would never be able to do anything to them. Therefore, he was not worried at all. Come with me. The Holy Star Monarch waved his hand and unleashed a sky full of starlight that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not resist. Since he had decided to go back with the Holy King, he would not go back on his words. Moreover, he wanted to go back and stay by this person's side. He swore that he would personally deal with this person and it would not take long. Junior brother, in the distant void, the peerless Holy King gritted his teeth when he saw this scene. Damn it, he did not expect to come to the buried Emperor Star in such a situation. He could only leave and recover from his injuries before going back. A vortex appeared in the Devourer Law and enveloped his body. Then, he disappeared. As for the other Holy Kings, some died, some were captured, and only a few managed to escape. It was the same for the young disciples. However, Lin Xian did not know any of this. Lin Xian was enveloped by the endless stars. After an unknown amount of time. Finally, he felt it stop. These people quickly descended. Then, the stars on his body turned into seals that enveloped his body. To prevent him from escaping. Lin Xian had no intention of escaping. He looked around curiously. This was the legendary Grotto Heaven. The so-called Grotto Heaven was actually a sect. It was just that the name was different. After Lin Xian arrived, he also knew why this sect was called a Grotto Heaven. Because there was a cave in front of him that looked very simple and unadorned. However, when he entered the cave, it was a completely different world. It was as if it was a new world, incomparably vast. Endless mountains and rivers, all kinds of spiritual veins and spiritual springs intertwined. So this was a grotto heaven. Lin Xian felt that there were many holy king auras here. Clearly, the martial Tao in this place was much stronger than the true spirit world and the second astral realm. Because in the second astral realm, the holy king was the lord of the holy city, an existence that swept through heaven and earth. But it seemed that here, they were only at the elder level. I wonder what kind of existence is at the top here. Is it the great sage or above the great sage? Greetings, Elder Xingchen. Along the way, many people looked at Elder Xingchen and quickly bowed. Although there were many holy kings here, they were not cabbages. Those who could become holy kings were at least at the elder level. As they bowed and greeted, they looked at Lin Xian curiously. Could it be that this was the newly recruited puppet? Holy King Xingchen said to the people behind him, "All right, you guys go and inquire about how the rest are doing. Leave this kid to me. Follow me." Holy King Xingchen said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian followed the other party into the grotto heaven. Along the way, they passed through many formations and finally arrived. In a mountain range, there was a lake in front of them. Holy King Xingchen walked over and said respectfully to the lake, "I seek an audience with Elder Shuiyue." As his voice fell, after a while, the lake in front of them slowly split open. It formed a passage. Holy King Xingchen led Lin Xian inside. After entering, the lake on both sides closed again. Lin Xian went to the bottom of the lake and found that there was indeed a different world inside. At the same time, he felt a terrifying aura in front of him. Obviously, the Holy King inside was very terrifying. That aura didn't feel weaker than the reincarnation protector. Could it be a late-stage Holy King? As expected, Sacred Star Monarch was also very respectful as he stepped forward. He went forward and greeted Elder Shuiyue. In front, a woman turned her head. It was a middle-aged woman wearing a blue Taoist robe. Was this person the puppet this time? Why was he alone? Where were the others? Elder Shuiyue. This time, the people from the other world were very strong. They actually broke the formation and escaped. We split up and suppressed them. I suppressed them. This person is very extraordinary. Although he is only a mid-stage Saint Venerable, he injured a half-step Saint King with his own strength. Oh, Elder Shuiyue was also stunned after hearing this. Then, a cold light appeared in her eyes. You said he was a peerless genius? That's right. Saint King Xingchen nodded. Elder Shuiyue said, I have to test it myself. As he spoke, a ray of moonlight appeared in his eyes. It slashed over like a heavenly blade. This power was suppressed to the strength of a half-step Saint King. Obviously, she wanted to test Lin Xian's strength. Was it that strong? Lin Xian used the man-ruler's seal and directly charged over, shattering the ray of moonlight. He did not hold back because he knew that if he wanted to survive in such a place, he had to show great talent and strength. As expected, Elder Shuiyue's eyes lit up. He was indeed a top genius. Xingchen, you did well this time. When the time comes, you will definitely be rewarded. Saint King Xingchen smiled. Thank you, Elder Shuiyue. Elder Shuiyue nodded. I will use the life and death curse on him now. Then, Saint King Xingchen left, leaving only Lin Xian. Elder Shuiyue in front of him kept forming seals with her palms. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. It formed a very mysterious rune in her hand and then floated in the lake water. She caught it with a bowl and said, Drink it. Life and death curse. Just by hearing the name, it seemed to be able to control the life and death of others. Su Chen took a deep breath. This was the method that the other party used to control him. After receiving it, he drank it. The next moment, he felt that the rune was quickly working in his body. It was like his soul imprint, able to make others submit to him in their souls. What a terrifying method. Okay, you stay here for 3 days. Wait. For the life and death curse to merge with you before you leave. Lin Xian nodded and sat down cross-legged. It seemed like he was waiting for the fusion. At the same time, he quickly mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body to destroy the power of the life and death curse. He used his full strength because he only had 3 days to do so. After 3 days, it would be even more troublesome to kill them. The power of the great dragon sword spirit was indeed very strong. In 3 days, the power of the life and death curse was destroyed. As for Lin Xian, just in case, he used the great dragon sword soul to create a fake life and death curse, to prevent the other party from probing. 3 days later, he stood up and respectfully greeted Elder Shueiyue. Elder Shueiyue nodded. Very well, you can go. In the future, pledge your loyalty to us. Thousand Mountain Grotto, I will help you become a Saint King as soon as possible. He did not have the slightest doubt, because in his opinion, even a Saint King of the same level would not be able to undo his life and death curse, let alone a Saint Venerable. No one had ever been able to escape the control of the life and death curse, which was why he didn't investigate. But little did he know that Lin Xian was an exception. Lin Xian was the successor of the great dragon. Lin Xian turned around and walked out, leaving the bottom of the lake completely. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, but he quickly returned to normal. His expression became cold. Next, someone brought Lin Xian away. He temporarily settled down. He waited for the mission. During this time, Lin Xian also learned that this grotto was called Thousand Mountain Grotto. It was one of the overlords of this area. This area was very vast, and there were a total of 6 grotto heavens. Thousand Mountain Grotto was one of them, but where exactly was this buried Emperor Star? What were the top sects on the buried Emperor Star? Lin Xian didn't know any of this. However, he believed that the longer he stayed, the more he would know. He just didn't know which holy city was connected to Thousand Mountain Grotto and the second astral realm. Also, were these grotto heavens related to the human realm? Lin Xian was also very curious. After that, Lin Xian received the order to go and cultivate. Hence, he followed the order. The Thousand Mountain Grotto was very vast, and it could even be said that it was a world. Therefore, there were all kinds of cultivation resources. This time, he went to a valley to cultivate. In the valley, there were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. Obviously, there were many spirit veins below. There were even dragon veins. One had to admit that the resources on the buried Emperor Star were really good. No wonder there were so many experts and geniuses here. Before entering the valley, Lin Xian felt many terrifying auras coming from inside. There were even people. Obviously, he wasn't the only one cultivating here. Kid, go on in. The person leading the way was a young man. At this moment, he said impatiently. Lin Xian ignored him and walked in. Seeing Lin Xian's attitude, the young man sneered. He really didn't know what was good for him. Did he think that he was a high and mighty genius from another world? Here, he was just an ant in the mud. Just wait. Soon, this kid would know the meaning of despair. He didn't leave. Instead, he stood there and watched the show. Sure enough, when Lin Xian entered the valley, countless gazes in the valley turned to look at him. Then, they looked at Lin Xian, and their eyes shone with a cold light. Lin Xian also looked over and found that there were many people here. Moreover, they were all young and their auras were very powerful. They were all Saint Venerables, and many of them were peak Saint Venerables. Wait. Just as Lin Xian wanted to continue walking in and find a place to cultivate, a cold voice sounded. Lin Xian stopped and looked over with a frown. Soon, he saw someone walk over and block his path. Kid, I haven't seen you before. Are you new? Lin Xian nodded. That person was stunned. You really are new. Which world are you from? In the true spirit world, Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, the others were also shocked. The person who blocked Lin Xian's path was also stunned. The true spirit world was not an ordinary place. But soon, he smiled. Since Lin Xian was new, he would do things according to the rules and hand over the things. What things? Lin Xian frowned. That person sneered. Of course it's the things in your storage ring. It's your first day here, and you haven't brought anything to show your filial piety to us. Show your filial piety? Lin Xian's face darkened. Who do you think you are? Is there such a rule in the Thousand Mountain Grotto? Lin Xian was completely angry. That man was also angry. Kid, you're very arrogant. Is it so great to come from the true spirit world? So what if you're a top genius in the true spirit world? You've been cursed here, right? Then you're a battle servant, a puppet. You're the most inferior existence, everyone is the same. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? This man gave off a terrifying aura. He was a late-stage holy venerate. At this moment, he wanted to show his strength to Lin Xian. The others also looked like they were watching a show. After Lin Xian heard that, he frowned. Everyone was the same, that meant that these people were also combat servants. Xianxia originally thought that they were disciples of the Thousand Mountain Paradise. He did not expect them to be people from other worlds that were forced to suppress them. There were already so many combat servants. Furthermore, they were so strong. This Thousand Mountain Paradise was truly horrifying. However, if the other party wanted to show his strength, he probably found the wrong person. Xianxia said coldly, "Scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Rude? Let's see how rude you are going to be. That man also became angry. Countless terrifying flames appeared on his body as if they wanted to burn the 9 heavens. Although they were combat servants and were cursed with life and death, they could not control themselves. However, aside from being controlled by the people of the Thousand Mountain Paradise, they were like ordinary people. They also had their own conflicts. Hence, this person wanted to make a move at this moment. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly, "Since you don't know the difference between life and death, I'll fulfill your wish." As Xianxia spoke, he threw a palm strike. "You are seeking death." That person also threw a punch over. The surrounding people sneered. Lin Xian, a middle-stage holy venerate, wanted to challenge a late-stage holy venerate? What a joke, the people here were all geniuses who could fight above their cultivation level. This newcomer was probably going to be unlucky. However, the result surprised them. This was because they discovered that Lin Xian was not injured at all after that attack. As for the man from before, he exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Frenzied roars could be heard. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. Damn. It's even an expert. Immediately, 2 people walked over, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Both of them were late-stage holy venerates. When the 2 of them worked together, their strength was even more terrifying. However, Lin Xian exploded both of them with one punch. Bloody mist spread out as horrifying roars rang out. The person outside the valley was stunned. Originally, he wanted to see how Lin Xian would be unlucky. However, he did not see it. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. At the same time, he saw 6 or 7 figures standing up around him. They all walked towards Lin Xian. These guys couldn't be thinking of attacking, right? If they really fought, the entire valley would probably be destroyed. He quickly took out the token and transmitted his voice. 6 figures walked out and said coldly, "Kid, you're too arrogant. It seems that you are very strong. But can you resist the 6 of us attacking at the same time? Today, I'll let you know what rules are." The 6 of them were emitting terrifying auras. However, at this moment, a cold snort was heard. "Everyone, stop." Hearing this voice, the 6 people's faces changed. The other people in the valley also took a deep breath. None of them dared to speak. He even lowered his head. Lin Xian turned around and saw 2 figures walking out of the valley. One of them was the man who had brought him here earlier. However, there was a woman standing before him. She was wearing green clothes. His aura was similarly very strong, reaching the level of a late-stage holy venerate. However, when the people inside saw her, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. They were very afraid. This surprised Lin Xian. He guessed that this woman should be a true disciple of the Thousand Mountain Grotto. Her identity was not ordinary. Sure enough, after the woman walked over, she said coldly, "Who allowed you to fight here? Each of the 9 of you will be struck by 1,000,000 lightning bolts." The moment she said that, the expressions of those people changed. The 2 people who were injured by Lin Xian earlier also turned pale. They hurriedly begged for mercy. "Fairy Qingqing, please spare us. We won't dare to do it again." They were all late-stage holy venerates, and their cultivation was not weaker than the other party. However, they were battle servants, and the other party was a disciple. The difference was too great. In front of the other party, they had no chance of resisting at all. Fairy Xianxia snorted coldly. Now you know how to be afraid. Why didn't you do it earlier? Get ready to accept it. As he said that, he waved his hand, and a bracelet flew out and enlarged in the sky. Immediately, millions of lightning bolts struck down, enveloping Lin Xian and the others. As for the others, they didn't dare to resist at all. They could only endure it silently. Lin Xian frowned. He waved his hand and directly sent the lightning bolts flying. Seeing this scene, the people in the valley were stunned. They were about to go crazy. This guy actually dared to rebel against him? Did he know his current identity? The woman was also stunned. She instantly frowned. Do you want to die? Who is this person? The young man next to her was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Fairy, this person is a newcomer who just came in. A newcomer dared to be so arrogant. Was he not under the control of the life and death curse? How was that possible? He had already taken the life and death curse. After taking the life and death curse, he still dared to resist. She once again sent millions of lightning bolts towards Lin Xian, but they were all sent flying by Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian said coldly, although I took the life and death curse, I only listened to Elder Shuiyu's orders. You attacked me for no reason, so don't blame me for being impolite. You. Xianxia was so angry that her face turned pale. She couldn't help but want to attack. However, at this moment, the young man next to her seemed to have thought of something and said, this person was brought here by the sacred ruler of the stars. He said that he was a little special. Perhaps there was something special about him. Who knows? After Fairy Xianxia heard this, she snorted coldly. Is that so? Then I'll first find out what's so special about him. If not, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. As she said that, she put away the thunder bracelet and turned to leave. After she left, the people in the valley heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. The 6 people from before didn't dare to attack again. Instead, they respectfully invited Lin Xian in. After all, they were puppets. This was the first person who dared to use this identity to fight against a real disciple and come out unscathed. Therefore, the people in the valley were in awe of Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He directly chose the best place to cultivate, sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb. The power here was cultivating. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, Lin Xian's cultivation also steadily improved. On this day, the sacred ruler of the stars personally came to the valley. Everyone in the valley became nervous again. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the other party. A hint of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, it soon disappeared. The sacred ruler of the stars looked at Lin Xian and said, Kid, come with me. I have a mission for you. Hearing this, Lin Xian rose into the air and flew forward. At the same time, the sacred ruler of the stars found another person. That young man also left. Very soon, they arrived at a place. It was a plaza, and there were already many people gathered there. Some of them were like them, wearing battle armor. They seemed to be puppets. Some of them were wearing Taoist robes and had arrogant looks on their faces. Clearly, these were the true disciples. There were a total of 5 true disciples. As for puppets like Lin Xian, there were 20 of them. They seemed to be there to protect him. Very soon, a young man among the 5 took the lead. They soared into the sky and rode on a huge flying sword, flying into the distance. Their purpose this time was very simple. These people from the 1,000-mountain paradise were going to participate in an auction. Lin Xian and the others were in charge of protecting them. He discovered that these people were all experts. Other than him, who was a middle-stage Saint Venerate, half of the others were late-stage Saint Venerates. There were even some peak Saint Venerates. Among them, there were actually 2 half-step Saint Kings. This lineup could be said to be extremely powerful. This flying sword was very huge, like a huge dragon. There were actually many palaces on it. At this moment, the 5 disciples were sitting inside, resting. As for Lin Xian and the others, they were standing outside, defending. Lin Xian stood there, silently circulating his laws and cultivating. His only goal now was to break through to the Saint King realm as soon as possible. Or rather, he had to reach the Saint King realm. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself on the buried Emperor star. "It's you again." At this moment, a voice came from behind. Following that, a woman walked over. Lin Xian turned his head and saw that it was the woman from before. She was called Fairy Qingqing. Lin Xian saw her and silently nodded his head. Then, he expressionlessly turned his head. Fairy Qingqing clenched her teeth in anger. This guy was too arrogant. Did he really think that she wouldn't dare to attack him? At this moment, a figure walked over and said, "Junior sister, what's going on?" This person was also wearing battle armor. However, his battle armor was blue, while Lin Xian's puppet's battle armor was black. The armored man was also stunned when he saw Lin Xian. In the next moment, an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. "It's you, man." Lin Xian also looked at him and frowned. It was actually him. This person was the one who had followed Jing Yun in the true spirit world. Back then, he had forcefully defeated him. Who would have thought that the other party was from the Thousand Mountain Cave? Was Jing Yun from the Thousand Mountain Cave? It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. "Senior brother Mo, do you know him?" Qing Qing was also surprised. Mo Feng's face turned incomparably ugly. How could she not recognize him? He had fought with the other party before and had even been injured by the other party. He wanted nothing more than to kill the other party. Of course, he couldn't say anything about this. Otherwise, he would be thoroughly embarrassed in front of his junior sister. Therefore, he said, "When I went to the true spirit world to train, I saw this kid. I didn't expect him to be captured by our paradise. It really surprised me. Brat, see how I'll torture you to death once you fall into my hands." As he spoke, he slapped towards Lin Xian. The surrounding puppets' faces changed. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and also slapped out. It hit Mo Feng's face and sent him flying. The surrounding puppets were stunned. "Oh my god, this guy dared to attack." The person who came with Lin Xian in the valley was also shocked. Lin Xian was truly a ferocious person. Fairy Qing Qing was also stunned. "Oh my god, this guy is too arrogant." However, when did his senior brother become so weak? "Damn brat, you dare to attack me. Kneel down." Mo Feng roared crazily. He couldn't defeat the other party, but the other party was now a puppet and he was the master. The other party had to submit to him. However, Lin Xian stood there, unmoved. His eyes were emitting a cold light. Damn it, what's going on? Wasn't he under the life and death curse? Mo Feng was also stunned. The noise here alarmed the people inside. Soon, 3 figures walked out. The leader was a very handsome man. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "Senior brother Qi, this brat dared to attack me." Fairy Qingqing said it out loud. The man frowned and looked at Mo Feng. His expression changed. "You were injured by him?" Mo Feng's expression changed. It was too embarrassing. He gritted his teeth and said, "I was careless. I didn't expect him to dare to fight back." Senior brother Qi nodded and looked at Lin Xian. "A puppet actually dared to attack us. Don't you know that we're your masters? You have to submit to us if we ask you to." Lin Xian stood there and said coldly, "I only submit to Elder Shuiyue. Moreover, I received orders from her to protect your safety. However, this doesn't mean that I can be suppressed by you at will. Previously, this person attacked me for no reason and even wanted to torture me. I naturally won't let him have his way." When these words came out, these people all frowned. It was the first time they had seen such an arrogant battle servant. Lin Xian said coldly, "If you don't accept or are dissatisfied with the orders I received, then go to Elder Shuiyue. Then let's go find Elder Shuiyue and see what she has to say." Hearing the name Elder Shuiyue, these people's expressions changed and their scalps went numb. They didn't dare to provoke such an existence. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. His guess was right. This Elder Shuiyue was an extremely extraordinary figure in the Thousand Mountain Cave. No one would dare to provoke her. Fairy Qing Qing also said, "Senior brother, this brat is very strange. It is said that he was brought here by the Star Sage King alone. He seems to be a top genius. Perhaps he really received these orders. Senior Brother Qi nodded. A top genius? Alright, I'll let this matter go for now. However, you'd better not make any more moves. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you directly. At the end of his words, an extremely terrifying killing intent bloomed in his eyes. Lin Xian was completely fine with this. If these people didn't attack him, he couldn't be bothered. If these people wanted to attack him again, he didn't mind teaching them a deep lesson. The surrounding battle servants were also surprised. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so bold. Next, it became very quiet. The huge flying sword flew all the way and finally landed in a city. This was a huge city. It was very wide and one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. It was like an immemorial beast. After landing inside, Lin Xian and the others felt that there were many experts in this city. There were even the auras of sage kings. In addition, there were many young geniuses. There were also powerful martial artists. Obviously, this should be the place of the auction. The 5 people in front walked on their own. The man in the lead was called Senior Brother Qi. In addition to him, there were 2 men and 2 women. Senior Brother Qi said, perhaps the people of the other grotto heavens will also sell what we want. Qianquan auction. The scene was very lively. After Lin Xian and the others entered, they found that it was a very spacious hall. There were many people inside, and there were even more experts. Senior Brother Qi and the others went directly to the best room with their identities from the Thousand Mountain Grotto. The furnishings inside were very exquisite, and there were also very precious ambergris. The fragrance emitted by this kind of perfume, after inhaling it into the body, would make people feel refreshed and their souls strengthened. Lin Xian felt it and nodded slightly. Indeed, this was a big show. As expected of the buried Emperor Star. There were a few windows in front, and they could clearly see the scene outside. Lin Xian looked over and found that there were many other people besides them who had been invited to such a place. It seemed that these people had extraordinary identities as well. Lin Xian even felt the aura of a sage king. In front, the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto were whispering. Among them, Fairy Qingqing gritted her teeth and said, I didn't expect the people from the Green Hill Grotto to be here too. Another person said, I see that the people from the Vast Mountain Grotto are here too. Hearing these 2 names, Lin Xian was startled. He naturally knew these 2 names because he had participated in the grotto's test. He had even obtained the token of the Vast Mountain Grotto. However, he didn't have the chance at all. After he came, he was suppressed by these people. Therefore, it was impossible for him to go to the Vast Mountain Grotto now. Moreover, looking at the attitude of the Thousand Mountain Grotto, they treated people from other worlds as if they were fighting. If he went to other grotto heavens, it would be the same. After a while, the hall below quietened down. Rays of light shone in the sky, and a crystal platform appeared. Then, a middle-aged man walked out. After seeing this middle-aged man, countless people exclaimed in surprise. It was actually the Great Elder. It seemed like there would be quite a lot of good stuff in this auction. Yes, for the Great Elder to be the host, it definitely wouldn't let them down. These people clenched their fists. Lin Xian also looked at the other party and was surprised. The middle-aged man below should be a sage king. Moreover, judging from his aura, he was equivalent to Sage King Yanling, a middle-stage sage king. It was such a waste for such a person to be the host of the auction. At the front, Mo Feng said. The Great Elder had his own rules. When he took action, he would auction off 9 items. It seems that what we want is in one of the 9. Senior Brother Qi nodded in agreement. He had to get it this time. By now, the Great Elder had already made his move. He took out a treasure bottle from his storage ring. This was the lotus vase, an extremely rare saint artifact. He began to introduce the effects of the lotus Aquarius and used it on the spot. The people in the surroundings were astonished. This was indeed a treasure. Even Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. However, when he heard the price, he rolled his eyes. It was too expensive, almost twice as expensive as he had imagined. However, it was indeed a good item, although it was not the Sage King Wu. Qi, but it can be said that the sage Wang Wuit was the best under Qi. Indeed, even the eyes of the disciples of the paradise up ahead turned red. All of a sudden, many people began to bid. In the end, it was obtained by an old man. Next, the second item appeared. It was also a saint artifact. Countless people exclaimed again. The eyes of the surrounding battle servants also turned red. If they could obtain such a wu, their strength would increase. If that was the case, his strength would definitely increase exponentially. However, Lin Xian was very calm. Such a wu. Although Qi was good, it was nothing to him. After all, the items in his hands were all Sage Wang Wu. Qi, or the great Sage Wang Wu. Qi, of course, there were probably not many young people like him. The third item was an old medicine. It was very old, and it was cut out from a strange stone. Therefore, countless people exclaimed. Even Lin Xian was surprised. He also began to bid. As Lin Xian's voice fell, the surrounding people were stunned. The battle servants couldn't believe it. Even the people from the 5,000 mountain grottos ahead turned their heads. Among them, Mo Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, who allowed you to bid?" Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered. "Why? Do you have a problem with that? As I said, my task is only to ensure your safety. Other than that, I'm afraid you can't restrict me." After saying that, he actually made another bid. This made Mo Feng vomit blood. The surrounding disciples of the Thousand Mountain Paradise gritted their teeth so hard that they almost broke. They had never seen such an arrogant battle servant. It seemed that they had to find a chance to teach him a lesson. However, senior brother Qi did indeed say, "Okay, shut up." After saying that, his eyes shone with a piercing cold light as he looked down. It turned out that the third treasure had been bought, and the fourth item had appeared. As soon as it appeared, countless people exclaimed. Many people stood up in an instant. It was obvious. The item that came out. It was very extraordinary. Even Lin Xian's pupils constricted. A shocking light appeared in his eyes. 9 revolution flames fruit. It was a very precious spiritual medicine, and it was a fire attribute spiritual medicine. It was very rare. Lin Xian had passed through so many worlds and starry skies, but he had never seen it. He didn't expect to see it as soon as he arrived at the buried Emperor Star. For fire attribute sages, this thing was simply a supreme sacred medicine. This was especially true for Lin Xian, who was of great use to him. Because this thing could increase the power of his 9-yang divine body. The others naturally knew the effect of this spiritual fruit. So they all widened their eyes. However, when they heard the price, many people sighed. Because the price at the beginning was already incomparable to that of a sage king. It was too weak. It was estimated that the final price would be even higher. For a moment, no one dared to bid. However, someone soon spoke. This time, the price was not measured in divine crystals, but in dragon marrow. Therefore, the person who had just appeared directly shouted 1,000 dragon marrow. This surprised countless people. There were many experts and powerhouses here, so the price soon reached 2,000 dragon marrow. This shocked countless people again. Dragon marrow. How precious. It wasn't plain water, and every drop was incomparably precious. However, at this moment, these experts were taking it out one after another. One could imagine how precious the 9 revolution flames fruit was. 3,000 drops of dragon marrow. At this moment, a voice rang out and reverberated in the hall. Everyone was stunned. Directly adding 1,000 drops of dragon marrow? Who was this person? What a bold tone, the voice came from above. Countless people raised their heads and looked in that direction. Then, they said that it should be someone from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven. Oh, the people from the Grotto Heaven were indeed powerful. 3,000 drops of dragon marrow in one go. Cries of surprise sounded one after another. On Lin Xian's side, the 5 disciples in front also exclaimed. It was someone from the Qingqiu Grotto Heaven. Qingqiu Grotto Heaven, huh? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Thinking of this, he thought of the Qingqiu clan. At the same time, he wondered how Xianxia was doing. Had she been suppressed or had she left, with Xianxia's identity as a member of the Qingqiu clan, she should be able to enter the Qingqiu grotto heaven. Of course, he didn't know any of this. At this moment, senior brother Qi also spoke. 3,500 drops of dragon marrow. Mo Feng naturally knew that a battle servant wouldn't have too many treasures, but Lin Xian's attitude really annoyed him. Just as he was about to make a move, a voice came from below. Someone had already started bidding, and the price quickly reached 10,000 drops of dragon marrow. Mo Feng was stunned. He abruptly turned his head and looked outside. Moreover, the price was still rising. Countless people were stunned. This was simply an astronomical figure for them. And the number of people competing in the end was very small. Only the people from Green Hill Grotto Heaven and Purple Spirit Shaking Sky were bidding. Of course, there was another person. It was a blue-robed man. He had a terrifying water-type power on him. At this moment, Fairy Qingqing gritted her teeth and said, "It's actually someone from the True Water clan. I didn't expect them to be interested in this thing too. It seems that our situation is even worse, 15,000 dragon marrow and 2 top-notch sacred venerate weapons." The person from the True Water clan said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with endless power. Then, he looked at the sky. "Geniuses of the Grotto Heavens, if you can bid higher than this, I'll admit defeat this time." It was clear that these people could not continue indefinitely at this point. The person from Clear Autumn Grotto Heaven shook his head. The price was too high for them, so he smiled and said, "I can't afford this price either." Young Master Spirit Su from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I'll bid 16,000 dragon marrow and 2 top-notch sacred venerate weapons." As soon as he said that, countless people were stunned. They didn't expect the other party to bid again. The expert from the True Water clan's expression changed. The other party was only offering 1,000 dragon marrow more than him. Was this a challenge to him? However, he had already said that he wouldn't bid again, so he could only sit down with a gloomy expression. The scene became quiet for a moment. No one made a move. On the side of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, everyone looked anxiously at Senior Brother Qi. Senior Brother Qi shook his head. He couldn't afford this price either. If he hadn't bought the 9 Revolution Flame Fruit, he might have been able to compete. However, at this moment, he said, "Although I don't know who came from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven this time, from the looks of it, this person is too arrogant." Moreover, he was very arrogant. Every time he bid, he would bid a little more than the others. It was as if he was slapping others in the face. "Previously, we snatched the treasure from his hands. Do you think someone like him will be willing to give up?" When the surrounding people heard this, they were also shocked. "Senior brother, are you saying that he will attack me? Are they here to snatch the 9 Revolution blazing fruits from us?" Senior Brother Qi nodded. It was very likely. "Since that's the case, we might as well not make a move. We'll wait for them to come knocking on our door. Since they don't follow the rules, then we'll snatch their map as well." The eyes of these people also shone with a sharp light. These geniuses had gone through hundreds of battles and gone through many missions. Therefore, this kind of battle and traps were not unfamiliar to them at all. The other battle servants took a deep breath. They were afraid that there would be a huge battle soon. On the other hand, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He was just thinking about how to get his hands on the 9 Revolution Inferno fruit. Now, it seemed like he had a chance. It was a good opportunity for him to reap the benefits of the battle between the two. In any case, he did not have a good impression of these Grotto Heavens. Not only did these Grotto Heavens suppress them, but these people who came from other worlds also injured his senior brother. Lin Xian had wanted to take revenge for a long time. Now, it seemed like this was an opportunity. It was time to take revenge. Sure enough, no one dared to fight with Sir Ling Su. The corners of Sir Ling Su's mouth also curled into a cold smile. He did not say a word and directly carried out the exchange. When he got the map in his hand, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked in the direction of the Thousand Mountain Grotto. He had said that no one could snatch the things he wanted from his hands. However, the treasure would be kept by the other party for a while. When the time came, he would personally snatch it from the other party's hands. However, the auction was not over for the time being. Next, there were 2 more items. These two items were also more precious, even surpassing that of ordinary sacred venerables. Only a sacred ruler would fight for these items. Sure enough, the next ones to bid were those sacred rulers. The price was even more terrifying than the mysterious map. Even the auras of sacred rulers were constantly spreading. After Lin Xian and the others saw it, they were also incomparably shocked. Finally, the auction came to an end. Everyone went out excitedly. They wanted to spread the news of this matter to all corners of the world. At the same time, the people from the Purple Spirit Grotto also took action. Sir Lingsu said, "Send people to keep an eye on them. They must not be allowed to escape." Soon, these people disappeared into the void. Obviously, they had secretly begun to follow Lin Xian and the others. On the other side, the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto also left, but they did not leave the city. Instead, they found a courtyard and began to settle down. They also knew that there would be a big battle coming, so it was better to first tidy up their cultivation and condition to the peak before anything else. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. While these people were cultivating, he used the heavenly secret divine eye and looked around. Sure enough, he found 3 figures in the void. They were not far from them and were hiding. Ordinary souls really could not detect them. However, his heavenly secret divine eye could see through everything. Sure enough, they were following. Just nice. He hoped that when the battle started, he would be able to benefit from it. Lin Xian glanced at the other party, then withdrew his gaze, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the eyelids of the 3 people hidden in the void twitched. "Big brother, what happened just now? Why do I feel like someone discovered us?" One of them frowned. Another said, "It must be an illusion. I'm too nervous. How could anyone discover us? Look at those idiots below. They must not know that we're secretly observing them." The last person said, "That's for sure. How dare they offend the Purple Spirit Grotto? This time, we'll let them know what regret is." The 3 of them smiled silently. 3 days later, the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto opened their eyes and left quickly with Lin Xian and the others. They soared into the sky and left the city. At the same time, the 3 figures in the void disappeared instantly. They came to a big hall and knelt down on one knee. "Young master, they have already left. Big brother should be safe with them." In front, Sir Lingshu stood up with a smile on his face. "Very good, it's time for us to make our move." He waved his hand and tore open the void with the people beside him and disappeared. At the same time, a woman walked out from another pavilion. She had a mysterious aura around her. She held a round fan in her hand and gently waved it. She was from the Qingqiu cave and was followed by some martial artists. "Senior sister, why aren't we leaving?" Someone was puzzled. "All right, you guys stay here and cultivate. I'm going to watch a good show." The corners of Insu's mouth curled up into a smile. Although the disciples behind her were also very interested in this good show. However, since their senior sister had spoken, they could only obediently stay here. In the sky, a huge flying sword quickly streaked across, tearing apart the void, bringing with it endless aura. At the same time, a figure was silently following behind. At the same time, he had a formation in his hand, and it seemed like he was transmitting information at any time. At this moment, the flying sword in front of them stopped, and a few figures walked out from it. The person behind them also stopped and hid in the void. Could it be that he was discovered? Impossible, the other party shouldn't be able to see through his movement technique. He could only wait patiently. Not long after, a few extremely terrifying auras suddenly came from behind, followed by a thunderous voice. It came from all directions, sealing the entire world. "You guys are really stupid. You actually stopped after walking halfway. If you had flown a little longer, you might have been able to live a little longer." A sneer came from the sky. Sir Lingsu's figure walked out. "It's really you guys." The people from Thousand Mountain Grotto also snorted coldly. "We already knew that you guys wouldn't let this go. However, you guys actually dared to have ideas about our Thousand Mountain Grotto. You guys really don't know what's good for you. Is your Thousand Mountain Grotto very powerful? In front of me, you guys are just ants. Now, hand over the 9 revolution blazing fruit obediently. I'm in a good mood and can give you a quick death." Is that so? Senior brother also sneered. Then hand over that mysterious map, and we can let bygones be bygones. Hearing this, Sir Ling Su's face completely sank. So you guys actually have ideas about my map? You guys are really daring. Don't tell me you guys think you can snatch the map from my hands with just the few of you. You guys really don't know what's good for you. Kill them for me. With Sir Ling Su's order, the surrounding people also quickly moved. Their auras continued to erupt. The surrounding people were also wearing battle armor. It seemed that they were also battle servants. Sure enough, every grotto would take in a large number of geniuses from other worlds as battle servants. These battle servants were not weak. They were all geniuses. However, he was suppressed by an even more powerful Sage King. Now that they were attacking together, it was truly terrifying. The surrounding void tore apart rapidly. There was nothing that could stop it. On the side of the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, the senior brother also roared angrily and attacked. Immediately, the battle servants in the surroundings moved out one after another. Lin Xian also made his move. However, he did not intend to use his full strength. In fact, he even wanted to change his identity and fight a battle. Of course, the precondition was to wait for the war to break out completely. Sure enough, the battle servants began to engage in a great battle. Soon after, the disciples of the two paradise began to fight as well. Terrifying nomological laws appeared on Mr. Spirit Su's body, forming a huge cauldron with a terrifying aura. Apart from that, the people behind him also began to move out. A great battle erupted in an instant. These people were all holy venerables, and many of them were late holy venerables. This young Master Ling Su and senior brother Qi were both peak holy venerates. It could be said that his strength was extremely terrifying. The two of them fought, shaking the heavens and the earth. The illusion of a huge mountain appeared behind senior brother, as if it wanted to suppress heaven and earth. A terrifying power erupted. The two's nomological laws clashed in the heavens and the earth. Immediately, a violent aura spread out in all directions. Mo Feng, Fairy Qingqing, and the others also quickly attacked. The battle was extremely terrifying. The entire world was completely destroyed. At the same time, a figure landed on a mountain peak in the distance. It was Insu. At this moment, after he arrived, he looked into the distance with a smile. He was not too late. It seemed that the battle had just begun. He wondered how the battle between the two sides would turn out. He was here to watch the show. Of course, if there was a chance, he did not mind taking action to obtain the mysterious map and the 9-turn flame fruit. Because of his strength, senior brother and young Master Ling Su were even stronger. They had reached the half-step Holy King realm. The battle ahead was very intense. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short time. As for the battle servants, they were all fighting with their lives. Both sides had suffered losses. On Lin Xian's side, not long after the battle began, 5 battle servants had fallen. On the other side, 4 had also fallen. The aura of blood mist spread between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. As expected, these people did not treat the battle servants as humans. Because none of the disciples had fallen, and the battle servants were already red-eyed. But there was no choice. With the life and death curse, they could not control themselves. Humph, he snorted coldly and forced the enemy back with a punch. To be honest, it wasn't difficult for him to kill these battle servants with his strength. However, what identity did he want to use to attack these people? At this moment, in the sky, young Master Ling Su roared angrily. Damn it, I did not expect you to be so strong. I no longer have the patience to play with you. Today, I will send all of you to hell. Senior, do it. As his voice fell, a crack appeared in the void. Immediately after, a masked man walked out. This person had an extremely terrifying aura. As soon as he appeared, he slapped at senior brother. Senior brother instantly vomited blood and flew out. His expression turned ugly. Half-step Holy King, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, you actually brought a half-step Holy King. What kind of genius are you? Do you dare to fight me head-on? The two of us will fight to the death. Senior brother roared crazily. However, young Master Ling Su looked up to the sky and laughed. Did water enter your brain? I have such a great advantage. Why should I fight you one-on-one? Kill him, Buzz. The masked man waved his hand and extended it forward. Heaven and earth shattered, and endless black holes appeared. Senior brother instantly vomited blood and flew back. In a hurry, he struck out a huge mountain to block. It blocked this peerless attack. One had to admit that this senior brother was also a top genius. Even in the second astral realm, the true spirit world, he would probably sweep through everything. Only someone like Lin Xian could suppress the other party. People like Fu Hongya or Guan Songhai could not contend with such a person. But unfortunately, no matter how powerful senior brother was, he was still not enough when facing a half-step holy king. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was there. And this masked man was even more powerful. After one attack, he struck out another shocking attack. No, seeing this scene, Fairy Qingqing, Mo Feng, and the others roared crazily. They did not expect that their senior brother would die like this. Damn it, retreat quickly. They were geniuses, but this guy, among the half-step Saint Kings, the man was probably an extremely powerful being. Moreover, the other party also had many battle servants and a terrifying existence like Sir Spirit Su. If they continued to fight, they would probably all die. Therefore, the 4 disciples of the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven quickly retreated. At the same time, they ordered the battle servants to stop them and buy time for them. The battle servants' expressions became extremely ugly, but at this moment, the life and death wrinkles in their bodies suddenly flared up. It was as if they were about to be killed. They did not dare to resist and hurriedly blocked. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sighed. These grotto heavens were too cold and heartless. To be honest, these battle servants' talents were not inferior to Mo Feng and the others. After all, being able to kill their way to the buried Emperor Star from other worlds was enough to show their strength and talent. Unfortunately, they were being controlled by someone else. Now, most of them would probably die. As expected. Mississippi. The handsome man's attack immediately turned 3 battle servants into a bloody mist. The other 2 also vomited blood. Sir Spirit Su ordered his battle servants to quickly charge over. Those battle servants combined with each other and formed a formation that froze the entire world. In front, Mo Feng and the others were also affected. The path was blocked again. Damn it. In an instant, a great battle broke out. At this moment, a large palm slapped over. Not only did it cover Lin Xian, but it also covered the 2 people beside Lin Xian. Good opportunity. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. He directly used the void escape and disappeared. At the same time, a bloody mist filled the air. The 2 battle servants were also killed. Humph, a bunch of trash. Today, I will let you know despair. Sir Spirit Su smiled proudly when he saw this scene. He looked at Fairy Qingqing and the others in front of him, and a fiery light appeared in his eyes. In a moment, he would let these people know his power. Mississippi. The middle-aged man continued to attack. At this moment, Lin Xian appeared in the distant void. He was enveloped by the void beast skin. These people would not discover him at all. In the next moment, he was ready to attack. He did not plan to use his original laws and power, so he planned to use some mysterious methods. He had the great dragon sword soul, which could transform into anything. 1. He used the great dragon sword soul and the law of death to form an endless yellow spring that enveloped his body. A yellow spring's Tao diagram appeared. He had fought many battles with Acheron Hall, so he was very familiar with their mystiques and nomological laws. At this moment, when the great dragon sword soul was manifested, it was incomparably terrifying. These people would never think that it was him. Thinking of this, he made his move. On the other side, Insu was also surprised when she saw the half-step Saint King attack. It looked like the Violet Spirit Paradise was superior and was about to win. It seemed that he was about to make a move. If it was just a half-step Saint King, he had the confidence to fight. Perhaps he could not get the mysterious map, but he could get the 9-turn flame fruit. Her figure flashed as she prepared to move. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Because the sky had cracked open, and the endless yellow spring fell. A figure descended like the god of death. Was someone coming again? Insu was stunned and did not act rashly. At the same time, the people fighting in front of him all looked up at the sky. The endless yellow spring filled the air, bringing with it a sinister power that made everyone's hair stand on end. Even Sir Lingxiu's pupils constricted. There was actually someone here. Who was it? How dare you attack me? We are from the Violet Spirit Paradise. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost. He roared angrily. However, there was no response from the sky. Only a yellow spring's Tao diagram flew over and destroyed everything. Sir Lingxiu screamed in fright and hurriedly used the cauldron on his body to block. With a clang, he was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Endless cracks appeared on his body. In the next moment, he roared crazily, "Kill him, I want to tear him into pieces." Bang! When the man saw this, he snorted coldly and waved his hand. Immediately, 36 large flags flew out and froze the world. Those people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven would definitely not be able to escape. Then, he charged towards the yellow spring. No matter who you are, you can't fight against me. As long as it wasn't a real sage ruler, the other party would definitely die. Bang! The man's strength was very terrifying. He appeared and disappeared like a ghost and instantly arrived in the yellow spring. The murderous aura around his body blocked everything. In the next moment, he saw a figure inside. "It's you." He stretched out a large hand like a dragon's claw and grabbed over. Lin Xian smirked coldly and took out the spear of destruction. It was a single strike. Endless murderous intent surged between heaven and earth. Then, bang, the man's pupils constricted. The aura of a sage ruler, he wanted to escape, but it was too late. The attack directly pierced through him. Boom, the entire heaven and earth were blown apart. Everyone was stunned, whether it was the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven or the Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven. They looked up at the sky. Was a sage ruler coming? And in the distance, Phonin was even more so. She felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he didn't attack. She didn't expect such a terrifying existence to appear. "Elder Lu, where are you?" Lord Lingxiu roared crazily. At this moment, Lin Xian said coldly in the sky. "Are you looking for it?" Then, he threw down a Mississippi. It was that Mississippi. The man's Mississippi. Lord Lingxiu saw this scene and was scared out of his wits. The other party was too strong. He actually killed a half-step sage ruler with one move. "Damn it, retreat, do you want to leave? The yellow spring will be destroyed." Lin Xian sneered. The terrifying yellow spring surged and enveloped all these people. How could these people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven resist it? They were instantly swallowed up and robbed of their vitality. Even their souls were destroyed. Lord Lingxiu roared crazily. There was still an illusion of a large cauldron circling around him. But at this moment, it was dim. He said, "No. You can't kill me. Do you know who I am? My father is the core elder of the Xiling Grotto Heaven. If you kill me, you will die without a doubt." But before he could finish, he was penetrated by a blow. Boom. The illusion of the large cauldron shattered. His soul was destroyed. Kill, the remaining battle servants charged over crazily. They were already controlled, so now that their master was destroyed, they naturally wouldn't leave safely. They could only kill the enemy. Lin Xian sighed. He hoped that in the next life, they wouldn't be controlled. After speaking, he attacked forcefully. He gave these people a blow and let them reincarnate happily. Were they all destroyed? The people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven were stunned. One had to know that they were almost killed before, but now the enemy was all destroyed. Great, they were saved. At this moment, Mo Feng's pupil shrank. He saw that in the bloody mist, countless storage rings flew over. They were all taken by the figure in the yellow spring. This shocked him. After all, the mysterious map was in there. Of course, he didn't dare to say anything. Lin Xian took the map from the storage ring and put it away. The people from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven were shocked. They felt a chill down their spines. That aura was too terrifying. Could it be that the other party wanted to attack them? Thinking of this, they quickly said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives." We are from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, and we are very grateful. Saving their lives? Lin Xian sneered. Then, he waved his finger, and a stream of yellow spring flew out and enveloped Mo Feng's body. Then, Mo Feng's body turned into white bones. His soul kept roaring, and his eyes were filled with endless fear, too strong. So strong that he could not resist at all. At the same time, his eyes were filled with despair. Was Lin Xian going to attack them too? No. You have already killed people from Xiling Grotto Heaven and offended a Grotto Heaven. Do you still want to be enemies with Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven? So what if I am your enemy? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Then, he shrouded Mo Feng's soul and pulled it in front of him. In the next moment, the endless yellow spring wrapped around the two of them. On the other hand, Lin Xian cast a soul illusion spell and pulled his opponent into the lock of spring and autumn. Damn it, it's you. Finally, Mo Feng saw Lin Xian's face. He was really shocked. Wasn't this his battle servant? How could he attack them? Damn it, you don't have the life and death curse? He was really scared out of his wits. How could it be? How did he get rid of the life and death curse? Lin Xian smiled. That's right, it's me. How dare you people from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven suppress me and injure my senior brother? Wait for my anger. You are the first. Then, a golden light bloomed in his eyes, and Mo Feng's soul was destroyed. Damn it, let Mo Feng go. Below, Fairy Qingqing and the others were also roaring crazily. The surrounding battle servants quickly moved. Lin Xian immediately formed endless chains of the underworld, locking these people down. Now, there were only 6 battle servants left. If they attacked together, they would be very powerful. However, Lin Xian was someone who could kill a half-step Saint King. These battle servants were not his match at all. In the next moment, he attacked again. The yellow springs diagram cleaved Fairy Qingqing's body apart. Fairy Qingqing's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that he would be killed just like that. There were only 2 people left, and their faces were also filled with fear. Lin Xian really wanted to get rid of these people once and for all. However, he had witnessed the destruction of the Violet Spirit Paradise previously. If these people were all killed, the remaining battle servants wouldn't be able to survive either. At that time, he would have no reason to return to the Thousand Mountain Paradise. Lin Xian didn't want to leave yet. That was because there was still one person who had not been killed. He had to kill Sacred King Xingchen. Furthermore, there were a lot of resources in the Thousand Mountain Cave. Lin Xian planned to use them to break through again. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to leave one person behind. With a wave of his hand, he blasted the other man into a bloody mist. Lin Xian left the last person behind. The last person was knocked unconscious. That should be enough, right? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He put away these people's storage rings. At the same time, he also obtained the 9-turn flame fruit. This thing could allow his divine body to improve further. At this moment, his physique was no weaker than a half-step Saint King's. If he improved further, his physique would reach that of a Saint King's. If he encountered a true Saint King, he would be able to fight. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly turned his head. His gaze seemed to pierce through the heavens. He saw a figure. And in the distance, Yinsu, who was still watching the battle, saw this scene, and her pupils shrank. His figure flashed, and he quickly fled. The other party was really too strong. Was there anyone else? Lin Xian frowned. He also chased and instantly used the void shield to tear the void apart. Then, he enveloped the other party with a palm. With a boom, heaven and earth shattered, and a figure was torn apart by him. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He realized that only a tail had fallen. A clone, and that person had already disappeared without a trace. Humph, don't let me meet you, people of Qingqiu Grotto Heaven. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with a biting cold murderous intent. In the next moment, he turned around and went back. On the other side, Yinsu's face became extremely pale. Just now, fortunately, he used a secret technique to dodge the attack. Otherwise, his astral soul would have been destroyed. Damn it, who was it? How dare they attack people of the 2 Grotto Heavens? It was too unbelievable. One should know that although they were all young people, ordinary saint kings would not dare to attack them. Attacking them would definitely offend them. The Grotto Heavens. The Grotto Heavens were like overlords in this place. Who dared to provoke them? But now, someone really dared to. After returning to the pavilion, the people of Xianxia Grotto Heaven exclaimed in surprise. "Senior sister, you're back. How was the show?" They all had smiles on their faces. However, when they saw that Insu's face was pale and her aura was weak, they were all stunned. "Senior sister, are you injured?" They were extremely nervous. Insu also said that she had to leave quickly. He did not know if that mysterious powerhouse would come after him, but he did not dare to stay there any longer. On the other side, it was raining heavily in the sky. Lu Fei opened her eyes and felt the rain around her. She was also stunned. Where was this place? In the next moment, her pupils constricted. In an instant, endless nomological laws flew out and formed 7 shields to quickly defend herself. She remembered that they were attacked by a mysterious powerhouse. When she saw that there was no one around, she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly investigated. She found that other than her, the disciples of the other 4 Grotto Heavens had been killed, and their souls had been destroyed. Many of the battle servants had also fallen, but there were still a few of them. Those people were chained up but did not die. She quickly went forward to investigate and found that there were a total of 7 people. That person was injured, and his aura was very weak. Lin Xian was naturally among them. Lu Fei asked. What happened after that? Where was that mysterious powerhouse? The other battle servants were at a loss. Lin Xian also shook his head. He did not know. He suddenly left and seemed to have gone to chase after someone, so that was the case. Lu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was really lucky. However, when she thought about the deaths of her companions, her expression turned solemn. Damn it, how dare he attack our 1,000-mountain Grotto Heaven? We will not let him off. Let's go. A scimitar appeared in her hand and directly cut off the Yellow Springs chains. Then, she left a formation mark there and quickly left with Lin Xian and the others. When they returned to 1,000-mountain Grotto Heaven, it immediately caused a commotion. The people of 1,000-mountain Grotto Heaven were furious. Someone actually dared to attack their people. Did Violet Mountain Grotto Heaven have a death wish? They actually dared to attack halfway. Damn it, and that mysterious powerhouse actually attacked the Grotto Heaven. Quickly go and investigate. In an instant, they sent out countless experts to the location marked by the formation. Among them, there were even 2 sage kings. Lu Fei, Lin Xian, and the others were also brought back. They wanted to understand the situation. Lin Xian was surprised when he saw this scene. As expected of the heavenly grotto, they reacted so quickly. But so what? He didn't leave any clues behind. Even the person who escaped didn't know it was him. Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. Sure enough, the 2 great sage kings frowned. What this person used was a cold and gloomy law, like the Yellow Springs. He had never heard of such a mysterious person. However, it was useless. No matter how the 2 great sage kings searched, they couldn't find any clues. In the end, the 2 great sage kings searched the souls of Lu Fei and Lin Xian. Everyone's souls were searched. However, they still didn't find anything. Their faces were gloomy. They could only return empty-handed and send more people to investigate. Lin Xian didn't care. These people would never find out that it was him. He had to think of a way to quickly consume the 9 revolution flame fruit to improve his physique. Just as they were about to return, a cold light flew over from afar. It was a ray of blue light. It carried an extremely terrifying sword intent and soared into the sky. Heaven and earth were avoided in an instant. The surrounding people looked up one after another. The 2 great sage kings' eyes also shone with a cold light. Then, their expressions changed. It was Princess Xueqi. The 2 great sage kings smiled. Lin Xian and the others also looked up and saw a woman in a blue dress in the sky. She flew down from the sky. Her face was as cold as ice. When Lu Fei saw her, she quickly bowed and greeted Princess Xueqi. The woman in blue nodded and then looked at the 2 great sage kings. I wonder what the 2 deacons are doing here. Facing the 2 great sage kings, the woman in blue seemed very calm. On the contrary, the two great sage kings seemed to want to curry favor with her. Princess Xianxia, something happened recently. A mysterious expert has killed the people of our Thousand Mountain Grotto. We're currently sending people to investigate the matter. Is he attacking the Thousand Mountain Grotto? Xianxia furrowed her brows. You must investigate this matter thoroughly. I still have things to do, so I'll head back first. Princess Xianxia, is it because of that formation? One of the Saint Kings asked. Xianxia nodded and said. She had heard that a group of geniuses had been suppressed recently. Among them, some of them seemed to be good at formations. I'll go ask Sacred King Xingqian. For example, he wanted 1 or 2 battle servants. With that, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. Who was this person? Was he very powerful? Lin Xian said to a battle servant beside him. That battle servant had come from the valley with him and hadn't died either. He nodded and said. Her name was Xianxia, and she was a genius from the Thousand Mountain Cave. Her status was not something that these people could compare to. He was a top disciple with terrifying strength. He was already a half-step Saint King. It was said that he was not far from the true Saint King realm. Furthermore, his father was a powerful elder. Her grandfather was one of the supreme elders of the Thousand Mountain Cave. She was simply a little princess of the Thousand Mountain Cave. No wonder she was so powerful. Regardless of her status or background, she was already very powerful. No wonder these two Saint Kings were so respectful to her. It seemed that there were still some geniuses in the Thousand Mountain Cave. This made Lin Xian feel threatened. However, he didn't know how many people like him there were. Lin Xian investigated for a while but didn't find anything, so he returned. When Lin Xian returned to the Thousand Mountain Cave, someone immediately came to him. Someone is looking for you. One of the battle servants also looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was puzzled. Oh, what's the matter? Could it be that he had been discovered? It shouldn't be. They didn't see anything happen to him. The battle servant who brought the message said, I don't know. I only know that Sacred King Xingqian is looking for you. That old guy? Lin Xian frowned, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He would kill the Saint King sooner or later. But soon, he asked, then take me to him. The two of them soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Soon, they landed in a palace. Greetings, holy ruler Xingqian. The person has been brought over, the battle servant at the front said respectfully. A voice came from inside, asking Lin Xian to come in. You can go in. The battle servant opened the door and stood respectfully, showing no intention of going in. Lin Xian nodded and walked in. He saw Sacred King Xingqian at a glance. At this moment, countless stars surrounded his body, making him look like a god of the heavenly river. His powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. As expected of a middle-stage Saint Venerable. It was very terrifying. Lin Xian was stunned because he realized that Sacred King Xingqian wasn't the only one in the palace. There was another figure standing there as well. It was a woman in blue. She was beautiful, but she was incomparably cold. Lin Xian was stunned. Because he had seen this person before. Not long ago, she was the legendary outstanding genius. Xianxia. When the woman in blue looked at Lin Xian, she was also stunned. She said, I've seen you before. You were there when I was investigating the situation outside. Oh? Sacred King Xingqian was stunned. After asking, he understood. He also said, there's someone who doesn't know what's good for him and dares to offend our Thousand Mountain Cave. Don't worry, we'll find him sooner or later and tear him into pieces. Well, let's not talk about this first. Niece Xianxia, this is the kid I told you about, the one who knows formations. What do you think? If you think his strength is good, then take him with you. Lin Xian was stunned, but soon, he remembered. Previously, the other party said that because they were setting up a formation, they needed a few people who knew formations. It seemed that they had found him. If he could be valued by the other party, then Lin Xian would be able to come into contact with more cultivation resources. This would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Therefore, he was delighted. It seemed that he had to show his talent in formations. At this moment, Xueqi asked, "You know formations?" Lin Xian, who was proficient in formations, said indifferently. Xueqi snorted coldly after hearing that. "You're boasting shamelessly. Even I don't dare to say that I'm proficient in formations. What qualifications do you have to say that? I want to see how you can be so arrogant." She had seen many battle servants, but this was the first time she had seen such an arrogant one. She formed hand seals with her palms, and a blue ice formation appeared. The entire main hall was freezing cold. It was like a world of ice. Apart from sacred King Xingchen, there was no change. The other places had been frozen. Xueqi's eyes were shining. She wanted to see how this arrogant kid was going to contend with it. If the other party used a divine ability, then she would be very disappointed. Lin Xian did not move in the face of the ice formation that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Instead, his eyes flickered. Then, he pointed his finger forward. He pointed at the void. With a cracking sound, the ice that filled the sky stopped. The Star Saint King was taken aback. Xueqi's pupil shrank. "What kind of technique did you use? This isn't a formation, is it? If you use your magical power to break it, I'm afraid I won't be satisfied." Lin Xian said calmly, "Princess Xueqi, can't you see that I attacked the weakest part of your formation? Of course, if you want to use a formation, I'll show it to you." As Lin Xian spoke, he formed a seal with his palms and quickly formed a formation that spread out in all directions. Countless golden crows flew between heaven and earth and formed a golden crow flame formation. Its power wasn't any weaker than the great ice formation from before. Lin Xian was originally a formation genius, and he had also learned from the dark red divine dragon. After that, he had learned from Black Mountain. His attainments in formations were really great, and he was definitely a formation grandmaster. Ordinary Saint King's formations weren't as good as his. Now, Lin Xian was just showing off his skills. However, Xueqi was sure that she would be satisfied. Xueqi felt the power of the flame formation. A smile finally appeared on Xueqi's cold face. The ice around her had melted. "Very good, Star Saint King, I want this person." The Star Saint King furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't expect Lin Xian's attainments in formations to be so great. He was actually so strong, he felt a trace of danger. This was because this guy had said that he would kill him with his own hands one day. Now that he had followed Princess Xueqi, would he become stronger? However, he quickly sneered and shook his head. So what, a battle servant was still a battle servant. He was a middle-stage Saint King. It wouldn't be long before he faced his next breakthrough. At that time, once he reached the late stage of the Saint King realm, his identity and strength would be greatly changed. There would be earth-shattering changes. How could a mere ant possibly contend against him? Therefore, he eliminated the worry in his heart for her sake. Instead, he smiled and said, "Since Xueqi is satisfied, I'm relieved. Lin Xian, from now on, you will follow Princess Xueqi and listen to her orders." Lin Xian looked at the blue-clothed woman in front of him. His eyes flickered, and then he nodded. Xueqi was also surprised. Apart from his high attainments in array formations, his attitude also surprised her. To be honest, no battle servant would dare to be so arrogant. It seemed like he was even colder than her. However, this made her even more interested. Therefore, she waved her hand. As she spoke, she walked outside. In the next moment, endless ice enveloped Lin Xian. The ground beneath his feet turned into an ice sword. The two of them soared into the air and quickly left. This time, he was heading toward Xueqi's mansion. Her residence was not just a cave or a palace. It was a place of. There were all kinds of resources and landforms inside. Lin Xian took a look. This was even scarier than a saint city in the second star realm. This was just a top disciple. He didn't know about the other core elders. Or how terrifying would the supreme elder be? It was a cultivation holy land. After they came down, many people knelt down and bowed. "Welcome back, Princess Xueqi." Some of these people were originally from the buried Emperor Star. Some of them were battle servants from other worlds. They were all very respectful. "Get up." Xueqi nodded. These people got up. Then, they looked at Lin Xian curiously. Who is this person? They were surprised. Looking at the armor he was wearing, he should be a battle servant. However, there had never been a battle servant who could walk beside Princess Xueqi. Princess, ninth young Master Yan has been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, an old man walked over and said respectfully. It seemed like he was an old butler. Ninth young Master Yan? Xueqi frowned. She told him that she didn't have time. But at this moment, a voice sounded from afar. Xueqi, you're finally back. Shortly after, the boundless nomological laws brought a person over quickly. It was a tall man. He wore a golden battle robe. As he walked, he brought with him a powerful force. This person was also a half-step Saint King. He was very strong. It was obvious that he was a top genius of the Thousand Mountain Paradise. Xueqi, I heard that you went out to look for the materials for the formation. How did it go? Did you collect all of them? If you didn't collect all of them, I'll ask my father to collect them for you. He will surely be able to collect all of them for you. It was obvious that this person's status was not ordinary. However, Xueqi said coldly, there's no need. I already have the materials. If you don't have anything else, don't disturb me. After she spoke, she walked forward. Lin Xian also followed her. He looked at her. At this moment, ninth young Master Yan also turned his head and looked over. When he saw Lin Xian, his face sank. There was actually someone who could walk beside Xueqi. Even he didn't receive such treatment. In the next moment, a biting cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. It enveloped Lin Xian. Then, he asked, Xueqi, who is this person? He's the battle servant I just brought back. He can help me set up the formation. Xueqi stopped and said coldly. It turned out that he was a battle servant. Ninth young Master Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he wasn't standing beside Xueqi. How could someone else be qualified to stand beside her? Lad, pay attention to your eyes. Don't look at what you shouldn't look at. Otherwise, I'll make sure that you'll never be able to see it. Ninth young Master Yan released a biting cold killing intent. Lin Xian looked at him and said calmly, who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? When he said this, the surrounding people were stunned. Even the old housekeeper was stunned. Was this really a battle servant? Ninth young Master Yan was also stunned. Then, he said, Aunt, do you know who you are talking to? Believe it or not, I can make you die without a burial ground in an instant. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. It seemed like he was about to attack Xueqi. However, Xueqi's body flickered and blocked him. What? Do you dare to touch my man? If you dare to touch him, don't blame me for attacking you. Ninth young Master Yan was completely infuriated when he heard this. He asked, Xueqi, are you going to attack me because of a battle servant? He really didn't dare to believe this. Xueqi said in a deep voice, now, I don't welcome you. You should leave quickly. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and said, follow me. Lin Xian nodded. He looked at ninth young Master Yan and revealed a cold smile. Then, he shrugged his shoulders and walked forward. Ninth young Master Yan was driven mad when he saw the two of them leave. He roared, and the void in the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered. Lad, do you think that you can act arrogantly in front of me because you have Xueqi's protection? You are too naive. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. They knew that this matter wouldn't end so easily. On the other side, Xueqi brought Lin Xian and Yanqi to a courtyard. There wasn't anyone here, and countless formations flickered in the surroundings. It was clear that only Xueqi could come here. After she arrived, she turned around and looked at Lin Xian as she spoke coldly. Although your formation surprised me, I'll advise you. Don't be too arrogant, especially that Yanqi. It's best if you don't provoke him in the future. His status isn't any weaker than mine. This was especially true for his grandfather, who was also a Grand Elder. Do you know what the Supreme Elder's cultivation is? I can tell you that he's the Great Sage. Therefore, it's best if you stay here and don't go out. Alright, you should rest for a while. There will be a mission for you soon. After saying this, Xueqi walked inside. When Lin Xian heard this, he was surprised. The Great Sage, one must know that the Great Sage didn't exist in the second astral realm. They only knew that the Black Mountain was the Great Sage's remnant soul. How powerful was the real Great Sage, as expected of the buried Emperor Star? The Great Sage really existed in these grotto heavens. In the next moment, Lin Xian clenched his fists. He felt his blood boiling. When he tested the heavenly will, his future wasn't just the Great Sage. It was the Heaven Illuminator. What kind of scene was that? Lin Xian was looking forward to the day when he could illuminate the heavens. He rested for 2 days. After 2 days, Xueqi gave him a mission. It was to set up some formations. As for the materials for the array formation, they already had enough. Gong Lin Xian took a deep breath and started to form hand seals. He started to set up the formations. On the other side, Yan Qi was gnashing his teeth in anger after he returned. He started to investigate Lin Xian's background. When he found out that Lin Xian was just a battle servant who had just arrived here and was suppressed, he was furious. He was completely enraged. No one had ever dared to challenge him. A mere battle servant was truly courting death. At this moment, the person beside him indeed mentioned ninth young Master Yan. Although his identity was unknown, it was said that he was proficient in formations. Now, Princess Xueqi was in urgent need of a formation expert. That was why she dared to act so arrogantly. Proficient in formations? Go, find me a few geniuses who are proficient in formations. I want to see, when I can replace him, what right does he have to be arrogant? Yan Jiu's speed was extremely fast. After about 3 days, he really did find 2 people. These 2 people were both holy venerates. However, it was said that the array formations were all very advanced. One of them was a battle servant, while the other was a disciple of the Thousand Mountain Cave. Greetings to ninth young Master Yan. The 2 of them bowed respectfully. The battle servant was extremely nervous, while the other disciple was extremely excited. He knew how noble ninth young Master Yan's status was. If he could gain the approval of ninth young Master Yan, then his future path of martial arts would be much easier. He would soar into the sky. The battle servant's true form was a python, and he was a demonic beast. His name was Han Meng. As for the disciple, he was called Hua. Tuesday. Ninth young Master Yan personally tested the strength of the 2 people's formations. After that, he nodded slightly. Very good, these 2 people's formations were indeed very powerful. Ordinary formation masters of the older generation were no match for them. If the 2 people he brought with him could help Princess Xueqi, then the lad from before would be useless. If he wanted to kill the lad again, Xueqi would not stop him. When ninth young Master Yan thought of this, a smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He brought the 2 people with him and walked into the distance. Soon, he came to Xueqi's mansion again. The mansion's old housekeeper informed Xueqi. Xueqi frowned and told him that she was not free. The old housekeeper said, "That's what I said too." However, ninth young Master Yan said that he found 2 top-notch formation masters, and they might be of help to the princess. Oh, formation masters? Xueqi's eyes flickered. She thought for a moment and said, "All right. Bring them here." Before long, ninth young Master Yan brought the 2 people with him. Xueqi waved her hand, and countless formations formed a passageway. The 3 of them walked in. Xueqi. Ninth young Master Yan's lips curled into a smile. I know you need a master of formations. That's why I found 2 for you. What do you think? Why don't you test the strength of the 2 of them? Xueqi was holding an ancient book in her hand, and she was studying formations. She said, I am not free. However, I will find someone to test them for me. She called out Lin Xian's name. Lin Xian walked out of another hall and said, Who wants me to test them? When ninth young Master Yan saw Lin Xian, his face turned gloomy. A cold smile appeared on his face. Xueqi, if the 2 people I found can surpass this lad, then they can stay here. Could it be that they could stay here and help you, while this brat would be a piece of trash? When the time comes, I will take him away. Do you have any objections? Xueqi said calmly, I have no objections. I never want good-for-nothings. When Lin Xian heard this, he squinted his eyes. This woman was really cold. However, he soon smiled. You want to replace me? What a joke. He walked over and said, Ninth young Master Yen, did you find two good-for-nothings? You want to challenge me? I advise you to go back. Otherwise, if you lose face, I won't be responsible. Lad, you can be arrogant. I will see how arrogant you can be when you are defeated by formations. Ninth young Master Yen smiled coldly. Then, he said, Han Meng, you go first. Han Meng walked out, and his body shone with a terrifying radiance. Lad, let's not compete in magical powers or laws. How about we compete in formations? As you wish. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and countless formations appeared in the sky and formed a formation. It pressed down toward the sky. It was a fire formation, and the three golden crows kept roaring in it. They carried a powerful flame power, and it seemed like they wanted to burn everything. Han Meng, who was opposite him, sneered coldly. He kept forming seals with his palms. Countless array formations were cast out by him and quickly formed into an array formation. Then, the aura in the sky instantly became cold. It was also an ice formation. Moreover, there were 5 illusions of giant ice pythons in it. It was obvious that this formation was made by a formation master according to his own characteristics. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, the two formations with completely opposite auras clashed. In an instant, terrifying auras swept out in all directions. Terrifying flames surged out, and terrifying ice froze everything. The 5 giant pythons enveloped the golden crows, and it seemed like they would seal them at any time. Ninth young Master Yen sneered when he saw this. I thought you were some powerful expert. It turns out that you are so weak that you can't even defeat one of my battle servants. Xueqi, it seems like you have been deceived by this lad. Xueqi raised her head and looked forward. Her eyes flashed and her face was expressionless. She had seen the power of Lin Xian's array. Back then, there were more than 3 golden crows in the formation. She knew that Lin Xian was hiding his strength. Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Xian said, 5 giant pythons, is this all you have? If that was all, the battle would be over. After saying that, he formed a seal again and the array kept changing. Endless flames swept across. 3 more golden crows appeared next to the 3 golden crows. 6 golden crows circled in the sky like 6 suns. Is the power of the array strengthened? Han Meng was stunned. Is he hiding his strength? Humph. Do you think you are the only one who is hiding your strength? After he finished saying those words, his spirit formation grew stronger again. The 5 giant pythons turned into 7. They outnumbered his opponent. Kid, you are no match for me. No match for me? Lin Xian sneered. You think too highly of yourself. After saying that, the 6 golden crows turned into 9 again. They circled in the sky and the terrifying flames blasted the ice array apart. Han Meng was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his body. He was enveloped by the flames. No, 9th Prince Yen, save me, Han Meng roared crazily. He could feel that he could not withstand the flames. His soul was about to be destroyed. 9th Prince Yen snorted when he saw this. He raised his hand and tried to extinguish the flames. However, he was too late. In an instant, he was turned into ashes. His soul was destroyed. How dare you kill him? 9th Prince Yen shouted angrily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian said calmly. The battle of arrays is very dangerous. If you are careless, your soul will be destroyed. Don't you know this? If you don't even know this, how can you find a powerful array master? Lin Xian looked at him with disdain. 9th Prince Yen gritted his teeth. Damn it. What a piece of trash. You have embarrassed me. He then looked at another person and said, Hua Tu, make your move. Don't hold back at all. Destroy this brat's heart and soul. Hua Tu took a deep breath. To be honest, he was also shocked just now. His array formation was more powerful than the cold light. When he first came here, he was still dismissive. However, after watching the match, he was a little hesitant. Therefore, when he heard young Master Yanjiu's words, he did not step forward immediately. What? You don't even listen to me anymore? Do you want to die? The ninth young master felt utterly humiliated when he saw that his other partner was so timid. Lin Xian, however, burst into laughter. Young Master Yanjiu, I've heard that you have an extraordinary status. Why did you find such trash? This doesn't match your status at all. Why don't you go back today and stop embarrassing yourself here? Xueqi, who was beside him, spoke calmly. Yanjiu, have you caused enough trouble? I don't have time to play with you. Yanjiu gritted his teeth. He glared at Hua Tu and said coldly, attack, or I'll kill you right now. Hua Tu was so scared that he almost cried. If he knew that it was so dangerous, he wouldn't have come here. Lin Xian said, alright, I'll give you a chance. I won't use the array formation just now. You can make your move. Hua Tu was surprised when he heard this. Is he serious? The Golden Crow array formation should be his strongest array formation. If he didn't use his strongest array formation, he might have a chance to win. So, he said, alright, brat, since you said so, don't blame me for being impolite. Don't worry, young master. I'll take him down now. The ninth young master smiled. Alright, when you succeed, I'll raise your cultivation by 1 level. Really? Hua Tu became even more excited. This time, he had to kill his opponent even if he had to risk his life. In the next moment, he waved his hand and endless saber light formed a heavenly saber array. It was a peerless killing array. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Hua Tu was very powerful. With this array formation, he could fight against more than 5 experts of the same level. It could be said that he was a genius in array formations. However, it was a pity that he met Lin Xian. When Lin Xian saw the array formation, he smiled. The Golden Crow array formation just now was just a casual attack. Then, he used a 5-element sword array. The power of the 5 laws intertwined and formed a great array formation. Not only did it contain the power of the 5 laws, but it also contained the power of the sword principle. Suddenly, the sky was filled with sword energy. When the sword array appeared, even Xueqi raised her head. Her eyes were filled with surprise. The power of this array formation was beyond her imagination. Hua Tu was so scared that he cried. What's going on? Isn't his Golden Crow array formation the strongest? Why is this array more terrifying than the Golden Crow array formation? It was too late for him to run away now. He could only grit his teeth. The saber light that filled the sky shot out and destroyed everything. However, in the 5-element sword array, it kept shattering. In an instant, the heavenly path array formation was broken. Hua Tu quickly ran away. Boom, when ninth young Master Yen saw this, he slapped Hua Tu and turned him into a bloody mist. Hua Tu's soul was destroyed by him. Lad, just you wait. This matter won't end like this. After he spoke, he turned around and left. It was too shameful. The 2 formation geniuses that he had found couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. How could he still have the face to stay here? Lin Xian sneered coldly. I'll teach you a lesson anytime. He withdrew the 5-elemental sword formation with a hint of disdain in his eyes. After ninth young Master Yen left, Xueqi stood up and said, you hid your power before. You didn't say that I couldn't hide my power. Lin Xian turned around and looked at her with a smile. Xueqi frowned when she saw his nonchalant attitude. She opened her mouth once again and said, I told you not to provoke ninth young Master Yen. Didn't you understand what I said? In my opinion, he isn't worth fearing. Lin Xian shook his head. Xueqi's frown deepened. She discovered that he didn't seem like a battle servant. Instead, he seemed like a supreme genius. Xueqi was even surprised by him. It seemed like there was a layer of mist around him that she couldn't see through. It seemed like she would have to study him carefully after the matter of the formation was over. Let's go and set up the formation. Xueqi spoke once again. However, Lin Xian didn't leave. He said coldly, look at the formation you set up. If I'm not mistaken, you must be going to an ancient land. Xueqi was taken aback when she heard this. How did you know? Lin Xian said that the formation you set up was a way to break formations. It was obvious that the place you were going to has a more terrifying formation. That's why you are preparing it now. Those who possessed such terrifying formations were usually passed down from ancient times or came from even more terrifying places. What do you suggest? Xueqi asked. She didn't notice that her attitude had changed. If it were other battle servants, they would have to kneel on the ground if they wanted to talk to her. However, she was now asking for Lin Xian's opinion. Lin Xian said, I can help you set up the array you want. Moreover, he could even accompany her to that place because he could break the formation. However, you must give me some time. Give me 3 months, and give me a quiet place to cultivate. I might make a breakthrough. During this process, no one is allowed to disturb me, and no one is allowed to investigate me, including you. If you can do it, I will help you complete the formation, and I will even help you break the ancient place. Okay, no problem, I promise you. Xueqi approved of Lin Xian's formation skills. She could afford to wait for 3 months. Therefore, she found a place for Lin Xian, and ordered that no one was allowed to approach it. Even she herself started to cultivate in seclusion. The place where Lin Xian was at was a mountain range. It was very wide. After he arrived, he set up his own array formation. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Then, he recovered to his peak state, and with a flip of his palm, he took out the 9 Revolution Inferno fruit. Buzz, he activated his divine body, and terrifying flames surged out. They seemed capable of burning the 9 heavens. In the next moment, the 9 Revolution Inferno fruit sensed the might of the 9 suns' divine flame, and a terrifying aura erupted from it. Its might wasn't any weaker than the 9 suns' divine flame, and it was even stronger. As expected of the legendary divine fruit, Lin Xian was overjoyed, and he started to absorb the fruit's power. 3 months later, Xueqi looked into the distance, and her eyes flickered. It had already been 3 months, and that guy still hadn't made any move. Could it be that he was going to continue cultivating? She had obtained some information recently, and it seemed like some changes were about to occur in that place. If other people were attracted, it would be troublesome. Therefore, she was somewhat anxious. On this day, a rumbling sound was suddenly heard in front of her. Then, the sky started to shake, and countless cracks appeared in the sky. It seemed like the ground was about to split open. It formed many large canyons that extended in all directions. At this moment, everyone in the mansion was stunned. They thought that someone was attacking. Countless figures soared into the sky. One soul after another spread out in all directions to investigate. Xueqi was startled. She had sensed that the sound had come from Lin Xian's direction. She then said that everyone should retreat and that everything would be fine. Although the surrounding people were puzzled, they all withdrew their souls. It was no longer probing. The tremors in front of them became more and more intense. In the end, there seemed to be terrifying thunder falling from the sky. One after another, they pierced through the world. At this moment, not only the entire mansion, but even the people of the 1,000-mountain cave were alarmed. Countless people looked into the distance. That seemed to be a lightning tribulation. Was someone undergoing a tribulation? Princess Xueqi's residence was in that direction. Could it be that she had made a breakthrough? Exclamations could be heard one after another. Even the Saint Kings were alarmed. This was because the lightning calamity this time was extremely terrifying. Moreover, if he broke through again, he would become a true king sage. This was an extremely heaven-defying feat among the young people. This was why many Saint Kings flew over. As for the young geniuses, their eyes were filled with envy. There was even a middle-aged man who laughed heartily. Xueqi, are you going to make a breakthrough? This man was Xueqi's father. He was also a Saint King, and he was extremely powerful. However, after these Saint Kings arrived, they all stopped. This was because they discovered that Xueqi's residence had a formation array activated. It enveloped everything, and no one was allowed to enter. This made Xueqi's father even more certain that she was making a breakthrough. This was why he said that they should just wait and see. The other Saint Kings didn't dare to disturb him, and they all nodded. Xueqi, who was in the mansion, was also alarmed. The lightning calamity caused her hair to stand on end. What is this guy doing? Is he going to make a breakthrough and become a Saint King? However, this shouldn't be the case. She had checked Lin Xian's cultivation before, and it was only at the intermediate stage of the Saint Venerable realm. Even if this guy wanted to make a breakthrough, he would only be at the late stage of the Saint Venerable realm. How could he attract such a terrifying heavenly tribulation? She didn't know. After waiting for 9 days, the terrifying lightning calamity slowly disappeared, and countless large cracks appeared in the sky. A figure walked out of it. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian wore a smile at the corners of his mouth. He was very happy. Previously, he had absorbed the 9 revolution flame fruit, and his divine body had made a breakthrough again. Although his cultivation was still at the intermediate stage of the Saint Venerable realm, his current divine body was already comparable to a Saint King's. This was a terrifying transformation. This meant that ordinary half-step Saint Kings couldn't even break his defense. Lin Xian was finally able to contend against a Saint King. As he thought of this, he clenched his fists. The next step was to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. However, before that, he didn't forget what he had promised Xueqi. This was why he walked out. Xueqi opened her eyes wide, and she looked curiously at Lin Xian. This guy's cultivation didn't seem to have changed. Although it was slightly stronger, it didn't make a breakthrough. Then, what was the lightning calamity? Xueqi asked curiously. However, Lin Xian shook his head and said that it was his secret. Xueqi curled her lips and said, "You are really stingy." Xueqi curled her lips and said, "Okay, I won't ask about your matters. However, you must fulfill your promise to me." Lin Xian nodded and said, "Of course. Now, I will do my best to help you and complete the formation. I can even go with you to that place." "Okay, you can set your mind at ease and set up the formation." After Xueqi spoke, she flew outside. This was because she knew that she was now the center of attention. Countless gazes were looking at her, and there were even many Saint Kings among them. She must go out and explain this matter to them. Princess Xueqi came out. The people outside cried out in alarm. Did Princess Xueqi already become a Saint King? The terrifying lightning calamity in front of her must have been a success. Some people were about to congratulate her, but when they saw that Xueqi was still a half-step Saint King, they were stunned. Xueqi's father was also stunned. "What's going on? Xueqi, did you fail?" Xueqi didn't know what to say, so she said, "Father, this matter isn't like what you think. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Seniors, please go back." After that, the Saint Kings left. And the mansion quieted down once again. As for Lin Xian and Xueqi, they put all their efforts into setting up the formation. After a month, they finally finished setting up the formation successfully. "This is great. With these formations, we will have a higher chance of going to that place." A smile appeared on Xueqi's ice-cold face once again. Even Lin Xian was stunned. At this moment, a flying sword flew over from afar, and there was a formation on it. End of chapter 4440. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.